357 days after a famous win for Mitsubishi in the Picture Partners Sydney 300 of 2022 for CXC Racing's Cody Brzezinski and Dylan Thomas. Can you believe how quickly time has flown? We're back here again for the fourth instalment of what has fast become the showpiece of grassroots endurance motorsport and the showpiece, the signature event of the Motor Racing Australia season. Beautiful conditions here in Sydney, minimum of 8, top of 23, set fair for everyone except those that were doing a rain dance earlier in the week, praying for a repeat of last year. Good morning, everybody. Zach Caven and Dave Stillwell with you here in Pit Lane, live on the platforms of Blendline TV, also streaming via the Motor Racing Australia Facebook page and also via West Bremer Sport up there in Ipswich. Welcome to the start of, well, about 11 and a half hours now of Picture Partners Sydney 300 race day from here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Dave Stillwell, nice to have you alongside me for the journey today. Lachlan Mansell and Lisa Titani, also part of the team, will be crossing to Lachlan very, very shortly. Welcome to your first Sydney 300, but you are no stranger to the concept on both sides of the fence as a driver and commentator, but it's been a while between drinks.
It has been a while between drinks. Hard to believe it's been nearly a year since we were back here for edition 3 of the Picture Partners Sydney 300, and what an event we have in store. You know, huge diversity of fields, cars from production cars, improved production cars, XLs, Pulsars, MX5s, sports sedans. Whichever variety of car you like, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, turbocharged, normally aspirated, rotary, it's all here up and down the pit lane here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the home of motorsport here in New South Wales.
Absolutely, and our playground for the next short while. It is a spectacular setting, isn't it? Since they erected the permanent lighting here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the Picture Partners Sydney 300 has been the pinnacle of grassroots motorsport. It has been a nighttime spectacle in Saturday night prime time, and it will be again the case this year. Race start scheduled for roughly 7 Eastern tonight. That's a GMT plus 10 for those of you listening further afield or watching further afield on Blendline TV's YouTube channel. A bit of breaking news, of course, throughout the course of last night's practice. You would have seen some coverage over there on the Motor Racing Australia Facebook page. We're down to 51. 51 cars.
Only 51.
Only 51.
Only 51,
so it's still something
only
in the
51.
vicinity of a 16 to 17% growth year on year. We had 44 with 43 starting last year, 44 entries. This year we've had 8 withdrawals. So we had 59 registrations for a track density of 56. That was never going to work. But it just goes to show, mate, I'll get to the news in just a moment as cars head out onto the circuit for practice 2, part 1, or part 1. Practice, yeah, anyway. Let's talk about the reality of the situation here, that you cannot deny how quickly this event, since its inception in 2019, has grown and continues to grow. And it's at the height of its popularity. You and I are very fortunate enough to remember the height of the popularity of the Wakefield and Winton 300s, and this is fast heading in that direction.
Well, of course, with Wakefield Park taking a temporary leave of absence from the Motor Racing Australia calendar, Sydney has taken the place. This race has absolutely found its core amongst the competitor groups. So, the freedom of the regulations, run what you brung, turn up, run whatever tyres you want, however you want to run the car. Whether your car does a minute 55 to 2 minutes around Sydney Motorsport Park or right down to a minute 38, some of those quickest cars in Division A. We've got 51 cars here. That's more than twice the number of cars that will take to the grid for the little 1,000-kilometre enduro that takes place a couple of hours west of here. So,
exactly.
Full credit to Terry Denovan and the crew at MRA for providing racing for races. There's no frills and frippery. You'll see that on the stream this weekend, folks. It's all about cars on track. There's a little bit of talking head stuff going on, but it's all about people. Like the Adrian Wilson BMW M4, a car I've raced against in New South Wales Production Sports Car Racing. Car that was built up from a
We might come back to Dave and Zach down in the pit lane very shortly, but a very good morning from in the commentary box and on Blendline TV right around the world on the YouTube channel and also the Motor Racing Australia Facebook page. It's Lockie Mansell up in the commentary box with you. This is the second part of the opening practice session for the Picture Partners Sydney 300. And like Zach said, this is the fourth instalment of the Sydney 300. It's become part of the collection of the 300-kilometre races that we run all over Australia. We've seen them in Queensland, we've seen them in New South Wales, both here and at Wakefield Park, and we've seen them down in Victoria at Phillip Island and Winton Motor Raceway as well. Last year's Sydney 300 was affected by some wet weather conditions, a damp track made for challenging strategic decisions that had to be made by all of the teams right throughout the race. We saw a mixture of slick tyres, wet tyres, R-Spec treaded tyres, and in the end, the cars that finished first and second in the race, the Mitsubishi Evo 9 of Dylan Thomas and Cody Przezinski and the Subaru WRX of Chris Sutton were both running on R-Spec treaded tyres, which proved to be the tyre of choice for those variable weather conditions. No such problems today, though, because the weather forecast is fine, and in fact, it's going to be quite a warm winter's day here at Sydney Motorsport Park, headed for a top of 24 degrees today, current ambient temperature 18.1 degrees, and I reckon the track temperature is going to be in the high 20s, if not the low 30s. Now, the practice sessions have been split into two parts, and that's because of the fact that we've got a big field of cars, 51 starters for the Sydney 300, and just to make sure that everybody has a bit of clear track to exploit the performance of their cars and get a bit of an idea of where the cars sit in the pecking order in terms of pace. And the field has been split, and the decision on the field split for practice sessions 1 and 2 has been made by Terry Denman, ostensibly based on the predicted speed of the cars. So in the first part of practice, we saw that it was the Chemu Cell and Ian Salteri VW Golf R that ended up on top of the timesheets. As things stand at the moment, we've completed 4.5 minutes of this second part of practice. This is for the ostensibly faster 50% of the field, and at the moment it is the 2021 Sydney 300 winner Todd Herring who sits on top of the timesheets with 1 minute 42.5. Lap times very, very important this weekend, because in qualifying not only will your lap time decide your grid position, it will also decide which division you're allocated into. That is critical, because the fastest divisions in the race have got extra pit stops to make. So the cars in Division A that do lap times in qualifying from a minute 38 to a minute 41.4, they will be in Division A. They will have to make 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops this evening. The cars in Division B, the cars that set lap times from a minute 42 to a minute 45.9, they will also have to do 2 pit stops, but the second of their compulsory pit stops will only be a 2.5 minute stop. The cars in the other 3 divisions C, D and E just have to make the single 5-minute compulsory pit stop. The reason it is a 5-minute compulsory pit stop is because a lot of these cars do not have dry brake refueling systems, so to ensure that refueling is conducted safely, it's making sure that the refueling process is not rushed. Now, this is a car that we've not seen on the 300 grid for a while. Parry Anastakis, the Peugeot 205 GTI, made its debut in the 300s way back in 2008 at the Wakefield 300. And since then, it's been an ongoing process of development for that car. On screen at the moment, the Pinnacle Automotive BMW 328i. That is the car of Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson, which won the Wakefield 300 last year and was on target to do very well at Winton as well until a radiator issue forced them out late in the race. But Parry Anastakis super pumped to be back on board the Peugeot 205 for the Sydney 300 this weekend. We've seen him sharing a newer but not as fast Peugeot 206 with Angus Lithgow in the last couple of 300s. In fact, at Winton last year, he ended up driving alongside Miles Jones in a Honda Civic, but did not get to drive in the race because the car retired with mechanical problems in the first half of the race before it was Parry's turn to get behind the wheel. Boys from Bathurst in the Subaru WRX, that is the number 143 entry. We saw that car competing in the Bathurst 6 Hour as well with the Inwood brothers on board, Grant and Harry Inwood. We've seen that another one of their relatives, Stuart Inwood, has had some quite good results in other categories in the past, including sports sedans as well. And that Subaru WRX, we saw one finish second outright in the hands of Chris Sutton last year. So that might be a car that sneaks up on us and potentially pulls off a surprise result if they can stay out of trouble, circulate consistency. I reckon that's probably one of the front-running cars in Division C, the A1 towing Bathurst Subaru WRX. That could be one that emerges at the top of the pecking order come at the end of the day. A few other bits of news just to cover off while we wait for Zach to make his way from pit lane up to the commentary box, was that we did have a couple of withdrawals. Originally we had 53 entries for the Sydney 300, but unfortunately a mechanical problem yesterday for one of the cars, and that was one of the BMW E30s. We do actually have a few BMW E36s in the field this weekend, so that was the David Vincent and Max Gagan at BMW E36, which had an engine failure. Unfortunately, their weekend is done, but Max is still here competing in the Series X3 New South Wales support races. Also, a couple of cars that were originally entered with two drivers but are now down to just a single driver. So Jonathan Hovey was originally going to be joined by Richard Baskus in the number 11 Pulsar. That car is now down to just Jonathan Hovey driving solo. Unfortunately, Richard Baskus was involved in a skiing accident and injured his leg, so he will no longer drive. Also, car number 22, the Mitsubishi Evo 09 of Jamie Miller and Jason Miller. Jason Miller will no longer be part of that driver lineup due to work commitments, so it will be Jamie Miller driving solo in what will be his first race meeting in 20 years. The last time that he raced was in the Bathurst 1000 way back in 2003, where he finished 15th outright alongside Ron Searle. On screen at the moment, though, one of the cars there that we're expecting to be in outright contention for the Sydney 300 in 2023, and that is the number 82 BMW M4 of Adrian Wilson. And this is a triple driver combination this weekend. We saw that Adrian Wilson was partnered by Lachlan Manif last year. And this year he's gone for another TCR star in the form of Josh Buchan, who currently sits second in the TCR Australia standings after a very strong start to his campaign in that series with the HMO Customer Racing Squad. But for this year, there will also be a third driver in the car with Lloyd Godfrey slotting in. Now, we've seen in the past that Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan have teamed up in a front-wheel drive Honda Integra, but that car's been sidelined for this weekend, and both Godfrey and Buchan have moved across, and they're now slotting in alongside Adrian Wilson behind the wheel of car number 82. Now, here's another one of our outright contending cars. This is the number 818 machine, one of the BYP Honda Integras, and it is going to be shared by a couple of drivers who we have seen competing against each other in the New South Wales Production Sports Car Championship, and in fact they've both raced Porsches for Wall Racing in New South Wales Production Sports. Drew Hall and Matthew McClellan. And in fact, Drew Hall's also been competing in the Porsche Paynter-Dixon Carrera Cup Australian Championship driving in the Pro-Am class. But this weekend, driving for BYP Racing alongside Matthew McClellan in the Honda Integra Type R. And on screen as well at the moment, in fact, coming into the pits, the property investment store BMW M4 of Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess. This car looked like it was on for the win in the Sydney 300 last year, only for a late penalty to drop them out of contention quite controversially. It was a penalty that was handed to Adam Burgess for being too close to the back of the safety car at one of the restarts. And so they're out to make amends this year. That car, technically not quite as fast as the Adrian Wilson, Josh Buck and Lloyd Godfrey BMW M4, because the Sewell Burgess car, it's more of a production spec car. It's running on treaded tyres. It doesn't have quite as much aero as the other BMW M4 in the field, but it's still very quick. And it will not run in the top division, you wouldn't think so. They'll be spending a bit less time in the pits compared to some of the other faster cars in the field. They've had a good preparation to this year's Sydney 300. In fact, they had a race win in a 1-hour production touring car race that was held here at Sydney Motorsport Park last weekend. And they also finished on the podium outright at the Bathurst 6-hour with Anton De Pasquale. Mitsubishi Evo is a popular vehicle of choice in the Sydney 300 this year. There's plenty of them. A number of Evo 10s, also a few older Evo 9s. And the Burgesses, Cherry and Lee in an Evo 8 as well. Zach Caban's made his way from pit lane up to the commentary box. Very good morning to you, Zach. Welcome to the microphone for your fourth Sydney 300.
And 15th in total, Lockie. Good morning. Yeah, and 15th in total, Lockie. Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. And we just saw the car of Nandy Kiss on screen there as well, Lockie. Great to see him in a Sydney 300 for the first time, and a regular in production car circles, but it's been a while since we've seen him in this long an enduro, and he's got 2 co-drivers at his disposal tonight, which will be great to see. There are 5 entries with 3 drivers at the helm. There are 7 drivers flying solo tonight, which leaves, what's the balance, 39 2-driver entries. So there's your 39 and 15, 94 and 7 makes 101, I think I'm right in saying. So it's a fairly good setup here at Sydney Motorsport Park as this event continues to grow year on year. There's a car that, if things fall their way with regards to strategy play and also, of course, the potential of safety cars, or the lack thereof probably for Division 2 and 3 cars, or B and C cars, will bring them back into the fight. Miles Jones and also his co-driver Jimmy Tran, who teamed up with Benny here this time last year. It's going to be great to see how those guys fare over the course of 77 laps. The only thing I always say with regards to the Honda Integras, particularly those towards the pointy end of the field, Lockie, the only thing that concerns me with them is, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, durability and reliability.
Yeah, well, in the Winton 300 last year, which was the last time that we saw this car run, we saw that Miles Jones was right up in the lead pack for the first segment of the race, and in fact even spent a few laps in the race lead, but unfortunately the car suffered a mechanical failure at around the 40 lap mark, and that put the car out of the race altogether. And his co-driver Jimmy Tran, who was driving in another Honda Civic alongside Tom Vucecevic, he was on target to win the thing. He had a lead of over 60 seconds with a couple of laps to go, when unfortunately the car developed an electrical problem which caused it to crawl to an agonisingly slow speed, literally within sight of the checkered flag. We've seen that a few times over the years in the 300s, haven't we, that we've had late and dramatic lead changes. And you spoke about the Kiss father and son combination in their Mitsubishi Evo 10, and unfortunately that car stopped on the side of the racetrack, the number 24 Mitsubishi Evo 10. The Marbo Smash Repairs Better Marquee entry with a mechanical problem. Like you said, Nandy Kiss, he's done racing in a variety of different categories, including production cars, V8 utes, even some time in the Dunlop Super 2 series, but this weekend teaming up with his son Matthew Kiss and also Shane Tate, who's on double duty in the Pulsar Series.
And that looks like it's coming down on the exit of turn 4 there as well, Lockie, on the grass patch there. It'd be interesting to see with only 4 minutes left in the session whether the officials want to leave it there or, of course, continue on with this session or red flag it. We'll wait and see. Just a quick nod to the support card here this afternoon as well. Because we've got the APRA Series back for round 3, we've got Series X3 New South Wales back for round 3 of their championship. So too, 2 combined grids, Lockie, the Mazda MX5s and the Clubmans, and also the Alfas and the BMW E36s. Didn't get a chance to mention that downstairs, wanted to, because at the end of the day, yes, this is the headline act and this is the showpiece, but we've got a tremendous support card as well. So if you're coming and going throughout the day, that's all good and well. But if you're planning to sit there throughout the course of the next 11 and a half hours, you won't be disappointed, ladies and gentlemen, because the support action will deliver some great entertainment for you as well. There's the BYP entry, 818. And that's, of course, got Matt McClellan behind the wheel, and with him is Drew Hall. Now, Drew, of course, has previously had success here with Jimmy Tram. So it's another one of the BYP Motorsport stable. Matty McClellan's an unknown entity in the 300s.
But he has had some experience, like I said before, driving for the Wall Racing Squad in New South Wales Production Sports. And let's not forget that Honda Integra, in the hands of Benny Tran and Ben Connell, that's the car that won the Winter 300 last year. So it's a car that, on paper, it's actually the car that has the most recent 300 race victory.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I caught up with Jimmy here trackside last night. They're fairly confident of their chances, as they should be, but they know that the outright cars that will run above them, that need to run like a scalded cat from go to O, will be a serious threat. And we know that safety cars, if and when they fall, where they fall, and there's a 100% probability of that here at the Picture Partner Sydney 300. We will wait and see where the story and the narrative takes us throughout the course of the night. But we would argue that the safety cars would potentially help the Division A cars back into the fight a little bit more in terms of a dominant outright position.
It depends where and when and how often they fall, because if you get too many of them early in the race and the Division A cars can't use them to take their compulsory pit stops, then it actually disadvantages the Division A cars, because they do need a bit of green running to be able to extend a buffer over their Division B and Division C opposition. But also, if they can get their extra pit stop time out of the way under the safety car, it does help them. Like you said, Zach, there is 100% probability of the safety car. We had 2 safety cars at the Sydney 300 in 2019, 2 again in 2021, and no less than 7 last year in those difficult conditions, which gives us an average of 3.7 safety car appearances per race.
Well, 3.67 if you want to be more precise about it.
3.66666666.
The repeater, yeah, exactly.
3 2/3, yes.
Only a minute and a quarter left in this session, and Todd Herring, no surprise, at the top end of the sum at the moment. What's interesting, Lockie, is, of course, and this is a big talking point throughout the course of the day, because we've been greeted with dry conditions. We've got a car backfiring seriously well on its way into pit lane at the moment, just going past the broadcast position. It was like a fireworks show.
I think that might have been the Jamie Miller number 22 Mitsubishi Evo. If you've just joined us here on Glenline TV, that's another car that's down to just a single driver. Originally it was going to be Jamie and his son Jason. Unfortunately, due to some work commitments, Jason Miller, who we've seen racing that car along with a Porsche in the Michelin Sprint Challenge Series, was not able to make it this weekend. So it's Jamie who lines up solo for his first race in 20 years, Zach.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a huge test for him in terms of the physicality and the mental strain of 300 kilometres around here, because you will get very dizzy throughout the course of the night. Okay, so that takes us into some uncharted territory, because I'm pretty sure we've never had 8 solo drivers in a 300 field. That will now make it 8. The other one, of course, last night, Jonathan Hovey flying solo because Richard Baskus got injured in a skiing incident just this week. We wish Richard a speedy recovery. We wish him well. We wish he was here. He can't be. And it's a role reversal for that car, because if you recall, Lockie, in the 2021 Picture Partner Sydney 300, Jason flew solo.
Indeed, he did.
So still a solo entry, just a different Miller. And actually, to be fair, I'm not too terribly disappointed about that, because it was always going to be difficult to decipher which Jay Miller was behind the wheel of the car, because that's all we get on our timing screen. BYP Racing's Benny Tran, another solo entry, uncharted territory for Benny, because he's never flown solo in a 300 either.
No, and he's gone fastest in this practice session as the checkered flag flies, a 1 minute 38.7. That's a very quick lap time. That's only 7/10 of a second away from the very fastest time that you're allowed to do in the Sydney 300. So Benny Tran showing a very good turn of speed early on. Todd Herring second fastest with a 1 minute 39.3. Then it's Adrian Wilson, who is in car number 82 alongside Josh Buchan and Lloyd Godfrey third. Back to Harrison Cooper in fourth, Miles Jones, Daniel Kapitanovic, Nandy Kiss, who we saw stopping on track with that mechanical problem earlier on. Alex Holzel in the BMW 1M in 8th position. He and his brother Dieter, they're a bit of a dark horse for this race. That car's going to be quick and reliable throughout the day. Jerry Burgess in 9th position, and Timmy Brook in car number 18 that he's sharing with Warren Millett's son, Christian Millett, this weekend, rounding out the top 10.
Now, okay, so a couple of talking points before you shoot through, and Lisa Titani joins us in the booth for race 1 of Series X3 New South Wales, which I'm seriously looking forward to, Lockie, after their qualifying session earlier. Point number 1 is when you look at the times there, Todd Herring second, 1:39.3235, 0.5 of a second the difference at the moment. I expect that to thin before the end of qualifying this afternoon. It's interesting that now that we've been greeted with dry weather conditions as opposed to last year, we now actually get to see how these time brackets work. We never got a chance to see that last year because we are running exactly the same time brackets as we were 12 months ago, because year on year they'd been tweaked. 1 minute 41 was the threshold for Division 1 or Division A in 2019. Then it was trimmed to 1 minute 39, then 1 minute 38. So now we get a chance to see in dry weather conditions how those time brackets work and whether they need to be tweaked or tuned or altered for next year. Point number 2 is, you mentioned the Holzel entry, late substitution that was, because originally Paul Loiacono was going to run his Mitsubishi Evo in number 14. He withdrew, and then I got an email from the Holzel boys saying, we're replacing Paul. We're on the grid. So great to see them on the grid as well. Final thoughts from you on all of that before Lisa comes in for the XLs?
Yeah, well, I mean, at this early stage of the day, it's all about just betting in components. I mean, I think the Anthony Sewell number 4 car, him and Adam Burgess, they didn't really punch out a representative lap time, 2 minute 4, so I think they were probably just trundling around, betting in brakes. Keep in mind that car ran here a week ago in the 1 hour New South Wales production touring car race, which they won.
Exactly.
They've done a complete refresh on that car since then to make sure it's all ready to go for tonight.
All right, mate. More from you when we get to practice 2 a little bit later on, and we'll have the full complement of practice 2 for you, ladies and gentlemen. So looking forward to that. Thank you, Lachlan Mansell. Very nicely done. There's the practice results on screen there for you, ladies and gentlemen. Sydney 300 Practice 1 Group 2. Of course, keep an eye on that stuff throughout the day, because they will have combined result sheets of Practice 1 Group 1 and 2, or Group A and B, whatever you want to call it. Jason Miller and Jamie Miller's entry now with just Jamie at the wheel in 11th. Drew Hall, Matty McClellan there in 12th place. So very nice start to Picture Partners Sydney 300 day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But now we get to talk about the standout on the support card as far as any of us are concerned. 42 Hyundai XLs are out to rip and tear, ladies and gentlemen, here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And joining me to have a chat about all of that and bring you the 3-race program is a racer in her own right. Let's not forget about that. Circuit XL South Australia Club Secretary, more to the point, Lisa Titani. Good morning to you. Let's start with the big news. There has been a rear of grid penalty issued after qualifying, and we also got to the bottom of why Max Gagan wasn't out there.
Good morning to you, Zach, as well, and a bit of an amateur racer myself. But yeah, we got through the session mostly unscathed. We had a red flag at about the 15-minute mark, and we found out, we're not sure who that was caused by. We haven't been able to get to the bottom of that.
No.
But Max Gagan, he went out on his reconnaissance lap, and one of the bonnet pins failed. So they're currently trying to replace the windscreen. Big thanks to Shannon Williams, who's the president of the X3 Series Club. He has gone and got one of his spare windscreens and donated that to Max. So that's a great generosity within the club.
That just highlights and illustrates yet again, and you know this from vast experience with Circuit XL South Australia, and you've also done some events up in Queensland as well. It's a family sport. The rivalries are left on the circuit. Everyone's happy to lend a helping hand off the track.
Absolutely, and that's
great camaraderie.
For sure, and that's what makes great club motorsport, and they've definitely shown that here. And we also have Billy Britton, who was the winner of the Shannon's Trophy Series here recently.
Yep, the non-championship round.
He will be starting rear of grid. He was underweight, and for those who aren't regular to the series, driver and car need to be a minimum of 1,000 kilos.
So the heavier the driver, the lighter the car. Is that how? No. I shouldn't say things like that. It's too early in the day. The sirens just sounded down in pit lane, so we won't be too far off getting these cars on circuit. Now, just for anyone that might be a newbie to Motor Racing Australia events, we should let you know that these races are going to be, well, actually, it said 15 minutes on screen there a moment ago, but it's now saying 20 on my timing monitor here, and it's saying 15 on the run sheet, so I'm not sure. We'll work it out as we go along, but it is the time. There it is on your screen there, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, thank you to our team in the bunker. Hyundai XL's 15 minutes, then Nissan Pulsars out for 15, then the MX5s and Clubmans. Then I'm going to step out, and the Alfa Romeos and BMW E36s, Lockie Mansell and Dave Stillwell will guide you through them. Sydney 300 practice 2 will follow, but in between time, stay with us because we're going to go for a wander down pit lane and catch up with some people down there and introduce you to some of the faces, some of the personalities, some of the stars of the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Now, I can hear cars on the racetrack, so let's rip through this because the XLs are out there getting ready to rock and roll. So how it works here is the clock has started. They are moving their way around now on their formation lap. They will go the short circuit, the Druitt configuration for this formation lap. They will then line up on the grid. The clock has already started. It is 15 minutes from green flag being waved at pit exit to checkered flag. Our clock is showing 20, so we're going to run with that. And if it gets called short, then hopefully we'll at least be informed before the checkered flag is shown so that we can educate you at home, not be left second guessing. Lise, let's have a look at this grid because it is absolutely enormous.
Okay, yeah. So we got James Lodge, from Victoria on pole position. So good on him. He's starting ahead of Jack Wood from Queensland. And in third place, Lewis Fahaja, who might take the championship lead this weekend. In fourth, we got Dylan DeBono.
From row 3, I should say, it's Tyler Collins and George Wooden, all Queensland pairing, and then James Stabble and Tony Gardner.
And in seventh spot, we got James Stibble and the 161. Oh, we're moving to the row 5, and Cameron Brown in P9 with Preston Bruce, who's also doing well in the championship, 54. Gavin Faulkner from Queensland, his son was supposed to be racing as well, but they've got issues with the car. And in 12th place, Hayden Old.
Next row, of course, we'll see Jonathan Crossing line up alongside one of the girl races. Lisa can relate to that. Monique Scaveris. Next row beyond that is John Markwick and Connor Cooper, of course. That takes you back through row 8.
And row 9, Monique's dad, Brian, lining up in 17th. President of the Series X3, Shannon Williams. In 19th, Joel Strode. And in 20th, Caleb Heffron. And
that's, of course, everyone's been elevated because Billy Britton's been relegated to the rear of the field. Blake Patterson, Thomas McLeod from 11, Luke Croft and Jeff Neve from 12.
And 25th, Scott Ford and Shane Mahoney in 26th. 27th spot, Shane Jones sharing the grid with Todd Ford.
So, Tamara Wheeler and Tom Dalziel from the 15th row of the grid, David Brown and Andrew Smith from 16. And still they come, Liz.
They do. 17th row, Eric Massatritz in car 25. So apologies for any mispronunciation.
Exactly.
And car 11, Gary Hodges in 34th, sharing alongside with Andrew Grimmer and Adam Roberts.
And then we'll finish off the grid here. Dion Scott, Matthew Bink, Dean Chapman, Daniel O'Dempsey. That's row 20. And row 21 is Philip Schmar and Billy Britton. So 2 things are going to be interesting here. Billy's charged through in this race and Max is charged through in the next race. Cars lining up, rolling into position, standing start. The Queenslanders have come to town. They are absolutely dominating Series X3 New South Wales in 2023, of course. we saw 680 Racing, Alice Buckley, George Wood, Jack Wood, clean sweep the round at Winton Motor Raceway recently. That was at the end of April. We saw Ryan Casher take 2 from 3 here, only to lose one to Timmy Colin in the opening round back in March. A little bit of confusion as to who's going into which grid position here. That'll be interesting as they line up. There's that many of them. It's absolutely fantastic. We're ready to rock and roll here, ladies and gentlemen. It is race 1 of round 3 of Series X3 New South Wales. And of course, there's the confusion that we're talking about on the left-hand side. Of course, this is the second of 4 visits to Sydney Motorsport Park this season. Next month, they're on the Druitt circuit. Then back here, October 15, on the Gardner GP layout. So no rounds on the Brabham configuration this year, which is where last year's championship ended. Green flag at the back. Let's get ready to rock and roll. Race 1 of the day. The support program for the picture partner, Sydney 300, starts now. Green and away. Terrific start off the front. James Lodge and Jack Wood is going to get the jump around the outside and go to the lead at turn 1, but Lodge is going to force the issue on the inside. Side by side they go, and Lodge has got his nose in front. Look at Lewis Mahaja charging through as well. Geez, he was mighty impressive here last year, Lewis Mahaja. Down the inside, he wants 2 for the price of 1 going into turn 2. There's a lockup from Lodge as well. Contact with Jack Wood, and Lewis Mahaja says, "Thank you very much, gentlemen. 2 for the price of 1. The New South Welshman's in front." And everybody else is through cleanly. Oh boy. Bahaja, De Bono, his teammate. Lodge, 3 wide. George and Jack Wood with Tyler Collins, the Queenslanders. And Collins gets past George Wood. And now Collins wants a piece of Jack Wood as well down the inside to turn 5 and gets him as well. Tyler Collins on a charge, won the last round of Series X3 Queensland. Here comes James Lodge, looking to go back in the right direction, down on the inside of Dylan De Bono. Brown's in there as well, so too Stubble. And Preston Brewster, good start as well. And the good news, Lise, is even though the elbows were out and there were a couple of lockups, everyone's still running.
That was a very clean opening few
Hectic.
corners. Let's not talk too soon. It'll be interesting to work out later on who's running on the Federals and the Dunlop tyres.
Yes, that's a big talking point. So if you were tuning in earlier on the Motor Racing Australia Facebook page, Will Longmore, 3-time Series X3 New South Wales champion, and Lisa and I were dissecting the big news in XL racing circles at the moment. The long-term partnership with Federal has come to an end because Federal are going out of the game, essentially. So we're in a transitional phase, working out what control tyre we're going to run in Series X3 going forward. At the moment, they've got a choice here. Coming down into pit lane, is there someone? No, it was just a case of the banner there on the main straight got the better of me. It was Lewis Bahaja and Dylan De Bono trying to break the draft. Jack Wood down on the inside of De Bono and got the job done to turn 1. So Bahaja leads the field. Whoa, Jimmy Lodge very wide through turn 1, just gathered it up. De Bono on the defensive, Wood down the inside, locking it up as well. The elbows are out early. Can somebody tell these blokes that they've got another 8 minutes? Forceful but clean, and that's what we like to see. That it is a 3-race program. You don't want the car going home broken after race 1.
No, you don't. So you want to keep it clean, and it all comes down to the final race. Oh, we're seeing here Jack trying to make a move on Tyler Collins.
And Collins around the outside of Lodge through 4 to get him on the inside at 5 and go back to P3. Lodge losing ground at the moment. So New South Wales 1, Queensland 2 and 3, Victoria 4, New South Wales 5 and Queensland 6 at the moment. And still side by side they go, Collins and also Lodge, and Lodge kicking up the dirt on the exit of 6 there as well. You caught it at the corner of shot. And it's going to be interesting, as you say, the Dunlop Federal battle. We know that Lewis Bahaja is on Dunlops. We know that a few out there are on Federals. We know that a few are waiting until their Federals are completely cut before they go and grab a fresh set of Dunlops. But then again, we don't know whether Dunlop's going to be the control tyre next year or whether another contender's going to come along and say, look, we'll put our hand up. And why wouldn't you want to get in on this? Because this is the best racing in Australia, bar none.
This absolutely is the best racing and one of the easiest forms of motorsport to get involved with. You're always racing someone regardless of where you are in the field, at the front or the back.
And the popularity of it right around the country, and you know this, Lise, because your grid split up into two. I'll come back to that in a moment. Bahaja defending to the inside. So I thought he was going into pit lane there last time round. I thought he might have attracted a pit lane penalty or something, or drive-through, but he hadn't. He was just trying to break the toe and break the draft and the slipstream of the likes of Jack Wood. And James Lodge has had a big one at one. He's gone around a big tank sniper, and so too Gavin Faulkner, the leader of the Masters class.
Both of them very lucky to get through there unscathed.
There could be some oil on the circuit, Lise. I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate, but everybody, taking a little bit of caution here at this point. Two big spins, but two decent saves as well in the opening stages here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Gavin was very lucky there to gather it up facing the right way, and doesn't look like he's lost too many positions. We'll confirm that for you.
Oh boy. We'll get some updates on our timings run in a moment. Meanwhile, the battle up front continues to rage, and it's Jack Wood on the inside of Louis Bahaja, and here comes Tyler Collins as well. The two Queenslanders are going to be 1 and 2 going over Corporate Hill. But no, Bahaja holds sway on the outside to put him on the inside for turn 8, and Collins tucks back in behind. Still an impressive run from Collins. His first race meeting at Sydney Motorsport Park. The team there would have to be mightily impressed being on the podium in the first race at the moment.
Absolutely, you'll be able to tell us because he's from Queensland, and from looking and following the results there, he's been doing very well in that series.
Won the last round at Morgan Park, had been on the podium in other races as well throughout the course of the campaign. But yes, Morgan Park was his best showing. Broke through for the round win up there and comes to Sydney full of confidence, using all the track and a little bit more to try and get the better of Louis Bahaja down the main straight. And yes, he's got him. Bahaja wasn't able to get across and cover that off that time around. Down they come to turn 1. Collins will go to second, and they're sliding through turn 1. They're on the absolute limiter there at the moment. Quick update further back down we go. Tony Gardner there at the moment, and just ahead of him is, of course, Hayden Olden, the 31. Crossing in behind, and Skaviris is 11th. So Monique's moved forward just outside the top 10 at the moment. So Wood, Collins, Bahaja, Wood, De Bono, the top 5. And we've got this, and I'd say, looking at the clock, 2 to go.
A lot of lockups coming down here into turn 2. Everyone's trying to throw it into the inside, trying to gain this position.
Hard to believe we've only had 3 laps of racing. There's been a lot happen in just under 12 kilometres. But that's XL racing for you. And the great thing about this category, and with no disrespect to APRA, they're coming up next, the Pulsars, we love their racing as well. They've really only got off the ground in New South Wales and Victoria, whereas the XLs is a grassroots entry-level category. It's popular and booming right around the country. And you would know, Lise, in South Australia, you've gone to, at Mallala at least, not so much the Ben, you've gone to a split grid setup for the outright class and also the Masters.
Yeah, it's come as a result of 2 things, really. It's a lot of the older drivers, the Masters as such, don't necessarily want to be racing with the younger ones, and we've simply reached grid capacity at a lot of the smaller circuits, and I'm sure drivers and competitors in Morgan Park and even Collie in WA can relate. You reach grid density, and then everyone's decided to split the grids in 2, and you have a Masters, which is your older generation of drivers, and your younger ones in your state series, and it seems to be working really well.
Side-by-side action, it's right throughout the field at the moment. It's not just the top end of town. So we pick up this battle here coming around on the main straight. Tony Gardner running, Connor Cooper, I should say. He's there in the 191, so I got 191 and 161 mixed up for a second there. But he's got John Markwick behind him and James Lodge on the comeback trail as well, sitting down there in position number 16. Then Brian Skaviris and Shannon Williams. Just an update on Billy Britton and how far through the field he's managed to climb up to 26th position. So very nicely done from Billy on the comeback trail. They'll be sure to watch the weight next time around.
Absolutely. Our pole sitter Lodge is currently in 14th, so he's trying to make his way back through the field after that spin at 1.
Yeah, and Gavin Faulkner has got back to 12th, so if anything, Jimmy's lost out a lot more. Oh no, there's more trouble. Shannon Williams has got around at 2, and Gavin Faulkner again for the 2nd time in this race. No, my apologies, 66. It's Joel Strode.
He's lost his front bumper there. It's on the inside. He's got going.
There it is. Well picked up by our camera team around the grounds here at Sydney Motorsport Park today. 1 minute 38 left on the clock. I have no communication at the moment. I haven't put the walkie-talkie on just yet. I have no communication with race control. Not sure if this is the last lap or the penultimate lap. We'll find out when they come back to the line. Clock would suggest they'll get back to the line and get another one in, but they may flag it. I'm not sure. We'll wait and see on that, folks. Here's Shannon Williams, the president of the club, one of the key contenders in the Masters division, and he's, of course,
currently leading the Masters Championship.
Absolutely, and currently sitting down there a little bit further down than he'd like in 23rd place. He's got Scott Ford for company and Jeff Neve just ahead of him as well. So Neve's the fluorescent signage car just ahead of him, and Ford's the one behind him. Neve, of course, a master. Ford, of course, another committee member. So you've got mates everywhere out there in Series X3.
Sometimes a hard thing to balance when you're, as we see, the checkered flag has been brought out.
And in the end, can I just say, Jack Wood finished with the fastest lap of the race and got the job done. Held off Tyler Collins by 0.1522 of a second. Apologies, folks, we did miss that one, but they came across the line side by side, the two Queenslanders. They've locked out the podium with George Wood coming home third. So State of Origin might have been won by New South Wales the other night, but it's first blood to Queensland today, and not for the first time this season either. George and Jack, of course, dominated down at Winton earlier in the year with Alice Buckley, their other teammate as well. Jack, of course, that's his third race win of the season in Series X3 New South Wales. Tyler Collins second, George Wood third, Louis Bahaja fourth. So if I've done my homework right, that's deficit to Ryan Casher. He won't have overturned that just yet. It was 94 points coming into the round, so he's still got a little bit of work to do to become. He's the effective championship leader at the moment. He's not the outright championship leader at the moment. That might be next race. Fantastic! How good was that? So, Jack Wood home, Tyler Collins, George Wood, Louis Bahaja, Dylan DeBono, Cameron Brown, Preston Bruce got up to 7th. Great run in the end. Maybe assisted by a couple of spins there for Gavin Faulkner and also, of course, for Jimmy Lodge, Hayden All, Tony Gardner, and, of course, Jonathan Crossing made up the top 10 behind them. Gavin Faulkner got by Monique Skabiris on the last lap. Then James Stabble, Connor Cooper, and John Markwick made up the top 15. Lodge got back to 16th in the end, so I think he actually ended up losing more positions than Heffron, Croft, McLeod and Patterson made up the top 20. Series X3 don't go around without their valued supporters and sponsors, Lise, so let's give them a plug while you're still here and get some final thoughts from you as well.
Absolutely. Series X3 proudly sponsored by McDonald's, Track School, Rangedale Drainage Services, H Division Motorsport, ACT Autoworks, Dent Perfection and Nova Employment. Great sponsors of the category. I think that was a very entertaining race, mostly clean, yes. Flag to flag, and I think we're set for a great battle between the Queenslanders, who always seem to be the fastest around the country.
Yeah, they really set the standard, don't they, for which everyone else either follows or tries to match. But they don't have a terrible amount of luck surpassing them at the moment. The Queenslanders are here, they mean business, and there's a real state of origin feel to Series X3 New South Wales because of the presence of those from the Sunshine State, the north of the Tweed, here in 2023. How'd you enjoy that, your first go at being in play-by-play commentary position?
Definitely gets the heart rate up for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But it's great to be here, and we'll definitely improve as the day goes on. You're
going to go and check in with Series X3 New South Wales, come back with some talking points for race 2. Lockie Mansell's going to take over from you at this point in time. Thank you, Liz. And we're going to bring you some Nissan Pulsar action here at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, as we count down to a little bit later on today, the 4th running of the Picture Partners Sydney 300. It's great to have you along for the ride on the platforms of Blendline TV. Zach Caban and Lachlan Mansell will call the race for you tonight. Dave Stillwell on pit lane, Lisa Tatani. Check out her great work on the Motor Racing Australia socials, ladies and gentlemen, because she'll be keeping you up to date there with everything that we're not able to pick up here from Central Commentary. Lockie, I'm sure you're able to educate us on something. What have you found out in the last 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, well, I went for a run.
How good was the XL race, just quietly? Did you hear that?
I heard it. Admittedly, I didn't get to see much of it because I was busy chasing up some news from the Sydney 300 paddock and a few news stories that have come out of the first round of practice sessions that we've had. So the Troy Derwent and Oscar Butt VW Polo, some suspension damage due to contact with the Raceway track time Mazda MX5 on, would you believe, the outlap of the first practice session. Now, we've already talked about car-to-car contact and the fact that it's not something that you want for a long-distance endurance race. So Troy Derwent was decidedly unimpressed to have been having contact so early in the 300 event.
I don't want to start you on your run of cliches so early in the day, but I reckon he'd be having a sense of humour fairly right about now, young Troy.
He definitely was when I spoke to him before. So the good news
Probably
is
good
that
thing you didn't take a microphone there, yeah.
The damage is repairable, so the team are expecting that they'll get the car back out. We saw the Natty, Matthew Kiss and Shane Tate Mitsubishi Evo 10 stopping on the side of the racetrack, and it had to get towed back to the pits by our very hard-working team of volunteer officials here at Sydney Motorsport Park. That was because there was a clutch failure in that car. They're still trying to diagnose the exact nature of the problem, and they were not able to give me an answer on whether or not they'll be able to get that fixed. So hopefully they can, and hopefully that does not become another withdrawal from our Sydney 300 field before we get to the start of the race. We also saw, as I observed, some quite slow lap times for the Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess BMW. And that's because they were betting in some components as we head down to Dave Stilwell for the first of our Race Fuels pit lane updates.
Thank you, Lockie. I'm just down here in the pit lane at Sydney Motorsport Park. Huge, long, wide working pit lane we've got down here. You heard Zach and Lisa mention that one of the XLs had to donate its windscreen, and we've found that car down here in pit lane, the Gagan XL, not currently wearing its windscreen on the front. But I thought this is a good opportunity to touch base on one of the things that we're going to see play out in the Sydney 300, which is the choice of tyres. Down here we've got one of the Federal RSR tyres that Zach and Lisa were advising is going out of production. So this is a fully treaded tyre. This one's been buffed down nicely, ready to go in case there's any inclement weather. But what we'll see up and down the pit lane as we go for a bit more of a wander later on today is we'll see some cars are running a semi-slick, so less of a tread pattern on the tyre, but we'll see cars with full slicks, full grip in the dry. Not so great if we get a shower.
Well,
good
the probability of rain
it's pretty low
zero.
Today. Yeah,
So
not like last year.
There's no rain dancers being acknowledged and accepted and rewarded today, let's be perfectly honest. Pulsars on the grid, Lockie, round 3 of their championship. Their first hit out since Easter. Mount Panorama, let's have a look at the grid and also the championship points.
So we've got Josh Craig starting on pole position for this one ahead of Dan Smith. And those two drivers separated by 0.4 of a second in the qualifying session earlier on. Scott Tidyman and Greg Dufficy out of positions 3 and 4. Back then to Matt Butters, who's travelled up from Victoria this weekend to be part of the race meeting. Thomas Petrovich, Michael Ricketts, Shane Tate, Kane Alderson and Kieran Pilkington. Good to see Kieran back on the grid. The former HQ Holden and Commodore Cup racer has found a new home in the Pulsar Series. Rod Tippett, Lucas Lichtenberger, Jerome Perozzi, back to Andre Cortes, Dennis Barbaro, Chris Butterfield, Tim Maynard, Kane Fraser, Matt Early and Corey Fraser, the top 20. Then it's Brianna Woodland, one of a couple of female drivers in the field, recently becoming engaged.
Yes.
She recently became engaged to her partner, Nicholas Lichtenberger.
And not the only woman in the paddock either to be getting engaged recently. Green flag in the back, Lockie. Let's get to work. Race 1 of round 3 of APRA New South Wales, live from Sydney Motorsport Park on Picture Partners 300 Day. Glad to have you with us for the ride. Hope you can stay with us till 10 o'clock tonight. Let's go! Great start, Josh Craig and Dan Smith on the outside. Who gets the jump? It's Smith. Smith off the outside line with a smidge of an advantage, but not the corner. Josh Craig holds sway and leads them through.
Further back there, 3 wide heading through turn number 1 now. Michael Ricketts needs to be a bit careful here because that's the car that he's going to be racing in the Sydney 300 a bit later on, as well as we see a big brake lock up from Shane Tate heading down into turn number 2. Another one of our drivers on double duty this weekend, also sharing that Mitsubishi Evo 10 with the Kiss father and son combination. They're still sorting themselves out further back in the pack, 3 wide around turn number 3, but it is Josh Craig, the reigning series champion, who leads the way ahead of Dan Smith and Scott Tidyman. Back to Greg Dufficy. Good to see, like I said, that Matt Butters has made the trip up from Victoria to be a part of the race meeting this weekend. And an attack on as they head up towards turn number 6 with Dan Smith looking down on the inside of Josh Craig. A bit further back, Tim Maynard looking to go for a move on Dennis Barbaro as well. And Kane Fraser, the number 19 car, just getting pinched up on the curb there at turn number 6, which has cost him some momentum heading up into Corporate Hill, and he will drop a couple of positions as a result of that. It's the MRF Tyres Pulsar Series. They run series in both New South Wales and Victoria. We've seen this series run up at Mount Panorama Bathurst as well as one of the support categories for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And it has grown and evolved over the last decade into one of the most popular categories in New South Wales because of the abundance of these cars and their relative affordability as a race car.
Onto the main straight, 1 lap done. Similar story to Series X3 New South Wales. 15 minutes the journey from pit out to checkered flag. And Josh Craig holds sway at the moment. Dan Smith, then Scott Tiedemann, then Greg Darvasey, and then Butters making up the top 5, and Shane Tate is 6th.
And a 5-second penalty for Dennis Barbaro. I can only imagine that that's for jumping the start. Oh, big move down the inside.
There's been a few lock-ups here already this morning. Contact, and off goes the 555
of Barbaro. So he's already got a penalty coming his way, and he's just lost some spots as well.
And more carnage behind that as well, Lockie. The 28's gone round, and that's, of course, Cortez. So I'm not sure, is there some liquid down, or are they just trying too hard too early? Because that has been a trouble point all day long so far.
I think it's just turn number 2 here at Sydney Motorsport Park, Zach. It's obviously you go around turn number 1, which is quite high speed, and then it's a big braking zone into turn number 2. It's one of the key overtaking opportunities around this 3.9 kilometre Sydney Motorsport Park circuit. So everybody goes for moves there. One of the other big overtaking opportunities is here at turn number 6, and we see the one, I think that might have been the green entry Spicer 789 car a little bit further back in the back as we see Kane Fraser up the inside, making the move through on Tippett.
Another very nicely coloured car, that one as well, Lachlan Mansell. I thought I might just point that one out, and Fraser goes through very nicely. So, at the moment, we started with 26. I'm pleased to report we've still got 26. And they come onto the main straight. 7.5 minutes gone, 7.5 to go here at Sydney Motorsport Park, race 1. Whoa, a little bit hairy on the exit there. Race 1 of round 3 of APRA New South Wales, and the battle is on at the front. Craig and Smith swapping position once more. Smith takes the lead back. And off the road, and a big one, a huge rallycross type ride for the 72 there of Petrovic. My goodness gracious me. Or was it the 23 Butters? 23 Butters, my apologies. The Victorian who's in town for this trip, for this round. Oh, what a moment that was. He did well to gather it up, got back on the track, but he lost some ground. Back we go. And Smith and Craig, 1 and 2, and Scott Tiedemann along for the ride now as well.
It's really tightened up here in the top 3. Great move for Dan Smith to get up the inside of Josh Craig, but you know that Craig will respond, and he's got a really good run coming up the hill out of turn number 5, down the inside into turn number 6. They give each other just enough racing room on the exit, give the spot back to Josh Craig, but Smith wants to make a fight out of this. He's going to try and hang tough around the outside as they head around Corporate Hill. Not able to go the long way round through there though, and it is Josh Craig back to the front.
Almost a little bit of drift work through Corporate Hill from Josh Craig. Mate, want to be careful this pair because Tiedemann's there. All over him like a cheap suit at the moment, just waiting for them to cough or splutter so he can pounce. Making their way through 9 and 10 and back around to 11. APRA delivering the goods first up on a Saturday morning here in Western Sydney. Onto the main straight. Great to have you along for the ride if you're tuning in on the platforms of Blendline TV. The MRF Tyres APRA Challenge from Sydney Motorsport Park. And look at this. Josh Craig holds sway. Smith is right there. They blast past our broadcast position, and now moving to the inside is Smith. And down the inside they go, side by side. Commitment plus 100% throttle from the pair between turn 1 and on the run up towards turn 2. Have a look at this down the inside. The 3-1-3 wants a piece of it on the outside. That's Smith. Craig forces him, muscles him out wide. Tidyman's there as well. Tidyman would be well versed to just mind his P's and Q's at the moment and just let these two have at it. He might end up being lucky.
He's definitely ideally positioned, but right now Tidyman actually seems to have a bit of a speed advantage on the top two. No, he's had a bit of a problem coming down the hill and lost some ground. He'd actually just set the fastest lap of the race last time around, but Tidyman's car just lost speed there heading down the hill towards turn number 4. Managed to gather it up and he's back on the pace now, but I reckon it was just a little bit of a mistake and possibly a bit of a momentum loss there coming around turn number 3. Having a look at the points for the New South Wales series at the moment, Dan Smith is your points leader, 860 points to his credit at the moment. Chris Manning, who's not here this weekend, on 729, and Shane Tate in position 3 at the moment on 694 points.
More side-by-side action further back. Butters trying to recover from the mistake of earlier at turn 1. And there's no margin for error at turn 1, is there? If you're a smidgen late on turning in, a smidgen too hard on the gas, you come unstuck and there's dirt and grass and gravel awaiting you on the outside. Thankfully for Butters, he was able to clean it up. Onto the main straight we go, down the main straight. 3:56 left on the clock. Still the battle rages at the front of the field. Tidyman the fastest lap of the race thus far. 1 minute 51.0606. And Smith is there in second spot. The margin out to 0.9 of a second now. So things have somewhat settled down at the top end of town. Side by side further back as they come through turn 1. It's the 68s, of course. And that's Pilkington and Petrovic going toe-to-toe here. Only a couple of tenths of a second separating them. Petrovic throws it down the inside to turn 2. Can't get it done. And 3 wide further back as well. Oh, there's something happening everywhere in APRA, much like there was Series X3 New South Wales. Fraser dives down on the inside, grabs a couple of positions. And still they want to go and force the issue. 3 wide, 2 wide, 3 wide, 2 by 2. There's a little bit of NASCAR Talladega action going on here as they go through turn 3, over the crest down into turn 4.
And this is a battle for position outside the top 10. Yeah. So it just goes to show that wherever you are in the field in this Pulsar series, you're always going to have somebody to have a good race against. Dennis Barbaro, he's been in the thick of the action in this race, and right now he's having to defend from Corey Fraser, who was on his tail. Chris Butterfield in the number 96 car at the head of this queue. Then it's Kane Fraser, back to Dennis Barbaro. Kane Fraser's brother Corey Fraser. So at the moment, Barbaro, the meat in the Fraser sandwich.
Wouldn't be surprised if it's white flag next time by Lockie. Last lap board, I should say. I'm so used to iRacing now and the white flag being the last lap board. 2 minutes 12 left on the clock at the front. And we've got Craig Smith and Tidyman going along nicely. Duffy holding sway in fourth fairly comfortably. He should be able to bring it home from there. Tate in behind him. And then we go back to Ricketts, Butters, Pilkington, Rosie, Petrovic, Butterfield and Fraser. And Fraser's, of course, the third car in shot in this battle we're keeping an eye on at the moment. Barbaro, Fraser, Maynard, Early and Tippett take us back to 17th, and Brianna Woodland is 18th at the moment. Down the main straight, side by side, 2 by 2 to turn 1 once more.
Barbaro got a good exit from the final corner, and he's been able to get up the inside of Fraser. So it's now the two Frasers running line astern through turn number 1. Such a fast, committed corner, turn number 1. It has big consequences if you get it wrong. Just having a look at the Dennis Barbaro car as he cops a bit of a tap from Fraser on the exit of turn 2. There's an exhaust pipe hanging down from that car as well, and that, I think, is probably the result of some of the contacts that he had a bit earlier on in the race. We're inside the final 60 seconds. Josh Craig, the last couple of laps, he's been able to put his head down, and he's now opened up a 3-second buffer over Dan Smith and Scott Tidyman, who are continuing their contest for second position.
So they're making their way around for the final time, I would imagine, ladies and gentlemen. 14 1/4 minutes gone on the clock. Craig, Smith and Tidyman in the top 3, but who could take their eyes off this battle? We'll have to in a moment to acknowledge the winner coming across the line, the defending champion. There he is, the number 1 on the card for a reason. chalking up another win in 2023, or maybe not. No, he's able to gather it back up. A little bit of drift and showmanship work going on under the main straight. Down the main straight, checkered flag in the air. Josh Craig gets the job done in race 1 of the MRA Tyres New South Wales Pulsar Series here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Side-by-side photo for second. Smith gets it. Smith gets it by a nose from Tidyman.
No, he doesn't.
No, Tidyman gets in. My goodness. Oh, actually, no, there's a timing error with Daniel Smith.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a timing error with Smith. That'll be rectified. You had me worried there for a moment that I needed to go to Specsavers again. Come on. Down the main straight. Have a look at that. 2 wide as they cross the line. Let's go through this order.
It was still Tidyman, though. It was still Tidyman ahead of Smith by 0.2 of a second at the line.
I wasn't sure about that. I'm not sure about that. It didn't look like it to me.
Bit hard to tell from that front-on camera shot, though,
absolutely.
Isn't it? So we'll trust the timing results as far as that one goes.
Duffy, Tate, Ricketts, Butters, Perosi, Pilkington, Petrovic and Barbaro in behind them. Butterfield was 12th, then the 2 Frasers and Maynard made up the top 15. So whatever the XLs can do, the Pulsars can do just as well, it would seem, Lockie. Plenty of action there too.
It's definitely a category that's renowned for its entertainment here in New South Wales, that's for sure. As we take a look at your final race results, Josh Craig, your winner, by 2.9 seconds ahead of Scott Tidyman. Back then to Dan Smith, Greg Duffy in position number 4, Shane Tate, Michael Ricketts, Matt Butters, Jerome Perosi, Kieran Pilkington and Thomas Petrovic rounding out your top 10. And the Pulsars will be back for a couple more races today as we count down to the pitch partners Sydney 300 here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Not going to lie, Dan Smith will be filthy with that because he let that get away from him. Firstly, he lost out in the battle with Craig. Something had to give there. Those two were going hell for leather from the outset. But then to lose third in the drag to the line. It's not the first time it's happened. It won't be the last. But he'll be filthy because it's costly championship points in the fight with Josh Craig at the moment. Down the order, Barbaro Lichtenberger was 18th, then Woodland and Molesworth take us back outside the top 20. It was Solly, Green, Spicer and Seller, with Alderton and Courts the retirements there. Fastest lap of the race, Tidyman came home on the second last lap, 1:51.05.61. Let's go downstairs and say good morning to Dave Stillwell.
Well, good morning, Zach. I'm down here in pit lane with a despondent Kane Alderton from the number 78 Nissan Pulsar. Tell us, you pitted with 1 lap to go. What happened there in that last one?
Just received the checker flat or the meatball, so I had to come in and serve my penalty. Front bars hanging off, so someone just turn 2, bit ambitious. We'll fix that. We'll go again for race 2.
Well, that's the good thing about Pulsars. It's a really welcoming environment. There's plenty of spare parts going around, and you can exchange those parts across the different cars. Nothing a bit of race tape, WD-40, and some cable ties can't fix?
That's it. Just cable ties, duct tape, we'll go again.
That's fantastic news. Great racing across all the support categories we've got here for MRA Round 2 of the New South Wales Championship. But we'll look forward to catching up with the next category, the MX5s and Clubmans. We'll have a little bit of a special feature coming for you for the start of that race. An camera angle you might not have seen before on Blendline TV.
Thanks, Dave. Dave Stillwell bringing us the updates from down in pit lane. Thanks to Race Fuels today. Coming up next here at Sydney Motorsport Park, a combined field of Mazda MX5 Cups and Clubmans. Really good to have the Clubmans back here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and a few drivers that we haven't seen for a while having a run as well. So one of the things about the MX5 Cup, though, is that there are a number of drivers and cars that are on double duty. So they're running not just in the MX5 Cup, but they're going to be running in the Sydney 300 as well. So it's a bit of a case of calculated risk and self-preservation that needs to come into the equation for the MX5 Cup drivers, because they need to not wear out their cars or sustain any damage during the MX5 races, because they need to make sure that they preserve their cars for the Sydney 300. Cars heading out onto the track. This will be an interesting race because comparatively the MX5s and the Clubmans will be quite similar in terms of speed. And engineering philosophy-wise, they're very similar sorts of cars as well. And let's have a look at your grid positions, and it's the Clubman of Alan Burr that's on pole position. Tim Herring, the best of the MX5, starting out of grid position 2, We go back to Jet Herring in position number 3. Russell Butler, good to see him back out on the track. It's been ages since we've seen Russell Butler racing, but good to see him back in his club. And he's lining up out of grid position number 4 on the second row of the grid from the outside. Jos Kroon out of position number 5. Then we go back to the next of our Mazda MX-5s in the hands of Richard Herring. And a couple more Mazda MX-5s. Stuart McFadden in the number 98 car out of position 7. And Bill McBride, another one of our Clubman runners, the 5th best of the Clubmans, is next. Kiara Zabatakis, one of our female runners. She'll be racing in the Sydney 300 as well. She's in 9th position on the grid. Robert Giovenco in 10th spot behind the wheel of his Mazda MX-5. Then we go back to John Fraser out of 11th position and Jacob Giovenco in car number 20 out of position number 12. Stuart Shervington, another one of our Clubman runners, is next. Then it's David Johnson, Robert Krilatich and James Hay in position number 17. James Hay is competing in the Sydney 300 this afternoon as well. And then it's Brett Lansley. Lou Yesi, good to see him back having a run this weekend. He's been a long time campaigner in Mazda MX-5s, and we've seen him compete in plenty of the 300k endurance races over the years as well. Craig Barney in position number 19 and Paul Nudd completing your top 20 on the grid. Back to position 21. And we've already mentioned Russell Butler, so I think that might be a bit of a timing error there. But Asia Sukaria out of position 23. David Chinner back there as well. And John Connolly in the Raceway track time as the MX-5 a bit further back in the field as well. The motoring editor for the Australian newspaper.
That's right.
Is John Connolly.
And here they are coming into position already. Lockie, great. Yes, let's get over to Dave Stillwell in the starters box, if you can believe this.
Well, I'm down here with one of our fabulous MRA volunteer officials here. So Richard's the starter, so he's keeping an eye on all the cars as they line up on the grid. So he's making sure that, okay, we've got the first row in, second row in, and the cars will start to feed into their positions. We've got lots of officials monitoring to make sure they pull up in the right spot. He's looking all the way down the grid for our green flag waver at the rear of the grid to indicate, give them the signal that the cars are all in position and they're ready to start. So we've got a really great mix here of MX-5s and Clubmans. Plenty to keep all of our volunteer officials occupied as they watch the start of the race. Further down the back of the field, you've got some of the chase vehicles, so recovery and medical and fire, all of the volunteer medical emergency services here at Sydney Motorsport Park, ready to take care of any incident that happens at the start of a race. So we'll just wait to see as the official, if you just see at the back of the grid, there we go, the green flag's waved. So the next step is 5-second board displayed to the field, get the revs up, get ready to go. And then Richard decides he'll go lights on our light panel, and then a random number of seconds, and we're off, and we are racing.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell. Down towards the first corner we go. Buick has got the jump on Herring. In fact, not only Buick, but also Butler and Kroon as well, trying to get down on the inside. Herring has not having a bar of that, and he goes right around the outside.
Yeah, good battle here between cars that are going to have different strengths and weaknesses. The Clubmans and the MX-5s both quite evenly matched, like I said, in terms of engineering philosophy, but a huge sideways moment there for Herrick in his Clubman, and he's going to lose some momentum out of that one and lose a position as well. It's Tim Herring who slides back up into second position.
And what about in behind them, Butler and Shervington as well, almost coming to blows down into turn 4 for the first time. The 49 there on screen at the moment is McBride, McFadden, Giovenco, times 2, 9th and 10th at the moment. A lot of interest in this one, Lockie. Firstly, as the cars make their way around on the opening lap. Firstly, it is 15 minutes time, so we should point that out for all the listeners and viewers tuning in at home. And secondly, very nice of the Clubmans and MX-5s to work together to agree to combine in this instance. There weren't too many Clubmans on the grid, and that has what has enabled... Whoa, there's a tank slapper at the top of the hill. On the exit of turn 6, coming up into turn 7. We'll get the rego on that car in just a moment. It's the 151, and that is, of course, Barney. So did well to gather it up, coming out of turn 6 up towards turn 7. The track's very slippery this morning, judging by all the action we've seen out there thus far. This is not a drift show, ladies and gentlemen. Do not be fooled. This is circuit racing. But there's been a fair bit of drift work going on. The second thing we also want to mention with regards to this is So obviously the combination of this class is what's enabled us to split Sydney 300 practice into 2 groups for practice. That's number one. And more importantly with the Sydney 300, the Mazda MX5, one of the more successful cars in Sydney 300 history and 300 history at large, of course. A lot of drivers here, like Jet Herring, on double duty tonight. Jet's racing a different car in the 300. We'll get to that later. But yes, he will be a very busy and a very tired 16-year-old boy at the end of the day.
Now, a bit of other history as well. So we can see there Kiara Zavatakis. She's running just outside the top 10 at the moment in the number 21 car. But that car has some interesting history as well, because this is not going to be the first time that car's raced in the 300. In fact, the first 300 appearance for that Mazda MX-5 was the 2011 Wakefield 300, where it was raced by the father and son combination of Steve and Jake Shelley. It was actually the first car that the Shelleys competed in the 300s.
And it's rather interesting that, I trust you to know that because you're an encyclopedia of this caper, but it's interesting that you know that because we'll say good day to Steve and Jake Shelley. Of course, Steve doing great things with Pheasantwood at the moment, and we've got our fingers crossed to get Wakefield back up and running very shortly as well, and we can get the Wakefield 300 back on the calendar.
Problems with Stuart Shervington.
Stuart Shervington pulling up lame at the moment, and we're just trying to find where that is at this point in time. I've got a feeling it's down towards turn 8, is it? Yes. So turn 8.
Are we calling it turn 8 or are we calling it turn 15?
Lachlan. Okay, I'm going to make this crystal clear to you and everybody tuning in at home.
Yeah.
We're on the Gardner GP configuration. It is 3.905 kilometres. It is 11 turns.
I agree with you on that. Yes,
Okay.
I agree with you because it does not make sense to go from turn 7 to turn 15.
Well, it doesn't make sense to go to the turn either, and that's the 57.
Richard Herring
with a Jayavenko with a big tank slubber. My apologies.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah. So
sorry, Richard Herring's in the 51. My
That's
apologies,
right.
but that's another couple of spots for young Jet Herring. He's been able to fire past Jayavenko and, in fact, both the Jayavenko cars on the run down the main straight. Jet Herring, he was a superstar in the Winter 300 last year when he teamed up with his dad Todd, and they ended up finishing on the podium outright. It was Jet Herring's first ever car race meeting, and he did a superb job. That's David Johnson a little bit further back in the field, being passed by the recovering Stuart Shervington.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but we've seen David Johnson on the grid in 300s before.
We have.
But not this time round, is that right? So,
We have indeed, yes.
Yeah. Obviously, see, it's always hard for these guys, and I don't envy Terry Denovan with regards to his race schedules either, because at the end of the day, you wouldn't have Super TT on a build like this, because that's where a lot of your Sydney 300 entries come from. Here's a move on the inside. Shervington on his way back through the field, getting by on the inside of car number 21, Kiara Zavatakis as well. One of the girls racing in the 300 tonight, and she's been passed there for good measure on the inside as well, if you don't mind, by the Krilitic car, the number 72, on the outside down towards turn 8. Zavatakis wants to force the issue. Kiara's up there on the inside once more. They'll go side by side. Down the short chute towards turn 9, and Zavatakis loses out.
We've got a bit of damage to the front of Kiara Zavatakis' car as well. The bonnet's been pushed in a little bit on that car. That's another car that we're going to see running in the Sydney 300 a bit later on, so they won't want too much more panel damage on that one.
They certainly will not. Just a reminder, folks, Alfa Romeos and BMW E36 is coming up in just a moment. Dave Stillwell will jump in with Lockie Mansell for that one, and then join me down in pit lane for a little bit of a paddock walkabout at lunchtime straight after that race is done. It's Kiara's under the pump here once more as well. The 48 of Johnson down on the inside, can't get the job done. James Hay in behind that, then Lensley and Fraser, and Herrick and Barney as well. Barney recovering from that off-track skirmish a short while ago. So it's interesting, 5 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, again, I don't envy Terry, because obviously for people like David Johnson, they're caught between a rock and a hard place. They're torn between, do I double up? Do I, more than double my investment in this race meeting? Do I run the same car in 2 categories? Or do I focus on the mainstay championship that I'm running all year? And we've been talking about tough economic times and other things as the 98 and the 91 continue to go side by side. McFadden and Herring. Herring forcing the issue up there on the inside to Corporate Hill. And job done on the inside. Can he get it done and hold it? Yes, he can. Very nicely done. Richard Herring. Sorry, no, my apologies.
Jet Herring.
It's Jet Herring. It's Jet in the 91. So Jet's more than holding his own at the moment. Whoa, big slide on the exit from McFadden of turn 8. He wants to force the issue on the run down to turn 9. Can he do it? Yes, he can. And Jet loses out once more. Good little tussle, this. So yeah, and obviously we see a couple of Pulsars doubling up, like Michael Ricketts. We see a couple of MX5s doubling up. Not an easy day at the office. A lot going on, a lot of investment, and if you bow out of one, you bow out of both, and there's your investment gone. So I don't envy these guys. We've been talking about tough economic times and people trying to budget and save money and cut corners and do whatever they can. And this is a pretty expensive day at the office if you're running 2 categories, 2 cars, 2 fuels, all that sort of stuff. Herring on the outside there.
Yeah, making the move through on Jos Kroon, who I think has a problem because he was very slow.
He's dropped down the order.
Driving a very shallow line there through turn number 1. So Jos Kroon, who was the 3rd best of the Clubman entries, losing out, dropping a couple of spots. Interesting as well that among the MX5s, we've got 3 different generations of MX5s in the field, dating all the way back to the original NA model MX5, which was released back in 1989. And then you've got some of the NBs, very fast as well, particularly the turbocharged ones. And then you've also got some of the newer NC Mazda MX5s, which first came out in 2005 here in Australia. And they came out here with a 2-litre engine, but some of the race spec NCs that you see have been repowered by a larger 2.5-litre 4-cylinder Mazda engine, the same engine that's in the Mazda 3 and the Mazda 6 road cars. And the NC with a 2.5 is actually quite a potent package. We haven't seen any of the latest ND MX5s competing in the MX5 Cup just yet. And I wonder how long it will be until we do see an ND on the grid, because they've been on the market here in Australia for quite a few years now. Best of the Clubmans continues to be Alan Burr. Tim Herring, the best of the MX5, sitting in 2nd position. And at the moment, we're watching a battle between Richard Barham in the number 77 car, and Craig Barney is back there as well.
So 2 minutes left on the clock. Bugh, Herring, Butler, Herring, Shervington, Herring, McFadden and Kroon have all just passed the start-finish line once more. And if the officials are feeling generous, they'll give them this and one more lap, because they'll actually get back to the line here before that 15-minute marker is reached. It's 1:41 left on the clock. Bugh and the Clubman doing a great job. And that's the other thing as well. Like, sure, they're completely different looking cars, but at least they're similar pace. So the ability to combine them was very much there. And it means that we've got, even though you've got to be mindful that you're not racing the Clubmans, from a commentary standpoint, we do get that little multi-class sort of tussle thing to talk about. That adds a nice little aspect to things here. But it's been a dominant performance from Bugh and the Clubman, 7.3 to the good. And again, this battle between the 72 and the 20 continues. That's Krilitic and Giovenko.
Yep.
And Krilitic holding sway at the moment. Of course, he's got a P plate on the back of his car, so he's a newbie. He's a little bit wet behind the ears, but he's holding his own very nicely here at the moment. Until then, I spoke too soon. There's your first commentator's curse for the day. He's just locked it up going into turn 8 and gifted the position to Giovenko. So that's the battle for 8th, and just about sorted out at this point in time. Round they come onto the main straight. Another lap done. We're going to get one more. Bugh has gone by to start another lap.
Mazda MX5 Cup, I've always thought that it's a really underrated category because the cars are very accessible and affordable, but we've also seen some great drivers come through this category over the years. I mean, at the moment, obviously, you've got the Herrings and they've been the dominant force, but when you go back through the history of MX5 Cup, you look at names like David Radatz, Shane Otten,
former 300 winners,
Nick Cansian.
All of them, yep.
4 former 300 winners right there who've all come through the Mazda MX5 Cup.
And to this point, as the 133 cuts a bit of grass and does a little bit of whippersnipping on a Saturday morning.
Super yep.
We should point out that Mazda, as it stands, is still the most successful manufacturer in 300 history across the board, across all the different events that have been held. here in New South Wales, and this is the 20th in New South Wales. Let's not lose sight of that. We've also had, let me come back to that, here up onto the main straight is Buke coming down to the line to take an emphatic win, ladies and gentlemen. Fastest lap of the race. Led all the way, 1 minute 40.8842 and 12 seconds to the good. Buick takes race one in the Clubmans. And Tim Herring's going to come across the line a smidgen or two behind him to take the victory in the MX5 Cup opener as well here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So you got an MX5 and a Clubman sandwich on the podium, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure there are Clubman sandwiches out there somewhere in the land.
There are, yeah. I think they've got
that's
chicken
actually
and
the first
bacon
time
and lettuce and mayo, haven't they?
Yeah,
yes.
That's the first time it's ever worked as a commentary reference. The meat and the sandwich, very nicely done. Bug, Herring, Butler, Herring, good performance from Richard. Stuart Shervington 5th and Jet Herring 6th. So if you like your stats, you got your odds and evens. The Clubman's on the left and the Mazda's on the right. Inside, outside for the next race coming up a little bit later on today. Dave's towards jumping in for me in a few moments to talk Alphas and E36s, but can I quickly pick your brain and finish the point that we're making there a few moments ago? Mazda, for the longest time, and still remain the most successful manufacturer in the Sydney 300,
yep.
and the 300s at large, and that's across. Mazda's never won one in Queensland though, right? When they were being run in Queensland, Mazda never won one in Queensland, just like Toyota's never won one outside of Queensland, and Mitsubishi's never won one outside of New South Wales. So Mazda, for all their success, it's come at Wakefield. I think they might have also had some success at Winton potentially.
They have, yes.
And definitely here at Sydney Motorsport Park, as we know. They are on 8 outright wins, BMW on 7. Every possible chance tonight, if things don't fall Mazda's way, that BMW can join them on level pegging at the top of the summit with 8 wins. But Honda will have something to say about that, and I dare say Mitsubishi will as well. But let's explore the history of the 300s for a moment while we wait for our esteemed colleague to join us. When you look over the course of time, 6 wins for a car like the Future Racer and 4 for a Ginetta over the 15 years of the concept, Lockie. We've gone through phases of transition both with divisional structure and vehicle eligibility. Have we found the right match where we are right now with 5 divisions and a few different cars not welcome in the way of fairness and spirit of the occasion?
Well, I think the entry numbers speak for themselves, Zach. So, yeah, I think we have hit the sweet spot once again, would be my
I know the Future Races are still filthy, though.
They are, yes.
Years. There's the results. Alan Buick, Tim Herring, Russell Butler, Richard Herring, Stuart Sherving and Jet Herring. So again, Clubman, Mazda, Stuart McFadden, Robert Krilitic, Jacob Giovenco and Robert Giovenco made up the top 10. Very spread out, 1 minute and 3 seconds separating the top 10. McBride, Johnson, Zabatakis, clean, good run. Herrick, Lansley, Hay, down from Queensland, Butler, Barney, Nudd and Connolly making up the top 20. Then Fraser, Shinner, Sukaria and Kroon and Yazzie, 9 finishes in all of that. Lou Yazzie, of course, no stranger to the caper. He's been around the traps a few years now. And it's interesting too because obviously when we look back over the course of time, Lotus entries, Ginetta entries are on the outright winners list. Lotus still do have some eligible vehicles, but not Ginetta, obviously.
No.
Because hello to Glenn Townsend if he's tuning in. He did try to enter a Ginetta this time around, and Terry said come back with something else.
Yeah, the entry was rejected. I do understand the logic there because a Ginetta GT4 is a purpose-built race car. Yep. So in terms of the lap times, it's not going to be any faster than the fastest cars in the field as it stands at the moment. But it's because it's a purpose-built race car, mechanically, it's not going to be as stressed to be able to do the lap times that our front-running Division A cars are going to be able to do.
Want to raise a point here. 4:48 this afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. Sydney 300 qualifying for the Pitch Partner Sydney 300 live from Sydney Motorsport Park. A 3-part session as it has been since the inception of the Sydney 300. The full field, the whole commodity, the whole compilation out there, 51 cars for Q1. Top 60%, which will be about 30 cars, and then 10 cars or 11 cars, depending upon how generous they're feeling, out there.
So they round it off because
they have to, so
60% of 51 is 30.6.
Yeah.
I don't see us cutting a car into
No.
into point
We've had this
six.
discussion before, and it's not as funny as it used to be. And then, of course, but I wanted to highlight that because that's the latest start time for a Sydney 300 qualifying session in the history of the event. So it's going to be sunset, sun in the eyes, going down the main straight, heading to the western end of the circuit. You're going to have temperature dropping both surface and ambient.
That's
it's
true.
It's going to be exhilarating stuff. We cannot wait. There are some happy faces in pit lane discussing tactics as we await the picture partner Sydney 300 second practice session coming up after the luncheon interval. And with that, I will step out. I want to talk to you about traffic a little bit later on because I think it's going to be a huge component of tonight's narrative from about lap 6 onwards. And I'll let you take the reins and lead the way as Mr. Stillwell jumps in. And well versed with BMW knowledge as well, going back to my first Winton 300, can I tell you, which was my first 300 ever back in 2012 with Lockie here. I do recall calling a BMW E30 race or two with Mr. Stillwell on the support program as well. So I've got the originals. The band is back together. Let's get stuck into some Alpha racing here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Thanks, Zach. So Zach slots out. Dave Stillwell, the man who once upon a time set fire to the grass in the Winton 300 when the exhaust parted company with the BMW E30 that he was racing alongside Ray Kwong. As I recall, and I think that was the 2013 edition of the Winton 300, if memory serves me correctly. But he's been on pit lane duty with our Race Fuels pit reports, but he's going to jump into the commentary box for a few races today as well for the combined field of Alfa Romeos and BMW E36s. So it's a very good morning. Yes, it is still morning to Dave Stillwell.
I just want to clarify anything. I didn't set fire to anything at the Winton 300. The exhaust that allegedly fell off the E30 racing I was sharing with Ray Kwong allegedly set fire to the circuit, and then allegedly some officials may have had to extinguish the fire to the driver's right of turn 1. I was nowhere near the fire when it happened, so I couldn't possibly bear the blame for that incident and the safety car that resulted from it. We are, of course, talking shop here, folks. A bit of Winton 300 action. Of course, it was one of the most enjoyable weekends of my time. You know, a fleet of the garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup cars competing alongside each other in and amongst all the different divisions in the Winton 300. What I'd really love to see is a couple of those cars come up from Victoria and compete in the Sydney 300. Unfortunately, this event falls right in the middle of some of the events where the cars are busy on their winter break. As we start to see the Alphas roll out of the marshalling area, we've of course had some of the E36s come down and do the race alongside the garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup in Victoria. Maybe we should tee something up, get some E30s to come up here and join in the MRA, Lachlan.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is that in terms of the performance capabilities, they're reasonably similar, although it should be noted that the E36s are running the 1.8 litre four-cylinder engine, whereas the BMW E30s that running the Victorian series run a larger capacity 2.5 litre inline six-cylinder BMW motors. So it is the older E30s that do tend to be a bit quicker because of that performance advantage. But we've also got a big fleet of Alfa Romeos here this weekend for the Alfa Romeo Twin Spark Cup. And there's actually a few different classes within the Alfa Romeo category this weekend, 4 classes to be precise. You've got, and you'll be able to identify them by the class sticker on the windscreen, you've got turbo and non-turbo, older and newer, front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive. So the front-wheel drive Twin Spark Cup, that's the largest class. But you've also, like I said, you've got some of those older rear-wheel drive GTVs that are powered by the 6-cylinder engines as well.
Of course, Alfa Romeo, one of those very much storied brands, you know, a wealth of history through the annals of motorsport history. Of course, Alfa Romeo partnering with Sauber to race in the FIA Formula One World Championship, but we've got our own championship for Alfa Romeos here at Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend. Great to see an incredible assortment. You talked about front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. I bet there's probably some all-wheel drives in there as well. Some vintage ones running normally aspirated engines, some later model cars running turbocharged engines. So a really great mixture and a celebration of this storied brand out of Italy.
David Capraro starting on pole position in the Alfa Romeo Mito. So that's a turbocharged front-wheel drive car, one of the newest cars in the field. Mark Bagetto in the Alfa Romeo GTV lining up alongside him on the front row. Michael Muse-Umechi in the Alfa GT out of position number 3. Then it's Doug Selwood and Simon Grierson both in Alfetas out of positions 4 and 5. Rob Bowden, the first of the BMW E36s, out of position 6 on the grid. He is a very talented driver. We saw that he took the fight in one of the Winton Super TT rounds right up to the bigger and more powerful cars. So he's one who always gets the absolute most out of that BMW E36. Robert Soretti, Colin Wilson-Brown, Alfeo Muse-Umechi and Carmelo Mirabella rounding out the top 10. We've been talking all day about the history of the 300k endurance races, and we do have a 300 race winner on the grid here in the Alfa Romeos. That's Urs Muller. He's starting a bit further back in the pack out of position number 19 in his Alfa 156, but he won the 2018 Wakefield 300 driving alongside his son Tom Muller.
Now, was that a petrol engine car or a diesel engine car?
No, it was a petrol engine car, Mitsubishi Evo, that they ran
of course,
for that event.
I'm mixing it up with, of course, there was that diesel engine Alpha that was running in the Bathurst 12 hour back when it was run to production car rules.
Yeah,
course,
the 159.
You know, look anywhere.
David Filippetto and Keen Booker.
When you look around for automotive enthusiasts, you're highly likely to find some Alfa Romeo aficionados in amongst that bunch. So if we go back to our start of the MX5 Clubmans race, so we've got Richard, our starter, in the box. He's observing all the cars lining up through the grid, split grid between the Alphas and the BMWs, just to try to give these cars some space. We've got the emergency vehicles in the background, waiting for the green flag to be displayed at the rear of the grid. There it goes. 5-second board is displayed.
And it's a staggered start, so the Alfa Romeos at the front, the BMWs at the back with the split grid. And underway, good start, good launch from David Capraro in the Alfa Romeo Mito off pole position. He will lead them down into turn 1. Michael Muse-Umechi looking up on the inside of Mark Bagetto as they head through the first corner as well. And a bit further back, one of the 156s there going for a big outside move into turn number 1.
It's a lot easier to do on lap 1 because you're not approaching turn 1 at terminal velocity. So 3 wide, 4 wide on the approach to turn 2. Very different braking dynamics between, a lightweight front-wheel drive car and a longer wheelbase rear-wheel drive car in the BMW E36s. But difficult. It's difficult for me because some of these Alphas have got the quad headlights. I'm having trouble determining that they're Alphas and not BMW E30s.
And the tricky thing here is we say that David Bailey's actually got ahead of Rob Bowden in the BMW E36 class, is that the E36s, while they've started behind all of the Alfa Romeos with this split grid format, they are going to be, the faster E36s are going to be a fair bit quicker than some of the slower Alfa Romeos, and they're going to have to pick their way through the traffic. And at the moment, that's not works to the advantage of Rob Bowden because he's been rounded up by not just David Bailey, but also Matt Schulis has managed to get past as well. So Rob Bowden falls back to 3rd position now in the BMW E36 class.
As they come around Corporate Hill through turn 7 for this weekend's layout, hard braking into turn 8. The 83 looks all around the outside. That's actually one of the 4-door models. So, of course, both 2-door and 4-door cars eligible for the E36 Racing Series. But some very different lines through the final complex of corners, using all the runoff out to the right-hand side. Try to swing around and carry maximum velocity onto the long downhill straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
David Capraro, your race leader. Michael Muse-Umechi has moved up into 2nd position, ahead of Mark Bagetto, who gets relegated back to 3rd position. Then we go back to Robert Soretti in position 4. Doug Selwood is next, back then to Grierson. Alfeo Muse-Umechi in 7th position in the Alfa GT, back to Colin Wilson-Brown, and then Mirabella and Andrew Wilson in one of the 156s rounding out the top 10. And oh dear, that's a mechanical problem on the main straight for the number 411 entry of Kenneth McKay, one of the 147s, blowing a big cloud of smoke. Hopefully that's not dropping fluid on the racetrack. If it is, he needs to get off the road straight away, otherwise that's going to cause dramas.
I think race control will be wondering what the 411 is on that. Of course, the information comes back from all the trackside officials. Looks like one of the the foam brake marker, the SMP brake marker signs, has been taken out as well on the run between turn 3 and turn 4. So we saw in some of our previous events here, because of all that extra runoff for the old reverse direction drag strip we ran here at Sydney Motorsport Park, there is opportunities to get your car off the track so you don't interrupt the flow of the racing, so the officials don't have to put a safety car out. Lights flashing on the number 6. That's David McKee in the 147 Twin Spark. Beautifully presented Alphas in red. Now, we know that Ferraris almost exclusively have to be red, Lachlan. Do Alphas all have to be red, or are there some other colours that they're allowed to be?
I think it depends how old they are. There's actually quite nice green colour that can look quite classy when it's on an Alfa Romeo.
So the number 280 of Andrew Wilson, this is a 156 Twin Spark. Very different configuration of automobile to the number 19 of Bill McGoffin, the Alfetta GT. The Alfetta, of course, front engine but rear gearboxed in that car.
And rear-wheel drive as well, unlike some of the newer Alphas, the 156s and the 147s that are all front-wheel drive.
That is one of the discussion points that's floating around in the production car community at the moment, is who's going to be the first to build an Alfa Giulia QV to try to tackle Class X at the Bathurst 6 Hour. Of course, if anyone was going to build one, I'm sure it'd come from these passionate Alfa Romeo enthusiasts.
Well, it has been talked about as a car that would be capable of taking the fight up to the BMWs in the 6 Hour. More side-by-side battling. That's Urs Muller going around the outside of Brad Wilson into turn number 2. Wilson taking the defensive line, and they've got Rob Bowden and David Bailey both coming up right behind them as well. So Bowden has managed to find his way back to the front in the BMW E36 class, but still having to contend with some of these slower Alfa Romeos.
So here we can see the difference in the dynamics. We've got the front-wheel drive, shorter wheelbase 147 and the longer wheelbase rear-wheel drive E36. Faster in some of the sweeping sections, but of course the shorter wheelbase car more agile in some of the tighter, twistier sections.
Well, the front-wheel drive cars probably tend to just understeer a bit more as well, particularly when you get on the power coming out of some of the slower corners.
Well, as you know from your experience driving a Hyundai Excel, Lachlan, and your Mazda 6 on track, you can use that front-wheel drive to your advantage. You know, yes, you take a slightly different line, as we see the BMWs take almost identical lines on the exit of turn 7, as the number 22 of Matt Thulis goes up the inside of the 39 of David Bailey. Great exchange there, as the car in front of them, the number 64 of Urs Muller, doesn't quite keep it within track limits, so the race control will be onto that with the bad sportsmanship flag if they deem that an advantage was gained. So here we go, side by side, nicely done. Fastest lap so far of the race, a 148.5. Not quite that same sort of lap speed from the E36s. They definitely don't have the same straight line punch as some of the V6 engine Alphas.
Those two drivers, David Bailey and Matt Thulis, they're going to team up for the Sydney 300 a bit later on today as well, but right now they're having a river battle on track, you know, as Rob Bowden makes up another spot heading down into turn number 1. And the thing about a front-wheel drive car, particularly if it doesn't have a locked diff or a limited slip diff, is that under acceleration coming out of a slow corner, it can be really prone to spinning up the inside wheel, and that can cause you to lose exit speed coming out of some of the slower turns. So that's something the drivers will need to be aware of, particularly coming out of some of the slower corners like turn 2 and turn 8.
Definitely. Of course, my own experience in front-wheel drive racing dates back to the mini challenge of the 2008 through 2010 period, and very different, very difficult to go into that car after having been in a rear-wheel drive background for so long. You know, all the way that you use the pedals is completely different. When the car starts getting out of shape in a rear-wheel drive car, you rotate off the throttle gently, squeeze a bit of brake on, dial a bit of opposite lock-in. In the front-wheel drive car, you basically feed more throttle in to try to pull the car straight and drive the car in a straight line where you need to go. Very sideways goes the 83 of Jeff Barnes. He's dicing it up with one of the older rear-wheel drive Alphas just ahead of him.
Alfa Romeo is obviously an Italian constructed car, an Italian brand, an Italian manufacturer, which is now celebrating its 113th year, would you believe? But when you look at the surnames of some of the drivers in this field, Capraro, Baguetto, Musumeci, Soretti, you would have to say that a lot of these drivers, if they're not first generation Italian. They certainly, you would have to suggest, would have Italian ancestry, which is very appropriate for the cars that they're racing.
There's definitely no parochialism going on in grassroots level motorsport, Lachlan. There's definitely no people of German descent racing BMWs, and there's definitely no Francophiles racing Peugeots in the Winton 3 in the Sydney 300 coming up later today. So some very different lines as we see going through turn one. Particularly the cars that don't have a lot of horsepower. It'll be maximum attack at full throttle towards that corner. Maybe a little lift, tiny squeeze of the brakes just to settle a bit of weight back on the front tyres, tip it into turn one, and then back to full throttle again on the run over the ripple strip curbing on the way down to turn two. Turn two, of course, it doesn't look that different. There's a massive elevation change through turn two. It's like going up like a half a spiral staircase as you go around the double apex. Feed it through turn three. The heavier, more high-powered cars struggle to get to full throttle through turn three. Come into turn four, downhill on camber, and then as we go to turn four, it rotates off camber, up and over, back on camber again through turn five. There's the extra runoff that we don't get to see on the camera on the exit of the South Circuit pit lane. Up and over the rise to turn six. This is where the circuit was reprofiled in around between 2009 and 2012. They took out the dogleg chicane, come back around to sweeping one of the older portions of tarmac where the cars don't have as much grip as the new tarmac around the back of Corporate Hill. We follow the number 22 of Matt Thulis, tips it into turn 8 on the traditional line, sawtooth curbing on the inside, tightens up on the exit. Checkered flag is being displayed to our race leaders.
Indeed it is. So it's David Capraro in the Alfa Romeo Mito who takes the win ahead of Michael Musumeci. So Mark Bagetto, he'd worked his way back up to second position, but the car stopped on the penultimate lap somewhere between the end of the first sector and the end of the second sector. So a retirement there. Musumeci second, like I said. Robert Soretti coming home in third position, having worked his way up from seventh on the grid. That's a good performance from him. Doug Selwood in position 4. And then we go back to Simon Grierson in position number 5. So inside the top 5 there, you've got the Mito, you've got an Alfa Romeo GT with Musumeci. You've got Soretti in an Alfetta. Grierson and Wilson Brown also both, Wilson Brown's in a GTV. Grierson is in an Alfetta as well. The best of the BMW E36 runners, Rob Bowden, good job from him. He worked his way up to 9th position after starting behind all of the Alfa Romeos. So he was able to pick his way through a number of them on his way through to the checkered flag.
Again, we often see multi-class racing here at Sydney Motorsport Park throw up some wonderful results, and also the camaraderie in the pit garages now is going to be a little bit excellent. Someone's saying, "Oh, you only got me because that car got in the way, and oh, I had to let you through." But there's really great camaraderie between all the competitors. They help to exchange spare parts when anyone's having a mechanical issue, particularly in these spec classes where so many of the parts that are across the cars are the same. We see the hand up out of the window saying thank you to all of our fantastic volunteer motorsport officials, which of course the final results up here. David Capraro taking the win by 3.8 seconds from Michael Musumeci, Robert Soretti, Doug Selwood, Simon Grierson, Colin Wilson Brown in 6, Carmelo Mirabella, Alfio Musumeci, and of course P1 in the number 1 BMW E36 for the E36 Racing Series, Rob Bowden. Further afield, Matt Thulis, Peter Tillett, David Bailey, Jeff Barnes, Brad Wilson, Aaron Lloyd, Colin Connaughton, Urs Muller, David McKee and Timothy Howell in the 4-2-3. And all the way down to McKee, McGoffin, Seward, Fellon, McGoffin, Pannenweiler, Bagetto and McKay in the 28 and the 411. Of course, was that car we saw with what I suspect might have been an engine expiring rather emotionally and passionately on the run down to turn 1.
So that completes race number 1 of the Alfa Romeos and the BMW E36s here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's now lunchtime, but don't disappear from us on Blendline TV because we're going to be doing a walk through the pits. We'll catch up with some of our drivers. We'll give you some insight into some of the more technical aspects of the Sydney 300, and we'll count down to the resumption of on-track action with our second round of practice sessions for the Sydney 300 a bit after 1 o'clock. We'll grab a quick break here in commentary, but we'll be back with Pit Lane Live very shortly for you right here on Blendline TV.
We're in pit lane, and we're going to wander along pit lane. Nice to have your company wherever you're tuning in all around the circuit on the platforms of Blendline TV. And welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park, where we are in the middle of the lunch break on the biggest day of the Motor Racing Australia season. The Picture Partners Sydney 300 is just a mere 6.5 hours away. The first practice session already run and done. And Honda on top of the summit at the moment, but there's a long way to go. One lap pace means nothing in a caper where it's decided over 300 kilometres. And of course, it's one of the great spectacles of grassroots motorsport. Let's wander down the pit lane as best we can and have a chat to a few of the stars of the show. And I'm going to start with one of five three driver pairings in the Sydney 300 this year, and one of the family outfits, of which there are too many to remember as well. We'll get Corinne and Tony Virag and Liam Evans to come on out and say hello to us here and now. Corinne, it's your baby on a regular basis. You were here having a run of it last weekend. How's it faring after first practice?
Car's feeling good. Yeah, the guys have done a good job to get it ready. After racing here last weekend, we're back this weekend and yeah, ready to go.
And Tony, second rodeo for you and Corinne. You've been here before. You missed out last year, but the year before you had a run in the 300. What are you hoping for this year?
Yeah, look, we always enjoy getting out there and racing together. Doesn't happen often, but we're hoping to finish, right up in our Class C. So we'll see how we go. It's a lot of quick cars there, a lot of consistent times that will get us there, but we'll see how we go.
And I did say in the previous show we put out on West Bromwich Radio that I look at this Commodore as the best of the chances in the field, with no disrespect to anyone else, because we know what you two are capable of, but you've got a debutant under your wing this year as well.
Yeah, we've got Liam, Corinne's fiance now. Liam's... You
just steered me into the next point, go on.
Yeah, well, Liam's driven the car before and he drives very well, and he drove with me last week in the 1 hour race for production touring, where we finished first in class and third outright.
Good luck tonight. Go well. Liam, in the words of Beyonce, if you like it, you should have put a ring on it. You did. Now, congratulations on that. And also, welcome to the Sydney 300. You've been here before as a spectator, as a pit crew. Now you get to have a steer. How are the nerves?
Yeah, trying to settle the nerves. Excited for tonight. I'm glad I'm not starting the race. We're going to leave that to the professional Corinne.
Yes.
And I'll jump in the middle and just circulate.
Now, I just want our cameraman to pan around here for a moment, because there's a couple of cars going through turn one, and there's a few more heading out as we speak. Don't be alarmed, you're not missing anything in terms of on-track racing, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some Live and Learn Ride Disability Group passenger rides going on at the moment during the lunch break. We will endeavour to have a chat to Robert Vide from the Live and Learn group, one of the marquee sponsors of Motor Racing Australia, a little bit later on in the program. As you know, we've had a couple of little tech issues getting this segment going. So Robert's out on track at the moment. We'll have a chat to him with Dave Stillwell a little bit later on. So Corinne first, Tony second, you to bring it home. Is that right?
We'll see how we go. We're going to talk about strategy a little bit later.
That doesn't help me out, because I need to know who's in the car. But anyway,
definitely starting.
Yes, Corinne's definitely starting. We'll work the rest of the puzzle out from there. Are you hoping to achieve an outright result or a division win? Where are the goalposts?
Hopefully a division win. Anything outright, that would just be an added bonus.
And always nice to do a family-oriented event with the family, Tony. I mean, and it's not just on this side of the fence. You've got them on the tools as well.
Yeah, look, it's always great with the family. We got Jackie there. That she's got to be car controller, as well as feeding us during the day. So to be out with the family is great.
The only thing I always worry about with family entries is if someone mucks it up, it's an awkward dinner conversation the following night. I'm sure that won't happen for you guys. We wish you well. Thanks for having a chat to us. Go well.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
They're great people, the team from Team VRAG, and also, of course, Liam Evans there as well. I got Lachlan Mansell here alongside me. What's the latest news from up and down the pit lane? I know you've been running around like an excited child on Christmas Day.
Yeah, well, at the moment we've got the Live Learn Disability rides happening, so we want to try and catch up with one of those people very soon for a bit of a chat to find out about a bit more about what all that about, but giving the opportunity for some people to get some hot laps around Sydney Motorsport Park.
Track fairly slippery at the moment, so they're in for a hairy ride, I'd imagine.
Yeah, unfortunately, a bit of a mechanical problem during that Alfa Romeo race, so that's coated the circuit in some oil on the run down towards turn number 1. But great job from our ever hard-working team of volunteer officials here at Sydney Motorsport Park to get that all cleaned up. And it's probably not a bad thing, actually, that we've got these passenger ride things happening, because it means that it'll clean up the track, and it means that by the time we get the cars back on track for the second of our practice sessions for the Sydney 300, it should be all good to go.
For those of you tuning in, that is about 35 minutes away. So hang with us, hang tight. We're going to try and keep you amused in the meantime. Stay with me, Lockie. Let's continue along up pit lane here. Want to introduce you to Dan Smith and Timmy Maynard. Come on out and have a chat with me, guys, because this is a duo that are on double duties today, and I want to talk to Dan about being picked at the post, can I call it that? But by Sean Tiedemann earlier in APRA Race 1. So an interesting start of the day, but good haul of championship points.
Yeah, definitely a good banking of the points. Managed to harass Josh a bit in first for a few laps, but just ran out of tyres. Then came under attack from Tiedemann. He had a massive moment through one, almost ended up in the side of him, then almost pit me on the line the next lap, but overall it was a fun race.
And Tim, nice to have you here. Looking forward to starting the 300. I believe this is your first in Sydney?
Yes, so it's the first one we've done in Sydney. We did one at Wakefield a couple of years ago, and think it's a great idea. Love the extra sort of kilometre races. It really is a test of man and machine, so looking forward to it.
I'm not sure how far we can zoom into the garages here, but you might be able to see that there are two XLs. One is Dan's APRA car, one is the car that these pair will drive in the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Double duty, how are you handling the Rick T. Rush bus nature of that?
It's good so far. I mean, I've only done 2 events, but I'm sure that's going to be different by the time the 300 rolls around.
And I was going to say, nice to have APRA back in action. It's been a long layoff, 3 months.
Yeah, after Bathurst, massive break. I've been down doing a few Victorian rounds to, keep entertained. But yeah, good to be back.
And Tim, on the subject of the Victorian rounds, there are a couple of Victorians in the field. There are a couple of Queenslanders in the field. Great to see people travelling from interstate to be a part of this showpiece event. But on the subject of APRA, booming in New South Wales and Victoria, and the Victorians recently took around to South Australia as well.
Yeah, so we were lucky to get down to the Bend. World-class facility. It's just absolutely fantastic racetrack. And Dan sort of taught them all how to drive, I think is a fair sort of comment. Matt Butters is here today. He's, and he tried to keep it up to Dan, and he did quite a good job.
That's the Robert Vide Holden Commodore that's in the 300 from the Live and Learn Disability Group that we want to have a chat to a little bit later on, out there doing passenger laps at the moment. Can you square the ledger with Josh Craig and put Tiedemann in his place in the next race?
I hope so. Done a few things to the car, but see how it pans out.
And let's talk about what, because I mean it's an interesting day. There's MX5s on double duty, there's Pulsars on double duty, there's E36s on double duty. It's great to see that you guys are having a crack at both. For lack of better words, I'm a little bit flustered at the moment. There's a fair bit of wind around, but in saying all of that, what are you guys hoping to achieve in the main race itself? Because you guys, being a lower division car, are going to be in traffic all night long.
Yeah, well, we're going to be racing in Category D, and we just try and keep ourselves out of trouble, set our time, and just try and punch out those consistent laps. We've got a good pitch strategy, so if we can nail that, we'd obviously like to be up on the podium. So fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. And I guess whether we're talking Division D or E, it doesn't matter. One of the great stories of last year's race was how Oscar Butt and Troy Derwin in their Division E Volkswagen made their way up to 12th outright. Do you guys look at outright results or just take it as it comes?
Look, I think to be fair, we're not really getting any outright positions unless it rains. So bring on the rain, but I don't think we're going to get it.
All right, bad luck on that, because I don't think you're going to get it while the sun's out. But hey, guys, thanks for making the trip up. Great to catch up with you. Good luck with the rest of the season and the rest of the campaign in the 300 as well.
Thanks, mate.
I'm getting the tap on the shoulder from Lockie Mansell, so let's rock and roll.
Thanks, Zach. Yeah, I just want to walk you down pit lane because our ever hard-working pit reporter, Dave Stillwell, who's a busy boy this weekend, has got a few different examples of some of the tyres that are being used on cars this weekend in the Picture Partners Sydney 300. It's actually got quite warm out here. It's considering it's pretty much the middle of winter. It's a very warm day in Sydney. It's up around 24 degrees today, so it's actually what you would describe as an unseasonably warm day. A bit different to what we had last year, of course, when it was quite damp, but obviously the temperatures are going to drop as we get later into the afternoon, so the circuit's not going to have the amount of UV on it that we've got at the moment, so you would expect the track conditions for qualifying to be a little bit faster, not just in terms of the temperature coming down, but also because there'll be more rubber on the track. But I'm going to very shortly, we'll catch up with the youngest and the oldest drivers in the field, but before we do that, Dave Stillwell has got some examples of some tyres to show us.
Just like the teams are experimenting with different technical setups at the moment, so is the hardworking Blendline crew. So I've managed to find 3 different examples of the tyres you might find us utilising from all the different Sydney 300 teams. Over here on your right, we've got a Bridgestone Potenza. This is one I've actually found out and pile out of the back. I think it's from the BMW driver training team that's been utilising Sydney Motorsport Park quite a lot. As we can see, this is the tyre you'd find on a lot of high-performance road cars. So looks almost like a slick-in profile. Lots of long circumferential bands cutting through the tyre. Very good grip in the wet. Very good grip in the dry. But not the best tyre if you're punishing a car lap after lap after lap in a high-performance environment. We've got all these lateral sipes here, which are used when the circuit's wet or when the road is wet, when you've got to get home to your family. So this is the kind of thing we'd see on a lot of our high-performance cars, BMWs, AMGs, HSVs, that sort of thing. The next car we've got, and I've actually liberated this from the fifth gear motoring from the 86. This is one of the MRF control tyres you might have seen used in the Bathurst 6-hour over the last couple of years. So this is what we call a semi-slick tyre. So notice that the tread is a lot simpler, fewer circumferential bands, larger tread blocks, but we've still got some of these lateral sipes to move water out of the way. So categories that use a semi-slick tyre, like Garagistic BMW Drivers Cup, E30 Racing, saloon cars, XLs, utilise a tyre like this, so they use the same tyre in the wet and the dry. And if it was a condition like we sometimes get in the middle of winter here at Sydney Motorsport Park, it's the kind of tyre you'd want to have on your car so you don't have to make changes through the course of the 300 kilometres. And then finally on our left here, we've got a brand new, what we call a green Kumo Slick. So this is the kind of tyre that gives you maximum grip. Notice there's no tread pattern whatsoever. There's a couple of these tread depth monitoring grooves that you can put a depth gauge into. About 3.5 to 4 millimetres of tread. So a bit like what we've got over here, but it's buried in the carcass of the tyre here. So fully slick. In the wet conditions, these are a nightmare. You're going nowhere. You've got no traction on the circuit, regardless of how much downforce you've got. In the dry, maximum grip and maximum performance here for the Picture Partners Sydney 300.
Got it. Are we off? Thank you, folks. No worries. Are we off? Can we switch away? Right, let's take a walk. So, alright. I don't know. Are we planning to come out? We've lost Lachlan and Zach.
Disappeared. Oh, you're still on the line.
It is Pit Lane Live at the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Great to have your company on the screens of Glenline TV. Dave Stillwell, Lockie Mansell with you for your lunch break. Not too far away, practice number 2, about 25 minutes until we have the Sydney 300 cars back on track. Dave, let's keep going for a bit of a wander because there's plenty of action down here in Pit Lane. Even though there's not a lot of cars on track at the moment, we do have the Live and Learn disability crew doing some hot laps. But let's see who we can catch up with. Actually, one driver who I found, Daniel Kapitanovich, driver of the Pinnacle Automotive BMW 328 High, winner of last year's Wakefield 300, performing very well for most of the race at the Winton 300 last year as well. And you were pretty fast in opening practice for the Sydney 300 earlier this morning.
Yeah, car feels good. We'll probably put some new tyres on in qualifying, see how it goes. But Adam will go out and do the next practice session and hopefully it goes well again.
One of the things that we've seen with you and your team in the past in terms of tactics and the way that you approach these races is that you don't put a huge emphasis on qualifying. It's always been all about the race for you, and I think that's reflected in the fact that you hold the record for the lowest grid position for a 300 winner, coming from 16th on the grid to win the Wakefield 300 last year. Is that going to be your tactic again today, to focus on a race setup all day?
Yeah, look, I think from a competitive point of view, we'd be better maybe sitting in Division C. However, it's not the way we race. We'll go Division B and just try and drive the wheels off the car in the race and see where we end off.
All right, well, go well tonight. Looking forward to seeing you out there.
Thank you.
There we go, Daniel Kapitanovich. One of the chances you would have to say, Dave, for an outright victory for BMW in the 300 tonight, there's a few of them.
Will definitely lock on, of course. That's one of the things about the Sydney 300 and the way those division structures break down is how many compulsory pit stops they have to make. You heard Daniel talking about, oh, we really should run in Division C. That's the first of the classes in terms of lap speed that can get through the race with 1 5-minute compulsory pit stop.
Yep.
That's from crossing the pit entry line at the start of pit lane all the way down to pit exit. That's there to help the teams, slow down their refueling stop. Once he makes that step up to Division B, a little bit faster in lap time, they have to add an additional 2.5-minute compulsory pit stop as our cameraman avoids being run over by the Hyundais doing the hot laps for the Live and Learn group. Of course, once you step all the way up to Division A, there goes the Fraser Commodore. Once you step up to Division A, you've got 2 compulsory 5-minute pit stops where the car's got to be in the box doing a refueling stop. So those are some of the strategic decisions that have to be made when you make your plans for the Sydney 300.
Now, one man who's very busy today is the series administrator for the MRA series, the organiser of the Pitch Partners Sydney 300. Terry Denovan, you have not stopped since I saw you first thing this morning, but with a field of more than 50 cars set to start the Sydney 300 as the biggest Sydney 300 so far, you must be stoked.
Oh, absolutely stoked. 50 cars, there's 100 and something drivers, I can't remember where we're at now, but look, awesome turnout, and all this doesn't happen really without the support of so many officials and so many people behind the scenes making things happen. And one person in particular is Charlie Viola from Pitch Partners. Without his continual support, like this sorts of stuff, to live stream these events, to have all this sort of cool stuff happening, doesn't happen. So yeah, big thanks to Charlie.
Here, and he's going to be racing solo in the Sydney 300 tonight. But it's not just the Sydney 300. We've got a big assortment of support categories and healthy fields in all of the support categories as well. Massive field in Series X3 New South Wales, big field in the Pulsars. The Alfa Romeos and the BMW E36 field's pretty healthy as well.
Yeah, they are, absolutely. Look up, XLs have definitely pulled out an awesome field this weekend, and there's quite a few of them that weren't able to make it. So we had, I think, 44 registered cars. I think we're down to about 41 now, just because of some mechanical issues. Pulsars, great numbers. Alphas and the E36s combined is showing a really, really cool field and some awesome cars out there. And then also along, MX5s we're combining with the Clubmans this weekend. The Clubmans are a little bit low, but normally those numbers are really, really high. And unfortunately for this event, we've had some lower numbers, but it is what it is. And but still great numbers from all the MX5s and Clubmans, and some great racing. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and I think combining the MX5s with the Clubmans has worked well, because they're cars that have got very similar mechanical philosophies. They're cars that are very evenly matched in terms of pace as well. So they've had some good battles, not just among themselves, but with each other.
That's right, absolutely. So obviously we're able to combine 2 categories as such, like that, which is really good. And but both the categories are very aware of their spatial surroundings. So to have those two categories combined and to have them, put on some good racing, it's fantastic.
Well, we are about 20 minutes away from having the Sydney 300 cars back on track for their second practice session. We'll grab a quick break here on Blendline TV. We'll be back for you in a couple of minutes' time with a few more interviews from here in pit lane. So stay tuned to Blendline TV's live and exclusive coverage of the 2023 Picture Partners Sydney 300. Here's Sydney 300. We have got some young drivers and some senior drivers. I was going to use the word senior, Dennis Penner. I'm trying to be a bit diplomatic here, but fantastic to see that you've taken young Chiara Zabatakis under your wing this season. You're giving some mentoring, some driver tuition. We know that you've had lots of experience over the years in all different forms of motorsport. I first met you back in about 2005 when you were racing in Commodore Cup, so it's fantastic that you're now here helping the next generation of drivers come up through the ranks.
Well, firstly, I did go get my seniors card, so I am a senior now. Second of all, I think all of us older drivers should be able to give something back to the young generation and help them, because that's the future, so that's the next step that we need to do. And things that we've learned, pass it on and see how they go. And being with Chiara the last 6 months, she's improved so much, doing everything right. We're going to focus this year on the MX5 and the Super TTs, and then come out next year and see if we can do bigger and better things.
Chiara, will bring you over as well, because since I first met you, I've been really impressed with your attitude, the way that you just keep learning and developing. We've seen that not only have you raced in the MX5 Cup, but you've been racing in the Mazda RX-8 Cup this year as well. How are you finding the learning progression?
I mean, they're both different cars, but the basics are all the same. But with Dennis's help, I've learned so much more along the way. And I just can't wait to keep improving and going faster and faster. So, yeah.
Tonight you've got an endurance race, 77 laps. You'll have all of the strategic elements, compulsory pit stops, driver changes. How much are you looking forward to being in an endurance race and sharing the car with another driver?
I'm super excited. I've been counting down the days, but it's going to be really good. So fingers crossed that we go really well, and yeah.
I have to ask the question, who's faster, you or Dennis?
We're pretty on par, but I'd have to say him by far.
So he's going to be qualifying the car, is that the plan?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
And then for the race, have you had a bit of a discussion about strategy in terms of who's going to start and who's going to finish?
So Dennis is going to start off, and then I'll do the remaining 2 hours, so yeah.
All right, well, I hope you're fit, because that's going to be a long time that you'll be spending in the car tonight. Go well.
Thank you.
Good stuff. There we go. So Dennis Penner and Chiara Zabatakis teaming up in a Mazda MX5 for tonight's Picture Partners Sydney 300. I might just get Dave to come back in very quickly. Because it's fantastic, isn't it, to see the variety and diversity of competitors in the field in terms of, the young and the old, people who've had experience in different motorsport categories coming in to have a play. I mean, you know, you look down the field in the Sydney 300 and you've got drivers who've come from a diversity of motorsport backgrounds. You've got a lot of people with state-level racing experience. You've got other people who are racing in national categories like Josh Haynes, who's currently in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, and Josh Buchan, who's currently running second in the TCR Australia Series. And then you've got some drivers who are racing for the very first time tonight.
Well, it's a very welcoming environment, and with that division structure, with all the different lap times to play for, it doesn't matter whether you're racing in the, you know, the minnows group of Class E, where you're, you know, circulating, you know, barely faster than getting around in a road car, or whether you're, you know, running right at the front in Division A, like we sort of seen the Trans in the BYP Civic over the years. There's always a place for people to race. It's a very welcoming environment. There's a huge degree of respect between the competitors, and with that freedom to choose what kind of car you bring, how you set it up, what kind of tyres you run, what division you can run it in, there's really a place for everyone. It's a very welcoming and open community, and it should absolutely be rewarded. You know, what Terry and the team at MRA have picked up and run with, you know, started off with the Wakefield and Winton 300s back in the day. We got our first couple of Sydney 300s in, interrupted by COVID. Now with Wakefield Park on a temporary hiatus, this is the premier endurance race for grassroots enthusiasts in New South Wales.
100%, and that's reflected in the field size that we've got, with more than 50 cars set to start the race tonight. Qualifying not too far away. We saw the feature that you did on tyres a bit earlier on. I don't think we're going to have any rain tonight, so I don't think that will be an issue. But tyre selection...
You've done it now. You've done it now.
Look at the sky. We're not going to get any rain tonight. If I put the commentator's curse on it, I do apologise in advance, but I think we'll be okay, fingers crossed. But tyre selection is still going to be important, because there'll be cars that will be on slick tyres. We know that a slick tyre in dry conditions is ostensibly a faster tyre, but then you'll have competitors who have deliberately put treader tyres on their cars because they want the lap times to be a little bit slower.
It's interesting you mention that. So we've got Rob Vide from Live and Learn Group, who of course has just been doing an amazing job with a group of volunteers, bringing through some of the people from his NDIS accredited organisation, bringing them through for a lot of hot laps here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We've got this beautifully presented Sports and Super TT Commodore running the Aero pack from the VZ Commodore Aero Supercars. You know, you'd normally expect a big, baggy, tall profile slick on this. We're running a Yokohama Advan AO50 semi-slick, like I talked about earlier. Whether you run in the dry or the wet, same tyre stays on the car, brings the speed level down, and you can use the tyre choice to tune which division you end up with based on lap time.
And the thing about the Yokohama Advan AO50 is, A, it's a durable tyre, but B, because it's the control tyre for all of the improved production categories in all of the states across Australia, and also now the control tyre for the New South Wales Production Touring Car Championship. And it's a tyre that you can use not just for the Sydney 300 but for other races as well. Now, during the lunch break, we've seen some hot laps taking place out on the circuit with Robert Vine from the Live and Learn Disability Group. So what we might do is we might actually welcome
I'll hand over the microphone to the man of the hour, who's freshly sweated out of his Hyundai i30N sedan. We'll hand it over. Rob, thank you very much for joining us. I'll hand you over to Lockie's capable hands.
Thanks, Robert. We'll just get you to move the microphone up nice and close. You've been doing hot laps in the Hyundai i30N. But just tell us, so it's Live and Learn Disability Group, so give us a bit of a sense and a bit of a description of the services that you provide and offer.
Oh, like, we try and make the participants, you know, it's all about the participant at the end of the day, you know what I mean, make them happy and what they want, and we provide what they need, you know.
So what kind of services does that encompass?
We've got a day program. We do like one-on-one service, all that sort of stuff.
And obviously you bring people out for fun experiences like going for hot laps in race cars.
Yeah, that's right. Let them enjoy it. As long as they've got a smile on their face, that's the main thing, you know.
How did you find the hot laps? How was the response from all of the participants today?
Well, so far they all enjoyed themselves, so which is good.
That's always good to know.
Yeah.
And I have to ask the question as well. Normally you race this V8 Commodore, but you're doing hot laps in a Hyundai i30N sedan. How was that?
Oh, because I've got one of my participants there that she can't get into one of these, so I decided to bring my car so she can have some fun, you know.
How did it go on the track, the i30?
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Yep. And I believe you're going to be driving solo in the Sydney 300 tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to try. I'm going to try.
How's the car going so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
That's good. Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, it runs reliably for you, because 77 laps, 300 Ks, it's a long way for a solo driver to go. But hey, Todd Herring won the race solo back in 2021, so it can be done.
I'd just like to thank Terry from the MRA. He's done a fabulous job. Like, without him, this wouldn't be possible. And all the guys from the team, everyone helped me with the car. Just like to thank everyone, especially, Live and Learn team there. They've done a great job, and Terry, awesome.
Yeah, well said, Robert, and thanks for everything that you do to support people in the disability community.
Thank you.
I'm sure they've thoroughly enjoyed their experience at Sydney Motorsport Park this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring Dave back in for a last final chat, because we've only got a few minutes until we've got cars back out on track for their second practice session for the Sydney 300. And Dave, how a team's going to be approaching this second practice session, do you think, given that it's the last time they'll be on track before qualifying?
Well, it's so difficult to get the car set up for the Sydney 300 because it takes place at night. So we've got that beautiful sunshine and warm temperatures, warm asphalt, warm air temperature. So the way the cars are behaving at the moment is very different to when the cars take the green flag or at the start of the 300 race in that rolling start. So the drivers will start working on, okay, what sort of speed can I drive this thing at consistently without overstressing the tyres, without overstressing the brakes? How do I go in traffic? Where is my car's likely performance going to go? If you're right at the limit of, say, breaking out of Class B lap times into Class A, that's where you go, you know what, I'm far better off running at the front of Class B, just at the point of breaking out, than I am breaking into Class A and running well down the order in Class A. So keep an eye on the timing, folks. You want to see people running right at the end of those division brackets, not at the bottom end of their division brackets, because you've only got 2 chances to break out during the race before you then have to take another penalty and move up a class.
Correct. And depending on what division you're in, that could mean that you have to spend extra time in the pits as well during your compulsory pit stop. Practice session number 2 coming up very soon here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We'll grab a quick break here on Blendline TV, and we'll be back with Zach and myself in the commentary box, and Dave roaming the pits for you right here on Blendline TV.
Welcome back to Pit Lane here at the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 as part of round 2 for the Motor Racing Australia New South Wales State Championship round 2. I thought I'd take a moment just to talk you through some of the things you're going to start to see in the race this evening. We've talked about tyres, we've talked about division breakouts. One of the things we haven't talked about is how people are going to be getting the race fuel on board their cars. We talked about the division breaks, so all the cars have to do at least one compulsory pit stop. Class B cars have to do one 5-minute stop and one 2.5-minute stop, and Class A cars have to do 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops. During those periods of time, teams are permitted to refuel. They can't do anything other than refuel the car, and cars that are normally aspirated have to turn the engines off. Cars that are turbocharged can leave the engine running, but they've got to have an additional fire attendant on hand with a handheld fire extinguisher. Now, there's a couple of different ways you can do some of that refueling. We've got one of the hand-pumped drums here. So 50, 60-litre drum, rotary pump. You'll see the teams come out across the red line, hook up the earthing strap, make sure the car is earthed. Then they'll put the nozzle, a trigger nozzle like you get at any automotive petrol station, put that into the normal fuel filler, and then they'll start to crank the handle and put fuel in. It's a very slow process, it's a very safe process, and again, you've got that 5-minute window. You don't need to rush. Some of the teams up and down pit lane run in other endurance series like the Australian production cars or even the Bathurst 6-hour. And that's where you see this big contraption here, the overhead fuel rig. Rather than using a hand pump, we're using gravity to feed the fuel into the car. So 200 odd litres of fuel up here in this overhead vessel, same kind of deal. Got to hook up and make sure that the car is earthed to the wall so that we don't get any sparks. We've got a Siamese dry brake refueling coupling here. One, to feed the fuel into the car, a second to let the air vent out of the tank and go all the way back up into the top of the tank. You'll see an attendant here, the dead man's handle here. They're watching the pit stop going on in front of them. Any issue with fuel spilling anywhere, that handle comes straight back and they make sure that fuel doesn't spill all over the ground. You'll see one member of the crew standing back with a, here we go, 9-kilo handheld fire extinguisher. It's a bit, I must have skipped arm day at the gym, folks. They'll be wearing full fireproof gear a couple of metres behind the car, just making sure that they're monitoring the way the pit stop goes. Any chance of there being any flash or any flame, they're right on there to make sure that the flame's extinguished. There are severe penalties if you spill any fuel when you hook up to the car here, or if you're a little bit overzealous with your fuel pump out of the nozzle here. You'll see teams where their refueling point, that's where they hook up with the rig or the nozzle. If that's on top of a wheel where you'd have a hot brake, you'll see them use a fire blanket like you might see in a kitchen. So these are just some of the tools that the teams in our Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 will use to get the cars from the green flag to the checkered flag at the end of the day.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell. Great insight as per usual from you down on pit lane, and looking forward to more of that as the afternoon goes on. And we are standing by, ladies and gentlemen, for practice 2, Group 1. Or Group A, to try not to confuse you numerically speaking, for the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 of 2023. The 4th running of this event, the 20th to be held in New South Wales, Lachlan Mansell, and that's something we haven't really shone too much of a light on today. We haven't had a chance. The steep history of this event, though, the roots of its success lay within the Benalla Auto Club, the Windsor Motor Raceway and Wakefield Park, but there's something very special about this Sydney 300 in its infancy.
Indeed there is, and like you said, even from the get-go back in 2019 when the event first started, it's always attracted strong fields of cars, and the 3 races that we've had so far have all been classics in their own right. We had that dramatic finish in 2019, didn't we, where it came right down to the last corner of the last lap. But then we've had some other pretty dramatic moments as well. Last year, 7 safety cars, multiple lead changes, and a dice for the lead between a Subaru WRX and a Mitsubishi Evo 9 that was not resolved until the very closing stages.
For those of you just joining us, of course, let's elaborate and catch you up, bring you up to speed on where we are so far. Practice 1 for Group 1, and we'll hopefully have a combined result sheet coming through at some point here, ladies and gentlemen. Not at this moment, so bear with us on that. This was basically your Div C, D and E cars, of course. Semi Celini and Salteri in the Volkswagen Golf, 1 minute 43.3421. And then, of course, the Contini pairing, A&M Racing, they were second. Charlie Viola third. So Volkswagen and Honda in the top 3 there. BMW 4 through the combination of Julian Burke and Matthias Herberstein. And then, of course, the Ferns and Muller Volkswagen combination, number 2, rounding out the top 5. In Group 2, the outright contenders, you could say, Benny Tran pipped Todd Herring at the back end of the session there by half a second. That means nothing at this end of the day, let's be perfectly honest. We are waiting for all hell to break loose over 77 laps a little bit later on, and who is going to be, as we see the number 13, the Contini entry there on screen at the moment. Very quick in the opening session of Group A, and no doubt we'll be looking to punch out similar numbers in session number 2. The story of the race so far as I was concerned, Lockie, was off the track when it was announced that the front row of last year would be pooling their resources together into one outfit with Adrian Wilson, Josh Buchan and Lloyd Godfrey. They were third fastest in that opening session. Again, means nothing this early in the day. Harrison Cooper and Wayne Cooper, fourth there in the Mitsubishi Evo. So already 4 different manufacturers in the top 4, and the Honda Civic of Miles Jones and Jimmy Tran fifth. Daniel Kavatanovich and Adam Thompson, Wakefield 300 winners last year, in 6th place. So that's the lay of the land at the top end of town, and we're talking, of course, about the bottom end of the town at the moment. But in a division race, let's be perfectly honest, we cannot lose sight of how important those class battles will be in terms of telling the story and picking apart how the night unfolds.
And that's why these practice sessions and in particular qualifying are going to be important as well, because that's what's going to set the divisions. And in terms of how the outright race plays out, who's in what division is going to be absolutely critical because of the compulsory pit stop element. As we've discussed on multiple occasions already today, different compulsory pit stop requirements for the different divisions.
A couple of other talking points, and it's an opportunity for us to expand on what Dave Stillwell was talking about there earlier. You can see the line of cleanup on the circuit there from where the support category entry in the Alfa and BMW race spilled its guts earlier. There'll be a few drivers trying to avoid that like the plague throughout the course of the afternoon. I don't think they'll have a choice with the XLs at the start in the next race on the program, which comes up at the conclusion of these 2 practice sessions here and now. Contini, Boydell and Mork, the top 3 at the moment. Not anymore, though. Ollie Loyakono in at the Toyota 86, jumping up into 2nd spot on the timesheet there. Keep an eye on that on the left-hand side of your screen there, the totem pole, ladies and gentlemen. Only 15 and a half minutes left in this session. That order will change substantially throughout the course of the afternoon. We will relay bits and pieces with regards to lap times to you as best we can throughout the course of this session. But it's a good point, Lockie. 15 and a half minutes. Not a lot of time to get in, get organised, get a setup. This is the last chance to get out there and get prepped for quali.
Indeed it is, but one thing that Dave and I were discussing during our pit lane walk is that the track conditions that we've got at the moment are going to be quite different to what they will be in qualifying later on. At the moment, lots of UV on the circuit. It's a fine day in Western Sydney this afternoon, and the ambient temperature very high, unseasonably warm for this time of the year, 24 degrees. The expected top currently it is 23.3, so it is edging towards our forecast maximum temperature of the day. But then once the sun starts to set a bit later on, it will cool down, and by the time we get into qualifying, the sun's going to be quite low in the sky. In fact, it's going to be right in the driver's eyes as they head down the main straight towards turn 1 here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So there's that track evolution factor that the teams are going to have to stay on top of as well.
And I guess that's the only difference between a twilight qualifying and a nighttime race. Around the circuit, the visibility is roughly the same under lights, and a lot of people comment on how much it looks like daylight. But the one key ingredient that's missing there, of course, is that sun in your eyes. It's trackside lighting in your eyes, it's other factors, it's headlights in the rear view mirror. So there are substantially different factors between now and these practice and qualifying sessions in the daylight to what the drivers will be contending with with regards to distractions and other factors once we get going under lights. Now, Dave was mentioning earlier about fuel tanks and fuel burn and all that sort of stuff. That's one of the great ingredients of this race as well. One of the quirks of variety and diversity that we love about them, Lockie. There's 2 points here. One is fuel burn. There are varying numbers with regards to where the critical lap is for each car in this field, because either they're running different sized fuel tanks, or they've got different fuel burn, or they're bound by driver changes, or whatever the case may be. The second thing is tyres. We don't have a control tyre in this race, and therefore there are so many different brands of tyres, be they slick or treaded, on cars in this 51 car field.
Indeed, and not only is it the different brands of tyres, and a big thanks to Dave who did a technical feature on tyres a bit earlier on in the broadcast explaining the different varieties of tyres that are in use in the Sydney 300, but it's also tyre wear and degradation. And here at Sydney Motorsport Park, it is a high tyre degradation circuit. So for some of the teams that might have chosen to run softer compound tyres, they will be putting a fair bit of energy and a fair bit of load through those tyres coming around some of the faster corners, particularly turn 1, Corporate Hill, and also the final sequence of corners at turns 9, 10 and 11. Put a lot of load through, in particular, the front right-hand tyre. So in the pit stops, it could be that we see some teams choosing to change 1, 2, 4 tyres, depending on what their strategy is and how well drilled their pit crew are. One of the things that we do sometimes see here at Sydney Motorsport Park is that during a pit stop in whatever category, if there's the opportunity to change tyres, it will be the 2 loaded side tyres, which are the right-hand side tyres on the car, that get changed during the pit stop, because they're the ones that tend to suffer from the most wear around here. So at the moment, Chemu Sell, who was fastest in the practice session that we had earlier on in the VW Golf R, he's gone to the top of the timesheets once again, sharing that car with Ian Salteri. We've seen that duo have driven alongside one another in a number of endurance races, in production cars, and a number of the 300s and the Bathurst 6 Hour over the years. And that Golf R is actually a fairly potent package, so it's based on the lap time that it did in practice session number 1 earlier on, fast enough to be in Division B.
Absolutely it is, but that's another point of interest that we'll dissect throughout now, and also qualifying as well, Lockie, working out which divisions are going to feature which entries and who's nominating for which division as well. And that brings me to the next point. We spend a lot of time looking at one lap pace here and now in terms of the leaderboard, but one lap pace amounts to nothing over 77 laps in the grand scheme of things. If you're at the top end of town, sure, you've got to run to a number and run like a scalded cat, as I said earlier, from go to woe. If you do complement or overcome the 5-minute penalties that you incur via an extra compulsory pit stop. So you've got a 10-minute pit transit. Division B's got 7.5 through 1x5 and 1x2.5. Division C, D and E have a 5-minute stop apiece as well. So if you're a Division A car, you're immediately playing catch up from the outset, is what I'm trying to say. But experienced campaigners in this caper, and I'm thinking the likes of Parry Anastakis, Daniel Flanagan, Anthony Sewell, all 20+ starts. No one I don't think has started more than Parry, of course. He's up to number 25, you up to number 24. They will tell you that you've got to run to a number in the race for so many different reasons. 1, division brackets. 2, treating the car with tender love and care, because at the end of the day, a lot of these guys are running production cars. They are prone to break. They are prone to attrition. We've seen attrition in this race so many times in the past. It's bound to play a factor tonight. And it's the difference between those that have the overall package, the setup for 77 laps, as opposed to those that are going for outright speed. That's the difference at the end of the day, and it's been reflected on the scoreboard on so many occasions.
And that's the disadvantage of being in one of the faster divisions, is that you do have to push the car harder, and therefore you're at a higher risk of suffering from mechanical problems. Just having a look, so there was a bit of a contretemps at the start of practice session number 1 earlier on today between the VW Polo of Troy Derwent and Oscar Butt, and also the Raceway Track Time Mazda MX5. I had a catch up with both of the drivers from both of those cars, and unsurprisingly, there were differing opinions on who was at fault for that incident. It was Glenn Gorrick who was behind the wheel of the Raceway track time as the MX5. The bottom line, in my opinion, is that they were both equally to blame. You really shouldn't be having cars running into one another on the opening lap of practice for a 300k race. Bit of dust getting kicked up there coming out of turn number 5. Looks like it could have been just somebody potentially running a little bit wide there.
Could have been just ahead of Samuel's cell there. We'll find out. We'll try and work it out. No idea at this point in time. All we saw was smoke and dust, which suggests that someone's testing the limits in practice. And if you're going to do it at any point during the day, now's the time to do it. You don't want to be making those sorts of mistakes during the race tonight. So, 7 minutes 55 seconds left in this practice session. Stick around too, folks, because obviously the second practice session for Group B comes your way immediately at the conclusion of this one. Then we get stuck into race 2 for the support categories, and if they're anything like the first round, particularly the XLs and the Pulsars, well worth sticking around for, well worth the price of admission. If you're watching via the platforms of Blendline TV, be it Facebook or YouTube, and you haven't yet, if you're in the area and you haven't yet committed to making the trip out to Sydney Motorsport Park, now's the time to get your bum in the car and make your way here and be treated to a spectacular afternoon of entertainment. Free admission, and speaking from experience, it looks spectacular here at Sydney Motorsport Park when the full field heads off to turn 1 when the green flag waves on the 4th running of the Pitcher Partner Sydney 300 tonight at 7 Eastern time. 7 minutes left in the session. UCell still on top, Boydall second, and Viola third. What's interesting here, Lockie, and you might be able to give some insight into why this is the case. We are well south of where we were in that first session in terms of lap times. We're in the 1 minute 43s at the end of practice 1, Samuel Ucell and Ian Saltieri. We're nowhere near that at this point.
The track's got slower for multiple reasons, Zach. Number 1, increased temperature. Number 2, the wind's picked up, so there's going to be a headwind coming down the main straight. Number 3 is that because we had the mechanical problem with the Alfa Romeo race earlier on, you've got that oil soak on the circuit, so it will be a lot more slippery as well. It's something that we see so often here at Sydney Motorsport Park is track evolution, and that's why it can make it quite a challenging circuit for teams that are testing here in categories like Porsche Carrera Cup, because when the track evolves, you might find that you've dialed one setup into the car at the beginning of the day, and then as the day progresses, the way the car behaves is going to be completely different just because of track evolution, and that can make it really hard to compare data over the course of an event. And this is what I was saying before about teams trying to stay on top of the track as it evolves, trying to predict how it's going to behave. It's not an easy task, especially when the temperature, it's probably right now, you would have to say, it's probably about the hottest part of the day. So the conditions that we've got at the moment are not going to be representative of qualifying, and they're certainly not going to be representative of the sorts of conditions that we're going to have during the race. But it's still very important track time for all of the drivers. Let's just touch on the triple driver combinations that we've got in the field.
5 of them.
And we do have, like you said, that's about the most that I think we've had for a 300.
Well, I'm going back through the memory bank trying to work it out myself, Lockie. I think you're on the money. And we've got 8 solo driver entries with that late change, Jason and Jamie Miller this morning. And that's a record as well. So remembering, as part of the constant ongoing tweaks and fine-tuning that the regulations of these events have received over the years, you've only been given the option of running by yourself since 2019 here at the Pitcher Partner Sydney 300.
So the point about the triple driver combinations is a pair of 20-minute practice sessions. It's not a huge amount of time to be rotating all 3 of your drivers through the car and getting them comfortable with how it's behaving. And then, of course, you're straight into qualifying, and most of the teams you would think would put their fastest driver in the car for qualifying. But in the case of these 3-driver teams, I'm wondering if they might even treat it as another practice session and rotate 2 or 3 of their drivers through the car in qualifying, just to make sure that everybody's comfortable in the car by the time it gets to the race. Because what you don't want is a situation where you go into the race and you've got one driver who's underdone in terms of seat time, and they have to get in and try and race in a competitive situation, when they're not as prepared as what you want them to be. So that's the probably the downside of trying to run 3 drivers, you would have to say.
Well, there's another one as well, point number 2. And anyone that's followed this caper over the longest period of time will know where I'm going here. You're immediately giving yourself an invoice to pay if you're in Division C, D or E. Because...
yes, you have to make an extra pit stop.
Exactly. Although, in saying that, is there... I don't know if there's something in the regulations. Our paperwork's blown out to Blacktown. Is there something in the regulations that says that you have to... Because there's no minimum or maximum driving time.
You've only had an electronic copy of my regulations.
Well, you do. Yeah. Is there anything that says that if you nominate 3 drivers to run the race, that they all have to actually turn a lap in the race?
No.
So there's point number 3. If one of these drivers during practice or qualifying says, look, you're the 2 faster cars, drivers, you have at it, then all of a sudden there goes the invoice. But if everyone wants to have their fair share, yes, it's an invoice, it's a price you pay for splitting up the cost of having the drive for shared between 3 different drivers. So it's an interesting one because there's a real, in some respects, like Corinne and Tony Virag and Liam Evans, it's a family aspect to that. It's a family bonding experience like no other. In other cases, there's one combination that's not going to have the invoice issue tonight because they've already got it anyway because of the division they're running, and that's Adrian Wilson, Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan. They'll be fine.
Yep.
It's the guys that might not necessarily be running Division A or B that will, so, and the reason I mention whether there's something in the regulations about whether or not we can go without one driver turning a lap in anger is, out of a 3-car or a 3-driver team, is because when you think about it, the regulation that had to change when the drivers were given the opportunity of flying solo back in 2019, an option they still have to this day, was that you could no longer apply minimum or maximum driving time because, well, how do you do that?
Yeah, although in saying that, for the Winton 300 last year, it was still written into the regs that teams with 2 or more drivers had a maximum lap restriction of 70, so it can still be done. You can still write it into the regs for combinations with multiple drivers to stipulate that.
It's not written into the regs here, is
it's
what?
It's not written into the regs here, no.
So, and that's an interesting one. You could, but then is that fair because there's solo entries that are running the full complement? Yeah. So
what's not fair?
Go on.
For a solo and ostensibly solo driver to get themselves into a really dominant position, being a lap or 2 laps ahead of the field, and then come into the pits with 1 lap to go and hand the car over to the co-driver who does 1 lap and claims the Sydney 300 win Barry Mulholland style.
Yeah, yes. You're going well back. For some of our younger audiences, do your homework on a certain car race over the other side of the Blue Mountains. I'll extend on that. If you look at your NatSoft timing sheets of the 2021 Wakefield 300, Vern Johnson's name is on there because he was entered with Todd Herring. But there was a conversation had on the Saturday night that suggested, no, Todd, if you're comfortable, you run the whole race on your own. So Vern is listed as a winner despite never turning a lap in the actual race itself.
No, I think you do actually have to drive the car in the race to get credited with a win.
That is one of the great statistics of the Sydney of the 300s at large. Checkered flag is out. This session is done. Look, Lachlan and I have been doing this sort of thing for 14 years. We get caught in conversation occasionally, but we need to look at the monitors and tell you that the checkered flag is waving. The timing session, the timing screens have gone from green to grey. This session is complete. Samuel on top of it. 1:45.2125 the marker. The Boydell Walsh 791 combination second, 1.01 seconds off the marker. Then Charlie Viola running solo for the first time this year. Benny Tran also doing that, Jamie Miller also doing that, and Jonathan Hovey also doing that. Their first time running solo in a 300. Then the Contini combination, the number 13. Julian Burke and Matthias Herberstein in number 323. Then the Toyota 86, one of only 2 in the field. Ollie and Liam Lurkono. And then we go back to Michael Ferns and Stephen Muller, Matthew Fraser, Jackson Fraser, Stephen Head and Zach Raddatz. Great to have young Zach Raddatz on the grid. And then the Weir, Lillington and Ferrero. Renault Megane, the only Renault on the grid. Jonathan Hovey in 11th. Christoph Heiniger and Daniel Flanagan 12th. The other 86. Marcus Rumler and Sean Penwaden, two guys that have been documenting their journey to the Sydney 300 on social media. They're in 13th. Martin Lyle and David Grice 14th. And Grant Bray and Glenn Gorick making up the top 15. The two A-Gars, Nicholas and Simon 16th. Jamie Martin, Mike Kelsey, they were on the podium last year in a division 17th. And the two Queenslanders, Daniel and James Hay 18th. Christos Parner and Arthur Parner 19th. Andrew Trampus and Daniel Cunningham in 20th position.
That's an interesting car, that one. The Honda
yes.
Accord Euro. We haven't seen a lot of those in racing trim, but good to see it here.
And also an interesting car is that Richard Mork Honda Holden Cruise diesel as well. So he's got Will Foote and Ian McLean with him this year. Caught up with Morky this morning. He said, I won't shake your hand. I'm a little bit under the weather. But he'll be in fine form if ever we stick a microphone under his chin today. Will Foote, of course, crashed out of the Pulsars in Bathurst, hence why he's not in the field there. But gets a Guernsey in the 300, makes his 300 debut, which is great to see. In saying all of that, let's go back a couple of steps here. We were talking about the two Toyota 86s in the field, and then I mentioned the trio and the Renault. Bastille Day yesterday in France.
Yes.
I ask you this question. There's two French cars in the field. There's a Peugeot of Parry Anastakis and Angus Lithgow, and then there's that Renault Megane. Will either of them feature on the podium tonight in either a divisional or outright capacity?
I think they're both a chance for divisional success. I think probably the Renault, the main concern with me with that car is reliability. They had some dramas with it last year when they ran it in the Wakefield 300, as I recall, and also just as much as it pains me to say it, Renault's in endurance races have not had the greatest reputation for reliability. So anyway, I do keep my fingers crossed for those guys. But the Peugeot is an interesting one, because it started off as pretty much a stock standard Peugeot 205 when Parry Anastakis started racing it way back when. I'm talking back in 2008 when he ran the Wakefield 300 in that car for the first time. And since then it's been a voyage of development, and it's now a seriously fast car. So I wouldn't be surprised if that car does actually figure somewhere towards the pointy end of the field outright. Again, reliability being the number one factor.
Let me go all stats nerd on you for a moment here, just to give everybody at home a little bit of an education on these 300s. So Wakefield hosted the first 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. Winton 300 debuted 2011. We've missed a couple along the way here, but when we go back there in September, it's only 9 weeks away. It's September 15 to 17. It's the earliest it's been in the calendar. It's usually often a November or a December affair. It's earlier in the calendar this year. It'll be just the second 300 in history to be staged in the month of September, behind the 2018 Lakeside 300. Then, of course, we saw great success with the Winton 300 through 2011 onwards. 2014 and 15 were landmark years for the concept, because the grids were that big that we accepted the oversubscribed field. We accommodated for that with B mains. We went all Speedway style. We had a B main and an A main. Something that was achievable because we were able to divide the field by their divisions and say, righto, divisions 4, 5, 6 and 7, you're in the B main, 3, 2 and 1, you're in the main course. That was before we went from divisions by number to divisions by letter. And then, of course, there's an update, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Weather in Blacktown, 23.5 degrees. Perfect day for racing, except for the winds, 17.7 kilometres an hour. That's why it sounds like we're getting blown into Blacktown at the moment. 33% humidity, cloudy conditions. Although, that being said, I can see the sun outside the commentary box at the moment. Lockie?
Just want to say a very good afternoon to a couple of interested spectators who are tuning in from the hill up above Turn 2, which is actually a pretty good spectator vantage point here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So we've got Lockie Dalton, who's currently driving for Brad Jones Racing in the Dunlop Super 2 Series, and he's being joined up there by Jaden Ojeda, who we'll see suiting up with Matt Stone Racing for the Supercars endurance races a bit later on this year, driving alongside Jack LeBrock.
You will remember my relationship with Jaden Ojeda goes back to commentating him in go-karts.
Yes.
So it was very nice to be there and clap him across the line when he achieved great success on Easter Sunday at Mount Panorama. So good afternoon to you guys. Hope you're enjoying the picture part of the Sydney 300. Likewise, anyone else at the circuit or tuning in around Australia or indeed the world on the platforms of Blend One TV, I will get an update throughout the course of the afternoon from Shane Rogers in the bunker here as to just how far and wide the broadcast is spanning, because we often get comments on the YouTube page of where people are tuning in, Europe, North America. So we'll follow that with interest throughout the course of the afternoon as well. Cars out on the circuit now for Group 2. Practice 2, Group B practice, anyway. Kiara Zavatakis is out there as well. That car on screen, Chris Sutton. So I asked Hutto the question when I saw him last night, Lockie. I said, is it a case of if you can't beat them, join them? Because he was in a Subaru WRX last year, beaten by a Mitsubishi Evo. And what is he in this year? A Mitsubishi Evo.
Albeit a slightly newer Model 1 than the
That's
one that
right.
beat him last year. He's in an Evo 10 rather than the Evo 9 that Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski were driving last year. But Chris Sutton was a non-finisher last weekend in the 1-hour endurance race in the New South Wales production touring cars because of a turbo problem with that car. It's the ex-Ben and Michael Cabbage car that we saw running in the Bathurst 6-hour a few times. It was purchased by Chris Sutton early last year. We saw that he raced it at the Winton 300 as well. The 321 Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo 10, there it is on screen. One of the challenges with the Evos here at Sydney Motorsport Park has always been tyres, and in particular it's the front right tyre that cops an absolute pounding. So the key to their success tonight is to make sure that they manage their tyres efficiently over the course of the 77-lap race distance.
And the other thing as well is the Evos, like the Subaru of the team from Bathurst, Harry and Grant Inwood, those guys will thrive on the fact that this race is being run in cool climate. Because how many times have we been at Wakefield or Winton? And Wakefield or Winton, to describe it to people that have never been there, it's as hot as the Sahara Desert in summer, and it's as cold as Antarctica in winter, at both. That's the best comparison I can give you. But we run those two races, the Wakefield and the Winton 300, mostly predominantly in summer months. The exception being the Wakefield 300 in 2011. It was a July affair. And
that was so cold that year. You have no idea.
No, I don't, because I wasn't there. I didn't envy you either.
The story of that was the coldest race meeting I think I've ever attended. Just to give you an idea of how cold the 2011 Wakefield 300 was.
Only you would remember.
It wasn't actually raining, but
it was
I think the top temperature that we got up to, it must have been about 5 degrees for the whole weekend. In the top 10 shootout, even though it wasn't raining, there were teams that were going out on wet weather tyres because they found that they were not able to generate enough temperature in their slicks.
Oh dear. And then of course, but that was in the transitional phase. It was a November race the first 3 years, the Wakefield 300. They moved it to July because the Winton 300 was coming into November, and then it became the February-March Classic that it still remains, and hopefully will continue to be once Steve Shelley and the crew, a two-time winner of the 300 in his own right, and Jake a four-time winner of either the Wakefield or Winton 300, when the doors reopen there somewhere down the line. There's car 818 on screen at the moment. Drew Hall, Matty McClellan coming onto the main straight, following the Jamie Miller Mitsubishi Evo. And at the top end of town, there's the Pinnacle Automotive BMW that made history last year at the Wakefield 300 by becoming the first car from outside the top 10 to win outright. So it has its own place in 300 folklore and history, and also snagged BMW's first win in New South Wales as well, if you can believe that statistic. So BMW got 7 outright wins, Mazda 8. If anyone's going to win tonight from an hour... Oh, hang on. Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess limping. Not a good sign this early in the day. However, rather have it now than in qualifying, because the one thing about qualifying is if you fail to fire there, you make a rod for your own back for the rest of the night, as Todd Herring found out last year by not qualifying because they were replacing a head gasket. And he was in traffic from first until last, and it was a real mentally challenging night at the office. I don't know what the issue is with the Sewell BMW. Let's hope it's minor, and let's hope they can get it sorted. I'm not sure whether it's Anthony or Adam at the wheel at the moment, but we'll find out. The only Porsche in the field is, of course, Chris Stannard and John O'Neill. There they are, car number 44 coming to turn 1. These guys copped a 5-lap penalty last year. They'll be hoping to avoid a replay of that in 2023. But, of course, it's a different co-driver year on year. Last year it was Zach Bates.
Indeed it was. He's a little bit busy with his Dunlop Super 2 Series commitments with Morgan Shaw Andrea United this year. But coming back to the Saul Burgess car, yes, it looks like it was going slowly on the track, but I'm not overly concerned because when I caught up with them after practice session 1, where they were also very slow, it was because they were betting in components and they were completely unconcerned. I think their tactic for practice is just to bet in brakes, get the car warmed up, and then it'll be in qualifying where we start to get a true representation of its pace.
See, that is an outright contender because it's running in Division 2, or B, as it is now. And last year, I thought it was a little bit of gamesmanship and tactical gamesmanship last year. They knew that they weren't going to run the outright speed of Division A because of the inclement weather. But no, it was because of the tyres they were running, among other factors. This year, they suspect it'll be a Div B car again. And, well, we're not going to get an indication as to whether that's true or not until qualifying. Hopefully, they can turn some laps in anger there. At the moment, as you can see on your screen, just under 12 minutes left in this practice session.
At the moment, it's Adrian Wilson. Yes.
Are we surprised by that? Probably not.
No. One of the other interesting things is that
Miles Jones just going to second. Lockie, sorry, go on.
Todd Herring, so he went out, he did 1 lap, and then he came straight back into the pits without even completing that single lap that he did. So hopefully it's not a drama with car number 77, and hopefully it's just a case of them minimising the number of laps that they need to do in that car, as we say that the number 82 Adrian Wilson, Josh Buck and Lloyd Godfrey car is also back in pit lane after completing 2 laps, one of which was the fastest lap of the session so far at a minute 40.2. And a bit like what we saw in the previous session, Zach, overall the lap time so far in this session have been a bit slower. One of the things timing's not telling us
is who's in the car for car
number 82, so we don't know whether it was Wilson, Godfrey or Buchan who achieved that time in the car.
It'll be interesting to see how quickly Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan get up to speed with that car, because it would be slightly different to the Honda that they're so accustomed to and so familiar with. Adrian Wilson, Benny Tran. Benny Tran's just got out there and punched out a 43.6, sitting second at the moment. Miles Jones, along with Jimmy Tran, third. Then Drew Hall is there in fourth place with Matty McClellan. Sewell and Burgess is fifth. Then sixth place is the 22 at Jamie Miller. And then, of course, we go back to Parry Anastakis in the Peugeot in seventh. Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson in the BMW 8th. And then the Holzel entry in 9th, the BMW 1M. And the Nandy Kiss Mitsubishi Evo in 10th place at the moment. Corinne Virag, 11th. It was nice to catch up with her at lunchtime. Glenn Wilson, solo driver tonight in 12th. Then we go back to Timmy Brook in 13th. I did say in our previous show, Lockie, that I suspected that Corinne Virag, Tony Virag, Liam Evans would be an outright contender if things fell their way as far as Holden are concerned. But that HSV of Timmy Brook is going to be well worth keeping an eye on as well.
Yeah, I think Tim's certainly going to be fast enough. There's probably a bit more of a question mark over his co-driver, Christian Millett, given that it's his first ever car race meeting today. So it's very good for Millett that he's got Tim Brook mentoring him this weekend. Benny Tran now goes fastest with a 1 minute 39.8. He was the fastest driver in practice session number 1 earlier on as well, where he punched out a minute 38.7. So again, the time's a little bit over a second slower than the ultimate pace that we saw in practice session number 1 earlier on. Good to see that the number 24 Mitsubishi Evo was back out on the track as well. The Nandy Kiss, Matthew Kiss and Shane Tate car that had the clutch problem in practice session number 1. It has come out, it's done a few laps, it's returned to the pits. Hopefully they're getting on top of that problem with that car.
Through the first corner goes Adrian Wilson and Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan's BMW M4. A car that was in a winning position last year at the hands of TCR Australia regular Lachlan Manif. It fell out of their grasp with a late safety car deployment and the call to go one lap too late coming into pit lane. They followed the safety car around for a lap. Had they come into pit lane as soon as the safety car was called, they probably wouldn't have dropped a lap, Lockie. They fell out of outright contention there and then. And of course what happened to Sewell and Burgess happened. So BMW snatched defeat from the jaws of victory on 2 occasions in the final 20 minutes of last year's Picture Partners Sydney 300. They'll be hoping to avoid a repeat of that tonight. And we got quite excited, I have to say, when we looked at the entry list and we saw that announcement come through that Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan would line up alongside Adrian Wilson, because, 3 formidable drivers in 2 different cars last year makes for a real serious threat if everything goes the way of the BMW in terms of reliability as outright contenders. And, as you quite rightly pointed out, a 3-driver entry has never won a 300 outright, so history awaits tonight for so many reasons. Not just there, but then you go to the other end of the ledger. You got Todd Herring going for win number 4, and you got Adam Burgess going for win number 4 as well. The last 2 names to join the 4-time club, the only 2 names. Jake Shelley, of course, a couple of wins with Michael Shaw, a couple with Steve, his dad, and then, of course, Nathan Chess, with so much success in the Future Racer, won that incredibly rain-soaked Winton 300 in 2017 that was cut short, of course. And I was talking earlier about the success of the format. It's Winton and Wakefield that have had the most success with it. Sydney now as well. The format has been tried and tested in Queensland through Queensland Raceway and Lakeside Park. Hasn't been a fixture on the calendar since 2020, since COVID. But the steady decline of that started in about 2018, and of the popularity, I should say. And that's the thing. And we nailed this in the previous show as well. We've gone through phases of popularity, decline, and growth. And now we're in a growth phase.
Yeah, I think that's the same for a lot of motorsport events. But let's do a bit of hypothetical here, because we're starting to get a bit of an indication about who might be in which division. So I think it's fair to say that car number 81, Benny Tran, we can lock into Division A. So too, car number 82, the Wilson, Buchan, Godfrey, BMW M4. Todd Herring, he'll be in Division A as well. So far,
based on what we saw in Practice 1, not Practice 2. Yeah, correct.
So far, though, they're the only 3 cars that have dipped below a minute 42. So far, they're the only 3 cars that will be in Division A. But then we've got quite an extensive collection that look like they're going to be in Division B, which is for the cars that in qualifying, or in practice for that matter, do lap times between a minute 42 and a minute 45.999. So at the moment, Miles Jones and Jimmy Tran, they will be in Division B. Drew Hall and McClellan, they will be in Division B as well. Anthony Saul and Adam Burgess will be in Division B. Daniel Kapitanovich, in the interview that I did with him in pit lane earlier on, he suggested that they were probably going to go into Division B, and yes, they went quicker than a minute 46 in Practice 1 earlier on. Also, the 2 Kisses and Shane Tate, they're in Division B as well, based on their lap time from Practice Session 1 earlier on. So there will be quite a few cars in that next division that have to do the 5-minute stop and the 2.5-minute pit stop. But the other cars that you would have to say are going to be in outright contention are the fastest Division C cars. And like I said, the number 80 BMW 1M of the Holtzell brothers, Alex and Dieter Holtzell. In Practice 1, they did 1 minute 46.065. So they're right on the fringe of Division B and Division C. So that tells me that they're going to be one of the very front-running cars potentially in Division C, provided that they don't break out in qualifying, which means that they might get away with only having to do the single pit stop come the race tonight.
Excited to have this superstar on the grid there, Timmy Brook and Christian Millett, the number 18, because we know what a versatile performer Timmy Brook is, and if anyone's going to get his head around this car in the space of half a day, it's Timmy Brook. Through they go. Number 18, keep an eye on that. Christian Millett, the co-driver. Of course, you said earlier that he is the son of Warren Miller, correct?
Yep. Correct, yep.
And we've seen Warren on the grid in many of these types of races in the past.
We've seen him in all different categories, haven't we?
Yep,
Production cars, V8 Utes.
Yep.
Even bought an ex-Holden Racing Team supercar that he ran in sports sedans for a while.
That's right. I remember that. So, only 3.5 minutes left in this session. And then everyone goes back to the drawing board and gets the cars ready for qualifying this afternoon. And that will be the first time that we see the entire field on the track at the same time. Out there, trying to find clear air in that first 25 minutes is going to be, well, it's going to be a dogfight, to be fair.
It will be. Traffic's going to be one of the recurring themes of this afternoon and this evening. Finding clear track is going to be quite a challenge. This car backfiring. Is that the Jamie Miller car again? It has a very distinctive engine note. Yes, it is. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that car. I think it must just be that when they turn the pit lane speed limiter on it, it does backfire quite loudly as it heads into the pits. But what a story. It is Jamie Miller making his return to the motorsport scene for the first time in 20 years this weekend. His very last race was the Bathurst 1000 in 2003. He actually ran quite successfully, Jamie, as a privateer at Bathurst. He chalked up some top 10 finishes in the 1000 in the late 90s. And then we saw that he went overseas and did the Nürburgring 24-hour with Rick Shaw in the early 2000s and continued to run as a privateer in the 1000. And in more recent times, it's been his son Jason who's been flying the flag for the Miller family.
One thing that will be interesting to follow there is just how quickly he picks up where he left off. Like, I mean, how many people can go away from doing something on a regular basis and then come back after 20 years and be on the money, you know, straight away or within a couple of days. So it'll be interesting to see how Jamie Miller goes there, because there is, I mean, there's something to be said about the natural reflexes and impulses of racing cars. And for some people like you and I, we could go away from a commentary box for a year, come back and almost pick up where we left off. And it'll be interesting to see if driving a race car, particularly a Mitsubishi Evo, is exactly the same for Jamie Miller.
I'm getting very Formula One vibes with the Blendline TV graphics, I have to say, today, with the three-letter abbreviations for drivers' names.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, 100%.
Great job by the Blendline TV graphics team, which is headed up by Shane Rogers, to keep us abreast of all of the goings-on in the Sydney 300. And it's good that we're getting updates with fastest laps and penalties as well.
He's going to have his work cut out for him tonight, no doubt. Is Shane Rogers, one of the funniest men in motorsport, I must say. And it'll be interesting to see, because throughout the course of the night, he's going to be trying to keep across 51 cars. So good luck, Shado. We will be trying to keep across them as well, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll be led by him. Now, this car, so I want to talk about 2019, but I wasn't going to talk about this car, but since it's on screen, I will. In 300 folklore for all the wrong reasons. Off that top corner, lap 77, last turn, checkered flag in sight, box full of neutrals. Gone is their chance at 300 glory, and they're still trying to get back to the top of the summit. They would have been a little bit jealous of Dylan Thomas and Cody Brzezinski 12 months ago, or 357 days ago, 51 weeks ago, as I said at the top of the broadcast. It's a story that, as unfortunate as it is for them, it lives on rent-free in the minds of anyone that saw it and witnessed it forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson, of course. Probably worth clarifying as well, Zach, that it wasn't that exact car. So it was actually an older model Evo that had that gearbox failure. But yes, they're running their newer, but actually a bit slower Evo 10 in exactly the same livery, so they'll be hoping for a luckier run in that newer model car.
Checkered flag is out. Session is done. These guys are on their last flying lap at the moment. We'll have a look at the leaderboard for you in a few moments' time. No one's cracked into the 138s in this session. Benny Tran, of course, got their last session. It'll be interesting to see where to coin the commentary phrase, Hollywood numbers are in qualifying a little bit later on this afternoon. Checkered flag flies. Session is done. Now we wait. The countdown is on to qualifying in 2 3/4 hours' time. So obviously the other venue that's hosted 300s, although it wasn't exactly the same format, but it was the same premise, was Phillip Island in 2017 and 18. So across 6 different venues and 40 different races. This is number 41. It's the 20th in New South Wales. It's the 29th sanctioned by the Australian Autosport Alliance. They've got a storied history in grassroots motorsport circles in this country, and they've got such a well, you mentioned it earlier, and I think Dave mentioned it too, that this is, for these drivers, this is their Bathurst. This is their Le Mans.
Yep.
You know, it is so special to these guys. They put a lot of time and effort into preparing their cars to perform on the biggest stage. And at the end of the day, yep, the first rule of racing is have fun and get out there and enjoy it for the spectacle that it is, and do it with your friends and your mates as co-drivers and the like. But then the second part is, obviously, if you can achieve a result, you go into the history books. So, as so many people did here this time last year. So, before you step out and Lisa Titani jumps in for Race 2 of Series X3, there are the results from this session. 0.4 of a second Benny Tran has on Wilson, Buchan and Godfrey. I wouldn't read too much into that at this particular point in time. Again, 300 kilometres is a long way around. Miles Jones, Jimmy Tran third, Drew Hall, Matty McClellan fourth. So, what have we got? 3 Hondas in the top 4 and the 2 Bimmers as well. Sewell and Burgess there in 5th. Another Bimmer in 6th, that's 4. A Peugeot 7th, a Mitsubishi 8th, a Holden 9th and another Bimmer in at 10th. So a very BMW-oriented top 10 at the moment. Mitsubishi 11th and 12th through Nandy Kiss, Matthew Kiss and Shane Tate, Harrison Cooper and Wayne Cooper. Then the Holden of Corinne Tony, and that's, of course, the Team V-Rag Racing side of the stable, and Liam Evans, who is the fiancé of Corinne, so he's part of the family furniture there now as well. Glenn Wilson, Chris Sutton, I'm a little bit surprised that he's that far down. Kiara Zabatakis and Dennis Parner, then Jet Herring, Vern Johnson, Ian Joyce and Ben Sheedy. Then, of course, the only Porsche in the field, Cristiano, John O'Neill, then Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson in 20th. Quickly, you mentioned Group C there earlier. So close in 2019. They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the top 10 in 2019. Daniel Kapitanovic and David Kruger had it fall out of their grass plate in the piece. Due to a late safety car bringing the field back to them, but also then a 5-minute penalty. So the top 4 of that year was separated by 5 minutes and 18 seconds. It was really weird how it looked on the timing result sheet. Chris Sutton, of course, second last year. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. We saw it at Winton for the first time. A Div C car getting the victory. Could it happen here in Sydney tonight?
Well, it's a distinct possibility, and I've already talked about the Holtzels, but the other one that's just starting to creep up there in terms of cars that look like they might be quite fast in Division C is Harry Anastakis, the most capped driver in the history of the 300s.
He's done everything except win a 300 outright. Does that change tonight? Let's take this opportunity. Lockie, you're going to step out. Lisa Titani's going to jump in. We'll be back in a few moments. It is the Pitch Partner Sydney 300 on the platforms of Blendline TV. Race Tour Series X3, New South Wales. Round 3 of their campaign on the other side of this. Nice. Terrific to have you company wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia or indeed the world on the platforms of Blendline TV. We are coming to you live from Sydney Motorsport Park on the biggest day of the Motor Racing Australia season. Picture Partners Sydney 300 Day 2023. Lisa Tatani's jumped back in alongside me. Series X3 New South Wales on the circuit. Bit of news from the lane before race 2, which we should mention, and we neglected to mention it earlier. Top 10 reverse grid. So if the Yellbirds weren't already out, they're going to be now.
It certainly is, and it was a busy period between race 1 and 2. A lot happening in the paddock. A few people blaming each other for certain contacts, but what we can tell you so far is Max Gagan should be out with his new windscreen. That looks very fresh on the car. So well done to Shannon Williams for donating that one. Preston Bruce, who finished race 1 in 7th, he came in underweight, about 6 kilos underweight. And he did say that they added an extra 20 litres of fuel prior to race 1, but there might be a difference in scales between here and up there in Queensland.
Yep. Yeah.
And we did work out too, went for a bit of a walk around in the paddock, and Tyler Collins is the only one in those top few cars who are running Federals. Both the Woods cars from Queensland are on Dunlops.
Interesting, because they might still be on Federals up in Queensland, but they're, okay. We'll follow that with interest as well. So, top 10 reverse grid here. Let's see how easy overtaking is for the guys that have been relegated. Jonathan Crossing and Tony Gardner on the front row. Behind them, Hayden Auld and Cameron Brown. Let's go to row 3.
Row 3 follows, and we got Dylan De Bono in 5th place, followed by Lewis Bahaja alongside him. George Wood starts in 7th alongside Tyler Collins, who's also from Queensland.
Yep, an All-Queensland 4th row and an All-Queensland 5th row. Jack Wood and Gavin Faulkner. Mick Scabiris and James Stabili. I got corrected on pronunciation. There's an Italian flavour into that from row 6.
Row 6 to 13, row 7, Connor Cooper and John Marwick line up alongside, and then Brian Skiberis and James Lodge, who was our race 1 pole.
Yeah, he was qualified beautifully, but then had a spin in race 1. Let's see how he can fire back through the field in race 2. Caleb Heffron and Luke Croft from 9, Thomas McLeod and Blake Patterson from 10.
Row 11, we've got Jeff Neve and Shannon Williams alongside, and then Billy Britton and Scott Ford. Billy made a few spots up starting rear of grid.
Look at how they're slowed as they're coming onto the main straight. It's like the Myer car park. It's fantastic. Shane Marnie and Todd Ford from row 13. Tom Dalziel and Adam Roberts from 14.
Row 15, we've got David Brown and Gary Hodges. Behind them, Tamara Wheeler and Eric Masutrit.
And then Dean Chapman and Dion Scott from 17, and Andrew Smith and Joel Strode from 18. And poor old Lisa's had Eric's name twice this afternoon.
In 37th, Matthew Bink alongside Andrew Grimmer. Behind them, Daniel O'Dempsey and Philip Sharma.
And the final row of the grid, Wayne Jones and Preston Bruce. Let's get ready to roll. Watch for Lewis Bahaja. I bumped into him during the lunch interval and he said, the car's good, I just don't have the pace of those bloody Queenslanders. He said, dead set, they are out of this world. And we noted that in commentary in race 1, that the Queenslanders are on another level. It is the spiritual home of XL Racing, the Sunshine State. There's 1,000 of them up there, let alone wherever else in the country you go. And the great thing about this category, as we've said before, is that and this is why we've got people from Victoria and Queensland converging on Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend. You can come from all over the country to race in Series X3, and that's the great thing about having relatively same regulations from state to state.
Absolutely. So many events on. We're just seeing the final cars grid up here. A bit of difficulty finding their grid boxes, as drivers do.
Yep. Now, I've been advised that I was a little bit too far on the rev limiter earlier this morning, but we'll try and keep a lid on it this time round. It is race 2 of round 3 of Series X3. New South Wales, very unfamiliar front row for us here, with Tony Gardner, who couldn't believe he was 4th in the championship coming into this round. And, of course, alongside him is Jonathan Crossing. We are set. We're in the starter's hands. 5-second board. Red lights will be on. We can't see them from our commentary position, but when the wheels turn an angle, we go racing. Good launch from Tony Gardner. Jonathan Crossing on the inside. Can he hold the sway and take the lead into turn 1? No, he can't, because Tony Gardner's got the jump. And look at Dylan De Bono down the inside as well. Can De Bono go to 3rd on the inside of Brown? That battle's going to linger all the way around to turn 2. And Lewis Bahaja, a blinder of a start. He's working with his teammate already, pushing him through almost on the run up to turn 2. And now the braking duel, and look at one of the Wood cars. I think it might have been Jack going to the outside.
The Woods are always racy, very aggressive in their cornering, so we'll see how many positions they can make up.
That's the great thing about one-make racing. There's battles everywhere, and you've got to be aggressive in the early stages because that's where the most ground can be made up. You don't want the horse to bolt at the top end of town. DeBono down the inside of the 34 of crossing. Job done. Goes to second, car number 2. Lewis Bahaj is in there as well. Can he gang up and get down on the inside? Yes, he can. Oh, geez, he had to tuck out of back out of it, though, because he ran out of real estate to play with. Tyler Collins, Cameron Brown and George Wood side by side. 3 wide on the run up to turn 6. Look at the traffic jam congestion trouble. We've got the 132 round the wrong way. We've got another 3-digit car. I think it might be 146 round the wrong, 145 round the wrong way. So that could be, unfortunately for us, what we call pad time, safety car. And more trouble as well. Skibiris at the top of the hill. Brian up around Corporate Hill. Brian's come unstuck. Another car limping off the circuit at the back end there. All hell has broken loose, and safety car boards and flags in race 2. We got through race 1 unscathed, but not race 2. And not through the fault of the reverse top 10 concept. Those guys kept it relatively clean.
They did. There was some heavy damage
trouble
there for the left front and right rear of those cars that we saw earlier.
Field just checked up on itself as the safety car was deployed, so they're going to have to sort that one out. Hopefully no damage done. Hopefully they can clean up the incident over the back end of the circuit cleanly enough and quickly enough. Shane Marnie was the 145, down from Queensland as well this weekend.
If the timing is correct, I see Preston Bruce up in 15th.
And 138 was Matthew Bink, was 138 the other number? Yes. So we've worked out who the 2 cars in the wars are. And now we wait to see how quickly the circuit crew here at Sydney Motorsport Park, who are always very efficient, going to get this one cleaned up, because we are on the clock here, folks. This race is, so the first race was 15 minutes time certain from pit out to checkered flag. The second one, 17, and the third one, 20. So if it had gone green, we probably would have got an extra racing lap in. Now we're not going to. So keep an eye on the clock. It'll tick down. We'll lose a bit of time here, folks. But then, as we know, safety cars have a habit of often breeding safety cars. Let's hope that isn't the case, touch wood. But I guess the situation at hand here becomes a little bit more intense for the drivers, because they've got less time to get the job done. So the racing intensity raises another bar or level, if you like. The elbows will be out more than what they've already been so far today, because the onus will be on the drivers to get in and get the job done as quickly as possible. At the moment, Tony Gardner is staring down a race win, but I dare say we'll get back to green. Can he hold off Lewis Bahaja and also Jonathan Crossing? We will find out very shortly. And the Woods and Tyler Collins will be dangerous too when we get back underway.
It's going to be important for the drivers to keep some heat in their tyres. As you can see, they're weaving to keep that heat. 43 cars are going to spread out quite a lot, so they're going to want to keep quite a small distance between the car in front of them, and hopefully it'll be a clean restart once they get going.
So we've got the crews on deck there at the exit of Brock 05, and looks like both drivers are out of the car and okay. But yeah, it's going to be a little while, because the Shane Marnie car, the 145, is a little bit beached at the moment in the gravel trap there. So we are on hold here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We are in a holding pattern. So we're in a holding pattern, but fingers crossed we can get back to green.
I just want to make note here, I haven't seen Max Gagan come up on the timing screen.
That's a very good point. We haven't seen Maxi yet. So that was the other big story of the morning for those people just joining us. Already out of the 300, was meant to be teaming up with David Vincent in a BMW. Not going to do so. They blew the engine last night. She's done. Kaput. So one less BMW in the Sydney 300 field. Coming to run the Hyundai XL here in Series X3 New South Wales for the first time this year, and unfortunately at a windscreen let go in qualifying, we haven't seen him since. Disappointment, frustration for Max Gagan, no doubt.
He's also been doing some racing in the Toad 86 Scholarship Series this year and been very competitive at that. We've got 6 minutes on the clock here until checkered flag. Recovery crew still on site.
6 minutes to go here.
Yep, so I'm not talking.
In this second race for Series X3 New South Wales. As the field makes its way across the start-finish line. And are we going to Dave Stillwell? I could hear the great man's dulcet tones down there. So we might go to Dave. No, we're not going to Dave. Copy that. So Dave started talking. He was trying to butt into the conversation. That's okay. We'll give him his chance at the end of this race. Hold the phone, as they say. Now, one thing we should point out too while you're here, Lisa, is we've got a great list of sponsors that continue to support Series X3 New South Wales, including no less than 7 McDonald's stores. And I could go a McChicken right now.
Absolutely. I think my go-to is a double cheeseburger, actually.
Yep.
But yes, 7 McDonald's stores, all in the north west of Sydney. Sponsor, as you can see, they're sponsoring the windscreen banners as well, so great publicity for them. But also sponsors of Series X3 is Track School, Rangedown Drainage Services, H. Davison Motorsport, ACT Auto Works, Dent Perfection and Nova Employment. So we thank them all for their brilliant support.
So it's an extended clean-up, the white flag waving as well as the yellow, and of course the white flag reminds you that there is a slow vehicle on the circuit, or a hazard on the circuit at least. So good afternoon, actually at this point in time, good afternoon to Aaron Hills, who's tuning in. He sent me a message a short while ago. He and his son Finley used to have a dabble in the New South Wales Production Touring Car Championship. So great to see that Finley and Finley's doing great things. He's going well, and Aaron's got his feet up on the lounge watching Blendline TV's coverage of the Picture Part of the Sydney 300. So good on you, mate. Nice to have you on board. So to everybody else that's tuning in, we really appreciate you hanging in there with us, and hope you can stay with us for another 8 hours because we're here till 10 o'clock. So it's a long day ahead. This is frustrating, and you would know as a racer in your own right in South Australia. You just get into the rhythm, you just get going, blood pumping, adrenaline rush, and then the safety car comes out and you may as well be driving on a public road processionally.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I don't think anyone goes out there with the intent to cause any damage or harm. Sometimes these things happen in racing. When you're strapped into the seat, obviously it's quite hard to see out of your mirrors. They're the standard side mirrors out for the XL, so peripheral vision can be quite difficult. A lot of people have extended mirrors to see a greater view. But yeah, it is disappointing when races are quite short, very limited for time. And with big fields like this, we wouldn't change it for the world, but it is just difficult to sometimes keep green to green.
Right, still on the safety car as they come down the main straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. They will go round. No, checkered flag is going to wave this time round. This one is done. Tony Gardner, what a story this is. Tony Gardner's the winner in Series X3 New South Wales. Although Dylan De Bono looks like he's actually leading the field across the line, so I'm not sure what's going on there. We'll wait and see. Across the line they come. Tony Gardner is still showing as the leader on our timing screen. We apologise if that's wrong, ladies and gentlemen, but Dylan De Bono was the first car across the line. Gardner, Bahaja, Crossing, Brown, Collins, Wood, Ald, Skabiris and Lodge the top 10. We've got to replay the incident. This is how it all unravelled. The 132 having a spin and evasive action being taken by Shane Marnie. So, credit to Shane Marnie taking evasive action, but unfortunately he ended up beached.
Absolutely. These guys will come regroup, and we got to race 3 a bit later this afternoon.
So, as we show you the replay for the second time, folks, keep an eye on the top left of your screen here. And this is what went down. So, top left of shot, wait for it. There's a little bit of a hit there. There was some hip and shoulder from one of the blue and white car. I didn't get the rego on that, but yes, the blue and white car contact into the 132 turned him round. So I dare say the DSO might have a little bit of work to do.
Always is.
It may be deemed a racing incident because it is lap 1, everyone's tightly bunched. We'll find out, and obviously at least we'll get to the bottom of that and tell us at the start of race 3. That felt a little bit anticlimactic.
I think so. We were set there for, I think, really good racing.
Yep.
No doubt race 3 will bring that.
The other thing as well that I will get you to follow up for us is just why Dylan De Bono is showing down in 40th and not because he led the field across the line. So whether that's a timing glitch as well. Tony Garner's showing us the winner at the moment. Dylan De Bono brought the field across the line. We'll follow that up. A little bit of confusion here. Louis Bahage is second, Jonathan Crossing, Cameron Brown. This is how it's showing at the moment until it changes. Tyler Collins, Jack Wood, George Wood, and then, of course, Hayden Nordman, Excaviris, and James Lodge, the top 10. Frustrating for Lodge to only move up 6 spots, but he did it in about a half a lap, so well done. James DeBilly, and then Gavin Faulkner, John Markwick, then Tommy McLeod, Croft, Neve, Britton, Heffron, Shannon Williams at the fastest lap of the race, if you can believe that. Then, of course, Patterson, Strode, Cooper, Dalziel, Roberts, Ford, Brown, Bruce, Chapman, Wheeler, Maastricht, Smith, Scott, Grimer, Jones, and the timing screen has clicked over to Pulsars, which means you're off the hook. Hey, that was disappointing. Let's hope we get a clean run in race 3. There she is, Lisa Tatani. We're going to a break. Well, actually, no, we're not going to a break. We're going down to Dave Stillwell because he jumped in there earlier, so he's keen to have a chat.
Well, I'm down here with the 161. Mr. Gardner, nearly lost the helmet there. We didn't get a chance to see what happened at the start there. Talk us through your race.
Oh, look, I got a great start. Made best use of reverse grid. It's a shame we only got 3/4 of a lap. So, yeah, look, took advantage of a bad situation. So I'm not sure.
All right, folks, apologies for that. We'll get back to Dave Stillwell as soon as we possibly can. In the meantime, Lachlan Mansell's jumped in. It happened last year as well. But to the Series X3 New South Wales credit, they got across the line in race 1. They had a clean race go to what? Last year, all 3 races hamstrung by safety cars. Now we've got one to add to the count in 2023 as well.
So I've got a bit of breaking news for you as well, Zach, relating to the Sydney 300. So you might have seen that Todd Herring in the previous practice session only did the single lap. He went out, did one lap, came straight back into the pits. There's a reason for that. That is that the Mazda MX5 that he's driving in the Sydney 300 had a wheel bearing failure in that practice session. So another occurrence of problems for Todd Herring before the start of the 300. You'll remember last year it was a head gasket problem.
Yeah.
They had to replace it pretty much during qualifying, and he had to start the race at the back of the grid. And on this occasion, it's a wheel bearing failure in practice. The good news is that they will get it fixed in time for qualifying, so he will get back out there to set the time and at least hopefully launch himself up the grid.
Pulsar's coming up for you very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Then, of course, the MX5s and Clubmans and the Alfas and BMWs to follow that. So that's big news out of pit lane. Good that they'll be able to get it turned around. They've got 2.25 hours to do it before qualifying gets underway. The APRA Pulsar boys are making their way out onto the circuit now. So let's have a look at the grid here for this race with a reminder of the schedule for the rest of the afternoon. MX5 and Clubman's next up, of course, then the Alfas and BMWs. And then we go through another round of all the support races, bar the Alfas and BMWs. They'll follow. Sydney 300 qualifying, they'll be the curtain raiser essentially to the Sydney 300 grid walk, and then the main race itself getting underway at the earlier time this year, Lockie, of 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Race 1 of the Pulsars, really interesting affair this. A two-way fight for much of it between Josh Craig and Dan Smith, and then Scott Tiedemann minded his own business for much of the journey. Timing said that Tiedemann pipped Smith at the post, but the grid would suggest otherwise for race 2. So I was right, I was wrong, and I'm right again. And frankly, I don't know where I'm at the moment. I'm a little bit confused.
I think we're both a little bit confused there. But anyway, in the end, it was Dan Smith that was credited with second position ahead of Scott Tiedemann. But one thing that's not in any dispute is that Josh Craig is going to start this race from pole position after taking an undisputed race victory in the previous race. It was actually a pretty close battle between the top 3, but then Josh Craig stamped his authority in the second half of the race and pulled away. Him and Dan Smith on the front row, back to Scott Tiedemann and Greg Duffy. Shane Tate out of position 5, back then to Michael Ricketts, Matt Butters, Jerome Perozzi and Kieran Pilkington out of 9th. Thomas Petrovic back to Chris Butterfield in 11th. Kane Fraser next ahead of Corey Fraser. Tim Maynard, Rob Tippett out of 15th position, back to Matt Early. Then Dennis Barbaro in 7th, Lucas Lichtenberger. Brianna Woodland, good to see her back this weekend. Tim Molesworth in 20th position. Tim Solly and great course by Marcella out of position number 24. And then we go back to Kane Alderson and Andre Cordy's rounding out the field, with Cordy scoring a DNF in race number 1 earlier on. Once again, it's a time-certain race. The clock starts as soon as the cars leave the marshalling area. So the idea is that the drivers are highly motivated to make sure that their warm-up lap is nice and snappy. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, actually, just to confirm one thing, you will notice if you're watching via the YouTube channel that there is a commenter by the name of Time Certain Clock. Every time we mention Time Certain, he doesn't get royalties, okay? He's just there enjoying the ride like the rest of you. Ready to rock and roll. Race 2 of APRA New South Wales. Quickly to Dave Stillwell before we get going.
What an amazing sight. You know, N14 and N15 Pulsars SR20 engines idling away. We're looking for, as we talked about earlier, the starters box, we're looking for that green flag signal from our rear grid official. There it goes as we swivel our camera angle around to have a look at the start line. The 5-second board comes up at the starters box. Over to you guys in commentary for the start.
Set. Race 2 of the program, round 3 of the championship. Let's go! Craig from the inside, Smith from the outside. Craig with his nose in front. Smith will want to force the issue as they get to turn 1. Have a look at Smith trying to get his nose in front, but Craig's got sway. Craig's got the line. Craig's got the corner.
It's been a good contest between those two drivers off the line in both of the races that we've had so far, and they're still door-to-door as they head into the braking zone for turn number 2, with Smith again trying to go the long way around and coming from a long, long way back. Scott Tidyman super deep under brakes there into turn number 2, just about manages to get the car stopped. Michael Ricketts on an early charge as well.
Yeah, it didn't quite work for Tidyman as they make their way over the crest and down into turn 4 for the first time. The field sorting themselves out safely through the first few corners, the first sector of race 2 of the program, just like the XL. 17 minutes on the clock here. So theoretically we get one lap further than we did earlier today. But that's pending whether we get a safety car intervention or not. We certainly did in the XLs, and it's somewhat upset the rhythm of the afternoon, to be honest with you. Sucked the life out of it. Craig, Smith, Tidyman and Duffy. 1, 2, 3, 4 over Corporate Hill for the first time. Back into view through turn 8. Craig almost using the entire real estate available to him coming through Corporate Hill on the absolute limiter on lap 1.
One of the things that you will see in those front-wheel drive Pulsars is there are some sections of the racetrack where the rear wheels of the car lift right up off the ground. And then when the wheels land again, particularly if it's a section of the circuit where you're braking, you will see some rear brake lock-ups or some puffs of smoke. You'll see it here through the final sequence of corners, turns 9, 10 and 11. The left-hand rear wheel gets unloaded and lifts up right off the deck. As long as the drivers look to maximise their exit speed from the 11th and final corner, and there'll be some drag races and some slipstreaming battles happening down the main straight. They're going to go 3 wide across the start-finish line. Ferozzi, Butters, Tate into turn number 1. Hold your breath, who's going to get through here first? Oh, big move around the outside from Jerome Ferozzi. Has he managed to make it stick? He has.
And at the front, Dan Smith again knocks to the outside at turn 2, Lachlan, but it won't work. And Craig will hold the position for now. And again, just as it was earlier, the longer these two duke it out, the longer Scott Tidyman grabs the toe and comes along for the ride.
The driver who really swallowed the brave pills there, though, was Jerome Ferozzi, going around the outside of one car through turn number 1 takes enough bravery on its own, but going around the outside of 2, that's seriously impressive. There he is, Jerome Ferozzi. So he's moved up into position number 5, but this battle's not done yet because he's got some hard charges behind, including Michael Ricketts, who's moved up ahead of Matt Butters. And, sorry, that was Shane Tate, I beg your pardon, that made that move around the outside. So Ferozzi actually got shuffled back a bit in that one, but yes, some serious brave pills being swallowed by Shane Tate in what was a spectacular move around the outside of 2 cars to take position number 4 through turn number 1.
So side by side they go through turn 8. One of the slowest corners on the racetrack here at Sydney Motorsport Park. That and turn 2 as well. If you're just joining us, we did have an on-air discussion earlier in which you would have actually noticed a rare instance of Mansell and I agreeing with one another and the fact that we need to number the corners as per the circuit configuration here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Through turn 10 we go, back around onto turn 11. Anti-clockwise the direction this circuit. It's been open since 1990. Went under some real reinvigoration and renovation in
Here we
2010
go.
and 11.
Side by side into turn 1. Michael Ricketts and Shane Tate side by side. Ricketts was trying to go down the outside. Shane Tate, though, managing to hold station on the outside. It's going to be a braking contest into turn number 2. Matt Butters, super late under practicing, closes up onto the back of Michael Ricketts into turn 2. And Michael Ricketts' co-driver Josh Haynes back in the pits will be watching this, holding his breath, because he knows that that car has to race in the Sydney 300 later on tonight. The last thing they can afford is any panel damage.
That is, I mean, I probably didn't nail the point earlier. Put it down to me being a bit flustered today, but the reality of the situation is that is grassroots motorsport right there, because you're running the same car in 2 categories. It's not like you've brought 2 cars to the racetrack. Dan Smith, on the other hand, his Pulsar that he's running here is not the same one as he's running in the 300. Same can't be said for Rickett and Haynes. The same applies to a couple of the E36s and the Mazda MX5s as well. So it is of paramount importance for those guys and for us, for the statistical minded, who want this to be a record field contesting the Sydney 300 tonight, that they keep it clean during these 3 sprint races.
Thomas Petrovic up the inside of Matt Butterfield there at turn number 8, gets the job done. That's a change in position 10. So Petrovic now up inside the top 10. One driver who's drifted well back is Kieran Pilkington. He was inside the top 10 in race number 1, but he's fallen all the way back to position number 20.
Down the main straight they go. Side by side, have a look at this. Tidyman and Smith. Smith under the pump from Tidyman at the moment. Down to turn 2. So that little toing and froing between Smith and Tidyman as Tidyman locks it up going into 2. So does Smith. Just par for the course for these Pulsars, really. Make their way through. Has allowed Josh Craig to skip marginally clear. You can now see on your timing pole totem on the left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, not just positions and car numbers, but also, importantly, the margins between this field at the moment. And Josh Craig will be absolutely loving that Dan Smith is doing a little bit of review mirror driving at the moment, mindful of Tidyman's presence, because it's allowed him to skip clear. He's a second to the good.
Scott Tidyman, though, he set the fastest lap of the race in the previous race in that number 48 McLaren Real Estate Pulsar, and once again he's keeping the pressure on Dan Smith in this race. We saw that they had a ding-dong battle for second position in race 1 earlier on, which came down to a drag race to the finish line. Good to see McLaren Real Estate throwing their support behind Scott Tidyman. We've seen that they've been involved in motorsport sponsorship in other categories as well, including the Toyota 86 series, where they've sponsored Tim Brook, and more recently Jordan Freestone getting some support from McLaren Real Estate as well. But the battle's continuing on a bit further back. Shane Tate actually has broken away, so he saw that he made that outside move around the outside of 2 cars through turn 1 a bit earlier on. He's now pulled away in position number 5, and he's more than a second ahead of Michael Ricketts as Jerome Tarozzi comes under pressure from Corey Fraser. That's the contest for 8th position.
Down the main straight again. Craig's advantage is still healthy. It's 0.98 of a second. Smith still doing a little bit of rear view mirror driving to fend off Tidyman and keep him at bay. There's still 6 minutes on the clock. We've got this and probably 2 laps to go, although it could end up being 3 if they're generous. They'll give them 3 because they will get back before that clock hits 0. And if they're not too time poor on the race schedule, they will try their best to give them as much track time as possible. Oh, geez, Tipper with the lock-up, he's run it wide. He compromised the run of the car behind him, the number 6 through there as well, Butterfield. But that's allowed the 2 cars immediately ahead of them to get on through.
Actually, that was good awareness from Chris really Butterfield. He obviously knew that Tippett was probably coming into turn 2 a bit too hot, and he opened up the steering just to make sure that Tippett was able to go on through. Otherwise, he probably would have T-boned Butterfield at the apex of that corner. So good spatial awareness there from Chris Butterfield to avoid a collision. Corey Fraser has got ahead of Jerome Ferozzi, so Ferozzi gets relegated back to 9th position. He'll start to come under a bit of pressure from Corey's brother Kane Fraser, as well as Matt Butters closes onto the back of Michael Ricketts. The battle for 6th position. And down the inside, that's Maynard on Kane Fraser, and gets the job done. Here comes Matt Early as well, looking to compromise on a bit of extra momentum coming out of turn 8.
I stand corrected because I'm pretty sure that the Maynard car is the one that's cross-entered. I'm pretty sure Maynard's got to keep it clean here for him and Dan Smith in the Sydney 300, but he's running wide at 10. Opens up the door and loses a bunch of spots. He's going to go. Takes Gathering it up. He's going to do a little bit of bush cutting and grass clipping, but he's kept it clean. Replay of what happened at turn 2, Lockie.
So this was Tipper down the inside, and he just came in a bit too hot. You could see the understeer there at the turning point for the corner, and like I said, really good piece of driving there from Chris Butterfield to avoid what could have been a collision down there. More action happening down at turn number 2 as well. It's been the action zone so far today. That's Lichtenberger making a move down the inside of Early. So Lichtenberger on a bit of a charge. He's up to 11th position. Now putting some pressure on Kane Fraser in the battle for 10th. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock, and it's Josh Craig who leads, but Dan Smith coming back at him. He's got the margin down to under a second.
And he's done that with the fastest first sector of the race as well, Lockie, a 33.1253. Fastest lap of the race, Josh Craig, 151.743, 8 back on lap 2. Smith coming home with a wet sail at the moment. Margin 0.9. He's got 0.23 on Tiedemann. Duffy a long way back. He's got a little bit of a buffer on Shane Tate, then Michael Ricketts, then Butters, Fraser, Perozzi, Fraser, Lichtenberger. That's the battle we've picked up on screen now through Corporate Hill. Fraser, Lichtenberger, Early and Tippett there. Lichtenberger down the inside.
Nice move, not Nicholas Lichtenberger. That's I've got Nicholas Lichtenberger on my brain because he recently got engaged to Brianna Woodland as Lucas Lichtenberger. Nicholas is the other
alphabet.
Nicholas is the other member of the Lichtenberger family who's also done a bit of racing, and he's the one that has recently become engaged to Brianna Woodland. Here's the battle for 2nd position as reinvigorated, and Tiedemann around the outside of Dan Smith through turn 1. I thought that Smith was making up some ground on Craig, but now he's vulnerable to lose 2nd position to Tiedemann, who goes for the switchback manoeuvre at turn number 2. The problem, though, is that he will be on the wrong side when they get to the next right-hander at turn number 3. And there's contact, and it's Tiedemann that squeezes around the front of Josh Craig to move up into 2nd position. That's... wow, he did well to get away with that one. It's not very often that you'll see the car on the outside on trumps, but I reckon it might have done a bit of damage, and it's a punctured front left-hand tyre for Dan Smith, so one of our title contenders in strife here.
Championship implications right here and now for Dan Smith. Commitment plus from Tiedemann, 10 points to go around the outside. Here's a replay from earlier and what happened at the top of the hill. And the 139 running wide, the Tim Maynard entry. Caught the grass, set him left, set him right again. But a little bit of bush bashing later and a little bit of whippersnipping, and he got back going.
Just as well he ended up on the outside, because he very easily could have spun back into the oncoming traffic there, and that would have been a catastrophic accident that would have wiped out multiple cars. Oh, look at that. The tyres now come completely off the rim on the front left of Dan Smith's car, and he's going to be limping back to the pits. What a shame.
DNF.
Yep.
Last place on grid for race 3. Championship implications. Mongrel of a day at the office now for Dan Smith.
And it was that it was that contact with Tiedemann at turn 3 is what's done it.
Yep. Trying to force the issue and squeeze him on the... well, he was probably being squeezed on the inside, but at the same time, he probably went for a gap that wasn't there. So 2 wrongs don't make a right, but that's how it's unfolded. Look at this battle. The elbows out further back in the pack, and as you said earlier, it doesn't matter where you are in this field, same with the XLs. The good old Pulsars delivering the goods here. Last lap board in the air. 1 to go here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The battles are on in earnest. Doesn't matter where you are in this field. Down to turn 1 we go. Lichtenberger early, Fraser, Tippett and Butterfield.
So Greg Duffy's been the quiet achiever of this race as Dan Smith comes into the pits to get that front left wheel replaced, and down the inside that was Matt Butters sending it for a move on Jerome Ferozzi at turn number 2. We've got contacts down at turn 2 with Kane Fraser copping a touch up from Tippett in the number 95 car. He's been pretty adventurous down there at turn number 2 as Rod Tippett, but on that occasion manages to get through without turning anybody around, thankfully.
Fraser back down on the inside.
Fraser comes back at him, and Butterfield looking to try and get down the inside as well.
Yeah.
So this is the contest for positions 11, 12 and 13.
Yeah, and you'd think it was first, second and third the way they're carrying on at the moment. It's fantastic. Clock expires, last lap. Oh, well and truly on now. Checkered flag out this time by Butters, a little bit wide. Perossi's going to try and get him up the hill to corporate. Perossi on the inside, Butters on the outside. If he can hang there, he'll be able to hang tough, as Chad Nalon would say. The bill will be in the mail for me using his terminology. Butters will hold the inside line for turn 8. Very nicely done. Perossi has to yield. Back at the front, though. Josh Craig's going to double up on Super Saturday at Sydney Motorsport Park. Main straight, checkered flag, job done. The champ is 2 from 2. Holds off Tidyman by a relatively comfortable margin. Duffy was the lone soldier in all that, Lockie. He had 2 and a bit seconds, or a second and a half to the good there in third place. Then Tate's going to come home, and Ricketts in 5th. But here we go, a drag race further back as they come down onto the main straight. Fraser and Tippett. Fraser on the outside, Tippett the inside. It's like the end of the Daytona 500. The drag races are on. And Fraser's going to hold off the all and sundry in the competition there in the fight for, as you say, 11th position. Just madness.
Wow.
A good madness.
Wow.
And clean madness. Gotta love your Pulsar Racing. If you don't, go and check your pulse. I mean, how good was that? I mean, think about, obviously race 1 of the XLs was good. Race 2 not so. But the Pulsars have delivered twice today, and no reason why they won't deliver again in race 3.
Well,
we'll get
to see Dan Smith charging through from the rear of the field, Zach.
Exactly.
So that'll be an exciting spectacle. But before we have the Pulsars out for their next race, we've got 3 more races in the interim. The Mazda MX5 Cup and also the Clubmans coming up next. We've got another race for the Alfa Romeos and the BMW A36s as well. But confirmation of your final results for race 2 of the MRF Tyres Pulsar Series here at the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Josh Craig, your race winner ahead of Scott Tidyman. And those two pulled well clear of Greg Duffy, who came home in 3rd position, almost 15 seconds behind our race winner. Shane Tate in 4th. Back to Michael Ricketts, Corey Fraser, Matthew Butters in 7th, Jerome Ferozzi in 8th, Lucas Lichtenberger and Matt Early rounding out the top 10.
Kane Fraser 11th, Rod Tippett 12th, Kane Alderton 13th, Chris Butterfield, Andre Cortez, then Dennis Barbaro, Kieran Pilkington, Tim Maynard, Tim Molesworth, and Brianna Woodland made up the top 20. Saw her this morning. I've known Bree since karting days. I said, bring it home in one piece so I can call you across the line. There you go. Tim Solly, Paul Spicer, Ian Green, Dan Smith, Mark Seller, and Thomas Petrovic. Petrovic a retirement. Dan Smith, of course, coming home. Not last, but close enough to it. He's made a rod for his own back for race 3. Dave Stillwell, it's yours.
Well, I'm down here in the victory lane here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Race 2 for the Pulsars, and it was number 1. Number 1 on the car, number 1 on the track. Josh Craig, talk to us about that race. How was that for you?
Oh, I mean, it wasn't very entertaining from a passing point of view, but I mean, still a hard race. I mean, the guys behind me are just as quick, so yeah, tough race, holding back, but yeah, got it done.
Well, I've got one of your MRF tyres burning into my leg, so you're certainly working the right front on this car nicely. We'll go to position 2, Scott Tidyman. He definitely kept it tidy out there. The number 48, you were having a great dice there with Dan Smith in the 313. Unfortunately, he had to pull out a left front tyre failure. Talk to us about your race.
Yeah, a bit of a repeat of race 1, really, with the 3 of us going hard. And, yeah, it's good to race these 2 guys and, you know, close racing. It's a one-make series, so it's supposed to be close, but it's definitely close.
Definitely was close out there. Great job out there. Now, coming home in 3rd after Dan Smith had to pit on that last lap. Greg, talk to us about your race. You didn't quite have it all your own way, but you managed to get there in the end.
Yeah, unlucky to Dan Smith. Yeah,
Yeah, they were too quick, the three guys in front, but I'll take it. It was good watching the guys in front. They had that extra pace, and it was a good race.
Did you pick up a couple of things out there, having the front guys and a little bit of breathing space behind just in those last few laps?
Probably just need to go a little bit harder in the turn one. They are very quick there. But no, they're very quick.
You know, a driving coach once told me the one on the right goes all the way down. That's how you get the most speed out of the car.
Try that. I'll try that out.
Not a problem. We'll go back to commentary. Congratulations to our top three from the Pulsars.
Thank you as always, Dave Stillwell. Great to have you along for the ride wherever you're tuning in on the platforms of Blendline TV today. Blowing a gale at the moment here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Zach Caven and Lachlan Manson with you as the first of our combined grids heads out for Heat 2. This is, of course, the Clubmans and the Mazda MX5s. And as we found out earlier, Lockie, the Clubmans have got a fair bit of poke about them. Before we go any further, we should mention we're talking a lot about picture partners, but Motor Racing Australia doesn't happen without its other great, loyal, dedicated supporters either. They include, of course, Track Day Club, Race Apparel, Club Racer Engineering, and Live and Learn Disability Group. Live and Learn Disability Group, Club Racer Engineering, you'll see cars with signage from those two sponsors alone in the picture partner Sydney 300 tonight. So we thank all those people for their ongoing support of the great event that is the picture partner Sydney 300, not least the other events on the Motor Racing Australia calendar. Alan Bugan, Tim Herring the front row, Russell Butler and Richard Herring the second.
Then we go back to Stuart Shervington and Jet Herring out of positions 5 and 6. Stuart McFadden and Robert Filatich in positions 7 and 8. Jacob Giovenco and Robert Giovenco in 9th and 10th, back to Phil McBride. And David Johnson in 11th and 12th. Kiara Zapatagas down to 13th, back to Robert Herrick. And then it's Brent Lansley and James Hay in positions 15 and 16.
Russell Butler and Craig Barney from row 9. Paul Nudd and John Connolly from row 10. From row 11, John Fraser and Asa Sukaria, and of course David Shinner and Joss Kroon from position 23 and 4, and Lou Yazzie hopefully back out there from position number 25.
Hopefully Joss Kroon's back out there as well. We saw that his Clubman was running quite well in race number 1, but then retired with a mechanical problem, so... And yes, it does look like he's back out on the track. We saw that Stuart Shervington had a bit of an oopsie as well in race number 1 and fell down the order. So a few fast cars coming from the back of the grid in this one, but Alan Buge there, that car's been very quick, the PRB Clubman. It is running a turbocharged engine, so good power to weight ratio, and that's one of the reasons that car is so quick. Set for a race start, race number 2 for the MX5 Cup and Clubman's combined field here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the pitch partners Sydney 300 in the hands of the starters. Lights out. Oh, and a very slow start from Herring off the front row of the grid. Had to have a couple of bites at the clutch to get that going. In fact, it wasn't a great start from Alan Buge either, but the acceleration goes the way of the Clubman.
3 wide on the run to turn 1 they were. Clubman's hold sway 1 and 2 and 5 as well down to turn 2. So it's the 15 of Bug who dominated in race 1 that leads the early stages of race 2. Butler with a lock-up going through 2 and a little bit of argy-bargy further back as well. But so far, we're cleanly away. Zapatagas was a little bit wide out of turn 2.
There's a big brake lock-up there from Russell Butler heading into turn number 2, and he was very lucky to gather that Clubman up and not go spearing off into the grass at turn number 2. But he manages to hold on to second position. Watch out for Bill McBride there, the number 49 car, but a bit further back as well. Watch out for Joss Kroon in the number 19 machine, because he'll be charging his way up through the MX5 brigade. Varieties of turbo and non-turbo MX5s. As we discussed in the previous race, we've got all 3 of the first 3 generations of MX5s, the NA, the NB and the NC. Haven't seen any of the current model NDs on the grid just yet, but don't think it'll be too long before some of those start to make their way onto the racing scene as well.
Through the turn 8 for the first time. My apologies, I said it was Zapatagas. It was actually the entry down the line of Krilatek, who was the 72 there, who was Krilatic rather, who was the one that was wide through turn 2. Butler, Herring, Shervington and McFadden back around onto the main straight. Not long left in this race already, Lachlan. 11:45 left on the clock. It doesn't take long for the time to chew up here at Sydney Motorsport Park, even with the short lap for the warm-up lap here, side by side on the run to turn 1. And the 49 and the Clubmans, of course, of McBride gets through on the inside, so job done there, holding off McFadden in the 98, and McBride in behind that, and Kroon as well. That battle continues now. And on the outside, you'll always have the inside running for turn 3, but he also had the legs in front as well, the Clubman. So these Clubmans very much holding their own. They're a good little machine. And when you look back at the history of the 300s, there was a Willowbank 300 where a PRB Clubman actually ended up on the outright podium in the hands of Ashley Jarvis.
And in fact, one of the early Wakefield 300 endurance races had Helen Stig raced the Clubman as well and ended up on the outright podium. I think it was 2007 before it actually became the Wakefield 300. I think it was the Wakefield Park Enduro, which was 150 laps. Ended up with Helen Stig finishing on the outright podium. But it's actually a swap of positions for the Herrings as far as the highest place of the MX5 runners, because it's now Richard Herring ahead of Tim Herring, who has a big sideways moment coming out of turn number 8. One of the things that the officials are enforcing this weekend is track limits.
Yes.
And there are a couple of corners in particular that they're going to be keeping a very close eye on, not just in the 300, but in all of the support categories as well. So the exit of turn number 5, that's the section where you can gain an advantage by running wide, but also turn number 8, you can widen up the arc of the corner if you run across the white line, and the officials, they'll tolerate, they'll give you a couple of warnings, but if you do it on too many occasions, then they'll start handing out bad sportsmanship flags and time penalties.
Just picked up Richard Herring on screen there at the moment. Again, a case of an MX5 in a Clubman sandwich. We made that joke earlier. It's still funny. We'll keep running with it for the next few hours. Now, it's important to note as well, Lockie, one thing in all of this, you mentioned earlier that there are a variety of different MX5s out there on the racetrack here. And it's important to note that that's exactly the same in the Picture Partner Sydney 300 as well. That's why you've got someone like Todd Herring as an outright contender, as opposed to some of the others that will run in divisional battles down the order.
Exactly right. So the Turbo MX5s are definitely the fastest ones. As I said before, though, some of the NC Mazda MX5s run naturally aspirated 2.5 litre engines, which is a larger capacity than the 2 litre engine that they come out with, and they're quite potent as well.
All right, so I believe we can take in a pit report from Dave Stillwell with thanks to Race Fuels.
Welcome back to the Race Fuels pit lane reporting. So I just thought we've talked about tyres, we've talked about fuel, we've talked about strategy. One of the things we probably should talk about as far as the Sydney 300 goes is brakes. So I'm down here in the Pinnacle Automotive garage with the BMW 328 of Daniel Kapitanovich, and I noticed that it's a BMW. You can tell from the roundel on the bonnet. But if you come down here and have a look at the caliper that's been fitted to the front axle, it says Subaru on it. So the Subaru caliper is one of the most common upgrade calipers to use because it uses a fairly large brake pad that's easy to get high performance versions of. This is a set of half-worn pads they pulled out before the start of the race, and if we zoom in and have a look at what the team at Pinnacle Automotive has just put in place, brand new full thickness brake pads for the 300k race we've got coming up this afternoon. They'll bed them in the qualifying session, just a couple of laps, make sure that the brake rotor is appropriately scuffed in, but then all through that 300k race, you want maximum braking pedal response for the 300ks of the Sydney 300.
Thanks for that pit update, Dave Stillwell. And yeah, I mean, obviously there's a number of consumable components that get punished through the 300, and brakes are quite a big one here at Sydney Motorsport Park because you've got a couple of big stops. At turn number 2 is particularly a very heavy brake application, but also turn 8 is quite a hard stop as well. And one thing you don't want is a car to run out of brakes halfway through the Sydney 300. So there's an example of some of the measures that teams are taking to ensure that they've got brakes that are going to be operating at their maximum effectiveness all the way through the race.
Car 62, John Fraser, MX5 on pit road at this point in time. So there's a little bit of developing news on the lane for you. We should also point out no Jet Herring starting this race and no Lou Yazzie either. Not sure what the issue with Jet's car is. Maybe a case of all hands on deck trying to get Todd's car fixed for 300 qualifying and they've missed the boat. Not sure. We'll try and get to the bottom of that. And I know Dave Stillwell can hear us down there on pit road, so he might be able to follow that up and get back to us with another race fuels pit update a little bit later on. 6 minutes and 20 seconds left in this second race for the for the Clubman and MX5 field. Well, actually, that being said, Dave's going to have to run to the end of the pit lane and then run back here for the Alfas and BMW, so it might not happen. Side by side, a battle for position here in the Clubmans at this point in time, and the 77 of Butler under pressure from Shervington, and Shervington finds a way by.
So Clubman's now occupy positions 1, 2, 3 outright in this race. The battle for the best of the MX5 is continuing between Tim Herring and Richard Herring. Oh, big break up from Butler once again. So this battle between the MX5s and the Clubmans. Yeah, this is... Wow, he only just managed to hold it. Oh, it's more than just a brake lock up. That's the more serious problem there for Russell Butler. And it seems particularly bad at the turning point for some of the slower corners, doesn't it? Turn 2 was particularly visible, and then we saw it there again on the way into turn number 6. Let's see what it's like down in this right-hander. It looks okay there.
And Tim Herring right around the outside of it. Oh, mind of Richard. No holds barred between the two Herrings on the run out of turn 8. Tim's got the job done. Richard will try and fight back on the inside down to turn 9. We'll pick them up in just a few seconds here, folks. There they are. Richard's got back in front. So Tim Herring, no holds barred in the Herring household, in the Herring stable. There's no doubt about that. Gloves are off as soon as the lights go out. Down the main straight again. The battle in the Clubmans continues. So you've got two battles in two classes on your screen at the moment. How good's this, folks? Down in towards turn 1 once more. Butler and Shervington side by side. Shervington forced to yield on this occasion.
Russell Butler's recaptured that spot from Stuart Shervington, but he'll have to go defensive on the run into turn 2. Here comes Shervington around the outside with a late braking manoeuvre. And has he pulled it off? It's not going to be resolved until they get to turn 3, I don't think, but great move from Stuart Shervington. He's actually gone around the outside there to make the move stick. And they're going to swap positions again, are they? Butler back down the inside. No, the door closes at turn number 4. And he has to back out of that manoeuvre. What an entertaining couple of dices this is. The battle for second position in Clubmans and the battle for first position in the Mazda MX5 class. Just under 4 minutes remaining on the clock. They're coming up on some slower traffic as well. Traffic's going to be a big talking point when we get to the Sydney 300 a bit later on, but already we're starting to see it come into the equation in this Clubman and MX5 race. Richard Herring managed to extend just a little bit of breathing space over Tim Herring as they run down towards turn 8.
And still the battle rages. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Forget about Buge. He's in a different postcode, Lachlan. He's completely gone. 15 seconds up the road. 1:41.32.46. He's fastest lap of the race. That was achieved on lap 4. We're now on lap 6. He crosses the start-finish line. The rest of the field coming onto the main straight. He is smoking the competition right here and now. But the battle rages between the rest of the pack. Two class battles. Second and third in the Clubmans and the win on the line in the Mazda MX-5s. Richard Herring, Tim Herring. And Richard Herring, of course, has his own motorsport story to tell. I mean, he had a cardiac episode here when he was on the tools one day at a Motor Racing Australia event. Had to spend a little bit of time off the racetrack behind the pit wall in recovery, but now has finally got back out there. He's lost none of his poke.
He certainly hasn't, and this battle in the MX5s is still well and truly on. Richard Herring still managing to hold out Tim in this contest for MX5 honours. Shervington and Butler continuing their dice in the Clubmans just up ahead of them as well.
I'm not sure whether it was last year or the year before that happened, Lockie, but I know it resulted in them withdrawing from the Picture Partner Sydney 300 that year. So I'll follow that one up and get some clarification on that a little bit later on. But yeah, it's great to see Richard back behind the wheel, back doing something that he clearly loves and he's clearly very good at. He's holding his own, hits him down the inside. Tim gets back in front. on, but watch the poke of Richard on the run to the checkered flag. They'll come back to the line this time. Huge will take the last lap board.
Oh, door to door, the two MX5s go. And Richard gets his nose chopped off heading into turn number 9.
No holds barred, but it's an expensive family outing if you come to blows. No holds barred. I love that approach. Down the main straight. Tim's got position at the moment, but Richard's got the poke. We know that. 1:18 on the clock. We're on the last lap this time by. The run to the checkered flag. Huge's lead has got out to 17.28 seconds. Richard back down the inside of Tim to turn 1 once more. It's important to note that the Herring stable brought about 15 Mazdas to Sydney Motorsport Park. 2 of them in the 300, 2 of them here, or 3 of them here, 1 of them in pit lane at the moment. And of course, Vern Johnson will team up with Jed Herring in the 79 car in the Picture Partners Sydney 300. A little bit later on tonight, and Todd in the 77 once he gets that mechanical issue sorted. Richard Herring holds sway over Tim Herring at the moment. True. Brock 05 for the last time. There is a little bit of smoke, you're right.
Yeah, coming out of the back of Richard Herring's car.
Up. 28 seconds left on the clock. Here's a replay. Keep your eye on the top of screen, folks. Uh-oh. Not for the first time today. A car on the absolute limit at turn 1. This was the 25, of course, the track school entry of Herrick, and a little bit of rear panel work needs to be cleaned up and tidied up for the next race. Back to the checkered flag we come. Buge will be coming down the main straight. The rest of the field making their way around to the checkered flag. There it is. Buge goes 2 from 2. No real surprise. Clean start, spread eagle the field, but who gets the job done here? Is it Richard or Tim? I think the fact that Richard's leading them back to the main straight might just help. Down they come, side by side drag race. Butler and Shervington. It's going to be Butler getting second in the Clubman. Shervington third, side by side. The 2 Herrings photo finish. Richard got it. Richard Herring gets the job done in the MX5 Cup second race here at Sydney Motorsport Park. None of the support categories have disappointed today.
No, definitely not.
They have delivered top shelf entertainment from first until last. It has been terrific viewing. Now, here's another positional battle, the 72. That is, of course, Krilitic, Giovenco, pushing him all the way down the main straight. And behind that, of course, you've got Giovenco and Lansley. And it is Krilitic getting the job done. He actually pipped McFadden at the post. Giovenco in behind them, and then Lansley as well. So a couple of positional changes there on the final lap on the run to the checkered flag. 18.9 seconds the winning margin, just quietly. That'll be one of the bigger ones of the day on the support card. Oh boy. Even though, see, this is the thing, and we've said this at many events that we've commentated on over the years, be it 300s or Motorsport Australia State Championships or AASA State Championships or MRA regular season events that aren't the Picture Partner Sydney 300. This is the great thing about the Clubmans today. Quality over quantity.
Yep.
And when you get that, you get a good product. It's no good having a 6-car race where they're, in different postcodes all throughout. It's just like an elongated processional training run. Alan Buge getting the job done from Russell Butler, Stuart Shervington, Richard Herring, Tim Herring, Josh Kroon, Bill McBride, Robert Krilitic and Stuart McFadden, with Jacob Giovenco making up the top 10. It just goes to show that as much as we're carrying on about how we've got a record field for the Picture Partners Sydney 300 and how we're excited about all of that, you don't always need the depth of the field to have a good product, and the Clubmans are proving that today. Giovenco behind them, and behind him, actually no, I can't tell you, ladies and gentlemen, because the scoreboard's ticked over. So with that in mind, let's go down to pit lane and Dave Stillwell.
Well, thank you very much for the crossover, gentlemen. I'm down here with the victorious number 15, Alan Bew, in your PRB Clubman. Tell us about your race. Looked fantastic out there.
It was not too difficult after the first lap, I guess. Some of the Clubmans are missing, so hopefully they come back next round, but otherwise appreciate the MX5s having us.
Well, to finish first you must finish, and great to see you sharing the grid out there so nicely with all the MX5s. As you can see, there's a big empty hole here where the number 77 of Russell Butler would be in position 2. But in position 3, Stuart Shervington aboard your Birkin PRB. Talk us through your race. Again, it's nice to have a nice orange-coloured car out there every now and again, isn't it?
Absolutely, orange is my favourite colour. No, it's a good race. Obviously, with MX5s, there's a couple that are very quick. We make our speed a little bit differently, but once Russell was in front of me, I couldn't catch him. So I did everything I could, but that's all I had.
You need to go hunting around the recovery area, find a couple of sandbags and sneak them in the boot of the car. That's the end of race 2 for the PRB Clubmans. At the end of race 3, we'll get our top 3 from the MX5 Cup.
Thanks, Dave. Dave Stilwell bringing us all of the race fuels, pit reports and podium interviews today here at the Picture Partners Sydney 300. He'll also be jumping into the commentary box very shortly for the next race on the program, which is the combined race for the Alfa Romeo Twin Spark Cup and also the BMW E36 Racing Series. Some of the BMW E36s also set to take part in the Picture Partners Sydney 300. That race coming up for you on the screens of Blendline TV. Next, great to have your company wherever you're tuning in right around the world. And it was David Capraro in the diminutive but very fast Alfa Romeo Mito who took the race victory and also the Class A win in race number 1 earlier on. Turbocharged 1.4 litre 4-cylinder engine in that car, proving to have enough power to see off his challengers. Michael Musiumeci in the Alfa Romeo GT finishing up in 2nd position in race 1 earlier on, ahead of Robert Soretti, who finished up 3rd in the Alfa Romeo Alfetta GTV. Doug Selwood in a GTV Alfetta as well, along with Simon Grierson. The Alfa GTV, one of the iconic sports cars of the 70s and 80s. And, of course, the Alfas sharing the track this weekend with the BMW E36s. That's a New South Wales-based series for the 4-cylinder BMW E36 31A high, but we say that the cars also run in combined fields with Super TT and also in endurance races like the Sydney 300. So cars rolling out of the marshalling area now to head out on their formation lap, and it's going to be David Capraro on pole position for this one. Michael Musiumeci out of position 2, Robert Soretti in 3rd, back to Doug Selwood, Simon Grierson next out of position number 5, Colin Wilson-Brown, Carmelo Mirabella in 7th position, Alfeo Musiumeci in 8th position. Then we go back to Rob Bowden, the first of our BMW E36s, although they are going to be splitting the grid between the A36s and the Alphas. Andrew Wilson in 10th position, Matt Hewlett in 11th position, Pace Tillett 12th. Then we go back to David Bailey in the 3rd of the BMW A36s, starting next out of position number 13. Jeff Barnes, Brad Wilson, Aaron Lloyd, back to Colin Knorton, Urs Muller, David McKee, Timothy Howell in position 20. Then it's Richard McKee, Rick McGoffin, Josh Seawood in 23rd, Russell Phelan, Haas Pananwala out of 25th position in his Alfa GTV. And then the non-finishers from race number 1 earlier on, Bill McGoffin, Mark Bagetto and Kenneth McKay. Watch out for Mark Bagetto coming through from the back of the grid, because that car was quite quick in race number 1 earlier on, but he had a mechanical problem which saw him dropping out of contention. Now, they have actually changed the format for this, Dave, because in the previous race they had the BMW E36s, all of them starting behind the Alfa Romeos, and it was a bit of a contentious issue in the drivers' briefing this morning, where the series organisers for both categories were debating whether or not to split the grid or have them mixed in. Well, they split the grid for race 1, but I think they've decided that they're actually better off having them mixed in, because some of the A36s are a fair bit quicker than some of the slower Alfa Romeos, so they've decided to run the cars in absolute finishing order now based on their finishing positions from race 1.
Well, we've seen the E36 series share a grid with a split grid and a split start previously. Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup down in Victoria. Of course, a passion project for you and I. But unless you've got everyone on board and everyone well trained in how to do that, it can cause chaos at a race start. And, you know, in these cases, it's a KISS symbol. Keep it simple, stupid.
Actually, Jess Bell from the BMW E30 Series down in Victoria. She's here this weekend helping out David Bailey and Matt Thulis with their Sydney 300 campaign. Green flag at the back, so we're set for a start. Race 2 for the Alfa Romeo Twin Spark Cup and the BMW E36's 17 minutes. The time duration for this race at the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Lights out, away we go. And one of the BMW E36s has stalled on the grid. Is that David Bailey or Matt Thulis?
I think that's the number 22 of Uncle Matt Thulis.
Oh, dear.
So Jenna Patan and Liv back at home in Victoria cheering him on. Unfortunately, he'll have a bit more work to do in this race than he would have hoped for.
Michael Musiumechi goes down the inside of David Petraro at turn 2 to take the outright lead of the race. Here comes Rob Bowden again in the number 1 BMW E36. We saw that he was very quick in the previous race and worked his way through a lot of the Alfa Romeos to get himself well up inside the top 10 outright, and he's going to continue his march forward in race number 2. Watch out for some cars, quite fast cars coming through from the back of the grid. Like I said, the number 28 entry of Mark Vighetto will be on the charge.
Well out wide for the number 707 of Carmelo Mirabella there. That's the difference between the front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars off the start. The rear-wheel drive cars much better at generating both front and rear tyre temperature, whereas the front-wheel drive cars will take a couple of laps because all the rear wheels do is keep the back end of the car off the ground.
Exactly right. And Matt Thulis now starting to recover the lost ground from that stall on the grid. Good thing that he wasn't collected up the backside by any of the other cars that were coming through there. Here comes Rob Bowden. Makes a move down on the inside there into turn number 8 to pick up another spot. So his push forward continues. The disadvantage that he's going to have, though, is that while the BMW is very good under brakes and through the corners, it's not going to be quite as quick in a straight line as some of the Alfa Romeos. Doug Selwood has got a 5-second time penalty coming his way for a start line infringement. Could have been that he was creeping before the start lights were extinguished, or may have been outside of his grid box. Either way, the officials have judged him to have jumped the start, and that post-race time penalty will be added on to his race time at the end.
That number 17 Alfa Romeo GT of Michael Musiumechi, such a beautiful line, that traditional Alfa Romeo centered, V-shaped grille. We often speak about BMW having the traditional double kidney grills at the front, as we see Bowden in the background. But look, you can see the lineage that's moved through all these different models through 20, 30, 40, 50 years of styling. Those styling cues remain on the front of those cars.
And it's amazing, isn't it, that some of those European car manufacturers have gone for very distinctive styling elements. We've got one of the Alfa GTVs there just moving off the race line, clearly slowing down as well. Looks like there might have been a bit of fluid leaking out of the back of that car as well. It's Alfeo Musiumechi in the number 5 Alfa Romeo GTV. He'd actually do well to just try and get that back into the pits at the earliest possible opportunity. Of course, clearly he's managing some sort of issue there, but turning our attention back to this battle that's happening in the mid-pack. So we've got the number 81 car of Peter Tillett, one of the 147s. They came out sort of in the early 2000s, no front-wheel drive. There was the GTA version that ran a 3.2-litre six-cylinder engine, and Carmelo Mirabella is in the Alfa 146 GTA, which is a pretty potent package with that quite powerful six-cylinder engine in quite a lightweight car.
I actually remember going on a school trip to the Holden casting factory down in Fisherman's Bend in my time in high school. And interestingly enough, the V6s of that period that were ending up in Commodores and ending up in all sorts of GM products, they were making them here. They also made the engine blocks and cylinder heads for that Alfa engine as well. So the interesting stories of the automotive supply chain and the vagaries of where parts come from. There is a little bit of obviously most of these cars have at least one Australian part in them, being the organic space between the seat and the steering wheel. For some of them, they've got a few more parts that originated in Australia.
And for some of the Alfa Romeos in particular, even the organic component is not necessarily Australian. As we discussed previously, you've got some drivers in the field that are first, second or third generation Italians. It's very Italian-sounding surnames that make up quite a high percentage of the Alfa Romeo field.
I feel like we should be doing this commentary with big bowls of spaghetti, a little bit of ragu, maybe a nice
nice bottle of vino.
And tiramisu for dessert.
And tiramisu for dessert. How could we go past some tiramisu? I know what I'm having when we get back to the hotel after the Sydney 300 tonight. Look at the difference in the body language between the two cars. Look at the way they attack the corners differently. Look at the way the cars roll. The weight distribution very different in the cars. The BMW with its rear-wheel drive able to power off the corners. The front-wheel drive cars very front-heavy, very good at generating front-end grip on the turn-in, but obviously when you get on the throttle, like we see there for the Mito, the number 15 car at the front of David Capraro, a little bit harder to manage the front tyre life. Good thing is we're doing the sprint races today, but of course, you talked about the 3.2 litre engine V6 cars. There were tuners back in the day that would take them out to 3.5, 3.6, 3.7 litres if you felt that, 300 horsepower through the front tyres just wasn't quite enough.
And that mistake for David Capraro coming out of turn 8, that actually cost him the lead. So Michael Musumeci has got the number 17 Alfa Romeo GT back to the lead of the race. The Alfa Romeo GT incidentally runs the same 3.2 litre six-cylinder engine as the 147 and the 156 GTAs. The Alfa Romeo 156 GTA is not here this weekend. Often we do see them running in the Alfa Romeo series, but not participating on this particular weekend. But David Capraro, he's going to be motivated to get the lead back. Here he comes up the inside of Musumeci into turn 4 and gets the job done with a nice textbook overtaking manoeuvre. So even though the engine capacity in that Alfa Romeo Mito was smaller, because it's got the turbocharger, it produces a lot of torque, and you can see it coming out of the slower corners that it accelerates very quickly. And being a lighter car, obviously the power to weight ratio is going to be superior to the Alfa Romeo GT as well.
Well, when we see them come down the front straight, that's where we'll start to see the bigger motor start to stretch its legs, and the longer wheelbase as well will be very critical for that stability through the high-speed turn 1. It looks tiny by comparison, doesn't it, the Mito? Really great styling of those rear taillights. An Alfa Romeo, I hate to use this as a joke, folks, but Alfa Romeos had to be styled beautifully, because oftentimes you'd spend a lot of the time in the garage looking at them and not driving them.
Well, I haven't actually checked, but you could. But it's an Alfa Romeo, the Juliet TCR car. Do you reckon he would be eligible to run in this series?
I'm fairly certain that if the right individual approached the Alfa Romeo Owners Club, they'd be able to make an invitational class for that. Although I'm fairly certain there'd be some additional BOP measures entered in, as we see the GTV power down the straight, goes for the wide entry, leaves plenty of space for the Mito. That longer wheelbase just ever so slightly more stable through the high-speed sections. But look at the way the Mito comes back, goes to fire it down the inside into turn 2.
And while these two drivers are battling, they are being caught at a rapid rate of knots by Robert Soretti in the number 18 Alfa Romeo GTV, which is one of the older GTVs. He has reeled in our 2 race leaders, so shortly it's going to be a 3-way contest for the lead here. It's on again, side by side. Capraro on the outside, this time with Musumeci defending on the inside at turn number 4. So Capraro not able to recapture the lead there.
So you can see that the Mito sacrifices turn 4 to make sure they get the best run through turn 5 possible, whereas the 17, the GDV of Musumeci, used all the road on the exit to turn 4, but that meant he was compromised on the exit to turn on the entry to turn 5.
This has been a great battle. They're still side by side through turn number 6. The Mito, the turbocharged torque, allows it just to punch slightly harder heading up the hill. Still side by side around Corporate Hill, and finally Capraro gets back in front. But look at this, it's now a 4-way battle, because Doug Selwood is coming into the contest as well, albeit he's got that 5-second penalty hanging over his head from the jump start earlier on.
So between those 4 cars, we've got turbocharged, we've got normally aspirated, we've got front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, we've got 1970s, 80s, 2000s and 2010s. So you're looking at 30 or 40 years of rolling Alfa Romeo history, a variety of drivetrains, and they're all running within a second or so a lap of each other.
Looking a bit further back to a couple of battling BMWs, so David Bailey was in that contest. So too is the Barnes entry, Jeff Barnes, one of the ACT drivers who's here this weekend. They're battling it out for second in the BMW E36 class. Rob Bowden still leading the way as far as the BMW E36 are concerned, and has an advantage of almost 19 seconds back to the next best of the E30s. E36s, I beg your pardon. I keep calling them E30s. It's force of habit. I've commentated that many BMW E30 races in Victoria over the years.
And a shout out to all of our BMW E30 and E36 fans around the world. One of the most popular chassis for racing, whether it's in Europe, North America, the subcontinent, South America, Eastern Europe and in Asia. We see a huge amount of these cars being used to this day because of their lightweightness, their nimbleness, rear-wheel drive chassis, the availability of aftermarket components, and that's why we see so many one-make series being based around the E36, the E30 chassis. There's an E46 racing series in North America, Spec 46. Shout out to James Clay and the team at Bimmerworld who helped put that together and support it massively. Of course, you know, even going back to Group N historic touring car racing, we see BMW 2002s, essentially the predecessor to the car we see out here, with its 4-cylinder engine being used in under 2-litre Group N historic racing. So, you know, two brands with very different outlooks from a styling perspective and a technology perspective, but huge passion amongst the ownership groups for getting their cars back out on track. And, you know, they're still racing. You know, the last E36 Coupe was put together in, I think, 1998 or 1999. So the youngest car available for this series now is now 24 years old, and they're still able to get all the latest gear, all the good components, and keep them on track. And the competitors and BMW should be congratulated for that. Two beautiful red GDVs coming into turn 2. Not a whole lot of cars using all of the entry space on the way into turn 2. We'll follow these cars for a bit of a lap if we can. Very different lines through turn 2. Some people using a single apex, some people using 2. You wriggle through turn 3. Try to let the car run out all the way to the edge of the road. Going past a little bit of traffic there. Now, turn 4, we'll see what they do through here. Do they use all the road or do they sacrifice it? They sacrifice. They don't run all the way to the edge of the track. Speaking of running all the way to the edge of the track, the 83 of Barnes up against the 39 of David Bailey. Now, he's going to try to use all the track on the way into the corner as Barnes goes to block on the way through the corner. That's a 4-door versus a 2-door, but of course the cars have still got the same minimum racing weight, the same wheelbase, the same tyres. Basically, they're same, but just a little bit different. So they're powering up through turn 3 at the moment. This roller coaster ride through turn 4. Down, on camber, up, off camber. Sacrifice your entry into turn 5. There we go. So you can get the maximum sweeping run on the way up to turn 6. Look at some of these Alphas, very tight at the apex, trying not to run too wide on the exit and fall afoul of the officials. We go back to the Barnes and Bailey battle, or the 81 and the 280 of Andrew Wilson, a pair of twin sparks. As the checkered flag waves, out the front goes the number 15 of David Capraro in the Alfa Romeo Mito by 1.2 seconds at the end over Michael Musumeci in the Alfa Romeo GT. And look at that, the top 3 separated across the line as the timing screen updates. Just 0.88 of a second covering the top 3 across the line. Our first of our BMW competitors comes across, Rob Bowden in the number 1. He was P1 in the first race, P2 in the second race. Who's a gambling man that wants to not give him odds on for P1 in the third race? Still more of these beautiful Alfa Romeo twin spark competitors to come across the line. As here comes the battle to the line. Who's it going to be? I'll have to double check the timing on this one, folks. Just 0.017 of a second between them. Barnes over Bailey, the 83, taking second from the third of 39 of Bailey. Matt Thulis coming home 4th in the E36 class aboard the number 22. Great recovery after that awkward start line issue. Muller in 16, Wilson in 17, and we wait for more of the competitors to come across the line. The first of the McKees, the number 6 in P18. And a little bit further afield to go to the 65 of Richard McKee. He'll take home P19. ahead of P20 for Connaughton aboard the number 57 Alfetta GDV. And the sixth of our E36 competitors, the number 76 in P22 of Josh Sayward. So that concludes your E36 and Alfa Romeo Race 2. The final results on your screen now. What a great dice it was out the front for Caprara and Musumeci, Lachlan.
Yeah, good stuff there, and in the end just 0.6 of a second separating them from the line, and Robert Soretti was a fast finisher there as well, coming home in the end within 0.8 of a second of the race winner, David Capraro. Mark Bagetto next in 4th position ahead of Simon Grierson. Doug Selwood copping that time penalty at the end, falls back to position 6th ahead of Carmelo Mirabella. Colin Wilson round in 8th position, and Robert Bowden, the best of our BMW E36 runners. Look at the margin that he got over the other E36s. He was in a class of his own as far as the E36 field was concerned.
So looking further down the field, in 21st, it was Timothy Howell ahead of Sayward, McGoffin and Russell Phelan in P24. Did not finishes and did not starts Panawala, Musumeci, McGoffin and Kenneth McKay.
Thank you. With thanks to Race Fuels, Rob Bowden's here alongside me. The number one's on the car for a reason.
Cheers, mate. It was a good fun race. The last race was a bit hectic because we all started from the back, but that one was sort of progressive, so we got a bit of a clean start that time, didn't get shuffled in any packs, and just tried to go with some of those other Alphas. They're pretty quick in a straight line, but I can reel them up around the back of the track. So it was a bit of that carrot in front to try and get a little bit further ahead. So
multi-class racing, as we'll see in the 300 tonight, is always interesting.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'll be interesting to do the 300 one year, but we'll get thinking about it this year. But we'll just concentrate on the E36 series, and I just want to thank DPO, Direct Plus Board Outlet, and Extreme Cards Warners Bay for getting me here.
All right, very nicely done. What's the plan of attack for race 3?
Rinse and repeat, mate. I think it's going to be a bit cooler, so we might even bolt on a new set of tyres and go for a lap record or something, so see what happens.
All right, go well. Good luck. Thanks for stopping by to have a chat to us. No one else down here ready to have a chat to us, boys, or willing to, so let's go back up to the booth. Lisa Titani standing by for race 3 of Series X3.
Thanks, Zach. Zach with our podium interviews on Blendline TV. Quick change around in the commentary box. We'll give Zach a couple of minutes just to get back up here for the next race, the third race of the weekend for Series X3, New South Wales, and the final race for the XLs, in fact, for today. Lisa Titani is back in the commentary box. Lisa, unfortunately, race number 2 earlier on, finishing under safety car conditions.
Yeah, that's right, Lockie. Race 2 was classified as a non-event, and we are rerunning race 2 with the top 10 in reverse. So that means Queenslander Gavin Faulkner starts on pole. He didn't start on pole the previous one, but we got the timing correct now. And a big unfortunate for the drivers of car 132, 32 and 145, as we can just see behind us, they're loading it onto the trailer. They'll not be taking part due to sustained damage.
Yeah, that's hello to you, Lise. Hi, everybody. The mad scramble from where we're doing the pit lane interviews to the commentary box, done and dusted. So those regos again, 32 Todd Ford, and you also mentioned 132 Scott Ford, and the other one?
And number
145.
145, that's correct.
Shane Marnie. And hello to Brett Parrish on that note, because Shane is flying the flag for B-Pro, one of the great teams in Queensland XL Racing this afternoon. Brett did message a short time ago, said he's tuning in. He said that Shane was disappointed. Asked if we needed an extra voice in the booth. Unfortunately, we don't have a third headset. So we, BP, I didn't get a chance to reply to you on the hop, skip and jump there, but yes. Thank you for sending the message. Thank you for tuning in. Stay with us for the rest of the afternoon. We're with you for another 6.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Picture Partners, Sydney 300 Race Day, 2023. Now, strange situation because it's a rerun of Race 2, but it's going to be listed as Race 3. And there's the grid. Let's have a look at it. Gavin Faulkner from pole position. So that's a strange situation because he was showing as 11th earlier, now he's showing as pole. So there was a timing glitch. That's been rectified. Jonathan Crossing from position 2. Tony Gardner, he'll be gutted because he came in as a race when he got the interview and then, null and void. See you later. Poor Tony. Hayden from position number 4. So the top 10 reverse grid remains, and the elbows are going to be out because the round honours are go on the line, but it's only over 2 races, not 3. And that does have championship implications, particularly for the guy in 7th position, Lewis Bahaja, because he's still trying to claw back that deficit to Ryan Casher, and Casher's still got the championship lead at the moment. Believe it or not, he's not here, but he's still got the championship lead. Row 3.
Cameron Brown lines up in 5th alongside Dylan De Bono. As we switch over to row 5, Tyler Collins alongside Jack Wood, the Queenslanders, and Monique Scribber. She's slowly making her way up the field alongside James Steeple.
And then, of course, row 7 will be where we find Connor Cooper and John Marquick. Row 8, Brian Skiveris and James Lodge. He also will consider himself hardly done by, because he moved from 16th to 10th in half a lap. Caleb Heffron and Luke Croft from row 9. Thomas McLeod and Blake Patterson from 10.
Row 11, Jeff Neve alongside Shannon Williams. He's had a bit of a difficult weekend. Lining up behind them, Billy Britton. He's slowly moving up as well. And Scott Ford, he's on their timing sheet, but he won't be lining up, unfortunately.
No. So whether they leave that grid spot vacant or whether they fill the grid up, we're not sure at this point in time. Row 13 will show us, as we skip over the page here, behind Scott Ford. And apologies, folks, I've got to turn the mobile wireless hotspot back on here in the booth. Shane Marnie, so he's also a non-starter. Todd Ford's also a non-starter. So essentially, Tom Dalzell's just gained 3 spots without even trying. And Adam Roberts is alongside him on row 14.
Row 15, we have David Brown lining up alongside Gary Hodges. And behind them, Tamara Wheeler and... I get Eric's name again. I will pronounce it correct.
Yeah. I'll rescue it this time round. Sorry. Dean Chapman and Dion Scott from row 17. Andrew Smith and Joel Stride from 18. And row 19 is...
We go Matthew Bink in the 138 alongside Andrew Grimmer. Behind them, Daniel O'Dempsey and Philip Shamar.
And at the back of the field, Wayne Jones, Preston Brewster and Max Gagan. Now, whether Gagan gets out there this time round or not, I'm not entirely sure.
Bit difficult for Preston Bruce. He made up a few positions in that last race, but has to go back again.
Yeah, when we revert the finishing order and back to the finish order of race 1, anyone that made progress in half a lap... See, the reason why they've done it is because we didn't complete a full lap of racing before we went yellow, and the checkered flag waved before we got another green flag lap. So they've basically declared it null and void, and everybody go back to where they were, and we'll start again. But the difference is we only get one more bite at the cherry. We only get one more take at it, and that should increase, if it's possible to do so, based on everything we've seen thus far at least, that should increase the intensity of the 20 minutes of the weights this year, and I'm excited.
Absolutely. We hopefully will see some clean racing. Our temperature is up to 22.9, nearly 23 degrees out here. A bit windy, but the sun is out, and it has been glorious nonetheless.
You've been getting out and around. We've got to do... True story. I had the privilege of working with Q Plus TV and West Bromwich Radio on the Queensland Wheelchair Rugby League City Country Origin fixture earlier in the year. Queensland went on to win the Wheelchair Rugby League State of Origin or State Challenge last week over New South Wales, down here in enemy territory. Cars out on the circuit now, so we're ready to rock and roll. That's good news. I got praised for my ability to pad. My ability to pad, as in to fill the gap between, because if there's a delay or whatever. So it's interesting because, yet again, that has served me well. There is another term for it. I can't say it on air. It's a family-friendly program. But good news is we don't have to do too much of that, at least because cars are out on the circuit. You've been getting out and around, enjoying and soaking up and basking in the atmosphere of Sydney 300 Day. Everybody's up and about and excited?
I think so, yeah. It's a great atmosphere. A lot of cars here. I've been talking and meeting with people. There's been a big focus on families as well. So yes. I've been meeting a lot of father and sons, brothers, wives, girlfriends, everyone who's competing alongside each other in the 300 as well as the support categories. And as we can see on the graphic on screen, we've got the XLs coming up, and you weren't kidding when you say it's such a big day. We've got the third race of the Pulsars, the MX5s and the Clubmans, and then we start counting down to the big one, the qualifying for the Sydney 300.
Yes.
And great to see another support race for the Alphas, and then we build up to the 77-lap 300-kilometre race. And have we still got 51 cars?
I'm not 100% sure aware of that at this particular point in time. Lockie Mansell will hopefully be across that as he goes down pit lane and does a little bit of research over the next 20 minutes. For more information, of course, about the Sydney 300, visit motorraceaustralia.com.au. And also, can I say at this particular point in time, Lisa's making her 300 debut. It's I don't know which number Stillwell's up to. Mansell's up to number 24. and for yours truly, it's a measly 15. I've been in control of a lot of social media in the lead up to the event. Lisa's in control of it throughout the course of today. Motor Racing Australia on Facebook. If you haven't already liked it, do so. Check out Lisa's great work. Naturally, just slid into the role with consumer ease. So very nicely done from you, and your first foray into the commentary box as well, and I don't think it'll be the last either. We actually had a crack at this last year on radio. We got you on to chat about a couple of the Queenslanders that ventured over for the Circuit XLSA Enduro. You smashed that out of the park, and obviously reviewing is one thing, and play-by-play is another. But I'm glad you're enjoying your day here with us at Sydney Motorsport Park, just like I hope everybody at home is enjoying it as well. And don't forget, plenty of seats in that grandstand to the right of the screen. Not too late to come out and be part of the action. Free entry as well. So, cars rolling into position, ready to rock and roll. It's listed as race 3, it's technically race 2. We get to go again. Picture partners, Sydney 300 race day, 2023. Terrific to have you along for the ride. Gavin Faulkner and Jonathan Crossing from the front row, Tony Gardner and Hayden Auld from the second. Counting down to qualifying, as Lee said, 3-part qualifying for the Picture Partner Sydney 300. There will be plenty of news breaking on the lane as we speak. Caught up with Adrian Wilson on the way back to the commentary box. He's let slip that he's going to start the car tonight. Not going to reveal too much of that until we get going, but yes, Adrian will start the car that he's sharing with Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan. He's only just arrived at the circuit. He's been out and about at work all day. The car's been in control of Godfrey and Buchan through practice. They've kept it in one piece. And now Adrian will have a chance to go out and qualify it a little bit later on. Getting set for a start. Race 3 of the latest round of Series X3 New South Wales. They're third of the season. Green flag at the back, 5-second board. Let's go to work. Gavin Faulkner from pole position. The Queenslanders flying the flag in 2023 in Series X3 New South Wales. Let's get it on. Crossing a good start from the outside, got the jump, but Faulkner's got the line. He'll hold sway as they run towards turn 1. Can Crossing get across from the outside, or has Faulkner got the jump? They're still side by side, forcing the issue. And have a look at Dylan DeBarno coming up on the inside of Hayden Auld as well, and George Wood the outside of Brown. Through they go. Oh, Tony Gardner slammed the door shut on Dylan DeBarno. They're 4 wide on the run down to turn 2. Hold your breath. It's a log jam through there. Everybody fighting for clear air at the moment. It was contact between Bahaja and Tyler Collins there on the inside out of turn 2. Have they all got through cleanly? No, is the answer to that. The 41 in the grass. That's James Stabile. Oh, no, that's all! Hayden Auld's had a big one at turn 4. Can he get it out of there, or are we under yellow once more? Time will tell. That was a weird one, but Gavin Faulkner still holds sway. Crossing into second. Third is Gardner. Fourth is Wood. Collins down on the inside of Jack Wood. No one really, the Woods included, had any idea what was going on between races. They were still asking the questions in race control 10 minutes before these guys were on the grid. But Gavin Faulkner, the I Do Car Lines entry, leads the field to turn 8. Lewis Bahaja can't get through on the inside of Jack Wood because Jack Wood's too busy getting on the inside of Tyler Collins. 14.5 minutes to go, and if it's as hectic as the first minute and a half, we're in for something special. Oh boy. Thankfully, we're still green. So Hayden Auld, I'm assuming, has got back going. That's good news because it was a bit anticlimactic last time around, Liz.
It certainly was. The cars making their way onto the front straight to start the second lap. We've got a replay coming here.
This is Hayden Auld's monster. Oh, he got some help from George Wood and nearly took Dylan DeBarno with him. DeBarno lost a bit of ground there to both Brown and Bahaja, but thankfully they got out of it. And DeBarno's on the recovery, the reconnaissance mission at the moment. Bahaja's under the pump now because closing in on him are the last round winners of New South Wales and Queensland respectively. Tyler Collins in Queensland and Jack Wood in New South Wales down at Winton Motor Raceway. Through they go. Still 2 by 2, still sorting themselves out. Gardner's been absolutely swamped. Back towards the bottom half of the top 10 now for him. Down on the inside comes George Wood. He's already got a win to his name this season in Series X3 New South Wales. Knocks that up at Winton in the previous round. 3 wide further back. Surely you can't do that through turn 4, but they got out of it unscathed. And that's, of course, Crossing getting swamped as well. So essentially, with the exception of Gavin Faulkner, the reverse grid nature of this has almost been inverted. What can Lewis Bahaja do? Can he walk away from here as the championship leader? In the absence of Ryan Casher, in the absence of 4 other drivers that have either won or been on the podium so far this season. Gavin Faulkner down on the inside of Tyler Collins, who says, no, I want you around the outside, but Faulkner's not giving it up that easily. And unfortunately for Collins, he's just opened the door for Jack Wood, and he's in no man's land as well, and now he's in the grass. And he can't get out of it either.
He did very well to keep the speed and keep the car pointing straight.
He had nowhere to go.
He didn't know, but Gavin Faulkner's under a bit of attack here. Oh, we just see Lewis Bahaja go on the inside of him. They are definitely aggressive going for the points.
And right now, you've just seen XL Racing 101 and how quickly it changes. The floodgates, when they open, they're very hard to close for Gavin Faulkner. He's lost 4 spots in the blink of an eye.
I think Gavin Faulkner's got a bit of a problem. We can just see there's a lot of camber on the rear of his car. It doesn't show from this angle, but from behind, he may have too much camber and the shocks might have been pushed in from some contact.
He might have got a little bit of hip and shoulder through turn 8. Whoa! Big moment for the 39 of James Lodge, from 16th to 5th in 2 laps for Jimmy Lodge. Watch him on the charge. So at the moment, you've got 680 Racing, Queensland 1-2. You've got Queensland 3 through Tyler Collins, then Louis Bahaja flying the flag for the Locals, and then the Victorian of Jimmy Lodge. Down on the inside of Gavin Faulkner, and accounts for him with relatively consummate ease there, because as Lisa pointed out, there seems to be just a niggling issue for Gavin Faulkner's car. We hope he can nurse it to the checkered flag. It would be a shame if he couldn't. Further back, there's plenty of action unfolding here. Shannon Williams in the thick of it on the inside of Preston Bruce, trying to work his way back through the field. And finally, Max Gagan got out there as well.
Gagan up to 19th, having started from the rear field.
And big lock up at 6. Sorry to jump in there, Lise, but I thought for a moment there he was going to try and be of assistance to take Preston Bruce with him, gang up on Patterson, but it'll happen eventually. Through Corporate Hill they go. Gagan wasting no time, up to 18th. And now the floodgates have opened. Bruce goes through on the inside. Next target for Williams is Patterson, who's now out wide in no man's land, just like Tyler Collins was, but thankfully he didn't go grass clipping as well. Can we take a breath yet?
No, not yet. We've got 10 minutes on the clock. We're still green. There's battles going on throughout the field.
Round onto the main straight. Gardner and Cooper. Cooper's there on screen. Strode in behind him. And then Jeff Neve as well. Series X3 delivering the goods here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Side by side on the run to turn 1. Bahaja under pressure here. He's got Tyler Collins on the inside. He's trying to get him on the outside. That will be one hell of a move if he can pull that off. On the outside, oh, lock up both Bahaja and Collins was a little bit twitchy getting through there. Bahaja's lock up costs him 4th. Through goes Jimmy Lodge. The Victorians up to 4th. If you don't like XL Racing, you're not human. You're not human. How could you not? This is sensational. Just action aplenty from go to woe. And it's only lap 4. George Wood and Jack Wood are 681.2 at the moment. Jack Wood the fastest lap of the race, 155.8411. The margin at the front is 0.3. They've got a nice little buffer to play with. Tyler Collins is there in 3rd. 4th place is Bahaja, then De Bono with a lock-up going into turn 6. But he gets out of it okay. Faulkner under pressure. Crossing and Brown are right there. That's the battle for 7th at the moment. Tony Gardner back to 10th. And still 8.5 minutes to go. They'll get back to the line. Still about 4 laps to go.
Keeping an eye here on Max Gagan. He's moved his way up to 15th. Imagine what he could have been doing battling for the front 100%. If he didn't have the issues.
And if he had got out there for race 2 and race 2 didn't get listed as null and void. And you know what they say about if, and I can't say that on air at this time of the day. Skaviris having a good run. She's there in 11th. Next target, Tony Gardner. Great to see Monique. Best place to the girls at the moment. Tamara Wheeler, just for context, is down in 29th. And Summer Rintoul, I got a message from her mum earlier saying they've safely arrived back in Queensland and they are tuning into the broadcast. So, again, bad luck. Summer had a mechanical issue last night. Have a look at this. The elbows are out. Gavin Faulkner. Good defensive driving from Faulkner to hold position there through turn 1 in position number 7. Crossing and Brown still going with him. Fastest lap of the race now for Tyler Collins, 155. 3 for him. A lock-up from Dylan DeBono again at turn 2. Geez, we've seen a lot of lock-ups at turn 2 to date. Fastest point of the racetrack if you can go through turn 1 flat stick. So, obviously, the brakes get a fair bit of a workout.
Absolutely. I don't know what speed they're going through there at turn 1. We'll have to check that out. But, yeah, everyone's been on the defensive down there.
Faulkner, Brown, crossing, Gardner, Skabiris right there. We'll be hoping to work our way through in the remaining 4 laps. We're on lap 5 if you're just joining us. Race 2, technically, but it is listed as race 3. Series X3 New South Wales from Sydney Motorsport Park. You're watching it on the platforms of Blendline TV. Zach Capen, Lisa Titani with you in central commentary. Next round for these guys is now 6 weeks away, and it's on the short configuration, the Druitt configuration. So if you thought it was held for skelter on the full circuit, on the Gardner GP circuit, the traditional layout here, imagine what they're going to be like on the short shoot. Next time out. 6.5 minutes to go. Back at the front, Jack's caught George. How do they play this tactically? They're going to have to be smart about it because they've got company in the form of Tyler Collins and James Lodge. Interstate 1, 2, 3, 4. Queensland 1, 2, 3. Victoria 4 at the moment. Down the main straight. Find your dance partner. Find your friend to work with here. Find who's going to be an ally and find who's not going to be. Down to turn 1. Pick your moment. Because we've seen races so often won and lost off the last corner on the run to the checkered flag. Jack down the inside of George. Jack trying to go for the lead. Jimmy Lodge with the lock-up. Nearly got into the back of Tyler Collins. George has gone wide. Jack's up the inside. George holds on. Carries a bit more speed through the corner.
Nose-to-tail action here. Nearly took each other out, but everyone held it.
This is how you like your XL racing, ladies and gentlemen. I was saying earlier with a couple of the support categories in the sense of the Clubmans that the quality's there over the quantity. The XLs, you got both. A 4-way fight at the front of the field. And as has been the tale of the tape, the narrative throughout the course of the season, in Series X3 New South Wales, it is those from interstate coming to town and taking the glory away from the locals. Lodge having a look on the inside of Collins, couldn't get it done. 5 minutes to go. 3 laps at the line, maybe 2, depending upon how generous the race control are feeling this afternoon. Stick with us because race 3 of the Upper New South Wales Series follows this one. Then we get stuck into the MX5s and Clubmans. Then we set the grid for the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Massive afternoon ahead, all live and free and commercial free right here on the platforms of Blendline TV. Just keeping an eye on Max Gagan, up to 14th now, and he's PB through the first sector as well. You can get so far, and then it becomes a challenge to progress further because the field's started to spread out.
Absolutely, there's always a group that you can race with, and Max has done his best in the last few laps to get ahead to where he is, but catching these front runners is going to be a big challenge with the 4.5, or for less than 4.5 minutes we've got left.
4 minutes and 8 seconds. By my count, they'll get back to the line with about 15, 16 seconds on the clock. Will they get 3 laps or will it be 2? There's a black and white flag on display there. We'll try and find out who that's for. Someone's caught the eye of the officials. A bad sportsmanship flag. Thankfully not a black flag, because a drive-through penalty in this caper would crucify you in sprint racing. You can recover from it in a 300, but not in a sprint race. Here's Max Gagan making light work of Tony Gardner and crossing and Faulkner side by side. Battle's going on left, right and centre at the moment. And that's crossing, trying to get through into position number 8 on the outside of Faulkner. Tyler Collins is in front. Something's unfolded over the back of the circuit. And we've got a completely different looking top four. It's still a Queenslander in front, but it's the man that won round 3 of the Queensland Championship, Tyler Collins. James Lodge there in second spot now. The 680 boys have been displaced. Oh boy. You take your eye off the Excels for 1 second and all hell breaks loose. It happens every time.
There's still a lot of time to go, just under 3 minutes, so the lead is definitely going to change again, in my view.
Yeah, I'm with you every step of the way here. In full agreement with you. Tyler Collins, he's now got experience in leading races. Can he withstand the pressure that's looming large in the form of Jimmy Lodge? Desperate to get back after that spin in race 1, plummeted him down the order to 16th. And Lodge is trying to go with Collins, but also mindful of Jack and George wanting to get back to where they were. Collins, we're now going to see a little bit of zigging and zagging, a little bit of weaving down the main straight. Not dissimilar to what you saw in the Indianapolis 500 in the closing stages this year. Here comes Jack down the inside, gets the toe from Tyler, back down the inside. Whoa, on the limiter. A little bit of a twitch there. A bubble going through the corner, Lodge is wide again. Doors open, Wood goes through to second. Jack Wood now on the tail of Tyler Collins, who continues to lead this race with 1:50 on the clock. By my count, they get back to the line, they get the last lap board. Until I'm told otherwise, that's what we're running with. It's lap 8. Do we get to 9? I think so. Time is on their side. Replay. The pass for the lead. It was 3 wide on the run down to turn 2. Jack tucked in on George. Tyler locked it up, went through the corner. That kind of compromised George's run through the corner. Lodge slotted up on the inside. Said thanks for coming.
Nearly got all 3 spots there from 4th to 1st, but he's settled in there, slotted into 2nd.
Now back to 3rd because Jack Woods got back up into 2nd. And still the battles rage further down the line as well. He's Gavin Faulkner under pressure from Preston Bruce now up on the outside. And unfortunately for Faulkner, the floodgates have opened. He's dropped back to 12th. Bruce is there 13th. Skibiris has dropped to 14th as well. So Monique's dropped a couple of positions in the closing stages here. It's all happening at Sydney Motorsport Park. In the words of one of the great cricket commentators, Bill Laurie, it is all happening and still behind the battle for the lead. So there's Jack Wood trying to get by me on the outside of Tyler Collins to turn 10. And behind that, Lewis Bahaja and Dylan DeBono were side by side as well in the battle for 5th. Tyler Collins on the inside. Lodge wants a piece of that as well. Main straight. Is it the last lap board or is there a checkered flag waving? We'll wait and see. Down the main straight. It's the checkered flag. It's the run to the line. It's going to be a 3-wide photo finish. Collins moves across. 3 wide. I can't pick it from that angle. Lodge, Wood, Collins, Jack Wood. Jack Wood doubles up. Jack Wood wins the round. Jack Wood continues the form he showed at Winton and shows that the 680 stable have really got their act together in 2023. Top 3 separated by 0.0958 of a second, and that is why Hyundai XL Racing is the best in the land.
That was incredible. The top 3 nose whisker separated. And we saw that Tyler went to Joe defend over Lodge, but then that allowed Wood to come through for the win.
I tell you what, I was a little bit worried because that was really aggressive defence from Tyler Collins. Lodge was aware of it, he saw it coming. No crash there. 3 wide they go. Well done. Jack Wood got the job done. Brilliant recovery from Lodge though. I mean, from 16th to 2nd in 8 laps of madness. That's why he's one of the front runners in Victoria. That's why he's a threat when he doesn't spin mid-race here in New South Wales. George Wood, great to see him in fine form. Interstate guys, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lewis Bahaja will take the championship lead away from Ryan Casher. Stayed out of trouble today, did what he needed to do, finished 5th. Dylan DeBono, Cameron Brown, Max Gagan, we missed that in amongst all the madness at the front. Max charged from the rear of the field to 8th. That's why he's in the sort of form that he's in at the moment. Such versatility being shown by Max Gagan. That's why he was so impressive here in the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series only 4 weeks ago. Have a look at that from margin. Top 3, less than a 10th of a second. Oh, if that doesn't get you up and about for the rest of the afternoon, nothing will, Lise. Take us through the top 10.
Oh, that was incredible. As you said, the top 3 separated by absolutely nothing. Lewis Bahaja on the back there, 3.5 seconds behind. Dylan De Bono, Cameron Brown, Max Gagan, as you said, in 8th, a fantastic recovery. And as we turn the page, Tony Gardner, not too bad, into 11th. Preston Bruce, Gavin Faulkner, a bit of a disappointing, dropping 13 spots there. Nick Scribberus, would have liked to seen her a bit higher. Caleb Heffron, Luke Croft in 16th. Blake Patterson, 17th. Brian Scribberus, her dad, in 18th. Joel Strode and John Markwick in 20th.
And thanks to John's partner, Annie, for the coffee this morning. Really appreciate that. Might need to top up a little bit later on. Jeff Neve, Shannon Williams, Thomas McLeod, Adam Roberts, Wayne Jones, Tom Dalziel, then Tamara Wheeler, Gary Hodges, Eric Masterich, I got it that time round, and David Brown. And can I just say, credit where it's due, exemplary driving from all and sundry out there. Connor Cooper, the only DNF to go with the 3 non-starters. So 40 started, 39 came home. Well done to the Excels. After a disappointing second race, they cleaned up their act.
They sure did. This has been good fun.
Yes. Let's get down to Dave Stillwell. Stay with me, Lisa. I'm coming back to you in a moment.
Well, I'm down here in the pits. I've got Jack Wood aboard the victorious number 15. Jack, you put on a thrilling display there. I think it was 3, 4, 5, 11 wide at the end there. Look, talk us through that. That was hard work out there.
Oh, it's unbelievable. A lot of fun to be a part of. Yeah, just happy to bring her home in first and all in one piece. Tried to get the younger brother Georgie for a win, but yeah, these boys are fast. So yeah, pretty lucky to get away with it in the end.
Fantastic runs out there. I saw you having a chat with Tyler when you came in. You guys were, was that reminiscing over an awesome move or something that wasn't quite right?
There's a little bump, but I think both of our brakes at the front were pretty cooked by the end of it. So that's just XL racing really at the end of the day. So, yeah.
Fair cop, play on. Great work, Jack. We'll go to James aboard the number 39. I saw commiseration going on there. Was there a little apology going on there, maybe for a little bit of rubbing?
Yeah, just race one, locked up my brakes, but it's all in the past now, sorted out. So, yeah, it's all good.
Fantastic. Just like we heard SVG say, you did your talking on the track. We'll go to number 77 in third place. Tyler, great job out there today.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. Dad said to keep the car in one bit, and I didn't really abide his rules, missing a couple of blinkers, but that's fine. Great to have all the Queensland boys come down. It's the same racing we have up there, so it's really fun to race against them, and obviously a bit disappointed not to get the win, but 3 wide across the line, pretty good for TV.
Absolutely made it great for TV. We want to say give a huge shout out to all of the XL competitors for doing a great job out there on track today aboard our 3 races for the MRA Round 2. We'll go back to Central Commentary as we lead into the next event.
Chance to catch our breath. Thank you, Dave Stillwell. Lisa's still with me, waiting for the Nissan Pulsars, the APRA Series, to head out onto the circuit with thanks to MRF tyres. Quickly looking at the rest of the season for Series X3 New South Wales. They're back here at Sydney Motorsport Park, Sunday, August 26 on the Draw It circuit. Then October 15 on the Gardner GP layout. For Series X3 Queensland, I want to make a note of this. Queensland Raceway, August 4 to 6. You will see the Sunday races from that round on Blendline TV as part of their coverage of the Motorsport Australia's Trophy Series. And then on to Morgan Park, September 8 to 10 and November 18 to 19. For the final round of the season and the expanded 6-round season there. We also point out that we've got some flashing lights on the circuit at the moment, so we've got a little bit of a hold up here, which means I can keep Lisa for a moment to have a chat about the big event on the XL calendar from Morgan Park one year all the way over the Nullarbor to the west the next. It's going to be very interesting. I know Zane Rinaldi, the championship leader in Queensland, is going over there. He had a solid hit out last week. It's going to be interesting to see how many commit to the trip because it's not on the cheap side of things.
No, it's not, but it'll be great to hold the Nationals in WA at Barbagallo, or Carco Raceway as it's now known, and hope to see a lot of the eastern side drivers as well as South Australian guys and even Tassie if possible head over there, and hopefully we can get a few people to defend their crown from last year at Morgan Park as well.
And quickly before we let you go, cannot let you go without saying a big thank you to the Series X3 New South Wales sponsors for their ongoing support of the championship in 2023, which include...
Oh, we're getting used to this. We're getting good at this. Big thanks to McDonald's, who you'll see on their front window banner. Track School, Rangedale Drainage, H Division Motorsport, ACT Autoworks, Dent Perfection and Nova Employment. So thank you for supporting a great club.
Very nicely done. Hey, great to have you in the booth. Did you enjoy that?
I did.
Different experience?
Very different experience.
Can we coach you into coming back again?
I might need some coaching.
We haven't scared you off? Good. No, done. We'll discuss that one off air. I'll let you go. Lockie's going to jump in. Pulsars are heading out on the circuit. Lise, thank you.
Thank you, Zach.
Keep an eye out for Lisa's work throughout the night on the MRA socials for the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Superstar, no doubt about that. Secretary of Circuit XL SA, I didn't mention that at the top. A big shout out to all the SA guys. Round 4 of their championship coming up September 15 to 17 as well. Pulsars out on the circuit, Lockie Mansell jumping into the booth, and I don't know if anything's going to top that, Lockie. 3 XLs across the line, 0.09 of the second, but if anyone's going to give it a crack, it'll be the likes of Mrs. Tidyman, Craig and Smith. Taking a quick second to catch our breath there, ladies and gentlemen. That was an exhilarating Hyundai XL race, and we're set for more of the same now with the Nissan Pulsars. There has not been a bad race today. If you're tuned in to Blendline today, or you've come trackside to Sydney Motorsport Park, it's free entry, so you already got your value for money, but then tenfold. Lockie, the battle continues between the likes of Josh Craig and Greg Duffy, and also, of course, well, there's a bit of a story developing here. Scott Tidyman not showing there at the moment, so...
Oh, well, I think what's happened there, and I'm kind of putting 2 and 2 together here, but we saw a bit of a collision between him and Dan Smith at turn 3 in the previous race.
There he is, 16.
I reckon that he's been adjudged to have been at fault for that one and penalised, so he's going to start a bit further down the order. Yep. And then you've also got Dan Smith, who's going to start right at the rear of the field after a DNF.
Yep. Now,
after that flat tyre that he had due to that contact at turn 3.
Absolutely. Now, I do apologise because there's been a lot going on here in Central Commentary, so I actually haven't seen a result sheet from that. Yeah, there's nothing showing on our timing sheet with regards to that, I might admit, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Tidyman was still showing as second there. This is round 3 of the Pulsar Championship as well. Josh Craig, the championship leader, is 2 from 2 thus far. Can we see him complete the clean sweep? Well, technically, Jack Wood's already got a clean sweep today. 2 from 2 because race 2 was null and void. Duffy, Tate, Ricketts, Fraser, Butters, the top 3 rows. Then Perosi and Lichtenberger, Early and Fraser take us back to 10th place. Alderton and Butterfield, Cortez and Barbaro. Then Pilkington, Tidyman, Tippett, Maynard, Molesworth and Woodland make up the top 20. Green flag at the back. Race 3 of the MRF Tyres New South Wales Australian Pulsar Racing Association Championship. Let's go to work. Great start, Josh Craig.
But not as good as the start from Greg Duffy off the front row. And in fact, Craig's going to lose the lead.
Oh, and second.
Down on the inside comes Shane Tate, who got a very nice launch from the second row. Oh. So our pole sitter gets relegated back to 3rd position at turn number 1. He'll be on the attack. He ducks to the inside. He ducks back to the outside. He goes super deep under brakes into turn number 2. And tries to go the long way round on both Shane Tate and Greg Duffy, but he will get at least one of those spots back because he'll be nicely positioned on the inside for turn number 3. Watch out. That's Dan Smith. He has had a rocket ship start. I reckon he's already made up at least half a dozen positions after starting at the tail end of the field. Yeah, there he is. Look at that, already up to 18th.
Commitment from Greg Duffy through turn 4 and into 5. It's a little bit twitchy and Taylor coming through there. He's wide. And Josh Craig goes straight back to the front.
And Shane Tate capitalises and gets down the inside as well. So Duffy, our early leader, goes back to the front. And oh, goodness gracious me. Is that Chris Butterfield? Yes, with a very wide moment there on the approach to turn number 6. Manages to gather it up, but he's going to be still getting muscled out into the grass on the run into Corporate Hill. I hope they all made it through the other side there because they were banging doors. There were cars getting forced out into the grass. I think that, in fact, they did all make it through on the other side unscathed, but only just. And fast drivers charging their way back up through the field. So we know that Dan Smith's going to be on a charge. We know that Scott Tidyman's going to be on a charge, and in fact, Dan Smith's already ahead of Scott Tidyman, would you believe?
I would.
There they are.
Bang.
So just battling for position there on the exit of turn 11.
Yeah, and anyone in their way is in a little bit of trouble right now at the rate in which they're working their way through this field. Down the main straight we go. One done. Still 14 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Down on the inside to turn 1. That was Perosi trying to get behind Fraser. There's Smith already up to position number 15. What a start that was. He's ripped through more than a third of the field on the opening lap. Again, everybody, as far as the on-track component of the event is concerned, has brought their A game today. We can only hope that transfers into a ripping Sydney 300 tonight.
It's building up nicely. Still got qualifying to come, of course. Couple more races on the program before we get to that stage. Shane Tate now to the lead. So Tate gets ahead of Josh Craig. He's had a storming drive. He was actually very quick in the previous race, Shane Tate. He was punching out some very quick laps, but now he has decided that he wants to turn at the front of this motor race. Oh, more door banging a bit further back in the pack. Michael Ricketts and Kieran Pilkington getting stuck into it in the contest for 11th and 12th position. Michael Ricketts does not need to be making contact with other cars. He needs to make sure that he survives this race with that car in one piece, because it's only a very short turnaround before they're out for qualifying for the Sydney 300. So Shane Tate, your race leader. Josh Craig second. Greg Dufficy. Matt Butters has moved up to 4th position, and he's escaped from the swarm of Pulsars behind. Corey Fraser up inside the top 5. Then it's Alderson, Perozzi in position 7. Dennis Barbaro 8th. Lucas Lichtenberger. And there's Chris Butterfield rounding out the top 10 as Josh Craig glues himself to the rear bumper of Shane Tate's Pulsar. Down the main straight they come. Craig, he's pretty much bump drafting Shane Tate as they head down into turn number 1. It's been a very, very busy couple of weekends of racing for Shane Tate. He's on double duty this weekend, running in the Pulsars, but also co-driving a Mitsubishi Evo with Nandy and Matthew Kiss. But he raced at Morgan Park in the Legend Cars Australia Series last weekend as part of the High-Tech Oil Super Series.
So, still the battles rage down through the order. You've got the 99 of Early, the 19 of Fraser, the 28 of Cortez, and the 95 of Tippett. All there at the moment. Throw a handkerchief over them as they head over the crest and down into turn 4 once more. "12 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. Tate, Craig, Dufficy, and then Butters down there in the 23. Also up from Victoria, we were talking about James Lodge earlier, up from Victoria and the XLs. Good to see some of the Victorians like Tim Maynard, like Butters, making their way up and having a crack in APRA as well. I mean, to a lesser extent, I mean, the XLs can go and race them anywhere in the country, but for the Pulsar Series, it's strictly New South Wales and Victoria. Craig, Tate, Dufficy, the top 3 at the moment. So Josh Craig has found his way back to the front. Shane Tate second and Greg Dufficy third. So that was at turn 6, we're told, as they head down the main straight once more. 11 minutes left on the clock. Craig holds position. Have a look at this side-by-side on the run into turn 1. Dufficy having a crack at Tate. Can't get it done. Shane Tate on double duty tonight, but he's in a Mitsubishi Evo, and the picture partner Sydney 300 is the 2 Kiss boys. Hanging on there for the ride is Butters. Whoa, a tank slapper moment almost for the 113 of Perosi. But he didn't lose a position. He gathered up and kept it clean. Now, it's interesting. I was talking about New South Wales and Victoria. As far as the APRA Series is concerned, Lockie, obviously, we're torn at the moment here in New South Wales because we haven't got Wakefield Park at our disposal. So, yes, they've had a run at Bathurst. The rest of their championship, as far as the New South Wales rounds are concerned, will be here in Sydney. I know they've taken a round to Winton, but there's a lot of hype in Victoria, and I wouldn't mind betting that a few New South Wales guys will go down as we see Dan Smith all over the back of the 555 at the moment of Barbaro. Keep an eye on that. I wouldn't mind betting. Smith down the inside, got it done, and cleanly so, that a few of those New South Welshmen will make their way down when the APRA Series hits Calder Park.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I think there's going to be a lot of demand to go racing at Calder Park, given that it'll be the first time that it's operated for a number of years. Pretty much the entire Pulsar field will not have raced at Calder Park before, so yes, I would not be at all surprised if we do see the series making the journey down there and a lot of drivers from New South Wales making the trip. Smith continuing his march forward. He's caught up to the back of Lucas Lichtenberger in the number 58 car, but he's been bringing Scott Tidyman with him. So these two drivers who had contact with one another in the previous race, charging up through the field in synchronised sympathy. And here we go to the inside. This is Dufficy on Tate at turn number 1. And I think he's managed to get that move done as Smith gets down the inside of Lichtenberger. And Tidyman comes with him. So at the moment, Smith's opening the door. Oh, that's a big off at turn number 1.
That's the 27 Dufficy from third in the motor race. Costly.
So he was side by side.
He's lost a dozen spots.
He was side by side. He was trying to get down the inside of Shane Tate into turn number 1. So obviously something's gone wrong there. And a lock up from Kane Fraser in the number 19 car. But Dufficy's now well back down the
That's a bit too close for comfort, I would have thought. Locking 3 wide through turn 2. But I think Dufficy got spooked by... Fraser got spooked by Dufficy coming back onto the circuit. That's what I'm guessing. And that's what led to that almost contretemps. But yeah, Dufficy, costly moment there for him. Have a look at that. He's plummeted right down to 18th. 18 seconds off the lead. Craig leads from Tate, and he's got 3.3 seconds to the good there. So there's nothing happening at the top end of town. First, second, third, fourth. Just on a training run at the moment. It's back further in the pack. Have a look at the top of the screen here, Lockie. This is how it went down.
Oh, wow. That was a huge off. So he was down on the inside of Shane Tate. He was trying to make the move through for what would have been second position. But because he was on the dirty side of the road there and potentially got squeezed up towards the curb, he's lost the rear end of the car. He was actually pretty lucky to get away with that one without sustaining any damage. That's a very fast corner to be having a spinner like that.
Just quickly going back to cover off a point that you made there earlier with regards to Smith and Tidyman. That's the best way to do it, isn't it? When you've got to work through the field, find someone else that's got to also work through the field and try and do it together. Down the main straight they go. Smith's got a little bit of a buffer to play with there at the moment. But Rosie back, Fraser, Tidyman, Lichtenberger, Barbaro, Butterfield, Ricketts and Pilkington. So for everything that the XL race brought us in terms of intensity at the top end of town, it's the mid-pack delivering the entertainment in the Pulsars. MX5s and Alphas. And BMWs and Clubman still to come later this afternoon, folks. In between the Alfa and BMW race and the MX5s and Clubmans, qualifying for the picture partners Sydney 300. Stay with us because there's so much still coming your way today on the platforms of Blendline TV live from Sydney Motorsport Park. So, the battle for third place now.
So Shane Tate saw off the challenge that was coming from earlier on from Greg Dufficy, but now he's under pressure from Matt Butters, who is having his strongest run so far this weekend, up to third position and challenging for potentially second spot. All this battling, it's worked to the advantage of Josh Craig, who's now got an advantage of 4.3 seconds, and it's gone for a bad to worse for Greg Dufficy in the number 27 car.
When it rains, it pours.
We saw the big spin that he had at turn number 1, but now he's just gone off the circuit on his own by the looks of things. Here we go, battle for second position. Matt Butters up the inside, and we're hearing that it looks like a mechanical issue there for Greg Duffy, but this will be a change potentially in second position. Matt Butters swings through on the inside at turn number 9. Only just manages to get the car stopped. Shane Tate back down the inside into turn 11, and it'll now be a drag race between these two N15 Pulsar hatchbacks as they come down the main straight. When they get to turn number 1, it's going to be Tate on the inside, Butters on the outside.
And bravest wins, I reckon. Down they come. What unsettled Butters there is he smashed the inside curb at turn 10, and that allowed Tate another opportunity to have a crack, and he capitalised on it. Didn't wait for the third invitation, took the second. Tate back into second, and Butters there in third. Oh no, that's a big story. That's Michael Ricketts limping to pit lane. Let's hope it's only a tyre rubbing against a guard. Let's hope it's nothing more than that, because that's a car that we expect to see in division contention tonight in the pitch part of the Sydney 300. Michael Ricketts, race 3, done.
There's somebody else who's having trouble there on the exit of turn number 1. Unless that was Ricketts. There was a car that was moving very slowly there coming around turn number 1. We might have to come back to that one. Michael Ricketts is back in the pits. That's good news as far as at least being able to get into a position where the crew can get to work on that car. Hopefully, like you said, Zach, it's something as simple as a tyre puncture and not something more serious like a steering or suspension failure, because they've only got about 20 minutes to get that car turned around for Sydney 300 qualifying.
Second, third and fourth throw. Handkerchief over them at the moment. Alderton's coming to the fight there. We've got the 29 limping as well. It's got some damage to the left-hand side. That's Fraser.
Corey Fraser.
Yep. So Craig has posted the fastest lap of the race, 1:51.8880, leads by 6.43 seconds. Tate second, Butters third. Butters now goes to second. So, of course, that was a positional change. We did pick that up. Craig, a little bit of loose body work there as well as they come up onto the main straight. So, yeah, a bit of panel damage doing the rounds in Pulsar circles at the moment. Probably a good thing it's their last race of the day, unless, of course, you're Michael Ricketts and Josh Haynes. Main straight. Hey, what about Matty Butters? So, last night we pulled him up on Facebook Live. I didn't know him from a bar of soap, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. I haven't seen a lot of Pulsar racing since I moved to Queensland. It's not common up there. But Butters revealed to us last night that this is his first visit to Sydney Motorsport Park, and by gee, he's finally got a grip of the circuit and having a mighty run here in race 3. But he's under pressure now as Tate goes back down to the inside. If he's going to get second here, Butters is going to have to work mightily hard for it. 2 by 2 through turn 2. Butters is going to be hung out to dry there, but he's got to be mindful because Alderton wants a piece of it as well, and so too in behind that does Dan Smith back to 5th place, the 3-1-3.
What a drive from Dan Smith from the back of the tail up into the top 5, and now challenging for a spot inside the top 3. Butters and Tate still side by side. It's precision driving, Pulsar style here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Butters managing to hold on to second position, but here comes Dan Smith. He goes around the outside of Shane Tate, uses the momentum of the car to carry the mid-corner speed, and now switches back to the inside. Challenge for second position, but gets pinched up on the curb at turn number 6 by Matt Butters. The battle was not done yet, though. No. What a performance. What a storming drive from Dan Smith.
And that's 2 positions already this lap for the 3-1-3, and Butters hung out to dry there. Oh, geez. Smith's on the outside as they get to turn 8. Butters is going to hold the line at the moment. He's going to hang Smith out to dry. Smith's got no choice but to go wide because he's out of real estate. The drag race continues up to turn 9. If he can hang there, he'll be on the inside for turn 10. 3 positions in a lap for the 3-1-3. Dan Smith gets back to second.
Oh, Matt Butters wants to make a fight out of it, and Dan Smith's having none of that. He muscles Butters out wide on the approach to the final corner. And yes, you're right, Zach, the number 3-1-3 car, which started this race at the back of the grid, is now back up into second position.
1 lap, 3.905 kilometres to go, and it's a battle in 5, second through 6th. Butters is under the pump from Tate, Alderton and Tideman as well. Tideman getting down on the inside there, trying to get by Alderton, and does so. Very nicely done. Next target is Tate. So, Craig, Smith, Butters, Tate, Alderton and Tideman was how it stood as they got across the line, but I won't mind betting that there'll be some changes. Butters goes deep, gets the job done on Tate. Nearly are coming together, but everybody taking evasive action and getting away with it.
We've seen some big brake lock-ups from the Pulsars at turn 2. One of the characteristics of these cars is that a lot of them do run locked dips, which means if you lock one front wheel, you're going to lock up both of them because they both rotate at the same speed. And we've seen a fair bit of evidence of that at turn 2. Here comes Tidyman. Oh, there's contact with Shane Tate, who has to feed on a fistful of opposite locks to keep the car pointing in a straight line. Manages to recover, manages to save, and manages to avoid rotating the number 147 car.
Clubmans Racing, because they got away with it. Because they got away with it. Had Tate looked it, Tidyman would have been staring down the barrel of another penalty, I would have thought. 11 seconds to the good for Josh Craig. Let's not lose sight of how dominant a drive this has been over the course of 9 laps here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Last turn, check it, flag the championship leader with a clean sweep on Super Saturday. And he does it in front of the audience watching on the platforms of Blendline TV right around the world. MRF Tyres, round 3, New South Wales APRA Series goes to the number 1, the defending champion. In clinical fashion, Dan Smith, the driver of the race, to second, and Butters in his first appearance at Sydney Motorsport Park onto the podium. Well done. It still rages further back the battle as Tate holds off Tidyman. Good recovery from him as well. Then, we've got a car limping down towards the line here as well. Lockie just lost in behind the banner there at the billboard there at the moment. Not going to limp it to the line, going to limp it to pit lane.
That's Kane Alderson, I think.
Brianna Woodland, I think, as well, has come in. She's been in there for 3:23, so that wouldn't be her. You're right.
Yep, Kane Alderson, so he's just come into the pits now in the number 78 car. That's a shame because
he was having a great run.
He was running up inside the top 3 for part of that race. Other significant thing is that Michael Ricketts did make it back out onto the racetrack, so I think in what is positive news as far as the Sydney 300 is concerned, it was probably only a tyre failure for that car. They've been able to quickly change it and get it back out on the track.
And Cortez as well has come in on the last lap. Now, look, I don't want to be critical. but I need to make the point that if they limped it across the line, they would have got classified.
Yep.
They've driven it into pit lane on the last lap.
Yeah.
They'll be listed as a DNF. Race Smart 101 out the window right there. But that's just not thinking in the moment. Smart tactical thinking would have been to drive it across the line, and if you needed to park it, the officials would have come to your rescue. But anyway, costly championship points for both. Josh Craig by 11 seconds in the end, so it wasn't as close as the XL affair. Nothing will be today. Dan Smith, Matty Butters, Shane Tate. The battle for the minor placings was red hot. Scott Tidyman, Lucas Leichenberger, Dennis Barbaro, I should say, Jerome Perosi, Chris Butterfield, and Matt Early, the top 10.
And then Kieran Pilkington coming home in 11th position ahead of Rod Tippett, Tim Maynard in 13th, back to Kane Fraser, Timothy Molesworth, Kane Alderson getting classified in 16th position, but I'm not sure that he will because of the fact that he crossed the line there in pit lane,
no.
so he'll probably be a DNF, I would imagine.
Can't confirm or deny that because the page has already flipped over. I'm coming back to that point in a moment. Let's go to Dave Stillwell, Race Fuels pit lane.
Well, I'm down here in Victory Lane with the number 1 of Josh Craig. Josh, you just missed on the coverage. You were having to put the witness mark back into place. The right front headlight had fallen out. Tell us the story of what happened there.
Oh, just some close racing in the first lap. Made it interesting, but yeah, good to get 3 from 3. So, yeah.
3 for 3 sounds like you were doing a Medibank private out in no time. So talk us through the weekend, talk us through the prep. What is it that's allowed you to act so dominantly and take out 3 races? What one thing would you probably attest to?
Probably my old man's preparation with the car. He spends a lot of time on it, making sure it's ready to go every round. So probably that.
Proper prior preparation prevents poor performance, folks. Always good to have a well-prepared car. Speaking about preparation, the man that came from well down the field to finish in second, we saw the 313 peel off in the previous race. What a performance to finish on the front row in the end, Dan. Great job.
Yeah, I mean, not too much to say. Just took any gap I could and sent it, and here we are.
Those are the words to live by, folks. They were outed by Ayrton Senna. If you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. NP3, Matt Butters, what a great recovery drive in that one. Excellent performance out the front.
Yeah, it's great fun. First time here in the last race. It's, really, really good.
Tell us what you think of Sydney Motorsport Park, your first time here. What track would you liken it most to, and what's it most different to from where you've been before?
It's probably similar to the bend, really, like very fast, very flowing, lots of big braking. So, yeah, it's lots of fun. Definitely going to be back.
Definitely going to be back. So we'll go back to Central. Shout out to all the Pulsar competitors. Make sure you tune in for the next round of Pulsars here with MRA. When we make our return, back to Central Commentary.
Nice to have your company from Sydney Motorsport Park. Mazda MX5s and Clubmans out there on the circuit at the moment. Just want to quickly come back and cover off what we were talking about there early in the piece, Lachlan Mansell, about those two APRA drivers that pulled in on the last lap and will probably therefore be classified as a DNF. We saw it happen to Stephen Thompson and Ed Kramer in the picture partner Sydney 300 of 2019 when they came off the top corner, despite the fact that when you look at the results sheets, they're listed as having completed 77 laps because they crossed the finish line on this side of the fence in pit lane, listed as a DNF. All that hard work undone, and it cost them, even though it cost them the win, they would have still finished third. They would have been on the outright podium. Anyway, it's a case of what might have been. There are the Mazdas and the Clubmans on the grid, ready to rock and roll. Their third and final race of the day as well. That'll leave us with just one support race to go, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be Alfas and BMWs straight after picture partner Sydney 300 qualifying, which is next right here on Blendline TV. Nice to have your company. Super Saturday from Sydney Motorsport Park. Super Saturday motorsport style, the perfect type. And these races have been terrific viewing thus far. No reason why we won't get a thriller again here in the third and final affair. Set for start. Red lights on, red lights off. Let's go. Let's get to work. Good start from Buge. Forget about him. He'll be in a different postcode. We've got a car stored on the grid. Oh, no.
That was Richard Herring.
That's Richard Herring getting crunched.
He was unbelievably lucky not to get rear-ended by Chiara Zavatakis. That could have been a big accident there.
Oh, jeez. And that would have had implications for Chiara going on later on tonight as well, I would have thought. So they're very lucky that they got away with that one by the skin of their teeth. Other than that, the rest of the field underway cleanly, Lockie.
Oh, and we've had one of the Clubmans spinning off down at turn number 2 as well. Just caught it at the top of the shot there. So there it is on screen now.
Red flag, race stopped. It'll be to recover the stalled car, and I've got a feeling that Richard Herring's car is still parked on the other side of the main straight, just out of shot there as well.
So there's actually 2 Mazda MX-5s that have had trouble getting away there, Zach. So the officials have thrown the red. There is Richard Herring's car. So his day done as far as the MX5 Cup goes.
And well, that's exactly right. And I can't believe I'm going to say this. We got through to now without a race stoppage. We've had such an unbelievable run through the morning. We had a couple of stoppages in support category qualifying. We've had a very clean run up until now. That's racing. It happens sometimes. It will slightly delay, I would imagine, picture partner Sydney 300 qualifying. Although the clock is still ticking at the moment. Now it has resets. So it will be a full restart here at Sydney Motorsport Park when the track is clear and we are ready to race. So we'll just keep talking here in the booth for the moment.
One of the good things is that all of the drivers are wearing race receivers. And in fact, let's head down to pit lane with a race fuels update from Dave Stilwell.
Welcome back to the lane, folks. I'm down here with the number 222 Harding Performance Volkswagen, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to talk through some of the modern conveniences that we have for endurance racing in the Sydney 300. So you might have seen in the old days, endurance races, the luxury was having a can of Coke thrown in your face in a pit stop, maybe some orange slices in the glove box. So we'll have a look at what's in this car. Obviously, most of these cars have had the air conditioning systems removed because of weight and to improve engine horsepower. But how do you keep a driver cool during a race? One thing you can do, put the window down like we can on these production-based cars. But one of the other things that they can do is they run a thing like a cool shirt. So I'll get one of these out here. Here's one I prepared earlier. So it's a fireproof garment that's got these capillaries sewn into it with these quick release connectors over here. So that's what we run a cooling solution through. Basically water with ice and an esky, which I'll show you in a moment. But you wear this over your upper body. It's you get very hot if they don't work, but when they do work, they're incredibly refreshing. They keep your core temperature down. And particularly if you're a single driver doing 300 kilometres at night, not so much of an issue here at Sydney during winter, but we go to Wakefield or Winton during the end of summer or the start or the end of spring, you can get quite warm inside. So these quick release connectors are attached to the end of this hose with these quick release fittings here. That goes down through the insulated plumbing here into this cool box. You might have remembered these. Normally you might find lots of refreshing beverages inside on a camping trip, but inside you'll find this small pump like you'd find in a fish tank, and space inside for some water, some ice, a little bit of an anti-foaming agent, a cleaning agent, kind of like what you'd run in a fish tank, just to keep everything fresh and clean. And that then pumps through those capillaries, through the plumbing here, to the driver sitting on the side of the car, so they don't need to run any air in from the outside. There's more advanced versions of this system you might have seen in other cars, where they take air in from, say, a rear window, feed it through a ducting from a NACA duct here on the window, down into the box, circulate it through some tubing, cool the temperature of that air down, and then force feed it directly into the driver's helmet. If you're wearing an open face helmet in a car that's got fully enclosed windows, there's not a whole lot you can do to get forced air into the car. One of the other things we'll see is some drink bottles being used in certain cars. Not one fitted in this car, but of course if you're doing a couple of pit stops, you can get refreshed fairly easily. So plenty of modern conveniences for our drivers in the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 tonight. They are of course looking forward to some qualifying where a lot of that driver convenience and comfort equipment might get taken out of the car to make sure the cars make their best lap times in qualifying.
Thanks, Dave Stillwell. Very nicely done from you. I love the technical aspects of this race, Lockie, and you and Dave, when it comes to race cars and how these games play out, are a little bit more savvy with that than me. I deal with stats and facts and play-by-play. But let's talk about what he was discussing down there and talk about fuel stops. Just an update from the lane. Alfas, Mazdas back in position, ready to get back out there on the racetrack.
Clubmans.
Oh, sorry, yes. Alpha. Oh, dear. It's been one of those days.
We do have the Alphas coming up a bit later on with the BMWs for their final race.
And Clubmans.
Yes.
Alphas and BMWs later. I've had a dyslexic moment, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. It's been one of those days. Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 qualifying not too far away. Waiting for word from race control as to whether this race gets slightly trimmed because of the delay we've had here. Sun starting to set in the distance. What a shot that is.
Actually, the good news as far as the drivers are concerned is that there are a few clouds out to the west, and that'll be good because one of the concerns that a lot of the drivers would have had heading towards Sydney 300 qualifying, Zach, is the fact that they would have been looking directly into the setting sun heading down the main straight when you're driving pretty much due west. But yeah, coming back to the point that Dave was making about cooling systems for cars.
Yep.
And I mean, definitely for some of the other 300s that we've had, particularly the Winton 300, where we've had it in November where it's been quite warm. Yes, I think that the cool suits and the other cooling systems that you can run in cars would have been very much appreciated by the drivers. But for an event like this one, where it's right in the middle of winter and it is going to be quite chilly tonight, not sure how many drivers are necessarily going to need to run cool suits, but thanks to Dave for giving us that description of the technology. One of the things about the cool suits, Zach, is that they have come quite a long way. It used to be that they were prone to freezing up. And the thing when a cool suit freezes up is because you don't have any water flowing through it, it actually heats up, so it becomes more like wearing an electric blanket, and it makes it worse.
And there's a few people that probably wouldn't appreciate the fact that pit exit open, this race is about to resume, still showing as a 20-minute affair. So that means if you're just joining us, it'll be closer to 5 o'clock before we get going with picture partners. Now it's just coming through my ear that it will be trimmed to 10 minutes, and that'll be updated on the timing screen in due course. So it'll be nice, short, sharp and sweet, and that will enable us actually to get underway on time for Picture Partners Sydney 300 qualifying at 4:48. Just going back to cooling systems as these guys make their way around, it will be a short outlap, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people probably wouldn't appreciate why on a winter night some of these drivers are going to still wear cool suits, but they probably don't appreciate just how hot the cockpit will get throughout the course of 77 laps.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right as well. And normally you can add on about 20 degrees to the ambient temperature to give you the cabin temperature for a race car. But conversely, keeping temperature in some of the mechanical components when the ambient temperature is low can be quite a challenge as well. So things like the brakes and the tyres, particularly in the early stages of the race, making sure you get them up to temperature, that will be a challenge for the drivers as well. Just one of the many talking points for the Sydney 300 this evening. Qualifying not too far away, but we do have the third and final race of the weekend for the Clubmans and for the Mazda MX5s coming up for you right now here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And in race number 2, which we had a bit earlier on, we had Alan View taking the race victory in the number 15 PRB Clubman, which is running the turbocharged 1600cc engine. Then Russell Butler and Stuart Shervington had a great contest for second position in their Clubmans. And then in the MX5s, we saw Richard and Tim Herring having a ding-dong dice for what turned out to be the win in that class. Unfortunately, Richard Herring has been sidelined from this race due to a mechanical problem off the start.
We will have, a slightly depleted field for this final one. I want to come back to cool suits a little bit later on, and I want to talk about fueling as well, Lockie, because there are safety procedures in place and there are penalties in place for anyone that spills fuel in the Picture Partner Sydney 300 refueling process. So let's talk about that when we get to qualifying. In the meantime, let's focus on the restart and the trimmed third race, take two of the, hang on, let me get this right, MX5s and Clubmans at the Picture Partners Sydney 300. These two categories have dished out the goods so far today. Let's see if we can get away cleanly this time round. It'll be Hugh and Bug and Butler on the front row, ready to rock and roll. Shervington and Herring, of course, from the second row. That's Tim Herring now. Set for a start. They're in the starter's hands. Let's go. Bug, no surprise, bolts out of the blocks. Takes Shervington with him, trying to get down on the inside of Butler, and he's done it, but Butler forces the issue and fights back on the outside. And holds position, top 3 status quo to turn 2.
Good launch from the Clubmans, but Tim Herring looking pretty racy on the outside. It's Tim Herring in amongst a swarm of Clubmans at the moment. A bit further back in the pack, that's Robert Krimitich being passed up the inside by Jacob Giovinco for what will be second position now in the MX5 division.
Up over the crest for the first time, down towards turn 4. It's Bug, it's Butler, it's Shervington and Herring, McBride and Kroon to turn 4 into 0.5 and up to 6. Of course, we were talking about the refurbishment of the circuit back there 2010 to 2012. This was the main change of the original layout. It went from being turn 6 and 7 to just turn 6. Shaved 25 metres off the circuit. Off goes the 72. That's, of course, Krimitich. Loses a bunch of spots, gathers it up,
Then a bit of a haphazard first lap for Krilitic in this one. He got past at turn 2 and then made the mistake there in turn 6. But those changes, Zach, that have been made to the complex at turn 6, basically eliminating a corner, it's actually opened up an overtaking opportunity.
Absolutely it has.
It used to be quite difficult to overtake because of the fact that you had the right-hand kick before the left-hander there at the top of the hill.
So, a three-way Mazda MX5 fight here at the moment as they make their way around on the main straight. You've got Johnson, Giovenco and McFadden. Not too far behind them, Chiara's Avatakis keeping her nose clean down the main straight. And the problem with the mistake that was made there by Krilitic earlier as well, Lockie's, he's got very limited time to salvage that, to recover that. But he's trying his best to go 2 for the price of 1 at turn 1 and does so. Very nicely done. The 57 in there on the inside. That is Giovenco. The next target for Krilitic is the number 20, and that is, of course, Giovenco as well. So it's now Krilitic in a Giovenco sandwich. We were talking about the Mazda and the Clubman sandwich earlier, and we've got a different variety. Buick, Butler, Herring, Shervington, Curran, McBride, Clubmans, 5 of the top 6 at the moment. 4:18 on the clock, so probably this and 2 more to go. And then picture partner Sydney 300 qualifying. Jeez, that was hairy. Krilitic again in the wars. The 57 down on the inside. That's, of course, Giovenco. Job done. McFadden up on the outside in the 98 and Johnson under the pump in the 48. It's all happening.
And Jet Herring charging his way up through the field as we see a wide moment there for Tim Herring in the number 78 car. He's getting his elbows out against a couple of the Clubmans. In fact, he's got in among Russell Butler and Stuart Shervington, but Butler passes him on the run up into the final sequence of corners at turns 9, 10 and 11.
Round they come onto the main straight. So you've got an interesting fight here between a Clubman on the right, now the left of your screen, and a Mazda MX-5 on the inside. Tim Herring has shown good pace all day long. Not as much poke as Richard, but Richard's not out there now. Down on the inside, Tim Herring to turn 1, but he can't get the job done. And Butler holds position. 2nd and 3rd, but Herring remains on track to win his class.
I think the MX-5's got a little bit more straight line speed compared to the Clubmans, but the Clubmans will be a bit better through the corners, particularly through turn number 1. We saw just how much speed Russell Butler was able to carry, and he's got a problem though. Russell Butler in the number 77 car with a mechanical problem on the exit of turn 2, and unfortunately for the driver that has been fighting up the front of the Clubman class all day today, that will be his day done.
It certainly will be, and it's rather unfortunate to see it come undone this late in the piece. 7:25 gone, 2.5 to go. The checkered flag will fly, not this time by, next time by at Sydney Motorsport Park. And already in only 2.5 laps, the margin lead to second, 7.75 seconds. Again, Bug has just spent all day in a different postcode. The only time we've actually set, a loose tyre. We've got a loose tyre. And we've got, no, that's David Johnson. I think that might just about do us. The last lap board is out. I dare say they'll wave the flag this time by rather than deploy the safety car. But we've got well, thankfully the tyres come to a stop. That's good news for all and sundry. Main straight, checkered flag, it's a 3-lap sprint. Bug triples up. There's the hat-trick, the clean sweep, job done. Tim Herring makes it a Herring Racing clean sweep in the Mazda MX-5 component of things here. Shervington in for 2nd and Curran 3rd as far as the Clubmans were concerned, and just behind them was McBride. Here comes the fight for the minor placings in the Mazdas, and Giovenco, it's going to be Giovenco's 2 and 3 there. Maybe not. Oh, Jet Herring with the straight line speed, pips them at the post, and Krilitic wedged his way in between the Giovencos too. So a lot changed there in the run to the line, whilst we were looking at straight tyres.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see what happened there with David Johnson. Hopefully he hasn't made too heavy contact with the wall there, but you would imagine that either the wheel has come off as a result of him hitting the wall, or he's hit the wall as a result of the wheel coming off. It's a bit of a chicken and egg situation, but
well, we saw a very similar situation in the Indy 500, didn't we?
Yeah.
Wheel come loose, car hits the wall, rolls. rides the wall. Thankfully, this was far less chaotic than that, but there will be a recovery.
Okay, so it's actually having... Oh, there's a couple of cars, so...
The 77 as well.
So that's the Russell Butler car that was having problems before, so that was where he pulled up. And then David Johnson, I wonder if those two cars have had contact. So it could be that David Johnson has had contact with Russell Butler, who was very slow. Remember, he was slowing with a problem, and it could be that David Johnson has come out of turn 2. It is a bit of a blind exit there, particularly if you're in a battle with another car, so it could have just been a bit of a tricky situation for David Johnson. But anyway, it will be a bit of a recovery job for the officials before we can get going with our qualifying for the Sydney 300. So what we might do, Zach, is we might grab a break here. Actually, no, we've got Dave, haven't we? Yeah.
Can we go to Dave Stillwell down in the Race Fuels pit lane? Not yet, but we will.
We will very shortly,
and
yes.
We will catch our breath here in commentary, but then we'll come back and start the build-up to the Picture Partner Sydney 300 qualifying session that will set the grid for the 4th running of what has become the showpiece of grassroots endurance motorsport. Car number 69 also limping back to pit lane as well.
John Connolly.
John Connolly. So
that's one of the Raceway track time SMX5s.
And on the subject of Raceway track time, caught up with Phil Alexander last night. Didn't get a chance to... it looks like there might be a little bit of damage on the left-hand side there for John Connolly. Not sure. So we'll try and get to the bottom of that. Our resources around the traps here might be able to tell us what's unfolded. Alan Bugh, Tim Herring, Stuart Shervington, Josh Kroon, Bill McBride, Jet Herring, Jacob Giovenko, Robert Kriletich, Robert Giovenko, and Brett Lansley, the top 10. Dave Stillwell not available at this point in time. We'll get back to him during Sydney 300 qualifying. Stuart McFadden, Kiara Zabatakis, Russell Butler, James Hay, Craig Barney, Robert Herrick, David Shitter, and then John Connolly, Aisha Sukaria, and Russell Butler. Now, Connolly did limp to the line. That's important to note, and David Johnson behind that. No Richard Herring, no Paul Nudd, no John Fraser, no Lou Yezzi. Disappointing day for Lou, no doubt about that. So it's interesting how all that's played out. A lot of carnage to end what was otherwise a very exhilarating, very entertaining day for the MX5s and Clubmans. We've still got one support race to come. It's the Alfa Romeos and the BMWs. That's coming your way in about an hour's time, but stand by, because on the other side of a very quick break here on the platforms of Blendline TV, we set the grid for the 20th 300 to be held in New South Wales, the 4th here in Sydney. It's Picture Partners Sydney 300 Day on Blendline Sport. Nice to have your company wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia or indeed the world. Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park, where we are well and truly at the business end of the day now. Picture partners Sydney 300 qualifying in fading light. Well, I say fading light, Lachlan Mansell, but it is traditionally, yes, it's twilight, it's a sunset, but Sydney Motorsport Park is about to light up like the best Christmas tree in town. Christmas in July, all that jazz, you know what I'm saying, because the permanent lighting will take over and it'll look like daylight, whether you're on the track, watching in the commentary box, or tuning in at home. And we've never had this situation before. The Picture Partners Sydney 300 qualifying session has never been this late in the day. So we're going into uncharted territory for qualifying number 1. Cars on circuit, qualifying underway. And this is the first of 2 occasions today in which the entire field will be trying to find their own clear piece of real estate. It's not so much as vitally important tonight in the 77 lap race as it is right now, because this is a 3-part qualifying session, Lockie. Q1, 25 minutes, all in affair. As they make their way out, top 31 go on to qualifying number 2. The rest, their grid possession from 32 down will be set right here and now. This will also give us our final tally of how many starters we're going to have. Touch wood that we don't lose anyone in qualifying, because we're not 100% aware if there's been any drop-off since we got on air this morning. So getting out, banking a number early, particularly if you're an outright contender, a Division B or C car at the top end of town, is of vital importance right here. So expect some fast numbers early to bank those numbers, then park it, get ready to go again in Q2, get ready to go again in Q3. Very similar to Formula 1, the times get wiped at the end of each session, and then we go again. And finding clear real estate becomes easier as the night goes on, until we get to the 300 itself, of course, because you're sharing the track with 50 other cars for 77 laps, and we're going to talk about that later. But obviously there's a drop-off. 40% of the field drops out of Q1, 40% of the field again out of Q2, and then we get stuck into Q3, which will be a top 10 or 11 shootout. Let's get to work. Jamie Miller's going to be the first one to go off on a flying lap.
So one of the other key regulations here is that you're not allowed to change tyres between qualifying segments. So the drivers will have to be on the same set of tyres through all 3 segments. And it is going to be a busy racetrack out there. Like you said, first time today that the drivers will have experienced what it's like being out there with the entire field of other cars on the circuit all at once. So just to give you an idea of how congested the racetrack's going to be, you take 51 cars and you divide them all up evenly around 3.9 kilometres of racetrack here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It equates to 76 metres per car. Now that's if they're all evenly distributed around the track. We know that they're not going to be, but already we're seeing issues here with Chris Sutton having to dive to the inside of Jamie Miller as he heads down his turn number 4. Now, having a catch-up with Chris Sutton a bit earlier on today, he's been battling with some turbo boost issues in that Mitsubishi Evo 10 so far today. There was actually a turbo failure that put him out of the 1-hour race at Sydney Motorsport Park last weekend in the New South Wales Production Touring Car Championship. So they've since replaced the turbo, but with these boost problems that they've been having, it has not been giving Chris Sutton the sort of straight line performance that he would be wanting. So that will be something that he hopes will be resolved now that this qualifying session's underway. And let's not forget as well, this is the last opportunity. Any niggling issues that you've had throughout the day during the practice sessions, this is your last chance to get them ironed out before we get going for the 77-lap marathon endurance race tonight.
And this is the first and only time that everyone in this field is going to have an opportunity to gauge exactly how busy it's going to be out there tonight. Our outright contenders can expect to be in traffic from, if I've got my maths right, Lachlan, as early as the end of lap 6 tonight as they make their way across the line. First numbers being lodged. Chris Sutton, 1 minute 44.47. Boydell, Miller, 1 minute 50.28, 1 minute 51.25. Nowhere near the marker at the moment. They're just easing into this. Track conditions changing and evolving as we go. I think that was Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess on the inside of the circuit coming down the main straight looking for its own bit of clear air. We expect the BMW not necessarily to be an outright contender in the fight for pole, but certainly in the 77 laps tonight. One other thing we don't know, ladies and gentlemen, and I will stress this, we don't know who's at the helm of the cockpit for these qualifying sessions. We will have a better idea of that when we get going in the 77 lap race tonight, because straight after qualifying, all of these drivers have to nominate their starting driver with race control and timing. So, Todd Herron, no surprise, straight to the top of the summit. Miles Jones and Jimmy Tran, the car on screen, second right now, and Chris Sutton third. Three manufacturers in the top three in the early stages. Make it 4 in 4 and 5 in 5 with Sewell and Brook, but there's still 20 minutes to go in this session, and a lot can change and a lot will change when you look at where we are on the timing. 1 minute 43.322, and the bracket for Division A is 1 minute 38 to 1 minute 42.
The fastest time that we've seen so far today was minute 38.7, which was achieved by Benny Tran in the BYP Honda Integra in practice session 1 this morning. So we didn't get down to those sorts of lap times in practice 2 because the track conditions got worse. But now that there's no UV on the circuit, now that we've had more categories running, putting rubber down and cleaning up the track after some of the oil spills that we've had earlier on, I reckon that there'll be a bit more pace in the racetrack at this stage. Benny Tran's on a good lap at the moment, fastest split times through the first and second sectors. So we'll watch for the number 81 car that jumps to the top of the timesheets. But Zach, in this session, it's not so much about who's at the top. We need to probably pay a bit more attention to who's down the bottom of the order, because it's going to be about fighting to get yourself into that top 31 to make sure you don't get eliminated from proceedings in this first phase of qualifying. Tran now goes to the top with a 1 minute 40.3.
All right, so we're still 2 seconds shy of talking about that top end of town in terms of that potential for who's going to be too close to that 1 minute 38 threshold. Too close for comfort. Tran through turn 2. You would have seen Miles Jones on the high beams there a few moments ago to Sam Ussell and Ian Salteri. Expect a lot of that tonight. As they say, get out of the road, you back markers.
Quite a few cars coming into the pit, so Tim Brook, Anthony Sewell, Glenn Wilson, Jerry Burgess. And I also noticed that the Oscar Butt, Troy Derwent, VW Polo came back in as well. Now, that was the car that had some suspension issues after contact with one of the raceway track time as the MX5s in practice 1 earlier on. So they had to work hard to get the suspension repaired on that car, and at this stage it's only gone out and done the single installation lap. So far then, 44 cars have achieved lap times in this session. Still no lap times achieved by Oscar Butt or Chris Stannard. So I'm not sure that we're going to see all 51 cars get times in this session, Zach.
So maybe we've had more of a decline than we might have anticipated. There's the Pinnacle Automotive car that won the Wakefield 300 last year, and there's an important point. So in the history of these 300-kilometre races dating back to 2008, just like they do with outright race wins, Mazda has the record for poles at 9. But more importantly, 5 different divisions were won by 5 different manufacturers here last year. And when you look back at the last 5 300s, the outright race has been won by 5 different manufacturers as well. Log jam of traffic coming down the main straight. Cars tucking to the inside of the circuit, coming down into pit lane. The rest of them going on with it. Car on screen there at the moment, I think you'll find, is Corinne Virag and Tony Virag and Liam Evans. In behind them, of course, the 223, the BMW. And the 1-2-3 of Stephen Head and Zach Radatz. His father's a 2-time 300 winner, so Zach can get to the top end of the summit tonight. Mighty tough task for that Mazda MX-5 these days. But it'll be another case of the 300 being won by Radatz. We'll wait and see. Pit lane very, very busy at the moment. So here's the Ollie and Liam Loyakono Toyota 86 as well, and it's wide at turn 2.
So if you're in one of the faster cars in the field, you're not going to spend a lot of this session out on track because you don't want to wear the car out. So we're already seeing evidence of that. In fact, out of the top 10 runners in the session, 6 of them are back in pit lane, because as long as you've gone out, you've banked a lap time that's going to be good enough to get you through to the second stage of qualifying. There is absolutely nothing to be gained by pounding around, accumulating laps and wearing out your car before tonight's race.
100%. 100%. Benny Tran, the top of the mark at the moment. 1 minute 40.306. That seems to be safe bet fishing at the moment for Benny Tran. He could come in and park that comfortably, still progress to Q2. The number 3 entry, Ian Joyce, Ben Sheedy, they've just come past our broadcast position into pit lane. We're watching Ollie and Liam Loyakano at the moment. Their dad, Paul, was meant to start the race in a Mitsubishi Evo, who's a late withdrawal, replaced by the number 80 Holsall team entry in the BMW 1M. Here's Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson coming at a shot now onto the main straight. Watch for them if the Evos have a good run tonight. They got a division podium last year in Division B. Of course, Mitsubishi had 2 cars on the podium in Division B last year. The other, of course, being the outright winner of Dylan Thomas, Cody Brzezinski. There's another point. So I was saying that the last 5 300s have been won by 5 different manufacturers. You go back to Mazda winning here in 2021. Holden winning a 5-car affair at Winton. Less said about that, the better. Then BMW, Mitsubishi and Honda all last year across Wakefield, Sydney and Winton respectively. So 5 different manufacturers have won the last 5 300s. That again illustrates just how open these races can be. And no reason why we couldn't add to that list tonight.
So there's a few cars that are a bit late getting out. So Michael Ricketts has only just come out onto the racetrack. So too Kiara Zabataga. So let's not forget that they both competed in support races that were held just before the start of the 300.
Tight turnaround, really challenging on the tools day at the office for anyone on double duty, because you've got such tight turnaround times to work with. Now, no sooner do you get in and cool the car off and you're going again.
One of the other interesting things I've just noticed, Jet Herring has clocked a 1 minute 43.2. Now, earlier on in the day, he nominated Division C, but that lap time is well and truly within the realms of Division B. So, car number 91, Jet Herring and Vern Johnson, they're going to have to move up a division into Division B, which means they'll be taking a second compulsory pit stop in tonight's race.
Whether they'll be happy about that or not, it doesn't matter now. The damage is done. The job is done. Car 35, Brian Gorick into pit lane now as well. Still 13 minutes left in this qualifying session, and yet it feels like so much has happened already. Honda 1-2, Volkswagen 3 through Samuel Saladin and Saltieri. Then Jet Herring in 4th place. Todd Herring, Harrison Cooper, Chris Sutton, Anthony Sewell, Andy Kiss and Tim Brook make up the top 10. So Honda, Mazda, Volkswagen, Mitsubishi, BMW and Holden in the top 10. So 6 different manufacturers in the top 10 at the moment. For the statistically minded out there, Lockie, you know how much I love my numbers. The closest margin in the fight for pole here in Sydney 300 history came back in 2021. Todd Herring, he only had 0.1587 on the Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan entry. And it's interesting, isn't it? 2019, Benny Tran, Matt Longhurst had pole. We've had 3 different pole sitters in 3 editions of the Picture Partner Sydney 300. Todd Herring was second. Herring went 1 better in 2021 ahead of Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan. They went 1 better last year ahead of Adrian Wilson and Lachlan Maneve. So can Adrian Wilson, although it would be a second pole for Josh Buchan and Lloyd Godfrey in as many years, can Adrian Wilson go 1 better in the BMW this time round and get BMW's first pole position in a Picture Partner Sydney 300?
Yeah, and I think you'll find that they'll put Josh Buchan in the car for qualifying, given that he is notionally the pro driver in that lineup. So good to say that the Oscar Butt Troy Derwin car's back out on the track. Now, we think that it's going to be the top 31 that are going to progress to the second stage of qualifying, yes? So at the moment, just having a look at drivers that are outside the top 31, the one that I probably think about that you would expect to be inside that's not there at the moment.
Again, the Miller entry. Sorry, Lockie, to cut you off.
Backfiring
Again, the Jason Miller entry.
But just
backfiring like a mother on the run into pit lane.
Just to complete the point, though, Zach. So at the moment, the Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson car, Mitsubishi Evo 10, sitting back in position number 33. Now, that is a car that I would have expected to be well and truly 100%. Getting into at least the second segment of qualifying, if not into Q3. So that surprises me that they haven't punched out a time yet.
Now, of course, we crunched those numbers based on 51 cars. We've only got 48. If Race Control decide to slice 40% of the complement here at the end of this session, then they will come back to a top 29 for the next part of qualifying Q2. If they decide to then knock another 40% off that, it'll be a top 10 shootout for pole position over 10 minutes here at the Picture Partners Sydney 300. So keep an eye on that. Oscar Butt, Troy Dewitt yet to clock a time either. They're in pit lane, 2 minutes 17 so far. Michael Ricketts is sitting 47th, but as Todd Herring proved last year, you can get onto the outright podium from anywhere in this caper, but you've got to have a lot go right. You've got to have a lot fall into place and fall your way.
You do. To come from that far back, you need to nail the strategy. And yes, it's an endurance race, and yes, we say that qualifying and grid positions are not super important, but number one, when the red mist descends, the drivers are going to try and go as fast as they can, and they've got a shot at pole in Q3, they're going to go for it. But number two, the advantage of qualifying up the pointy end in a race like this is it minimises the risk factor. If you qualify up the pointy end, you're out of the cut and thrust of the mid-pack, and it minimises the chances of you sustaining damage by getting caught up in incidents involving other cars.
Drivers have come from the ACT, Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland to participate in this race tonight. More on that a little bit later. Let's, for the first time in this qualifying session, get a Race Fuels pit lane update from Dave Stillwell.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm down here with the number 82 BMW, Adrian Wilson, behind the wheel of that car, and it looks like he'll be taking part in all 3 sessions of qualifying tonight, providing that the Pirelli slicks and the performance of the DNA Autosport-tuned BMW M4 is up to scratch. So Adrian's been busy in his day-to-day life today. Of course, Saturday, a big day in high-end residential real estate. Of course, Adrian, a long-time competitor at this level of the sport. I've actually raced against him in New South Wales Prod Sports, but the team here, nice and calm. Josh Buchan does have his suit on, just in case. You can see him in the back of shot if we pan to the right. But nice and calm, everyone nice and happy down here. Of course, looking forward to putting that car into the third part of qualifying this evening.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell. Interesting. We would have expected that Josh Buchan would be choice number 1 to run that car in qualifying. But in saying that, Lockie, I can't say I'm terribly surprised, because Adrian Wilson at the end of the day knows that car better than what Josh Buchan and Lloyd Godfrey do. There would be differences that they're still getting their head around between the Honda Integra that they've run so well, albeit without luck the last 2 years, and that car that they're running tonight.
Yeah, you'd still expect Josh Buchan to be the fastest of the drivers, though, given that he's what you would describe as a professional driver, given his role with the HMO customer racing team in TCR, and the fact that during the week his job is doing corporate drive days and driver training for the car manufacturers and similar types of events. So just having a look a bit further down the order. So the question that's still sort of unresolved here is exactly how many cars we'll lose at the end of this session, because the entry number was 51, but the actual number of cars that have completed laps in the session so far has been 48. Unfortunately, still some dramas there for the Oscar Butt and Troy Derwin car, which is not recorded a representative lap time. They went out, they did 1 lap, they came straight back into the pits. They went back out to see if they'd resolved the issue. Clearly they hadn't, because they've returned straight back to the pits again. So whatever the problem is with that VW Polo, it still hasn't been rectified, and they haven't got a time on the board.
And just confirmation as well from Dave Stillwell as well, Lachlan Mansell, that Adrian Wilson is in that car because he didn't get to practice today. He came here straight from work. I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast. He came here straight from work. So Buchan and Godfrey have been in caretaker mode of the car this morning. They've given it back to Wilson in one piece. He'll get out there, get comfortable, get ready, and punch out a fast number. However, see, we spoke about this with Charlie Viola in the lead-up. What are you laughing about? What's so funny?
So I just have to make the point
that... Are you slightly amused?
At the top of At the top of this broadcast, we were selling the fact that the track was going to be super congested for this segment of qualifying, but at the moment, all of the congestion's happening down in pit lane at the moment.
You can't move in pit lane. Have a look at it. It's a log jam. Dave Stillwell can move. He's down there. We'll get back to him very shortly. But yes, at the moment, the top 18 in pit lane, the only Subaru in the field I've just noticed is Grant and Harry Inwood. They're in 18th at the moment. And then behind them, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Only 13 cars on track. But then again, there were only 5.5 minutes to go in the session. So those guys have gone out and done exactly what you said. Banked their number, parked it, nursed the car. Let's get back down to Dave Stillwell, Race Fuels pit lane.
Now, it looked nice and calm at the pit for the BMW M4 for Adrian Wilson. It's even calmer down here in the Picture Partners pit. Presenting partner for this year's Sydney 300, Charlie Viola behind the wheel of the number 7 Honda Civic. He went out, he's done a single banker lap, parked it, having a chill. All he's missing is the cocktail and the shrimp sandwich just to tail him through to qualifying too.
Idiot.
Optimistic of getting through to the final part of qualifying if possible, but there's a lot of fast cars out there. So massive thank you to Picture Partners for coming on board with the Sydney 300. We can't bring you events like this without their support, so thank you to Charlie and all the team at Picture Partners for their support.
Well done, Dave Stillwell. Not entirely sure I'd be wanting to have a sandwich at this particular point in time. Once I'm in the zone, in work mode, the food is the last thing on my mind, Lockie. I know these guys have got to keep hydrated, but whether they've got time to stop for a sandwich or not, well, they're having a better day than me if they are. Benny Tran, Miles Jones, top 2 at the moment. Jet Herring third, so that's the big surprise here. Jet Herring, Vern Johnson, they are sitting third at the moment, but again, we expect the big numbers to come when the big guns go out there and flex their muscle. And I had to be careful, because there was an instance where a very well-known commentator tripped over that a couple of years ago, according to what you might have heard on YouTube. Benny Tran, Miles Jones, Jet Herring, Samuel, and then Todd Herring, the top 5 at the moment. Harrison Cooper, Chris Sutton, Anthony Saul, Nandy Kiss, and of course Alex Holes are making up the top 10. That will change. We expect that to change as the night unfolds here. 3.5 minutes. We're just rolling through the motions of Q1 at the moment. Back half of the field looking pretty much set. Oscar Bart, Troy Derwin, if they're to repeat the feats of last year of being the winners of Division E in that Volkswagen Polo, they'll be doing it from 48th on the grid. There's the 818, Drew Hall, Matty McClellan. Let's see what they can punch out here, Lockie. They're 22nd at the moment, so they're in to Q2. But they're not where they'd want to be.
No, and they're a fair bit slower than they've been in practice so far. So we saw that in practice earlier on today that car was well inside the top 10, was punching out minute 44. So far their best time in this session has been a 1 minute 47.5. So, yeah, they're not performing at the sort of pace that they would expect at this stage. But like you said, they are safe in terms of progressing to Q2.
Unless that's something absolutely catastrophic happens in the next 2 3/4 minutes. Beautiful sunset here in Sydney. You may have noticed, I'm meant to make a point of it, but you can see it now on your screen. The lights are on here trackside at Sydney Motorsport Park. Now, a point that I should make while we've got 30 seconds to do so. One of the great things about having an in-depth chat with our naming rights sponsor that Dave was just talking about, Charlie Viola, in the lead up to the Picture Partner Sydney 300, was that he was talking about transitioning the car in terms of the way it's set up to go racing from sprint mode, as it was for the IPRA Nationals here only 4 weeks ago, and enduro mode. So I don't know how much time these guys are going to have post-qualifying. It's 3/5 of bugger all, to be perfectly honest with you, because there's only about an hour between the end of Q3 and cars being on the grid ready to go. The reality of the situation here at Sydney Motorsport Park is, yes, they're going for 1 lap speed now, but have they got any tricks of the trade up their sleeve to turn it back into the long game and TLC mode, if you like, to get it 77 laps. It's no good being fast now and not finishing later on. You've got to find a delicate balance, and it's not an easy thing to do.
No, and it's not, and we've seen multiple teams falling foul of that over the years in those 300k endurance races. One of the good things about running under lights is that you get to see a visual spectacle that you don't get to see in daytime racing. So as the light continues to drop, you'll start to see flames coming out the exhaust of some of these cars. You'll start to see drag throwers glowing. You might see the odd spark or two for some of the lowest slung cars if they bottom out on the surface of the racetrack. So here comes the Drew Hall and Matt McClellan car. It's still out there circulating. They are on a personal best lap and now jump up to position number 8. So that's a bit more like it for car number 818. They finally punch out a more representative lap time and move up into 8th position.
Drew Hall, no slouch, and he knows the caper. He's been here and done this rodeo plenty of times in the past.
Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson, sorry Zach to cut you off, but Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson, they're done.
They are.
They're in the pits.
Right.
They're not going to make it through to Q2.
Long night ahead for the Mitsubishi. Right, a couple of things that I want to make mention here. Matty McClellan is a debutant with Drew Hall. Matty McClellan is a debutant with Drew Hall. So we've been talking in the lead up to this event, and I haven't quite been able to nail the number on this. Checkered flag out, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Session is done. Q1 is done. And we believe that we'll have 31 cars out on the circuit for Q2. That's the word in my ear at the moment. So that would make Matthias Herberstein and Julian Burke the last of the cars to progress to Q2. Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson miss out by the skin of their teeth. So it's a long night ahead for the Mitsubishi if they're to repeat the feats of last year and get on the Division B podium. Also a long night ahead for Oscar Butt and Troy Dewitt if they get on to the Division E podium. But yeah, let's have a chat about debutants and veterans, right? Pariana Starker, start number 25. Sully, per last year's post about the penalty that ended their chance at victory, said that was his 21st start, so this is number 22. Daniel Flanagan, caught up with him last night, has done a lot of these 300s in a Mitsubishi Evo or a Holden HSV, now having a crack in a Toyota 86. We believe that he's, by his own admission, somewhere in the 20s as well. But then, have a look at that field, Lockie. More than, and I stress more than, a dozen debutants. Because when I asked the question on social media via a Google form for our drivers in the lead up to this event, of those that got back to me, 12 ticked the box to say that this was their first 300 start. So we've got plenty of Sydney 300 debutants and probably a couple of 300 debutants full stop in the fight for the 2023 edition of the Showpiece of Grassroots Endurance Motorsport. So Q1 is done. We'll reset. We'll wipe the times for the top 31. We'll go again. Times coming up on your screen there, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you who's made it, who's not. 1 minute 40.30, the benchmark for Benny Tram. Miles Jones, Honda 1-2 at the moment. Chet Herring third. And then fourth place for Sam Musell and Ian Saltieri. That is an almighty result for the Volkswagen. Let's not, shy away from how significant that is, because that is a big number this early in the piece. Can they maintain that as the big guns come out and, punch out some Hollywood numbers? We'll wait and see. Todd Herring is fifth. Harry Cooper, Chris Sutton, Drew Hall, Anthony Sewell, Andy Kiss, the top 10. And those that are going to depart and park up and get ready for the 77 laps include Ed Kramer, Oliver Loyokono, Daniel Flanagan and Chris Heinegger, the Frasers, the Andrew Trampus car, Tim Maynard and Dan Smith, Jonathan Hovey, Grant Bray, Jamie Martin, the two A-Guard boys, Rumler and Penwarden, Michael Ricketts and Josh Haynes, Martin Lyle and David Grice, David Bailey and Matt Hewless, Daniel Hay and James Hay, Richard Mork, Willie Foote and Ian McLean, and Oscar Butt and Troy Derwent. Magnificent night here in Sydney. Couldn't ask for better conditions for racing. Q2 coming your way in just a few moments here on the platforms of Blendline TV. Remembering, race start is due at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is GMT plus 10 for those of you tuning in further afield, especially our international audience tuning in via the Blendline TV YouTube feed. Lockie, your thoughts on what you've seen thus far?
Well, I still don't reckon we've seen ultimate performance from the very fastest cars in the field, because they're saving themselves up for Q3. So, once again, I reckon that the very fastest cars, so Benny Tran, Todd Herring, and probably the Adrian Wilson car. You won't see the ultimate speed from them until we get to Q3, so I reckon their strategy in Q2 will be similar to what we saw in Q1, where they'll go out, they'll bank a lap time, and then they'll park up. But what you will see is that in those mid-pack runners, it'll start to have a bit more energy in it. You'll see people fighting to try and make it into the final segment of qualifying. So while I reckon the top 3 or 4 positions are pretty much set in stone, I reckon that it's going to be a battle royale from position 5 back to about position 15 in Q2 to decide who makes it into the third and final segment of qualifying.
Oh boy, one small chance for us to catch our breath, collect our thoughts, and rip and tear again.
It's been a while, Zach, since we've had a top 10 shootout for a 300k enduro. It used to be that we would have it at Wakefield and Winton, but
yes, and QR had a few editions of a top 10 shootout as well, and by which we mean a proper top 10 shootout. This is more F1 Q3 style what we're going to see tonight.
It is, and there are arguments for and against the top 10 shootout. I think for an event like this, the main drawback of it is that it does take up a fair bit of time in the program that could be allocated to giving more race laps to other categories, so I can certainly understand it from that perspective as well. 15 minutes for Q2, and at the end of this one we will chop off another 40% of the field, giving us the final 20% of our picture partners Sydney 300 field to take part in Q3, which will be the shootout for pole position.
Cars making their way out onto the circuit now. Good to see the 143, the only Subaru in the field. Of course, last year Chris Sutton was the only Subaru in the field. This year it's the boys from Bathurst. Let's get down to Dave Stillwell with the Race Fuels Pit update.
Well, I'm down here with the car that is qualified at the rear of the grid for the Picture Partners Sydney 300 edition 2023. It was Richard Mork behind the wheel. He is out of shot at the moment because he's staying a socially responsible distance away because he's feeling a bit under the weather and doesn't want to pass it on to either ourselves in commentary or the rest of his drivers. We'll go to Ian. Ian, what's the plan for tonight starting at the rear of the grid? 48 cars so far have qualified for this race. What's your plan for tonight?
Our intention hasn't changed. Our qualifying speed was always going to be around the window sort of thing. So the beauty of it is we don't have to worry about breaking out. We're not going to be a problem for longevity either. We've got a plan ahead that we're not going to have to do any fuel. Great little car, the quickest cruise out there, so we've got to be proud with that as well. Morky's just punted it around for qualifying, and he's done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I've raced against Morky once or twice before. I've known him to be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat on the odd occasion. I did notice that he brought his spare car. It's parked up on a trailer in the outback. We're not going to see the number 49 migrate onto the Super Ute that's hanging out in the paddock, are we?
Look, we'd love to be able to pillage some parts out of it, maybe drop a big Holden donk, a GM donk in the middle of this thing, but look, we're pretty good with what we've got. We're here for a fun time. Morky's been kind enough to let me have a steer, which is fantastic, and Will Foote should have a pretty good pace with this as well. We've bolted on some new boots for qualifying and grabbed a couple of seconds out of it, so Morky's dragged about 3 seconds out in qualifying to what it was in practice. So yeah, look, for what we've got, it's a very much production-based car. There's speed in it, but for what it is, it's going well.
So it sounds like the number 49 Holden Cruise team is going to have a pretty cruisy evening after all.
Look, it's never cruisy on a racetrack, but look, overall, we've got to be glad to be here. It's a great event. All the guys that have been around have been fantastic, so really looking forward to it.
And we are too. It sounds like that team's not going to be needing to pit for too much Race Fuels 98 RON fuel. We'll go back to Central Commentary for more on this second part of qualifying for the Sydney 300.
Expert comments and dad jokes courtesy of Dave Stillwell in pit lane. Thank you. 12 minutes left in this second qualifying session for the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Nice to have you along for the ride. It's helter-skelter from this point forward. We don't have too much of a chance to come up for air between now and 10 o'clock. And rip to rush bus for these guys as well, Lachlan. The further they go into qualifying, the less turnaround time.
That's
between
true,
the end of the
yes.
session and being on the grid.
Very true.
Less time to go through those little 1%ers before they go out there and line up for 77 laps. And whether that proves costly at the end of the night or not, we wait to see. The 24 down on the inside, that's Nandy Kiss looking for some clear real estate here, past the Joyce Sheedy Commodore. Of course, Ian Joyce, no stranger to the concept, was entered in a Pulsar the last time he contested a picture part of the Sydney 300, now having a run in the Commodore. What was interesting as well, Lockie, and we've got Lisa Tatani on the assignment for us. We started this morning with 51. We're down to 48. We're just trying to work out where those other three have gone and what that means for the starting grid tonight. As it stands, 48 is still our record. We're in record territory at the moment. It won't be the biggest single 300 race, but that still belongs to Winton, 2013.
Yes. Yep.
And you mentioned that in the previous show on West Bremer Sport, of course. Sutton, Brook and Cooper and Sewell and Kapitanovic, Herring, Boydell and Holzel, then Herring and Viola, the top 10 at the moment. Timmy Brook, that is going to be quite a story if he can bring that home and nab it either a class win or an outright result tonight. There's Parianastakis. Really interested to see how the Peugeot will go. Still without... no, that was an optical illusion on my part. I was like, hang on, where's the rear windscreen gone? No, it's there. It was just an optical illusion on my part. Very different Peugeot to the one that he drove with Angus Lithgow here last year. Same combination, different car, different number. That one's over 30 years old, so it doesn't have all the modern creature comforts that the 206 that they drove here last year, but unfortunately failed to finish with, does have. That might serve them well. That might, just be the difference.
It's a car that Parry has been quietly developing in the background. It's been a while since we've seen it do a 300k enduro, but I reckon that he's tuning that car and aiming for a lap time to put himself at the front of Division C. And therefore only having to make the one pit stop. We're starting to see a bit more pace in the racetrack now as Todd Herring punches out at 1 minute 39.7 to go to the top of the timesheets. Benny Tran second at the moment on a 1 minute 40.1, and then it's Chris Sutton in position 3 on a 1 minute 43.0. So whatever the turbo boost problems were with Chris Sutton's car before, you'd have to think that they've now got those resolved. And 29 cars have made their way out onto the racetrack so far, Zach.
So there we go. So that's where the threshold... So basically, they've gone with 48 and they've taken the 40% away from that. So that answers the second question we had.
So that means it should be top 10.
Into pit lane. Continue on, sorry.
That means it should be the top 10 that make it through to Q3, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. Let's continue on here. 1 minute 39.7 for Todd Herring now. The benchmark. Benny Tran about 4.610 for the second away. Miles Jones, Chris Sutton, Timmy Brook. Sam Ucell again. That can't be the same Volkswagen that he drove with Ian Saltieri here 2 years ago if it's in the top 5.
It's a newer one.
It is a newer one.
It's still a Golf R, but it's a newer one, yes. They ran it in the back the 6 hour as well.
Watch those guys tonight. Volkswagen has never won a 300 outright.
No, and they're going to be one of the front-running Division B contenders. So that car is definitely shaping up to be one of the outright contenders for victory in tonight's race. So, assuming that Q3 is going to be the top 10 at the moment, Daniel Kapitanovic is on the bubble, a minute 44.1. Is his best time in the session so far. So that's the time that the drivers outside the top 10 are going to have to try and beat if they want to book themselves a spot in Q3 as we head down to Dave Stillwell for another Race Fuels pit lane update.
Well, I've managed to find one of the other New South Wales Prod Sports competitor that has a little bit of history with me. I'm down here with Adam Burgess, who's co-driving with Anthony Sewell in the number 4 PI store BMW M4, which is just getting ready to go out again. Adam, you're on the bubble. Is there a bit more time left in the car for you and Anthony tonight?
Oh, yeah, definitely. In terms of speed, we're not at all pushing just yet. We're more just doing laps, doing what we need to do to reserve the car so it's ready for the race. But yeah, come race time, we'll be fine.
So coming into the weekend, was your goal to run in Division C, B or A? What and how's tonight working out against that plan?
Well, we're really lucky that we've done a lot of endurance racing around here in this car. So Division B is what suits us well. The time bracket really much suits this car. So, and also we get the added benefit of the pit stop advantage now, which is pretty cool. So yeah, Division B is what we're going to run in, and we're just going to push hard like that.
Definitely. Well, again, regardless of whether you make it to the final segment of qualifying, the car looks incredible, and really looking forward to the redemption arc of your 2023 Sydney 300 story.
Yeah, I know how to deal with being behind a safety car now. So lesson learnt, but yeah, it's going to be a good race. Bring it on.
Fantastic. We'll go back to Lachlan and Zach in the booth.
Thanks, Dave. And sorry to cut you off there, Zach, but at the moment, they're not inside the top 10. So the initial banker lap that Anthony Sewell put together was not enough to get that car inside the top 10. So as things stand at the moment, they won't be taking part in the third segment of qualifying. There's some fast sector times coming from a bit further back in the pack. Jet Herring is on a very quick lap at the moment with personal bests through sectors 1 and 2, and he completes the lap nicely as well and moves up to position 9. So Kapitanovic out of the top 10. Drew Hall now on the bubble on a 1:40.40. So as we get into the final 5 minutes of this session, the intensity is starting to build with drivers trying to fight their way into Q3.
Indeed there is, and there's only 5 minutes and 16 left to find his way into the top 10 to continue on in the fight for pole. Is there a big number coming in this final 5 minutes, or has the damage already been done? When you look at the amount of cars already in pit lane, again, 7 of the top 8 are in pit lane. And then beyond that, there's still quite a few out on track. Boydell, Holswell, Head, Burgess, Miller and Inwood as well.
On screen at the moment, the Brad and Will Harris Mazda RX-8. We've seen that this car's competed in the Mazda RX-8 Cup Series as well. And Will Harris had some pretty impressive results in RX-8 Cup. His brother Brad has been racing in the TCR Australia Series with Wall Racing this year. Those two brothers teaming up for another crack at the Sydney 300 this weekend. Now, Anthony Sewell, having learned that his initial banker lap was not good enough to get into the top 10, he's gone back out onto the circuit to have another crack at it. He'll need to get a move on because he's only just going to have time to complete an outer lap, and then obviously a flying lap to try and launch himself into the shootout as the Brad Harris and Will Harris RX-8 returns to pit lane.
We've just gone 5:36 local time here at Sydney Motorsport Park, picture partner Sydney 300. We are well and truly on the countdown now to the 2023 edition of this great race.
Adrian Weir in the Renault with a 1:44.8. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of cars. There are a lot of cars that are now in Division B based on the lap times that they've achieved in this qualifying session.
Division B, or 2 as it was back in the day, has produced more outright winners than any other division in picture partners in 300 history, going back to the beginning of the concept of Wakefield in 2008. And what's interesting here is we know Division B cars are in the fight tonight. There's no disputing that. So being in Division B, and I have no doubt that it'll be the most populous division out there tonight. It might serve those guys or anyone else in Division B well. Let's get down to pit lane. Dave Stillwell's got another update for us, thanks to Race Fuels.
So I was looking down the timing screen on Natsoft, trying to find some of the stories, and I found an interesting one. The 791 Mazda that Boydell's just been qualifying, they broke out of their nominated Division C. So as per the supplementary regulations, you're allowed 1 or 2 of those. They've committed their first sin, used up their get out of jail free card. They've parked it. They could go faster. They could go back out again, but that would elevate them into Class B, and that's not part of their strategy for this evening.
And one thing we haven't mentioned yet, and I hesitate to say it, is sandbagging. Is there any of that going on out there at the moment? Is there a little bit of gamesmanship?
Well, yeah, it's always a tricky one because if you get the ultimate performance out of your car in qualifying, you might end up in a division that's faster than what you can comfortably run over a race distance, and therefore you disadvantage yourself having to make extra pit stops when your car does not have the performance capability to get that time back. But if you can comfortably run at lap times within your division, then you really need to be running in that division rather than deliberately trying to drive more slowly than what your car is capable of. Anthony Sewell, he's on a hot lap. He came back out of the pits. He realised that his initial time wasn't good enough to get into Q3, and down he comes down the main straight, personal best sectors through sectors 1 and 2 for the driver of the property investment store BMW M4, and he moves up to 8th position, so Sewell back in the game. Kapitanovic did a personal best as well, but it wasn't fast enough to break into the top 10, so Kapitanovic at this stage set to miss out on getting into Q3, but we're also hearing that there's a mechanical black flag for car number 818.
Yep.
And that is the Drew Hall and Matt McClellan, BYP Racing Honda Integra. So not sure what the story is there, but they've obviously got some sort of mechanical issue, that race control want them to come in and address with that car.
So keep an eye on them to make their way down to the pit lane. Let's get down to Dave Stillwell, and then I've got an update coming in from Lisa as well. Go for it, mate.
So one of the cars that's just pitted from the second part of qualifying is the number 7 Pitcher Partners Honda Civic that we caught before. Sorry, the Honda Integra. We've got Charlie Violi jumping out of the car. The maximum amount of lap time you can pull out as a Class C car is a 146.000. Charlie, under the expert guise of Jordan Cox and the rest of the team here at Track School that look after the car, has managed to do a 146.044 to put himself at the front of Class C for tonight's Sydney 300.
Thanks, Dave Stillwell. Very nicely done. Checkered flag out here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Q2 is done. The shootout, the fight for pole, ramps up a notch very shortly with Q3. And no surprise to see that Todd Herring and Benny Tran, who've duked it out on previous occasions here, not just at the Sydney 300, but also the Winton and Wakefield 300s as well. They're right at the top of the summit at this point in time. Going down to the back end of the top 10, those bimmers are there. They're there, and that's all that matters. They've made their way into the top 10, but it looks like the 818, which is getting the mechanical black flag, has missed the cut there in position number 11. Parry Anastakis down in 21st as well, important to note. So Corinne Virag down in 20th as well, in the Holden that she's sharing with her fiancé Liam Evans and her father Tony Virag. So Todd Herring, Benny Tran, Miles Jones, Sam Ussell, Chris Sutton, Tim Brook, Judd Herring, Anthony Sewell, Adrian Wilson and Harrison Cooper. There's your top 10 for the fight for pole coming up very shortly. Mazda, Honda, Volkswagen, Mitsubishi, Holden and BMW. 6 different manufacturers in the fight for pole for the Pitcher Partner Sydney 300, and there are only 13 in the field, so nearly half the manufacturers in the top 10, which again is one of the great things that we love about this race. Now, an update coming in from Lisa Tassani to Central Commentary here as well. She's doing a little bit of a deep dive for us with regards to the cars that we have noticed. Well, we don't exactly know who we're looking for, because all we noticed is there's 48 out there on the circuit in Q1, and we started the day with 51. We can tell you that Michael Slosh and Malcolm Schmidt, they've departed. They gone home. They're done. Unfortunately, it was because Michael was feeling rather unwell. Not sure of the situation, so I won't say any more than that. All we say is we wish those guys, we wish Malcolm the best and a speedy recovery, and we look forward to seeing them back in the Mini next year. There are a couple of others that are missing that we haven't picked up throughout the course of the day. As you can imagine, there's been a lot going on here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're just hearing in our earpiece that car 818, Jimmy Tran and Drew Hall Matthew McClellan and Drew Hall, of course, is okay to resume, but I don't think they will, Lockie, because on our numbers, if we're going off 29 going out there for that session, it'll be 10 going out, and 11th is not good.
So the other interesting thing for me, though, to come out of that session, when you look at the lap times, is that the top 16 cars have all gone faster than a minute 46, which means that those cars you would expect to be in Division B, and therefore having to make 2 compulsory pit stops. So it opens up to the likes of the Holtzell brothers, who we've already talked about as a bit of a dark horse. Also, potentially the Stephen Head and Zach Radatz Mazda MX5, and Parry Anastakis and Angus Lithgow and Charlie Viola. There's this whole bunch of cars that are going to be quite closely matched at the front of Division C that are only going to have to make the single 5-minute compulsory pit stop in tonight's race, and therefore strategically are going to have a bit of a free kick over their opposition. So what this qualifying session is doing, Zach, is it is throwing the race absolutely wide open.
If it wasn't already. Like, I mean, we spent hours trying to draw up a form guide for this, and I don't think we even scratched the surface. that's the great thing about this race. You can draw up a script. You arrive trackside, you rip the thing up, you throw it in the shredder, and you throw it out. So again, it's wide open. That's why we love it, because we just don't know what sort of history will unfold once that green flag waves at 7 o'clock tonight. Q3 coming up here, ladies and gentlemen, at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're pumped up, we're excited. Even Mansell's out of his chair. So, and he's been sitting down through much of the support races, just slowly easing into the day. But now he's up and about. We're ready to rock and roll. Q3 coming up very shortly. The fight for pole between 6 manufacturers. And don't be surprised if those BMWs climb from 8th or 9th. Pit exit opens now. 10 minutes awaits. Strap yourself in and buckle up, Australia, because this is about to become very interesting. Who's your tip?
Well, it's probably one of 2 cars, I would have to say. I get the feeling we're set for another, in terms of the battle for pole position, another Todd Herring versus, well, maybe 3. I'm going to throw the Adrian Wilson, Josh Buchan car, but I do think Benny Tran, Todd Herring, they've been the pace setters so far today, so I think pole position will come from one of those 2 cars. But if they put Josh Buchan in that BMW, I reckon he's a chance as well.
If it is one of those 3, for the first time in Sydney 300 history, we have a repeat pole sitter in some way, shape or form. But if it's the Wilson, Buchan and Godfrey entry, it's the second pole position for Godfrey and Buchan, but it's the first for Wilson. Because last year, they shared the front row. But Wilson, of course, was in the Bimmer, and those guys were in the Honda. Have a look at that. Sydney sunset, Saturday night, July. Does it get any better, ladies and gentlemen? It's been a beautiful day here. A little bit too much wind for the sake of it, I must say. I didn't really enjoy that. But we've been treated to a calm and still evening. It's going to be dry, it's going to be cold. That's going to work well for the turbo entries. And it's going to work well for the pace of the race as well. And let's not forget that the time brackets are a second up the road from where they were in 2021. So race record of 2 hours 25 under threat if we get a clean enough run. Let's get down to Dave Stillwell, because he's got that car that had the mechanical black flag a few moments ago. Drew Hall and Matty McClellan.
So I'm down here with Drew Hall in the 818 BYP Racing and Development Honda Integra. A little bit of confusion going on there. We'll give you a chance to knock your balaclava off. Look, we had the program with a bit more than 50 cars. We're going to make the grid. The 20% was going to be 11 cars. You're in P11. You're all set. The crew's getting the car ready to go. Confirmation came through from race control. Less than 50 cars started the qualifying, so the top 20% is top 10. Was there more speed in the car? Was there a little bit? Was there a top 10 performance in the car tonight?
Yeah, look, I think there was. Just had to tune the driver up a bit more and we would have been there.
A little bit of an adjustment to the steering wheel spacer. I've had to make many of those in my time behind the wheel. Look, give us a preview to what you've got in store for us tonight. What has the 818 car got in store for all the viewers watching online on the Picture Partners Sydney 300?
Well, it's a great car being put together by BYP Racing. It's there to go the whole 300. Reliable NA package. Matt and I have only driven it once before, and we're kind of on the money for B-Class straight away, I think, so looking forward to the race.
So as a B car, you'll have to make those 2 pit stops. Do you have much of a strategy lined up tonight in terms of do you take your big one first or your short one first? I guess you're probably playing for a safety car at some point to get that second one out of the way.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the safety cars play out, I think. We've got a good long-range fuel tank in this one, so we've got a big window to play with, so maybe the safety cars will go away. We'll have to see.
So plenty of window to put that racing fuel on board. We'll go back to central commentary as we close out qualifying here for the Sydney 300.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell. That's one thing we have mentioned throughout the course of the day. Different horses for courses. So many varying tank sizes in terms of how much fuel these guys can carry, and therefore that really dictates their fuel window, their critical lap numbers tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, Todd Herring has just punched out the fastest time of the weekend, 1 minute 28.2 for car number 77, and that's going to make pole position very hard to achieve for Benny Tran, because we know that the fastest that your allowed to go is a 1 minute 38 dead. So if Benny Tran goes faster than that, the lap time will disallowed.
That's right.
But disallowed based on it being too fast. So he's really only got a couple of tenths of a second margin that he has to try and squeeze into if he wants to take pole position away from Todd Herring. Chris Sutton has moved up to second position. Benny Tran is on a hot lap. He's gone fastest through sector number 2 in the BYP. Number 81 Honda Integra. It's powered by a supercharged motor, unlike its sister car that we just saw in pit lane with Dave Stillwell, the car that's being shared by Drew Hall and Matt McClellan. But Benny Tran, with a nice exit out of the final corner, can punch out the low 1 minute 38 that he needs to snatch pole position away from Todd Herring. Not quite a 1 minute 38.27, so he's gone within 0.04 of a second of Todd Herring at the top of the timesheets. Car number 82.
Hundredths of a second.
Car number 82, Adrian Wilson slots into position 3. So the three cars that we predicted to occupy positions 1, 2 and 3 are there at the moment. Chris Sutton, the next one, sitting in position number 4 at the moment, but he's just been relieved by Miles Jones. Now these cars have to be a bit careful as well, because they can't afford to go faster than a minute 42, or they'll go into Division A and they'll get hit with 2 5-minute pit stops. So Miles Jones, he's gone as close as you want to dare. He's gone within 600ths of a second of putting himself in Division A.
I would argue too close. That's just a little bit too close for comfort this early in the night. Right, 400ths of a second is the difference between first and second at the moment. It would be the closest pole margin in Sydney 300 history. Herring's parked it. Herring has pitted for the moment. The closest margin. Let's get down to Dave Stillwell before I come back to that point on qualifying. Go, Dave.
So we've just seen the Herring MX5 come down the lane and park up there towards Garage 1, the pit exit end of pit lane. We're down here in Garage 40. We've just done that interview with the 818 BYP Racing Honda. The Garage 40 is also the place for the 81 Honda of Benny Tran, who's out there at the moment, as you discussed, less than a quarter of a second to the point at which the lap times are disallowed. So the tension is building here in pit lane between the far end and the near end of pit lane.
You can dead set cut it with a knife. It's palpable at the moment. No doubt about that. Thank you, Dave Stillwell. 3.5 minutes left in this session. Is there not enough time left for Benny Tran to displace Todd Herring? Or is Todd Herring about to go back to the top step of the summit in the qualifying fight, just as he did in 2021? And on that note, Lachlan Metzel, when you look at the practice and qualifying lap records in Sydney 300 history, Tran has had the practice lap record until today, and of course Todd Herring came out and got that off him with the time in the qualifying session there. I was having a look at the outright results earlier today. No, Benny Tran lowered his mark. That's right, Benny Tran lowered his mark, 1 minute 38.7836. He had the mark previously, 1:39.36. Todd Herring's qualifying lap record, 1 minute 39.2803. Well, that's already out the window. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. Honda has still got, here's the 777 on screen at the moment, 4th place, 1 minute 42.069, not going full tilt. So, so we're just hearing that he went fastest in Sector 1, fastest in Sector 2, and then bailed out of it. There's your first example of sandbagging this evening, ladies and gentlemen. No worry about that. Benny Tran and Matt Longhurst hold the race lap record, 1 minute 39.1541, and Todd Herring holds the race record. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. Tran's still the fastest in practice. Herring still marginally the fastest in qualifying. The only, I think I'm right in saying, closer fight for pole in 300 history, Winton 2014.
That's right, between
Benny Schutz and Nick
Cansian, yes, which was in the top 10 shootout as Wilson goes fastest, but he's gone too fast. He's done a 1 minute 37.8.
Strike one.
That's a breakout, so he's gone quicker than the fastest permissible time of a minute 38.0. Dave Stillwell is down in pit lane, I believe, with Benny Tran.
I am, with the fastest front-wheel drive car here tonight, within a tenth of a second of pole. I take it, Benny, that this is a decision you've parked it so you don't break out, and you've gone as fast as you need to go tonight.
Yeah, that's right. 38.2 is pretty close to 38.0, so if someone would be faster, then so be it.
Is there more speed in the car? Are you holding back, or is that everything that the BYP Honda's got for us tonight?
We're not chasing outright speed here, so it's all about reliability and long distance. So
Well, we've absolutely seen that from both the Honda brand and the cars that you've prepared in the past. What's in store for us tonight from this garage?
A nice, solid race and no mechanical issues, so hopefully everyone does well.
You've heard the words there. That's a front row start, we think, depending upon what Adrian does in that BMW if he's still out on circuit.
So I've just gone back and double-checked the supplementary regulations regarding divisions in the Sydney 300, and according to Rule 13.3, any times faster than 1:38 in official practice or qualifying will be disallowed. So that time will be wiped, and not only that, it's also their first strike. So there's this lap time ceiling of 1:38. It's put into place to stop people entering the event with cars that are too fast or not in the spirit of the event. And if you get 2 warnings, and on your 3rd infringement, you get excluded from the race meeting. So they can't afford to go any faster than that on any more occasions this weekend.
It's a bit like a baseball softball rule, isn't it? 3 strikes, you're gone. Thanks for coming. So that time will be wiped. The second best time will be put into place, and that will dictate where they end up on the grid. We will have that information for you as soon as timing change that around for us and make the manual adjustments. We believe it'll be P3, but what it means, Lachlan, is just as he did here when he won his second picture partner's Sydney 300 791 days ago. Todd Herring will start from pole position for the picture partner Sydney 300. Dave Stillwell.
So we're also down here with the 777, the Miles Jones Honda. It's a Honda fest down here around Garage 40. This is the car that's qualified as close as possible to the breakout time for Division B, a 1:42.0. Car cannot go any faster, otherwise they make that jump to Division A and incur not only an additional pit stop, but an additional 5-minute pit stop at that. So it's all to play for down here in the garages surrounding the BYP Hondas.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be an additional pit stop. It would just be that it would be a 5-minute pit stop, not a 2.5. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. So there it is. So wipe Wilson, Buchan and Godfrey out of the equation. They won't keep that 1:37 number. Todd Herring has his second pole position at the picture partner Sydney 300. There's so much history at stake there tonight, which I'll get to in a moment. Benny Tran second, Miles Jones, Jimmy Tran third. The margin for pole, the fight for pole, closest in Sydney 300 history, second closest in 300 history. It's just extraordinary. So Herring, Tran, then Wilson, Buchan and Godfrey, we believe, slot into third. So it's 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. Jones and Tran fourth. Chris Sutton has found some speed. He's there in 5th place. How about that? Oh, if your heart rate isn't up after that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd be a little bit concerned. I would be just a little bit concerned. That has set us up perfectly for the Sydney 300 of 2023, thanks to Picture Partners. The 4th running of the Sydney 300, the 20th to be staged in New South Wales, the 41st in total. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Todd Herring, 791 days, 113 weeks, or, to simplify it, 2 years and 2 months. It was May 15, 2021. It's been a long drought between drinks for Todd Herring. He could cement his place as a 300 immortal tonight, as a 4-time champion. But what would set him apart from Jake Shelley or Nathan Jess is that he would have driven 3 of them solo, and he would have done all of them from Division A. So there is so much history at stake here. It was also Mazda's last win in the 300. Mazda's been in a little bit of a drought. So it would be win number 9 for Mazda if they can get the job done there. So let's wait and see what plays out here when the picture partner Sydney 300 gets underway at around 7 o'clock. We had that little bit of a delay with the clean-up earlier in the Clubman and Mazda race. That has put us slightly behind schedule, but not too far at all. We've got Dave Stillwell racing down to have a chat. No, he's racing up here to have a chat with Lockie about the Alfa Romeos and the BMW E36s. So I think I will need to therefore go and have a chat to Todd Herring as the pole sitter for the picture partner Sydney 300. He'll be delighted with that.
We certainly will be. We're also going to welcome in Bill McGoffin, who is the category manager for the Alfa Romeo series. Unfortunately, he is out of the race meeting due to mechanical problems with his car, but he's going to join Dave Stillwell for the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Alfa Romeos and the BMW E36s, and that will allow Zach and myself to get ourselves ready for the grid walk and then the start of the Sydney 300. We'll grab a quick break here in commentary.
That was exhilarating.
Yeah, certainly was, and we'll be back with the Alphas and BMWs on the track very shortly for you right here on Blendline TV.
Welcome back to the final support category race for tonight. You're in for a treat, folks. We've just had picture partners Sydney 300 qualifying. Now for the Alfa Romeos and the BMW E36s. Now, Lachlan Mansell has fallen on his commentator's sword. That's not a euphemism. We decided to get the expert in the box. I've got Bill McGoffin here from Alfa Romeos. I said I couldn't promise that I wouldn't turn into a bit the fact that his car's broken. But Bill, talk us through some of the cars that are rated to the front of the grid. We've got David Capraro and Michael Musumeci. Great battle out the front between that Mito and the Alfa Romeo GT.
Large range of difference here. The Mito is probably the most modern car in the field. It's, I think, about a 2009 model. Mito just is a mix of Milano and Torino, which Alfa's based in Milano, and Fiat, which is part of the group, is based in Torino.
And so looking further through the field, we've got both front-wheel drive Alphas, we've got rear-wheel drive, we've got some four-cylinders and six-cylinders.
Everything back to, like, the oldest car in this field here would be about a 77.
Tell me about this, the don'ttellmyhusband.com.au Alfa Romeo 147 Twin Sparker Peter Tillett. There's a story there, I'm sure.
I'm sure there. That's his business. He's promoting that most assiduously. Look, the 147s is there's within this group of Alphas, there's a class called the Twin Spark Cup, which is the most populous group. 147s and 156s. It's a very tightly controlled eligibility, and you can get a car on the track for about 10 grand, and those guys really compete hammer and tongs. A few older cars, a few more modern ones, mix of front-wheel drive, V6, turbo 4-cylinders. In fact, the Mito is a turbo 4-cylinder, 1.4 litres only. But a smaller car, lighter weight, and it's right up the front there, as you can tell.
Now, that turbo engine, would that be the similar one we've seen what's in the Fiat 500 Abarth, the 1.4?
Yeah, the multi-air engine, that's correct.
Engine, yeah, we can see it there taking up pole position. Now, it appears some of your drivers are a little bit confused as to which position they're meant to be in at the start of this race.
Well, we had things mixed up a bit. The Beamers all wanted to start from the back in the first race, which was a bit of a surprise to everybody. Well, not to them, but to us. That sort of mixed things up a bit. And for this one, they're having to start from pit lane in whatever order they arrive there. So, they're just trying to find their spots because they couldn't use the dummy grid area because of the event coming after.
But don't they look brilliant? We've got that classic Alfa 4 headlight styling. While the later models didn't carry that through, that signature Alfa triangular centre grille in the middle. We've seen it in the Alfa TCR car.
That's right.
We've seen it even in the Giulia, that rear-wheel drive twin turbo V6 behemoth. Someone asked me before, any chance someone could sneak a TCR Alfa in here in an invitational class?
Well,
maybe put some sandbags in it?
Yeah, no, I think it might be a bit beyond it. What we do to try and keep the racing tight, so what we do is try and keep the tyre and wheel combo under control. Okay, I think we're just about to get a start here by the look. Everybody's lining up.
Don't they look fantastic under lights? A fleet of Alfa Romeos, green flag at the back, 5-second board from Richard, our starter, ready to go. Okay. It's Mito versus GT.
Okay, so you got a V6, yeah, V6 on the left. And
who makes it off the line?
Oh, I think,
look at that front end drop on the Mito.
Musamichi might have got the jump there. Look for him to cover the Mito down the inside. As a matter of fact, I think one of the, the Mito's second. Then you've got behind that, Colin Wilson-Brown there in that beautiful 105, 1970 model, I believe that's probably the oldest car in the field. Oh, we've got Capraro, big move down the inside under brakes at 2, has got in front. Look at the captain, we call him there in that 105, what a beautifully turned out car. Right in there with the BMW on his tail.
So you've got a vintage 1750 GDV running up against a turbocharged front-wheel drive Mito at the front of the field.
That's right, and we've got a V6 here, 147 GTA in the blue car, 3.2 litre quad cam V6. And the car in front, the white one with the black bonnet, it's only got a 4-cylinder naturally aspirated twin carburetor engine.
Look at the sparks fly. Some soft suspensions in some of the older transaxle equipped cars.
That's right.
As they straddle the curb on the exit of turn 5. The BMW's mixed in there. Matt Thulis with that great recovery drive earlier in race 2. Puff of smoke as someone doesn't quite make it, navigate it through turn 6 appropriately.
And yeah, of course we've got the BMW battle going on right in the middle of the twin spark battle, so it's, they call it a battle within a battle, but it's not a matter of life and death. It's much more important than that.
Well, it's different strokes for different folks. The number 39 of Bailey there, defending from the number 10 of Wilson. Look at the very different lines they take through the corner. The front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive.
And also probably the length of the race, although being cool, it mightn't hurt the front-wheel drive cars so much, but they certainly take off early, and then the tyre degradation affects them a lot better, a lot more.
And they're a bit more of a handful in those earlier laps because they don't quite build the rear tyre temperature as well as the BMWs do.
That's correct, 100%. So we've got Andrew Wilson, Brad. Oh, that's my son there actually pulled off.
So we've got the number 26 of McGoffin, the other McGoffin.
The other McGoffin.
The McGoffin's turned into a McGoffin and has parked himself. Luckily, you've obviously done a good job as a parent and a driver trainer because he's managed to find one of the safest spots at Sydney Motorsport Park so that the MRA race control doesn't have to intervene and slow the race down. So that's great news. Look at this battle that's going on between the 405 and the 39.
So we've got
from Maguli.
What have we got leading the twin spark? We've got Andrew Wilson, one of the twin. The two Wilsons out there are twins actually, and normally very close on the track, separated by less than half a second generally.
Twin sparks. Is it? I'm a twin myself, and I always say we used to share emotions. Whenever she punched me, I felt pain.
That's good. So what have we got going on here? We've got Capraro's maintaining his lead from Musamichi in the V6. Bagato, that's a turbo 2-litre in an older style body car. Grierson, similar body, but a 3.2 litre V6 quad cam. Similar V6 in Soretti's car. Selwood, it's a normally aspirated 4-cylinder twin carburetor, Group S historic car. Doing really well ahead of Mirabella in a V6. Colin Wilson-Brown, that beautiful 105. Then we're into the first of the BMWs. Bowden He's up there in, ninth, and Andrew Wilson in a twin spark rounding out the top 10.
So you really have a little bit of everything, whether you're a classic Alfa enthusiast, a modern Alfa aficionado, or whether you're a BMW maniac. There's plenty to catch a view of here at the Picture Partners Sydney 300 in the support races.
That's right.
I'm so interested in how, look how clean the racing line is.
Yep.
Look how much rubbish there is off track. Stepping outside of that line, as you have to when you're racing someone and your car handles differently because its engine's in a different spot or the gearbox is oriented differently. Look how much they're moving around under brakes, the number 18.
That's right. I'm really impressed how good these cars look at night. Look at the colours. It's really brought them alive. And we should be able to see some brake rotors heating up if we get a shot in some of the braking areas, particularly down here into 4.
Sydney Motorsport Park, not as hard on brakes, but it is, some of the surface is a little bit of a cheese grater. You've got to be very careful how you set your car up, particularly for those longer events like we'll have coming up later tonight.
Probably turn 2, but I don't think we've got a camera angle. Oh, that's Bagato pulled off.
So that's on the exit of turn 2, drivers left. They've pulled up well offline, so hopefully race control can manage that with a local yellow. We've got 9.5 minutes left in the race.
Yep.
So we're getting word that that car lost power and pulled over. So there's the flashing yellow light down at turn 1. But we see the safety car boards and flags coming out.
Okay, well, Caprara had I think he'd got the lead out to a bit over a second, so obviously that's going to close up. But those two front runners really jumped away. They were 10 seconds ahead of Grierson in third. So it's going to bring everybody back together. What you want to watch is the twin sparks, because when they come back together, it'll be on for young and old off the start, presuming we do get another start.
So tell me more about the twin spark class. This is obviously the Alfa Romeo series has been, you could pretty much run whatever you wanted to within a certain level of preparation.
That's right.
Whereas the twin spark's much more like we see with the E36s or the garagistic BMW Drivers Cup I'm with back in Victoria. It's one particular engine, in this case across 2 or 3 different chassis.
That's correct.
But it's a very tightly controlled set of regulations.
Right. See, a lot of the cars, I mean, the historic cars in particular, like Colin Wilson-Brown, he's been racing that car for, well, nearly 30 years. So there's a lot of, and as you know, Alfa's been an historic and a motorsport mark with many years of history. So that we've got a lot of cars out there of various different types. And obviously some of the older cars are getting to be quite valuable. So you're not, people aren't going to build a 105 series Alfa anymore, because to buy a car to start with, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars. So what we've done, and Richard McGee's doing a great job managing that category, is introduce this Twin Spark Car Cup, where those cars are, affordable to buy, affordable to prepare, and obviously because there weren't a lot of them out there already, we're able to put a set of rules in place that can control the amount to which people can waste money. So we're getting close racing with affordability. And of course, that brings people into the sport. So that's the whole idea of it.
Absolutely. Great initiative. If there's anything we've learned, the control categories, as much as possible, you've got to focus on getting that rule set right at the start.
That's right.
And speaking of getting things right from the start, we wanted to make sure before we headed into this evening's big race, we say a huge thank you to Pitcher Partners and, of course, all the presenting partners of the event, but most importantly, all of the volunteers and officials around the circuit. We see them out there waving the flags,
100%.
Running the recovery vehicles, doing the fire and rescue, taking care of some of the catering, the supply, the cleanup, the timing, the scrutineering. All of these roles taken care of tirelessly by our volunteer official workforce. So if you're interested in partnering up, visit Motor Racing Australia, motorrace.com.au, click on the contact link and find out just how easy it is to get involved. We've got the Clark Motorsport safety crew there hooking up the number 26, so taking the opportunity to bring this one back to the garage as well.
Yep. Yeah, that's my son there. He was very proud that when I pulled out a DNF in the earlier race that he'd actually finished, and claims he beat me. So one up for the boy.
I think there's a lesson. There's probably a parental lesson there about celebrating too early, or something about pot, kettle, black, something about stones and glass houses. So many myriad of metaphors. That
anyway,
could be
his
used.
car doesn't look to be on fire, and there's no fluid coming out, so it'll be back, I'm sure.
Well, there is something I use on my Instagram photos when I take photos of cars, particularly racing at night. Race cars that shoot fire are better than race cars that don't shoot fire.
Correct.
But they are both better than any race cars that are on fire.
That's right.
So a huge thank you once again to all our volunteer officials, particularly those that put themselves in harm's way to put cars out on fire. Luckily, not your son's car this evening. Not have to do too much work to put that car back on track for the next round. When's the next round coming up for the series?
We're down at Whitton for the Festival of Speed in a few weeks' time in August. Yep.
And of course, that'll be shown live on Blendline TV.
And we will have a field of 32 cars for that, all Alphas.
That's incredible.
We've got about 5 Victorians joining us, a couple coming over from Adelaide, and a huge contingent of New South Welshmen hitting the road. So That's going to be great. Should be great entertainment down there.
Because I take it from a technical perspective, while you've got your own set of technical rules, some of the cars are Group S historic cars.
Correct.
Some of them might be eligible as, say, a Group 3 production touring
we're
car.
looking at the black and white car there on the screen. That's a full Group S car. He ran at an historic meeting just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and then another couple of cars, maybe some of the normally aspirated ones.
Actually, there's been a few retirements, but we had 5 Group S cars running earlier in the day.
Yeah.
What have we got? 5 minutes left. Do you think we might get a restart here? I'm not sure.
Well, those 2 stricken cars have been recovered. Again, fantastic, prompt and safe work by all of our volunteer officials. So we'll look to see the safety car lights have been going out at the exit of turn 8. There's the crossover where the short circuit, the Druid circuit, cuts across through the fast left-right flick. That was originally the only part of the circuit that was covered under lights back in the day.
Yeah,
but of
that's
course,
right.
Full lighting of the whole facility.
Well, actually, we'd have a few guys here that haven't raced at night too, so there's experience for them.
Well, I'm sure they've been told at some point in their life they do their best work in the dark.
That's right. So what have we got going on here? We've got a few historic cars up the front, some V6s. The first Beamer's there in the 8th position, Bowden. He seems to have pretty good gap on the other guys in that category.
We did notice in that previous race that ran without safety car interruption, you'd open up something like a 20 to 30 second lead to the second car in. And there's the message from race control.
Okay,
The lights are out on the Volvo ARDC safety car.
Okay, so we've got Capraro setting the pace here. I think he's bunching him up.
I think someone needs to get the menu, or the memo, I should say, that once those lights go out, you need to stop weaving, accelerating, braking. So maybe something you can take back to the competitors for the next time round.
That's right. Well, you know, obviously amateur competitors, they don't compete all that often, so you do get a few of those issues. Right, I think Caparo's just hit the loud pedal.
So green flag is waving. We are back to green.
Yeah, he's actually got...
Oh, listen to the rev limiter copping up.
Pounding little turbo.
From the turbo. I think that actually might have been one of the V6 cars.
Yeah, actually, I think Grierson has a very nice sound. That the car in third there, beautiful sounding quad cam V6. As you can see, it's got an A on the screen. Just look at the screens. You can see which class they're in. We've got about 5 classes altogether based on level of modification. But like I said, the tyre wheel combination is relatively similar, and that's how we can keep the cars relatively close in performance.
So tyres are going to be a big talking point in the picture partners, Sydney 300.
Yep.
What are the tyre options available to your competitors?
Well, they can pretty much run anything as a treaded radial, no slicks. But, you know, all the popular ones, Yokohama seems to be the tyre people are going with at the moment. But you've got guys out there that car and screen going down the inside, they're into 4 on the BMW. He's on Hoosiers, actually, right at the moment. There's some Dunlop guys, you know, whatever floats your boat, really. But they have to be a treaded radial of, depending on the kind of car, it can be a 45 on the more modern cars. This is a good scrap going on here. This has been going on for about four corners.
Very aesthetically different cars, but they're both 4-cylinder, they're both rear-wheel drive, they're both being driven with a huge amount of respect for the other brand.
Yep.
And again, we'll see what the number one
BMW would be a mid-90s car.
So the E36 was in production from 91. This is a 2-door, so from 91 through to 1999. Runs the 1.8 or 1.9 litre BMW twin cam, so steel block alloy heads.
So the Alfa in front is a 1970 model, and it's running a 1750cc all-alloy twin overhead cam dual carburetor engine that was originally designed and came out in 1954, would you believe?
Now Capraro we're just getting word through from race control that this will be the start of the final lap for our leader Capraro.
Fastest lap in the Mito.
A 147.8. So
he did a 147 in qualifying. I know he wants to better that. I'm not quite sure whether he has or not.
Well, the nighttime conditions should suit his turbo. Should suit the turbo.
100%, yep. Grierson's V6, followed by another V6 in the silver car.
So these are the cars we normally see in Group S, are they?
No, they're a little bit too modern for a Group S. The V6 Group S you can only run up to. These cars are a plastic bumper version. Group S takes you up to the end of the chrome bumper version of that car. So
is that about 1980,
1980 or thereabouts, yeah. So if there's another category added to Group S, SD, then those cars would be certainly eligible for that.
That is one of the conversations that's occurring in the historic community. That you know, how early does the car have to be historic? I mean, put in perspective, you know, the end of Group A touring cars was in 1992. That's was 31 years ago.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, and we've had cars running in historic touring for a lot more than 31 years now.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got David Caprara. He's opened up a couple of seconds on Michael. So I think Michael might have put the cue in the rack and sending for second.
Picks up the inside rear wheel. Suspension a little bit soft on the right front corner. Peels out of the final turn. Puts that turbo torque to the road. He's heading towards the checkered flag. And it'll be, I think this will be 3 from 3 for Capraro, won't it?
I think so. Although Michael was up there. But great driving by David. That car's had a lot of work lately, and it's had some reliability issues in the past.
It's a much closer battle for third, though, between the 3 V6s.
Yeah, well, actually, the last one, there's a 4-cylinder car, so Dougie Selwood batting above his average there.
So battle's still not resolved between Matt Thulis, who's second or third in the BMWs at the moment. He's chasing one of the... That's a 156, I believe it is, chasing that car home.
Yeah, yep, that's right. That'll be the leading twin spark car, I think. Yeah, so actually in the top 5 Alphas, there's 4 different classes in there, I think, you'll find.
So it's a case of you get back to the garage and you get a trophy, and you get a trophy, and you get a trophy. Everybody gets a trophy.
Everybody's a winner, yeah, that's right. No, well, it encourages people to come out with their different cars, and, you know, we've got 22 cars on the grid, so whatever works.
I think we can safely say that whatever you're doing is working. You've brought together a wide variety of Alpha enthusiasts and aficionados. Not all of them have broken down in the garage. Admittedly, not the ones for the people talking on the radio currently.
They're a car that can be driven hard and driven home mostly. So
driven passionately and with huge emotion. There's the confirmation results on screen. David Caprara in first and Michael Musamichi in second by 1.9 seconds. A further 9 seconds back to Robert Ceriti, then Grierson, Selwood, Mirabella, Colin Wilson-Brown, Rob Bowden, the first of our BMWs, making it 3 from 3 for the number 1 E36. Andrew Wilson and Peter Tillett rounding out the top 10.
Yep, great.
Looking further afield, Earls Muller, Matt Thulis, again the number 22, putting on a great dice at the back end of the top 10. David Bailey, Aaron Lloyd, Brad Wilson, David McKee, Josh Sayward, Timothy Howe, Richard McKee and Russell Phelan. A number of these are twin spark cars, aren't they?
That's right, yeah, they're all smaller there. He is Brad Wilson, David McGee, Timothy Howe.
And the names keep going on. We mentioned
Mark
before, we've
Paghetto.
noticed a lot of Italian-sounding surnames.
Yeah.
There are a lot of first, second, and third generation
that's right.
Australian Italians in the field.
And shout out to Haas there. That's his first ever race meeting. And
well, congratulations. Welcome aboard.
89, yeah.
Excellent. Hey, to finish first you must finish, or to finish it all,
That's
first
right.
you must finish. So, Pannonwala, Barnes, Connardon, Rick McGoffin, Musamichi, McGoffin, and McKay. So
yeah, they gave a couple of us DNFs a run down the bottom down there.
There we go. So we're casting our eye onto the skid pan. So we've got another couple of events taking place. That's one of the beauties of the ARDC facility, is that they can split the circuit or the facility up into different components. They can run a skid pan. They can even split the circuit in half and run a north circuit and a south circuit simultaneously, doing different activities. Does the Alpha Club tell us, how do we find out more about this amazing Alfa Romeo racing we've seen on screen
just
today?
the Alfa Romeo Owners Club New South Wales. Just Google it, will come up. We run our racing under the umbrella of the Alpha Club. The Alpha Club does a lot of stuff, but we have a subcommittee that runs the racing.
Well, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Thanks
You're
for
welcome.
offering your unique perspective on Alfa Romeo Racing.
No
We're
problem.
going to take a break here in commentary, but before we do that, a quick shout out and say thank you to all of our cameramen and all of our production crew here at Blendline TV, bringing you these images live and free on YouTube, Facebook, and all of the platforms that you get them from. We'll take a break in commentary. We'll be back with the pre-race entertainment and pre-race presentation for this evening's 2023 edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. What are we up to now?
Everyone loves Dave. Dave.
Right. Stick that up your ass, Smokey. Hey, those twin spark cars. Yeah. So take it, they're all manual, yeah? Oh yeah. What was the take-up rate on manuals with those cars in Australia? Thanks, Bill. What was the only question to be changed?
the pinnacle of endurance grassroots motorsport in this country. This is the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300, live and loud on the platforms of Glenline TV. After a long day of practice and qualifying and a tremendous support card, the countdown to the fourth running of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 has almost come to an end. In about 21 minutes' time, all hell breaks loose as a record field of 48 cars sets out on a 77-lap journey around Sydney Motorsport Park, in which, by the end of which, we'll have a new piece of 300 history written, a new chapter of motorsport history unfolded, and we'll have our winner of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 of 2023 heading for the top step of the podium. Good evening, everybody. If you've been with us all throughout the day, thanks for sticking in there, hanging in there. You're about to be rewarded with a spectacle like no other. The showpiece of grassroots endurance motorsport, the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. If you're just joining us for the first time today, terrific to have you company. I'm Zach Caban, Dave Stillwell here alongside me, Lachlan Mansell, also on the grid. We'll get to him in just a moment. And Dave Stillwell, we've got through practice and qualifying. There has been a road of attrition already, but still, 48 cars, 5 more than we had here 51 weeks ago, 357 days ago when we last went around this rodeo. What a night we're in for, and at least 4, possibly 5 manufacturers within a chance of outright honours.
And wasn't qualifying an absolute spectacle? You know, so many drivers parking it because they didn't want to break out a division. For those of you who've pored over the rules will know this race is a strategy battle as much as it is a battle on track. So it's all the people up and down pit lane. You know, the abacuses are smoking right now, trying to figure out when's the most appropriate time to get those compulsory pit stops out of the way. And one of the big things that we've noticed here at Sydney Motorsport Park, ever since the AIDC with the grants from the government got to put in the full-time lighting here, it's basically like daytime. Like you could almost run around here without your headlights on. But
I almost need sunglasses.
We almost do need sunglasses. We have gone to the ocular correction devices tonight, so we look more intelligent. We can actually read the notes we've put in from your immense work before the event in terms of bringing that to you via the Motor Racing Australia Facebook pages. Tune in, folks. Make sure you like, subscribe and share. There's plenty of information you can find at motorrace.com.au about this event, including all the supregs if you're a nerd like me and you're like poring over and going, well, hang on, that car's done a 45.9, so it goes from Class C to Division B. That means it's got to go do a 2.5-minute compulsory pit stop. What's a compulsory pit stop like? I'll be looking forward to bringing people a lot of information about that with the Race Fuels pit reporting that's going on tonight. But one of the things we can talk about right now, if we pan the camera down and actually have a look at the racing surface, it's not a flat hot mix like we see at some circuits. It's this cheese grater-like surface. Now, when you're travelling in a straight line, again, this is the only chance you really get to have a break here at Sydney Motorsport Park, is down this long downhill straight section. But when you get to cheese grater asphalt like this in the corners, while tyres are free, your tyre choice is open for the Sydney 300, your ability to get through 300 Ks here on one set of tyres is heavily dependent upon how you drive over this patchwork quilt of asphalt that in some cases acts like a cheese grater on the rubber to the road.
At one point there, I thought you were going to do the Tony Greig reach for the car key thing and see if there were any cracks in the surface, but that's okay. Listen, we mentioned pit lane. Safety is paramount in this case, but it is a grassroots event at the end of the day, and heavy penalties await anyone that slips foul on the rules in pit lane.
Well, we're starting to hear some of the cars make their way down to pit exit as we speak at the moment. All the crews have been briefed. They've gone through their practice. There's a multitude of different fueling setups. We did that piece to camera earlier in the day where we talked you through some of the different options the teams have got as far as refueling the cars in a safe and calm manner. There's no need to rush the pit stops here. You're not going to see like a Le Mans style pit stop where there's people jumping over the cars with rags to clean the windscreen and put the fuel rig in. It's going to be calm. It's going to be focused. And we're going to see a result from the teams that make the fewest mistakes and don't incur the wrath of race control, because we've seen, even in the last edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300, some teams' chances at an outright victory cruelled due to a decision by race control to penalise them for a misdemeanour under the rules.
If you're just joining us, speaking of misdemeanours under the rules, Adrian Wilson broke out in qualifying, slipped just under that 1 minute 38 threshold. Of course, that was a tweak from 2021 to 2022 that didn't get exercised last year because of the inclement weather conditions. We believe, as per regulations, that'll be scrubbed out. And therefore, Todd Herring has his second Pitcher Partner Sydney 300 pole position by the narrowest margin in Sydney 300 history, 0.04 of a second, second narrowest in 300 history. So, before we introduce Lachlan Mansell and some special guests, and I shoot through to the bunker, have you got a tip for me for tonight?
The race won't be decided until the last lap.
Okay.
Who's going to be leading on the last lap? I honestly cannot give you a prediction this year. Qualifying was so tight in Division A, we could see an upset come from those cars that can run right at the thin edge of the wedge in Division C and avoid that 2.5 minute extra pit stop you've got to do in B. Look, I'm not a gambling man, and tonight I'm glad I'm not, because I have no idea which way this race is going to go.
Nor do I, and that's what makes it so fascinating year on year here at the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. This is as wide open a race as I think we've ever seen, and your point about the race being decided on the last lap, very valid, because two of the Sydney 300s here have been decided by less than a second. They are two of the narrowest winning margins in 300 history. The only closer finishing margin, the 2018 Willowbank 300. I'm talking about first to second. And here last year, the tightest margin between first and third in history. So we are set up for one hell of a race. Looking forward to it, and looking forward to your expert insight from the lane throughout the night.
Very much so. I mean, just cast your eye at the sky. You know, with all the lights that are out there, we can't see the stars tonight. But one of the things we're hoping we're not going to need the ARDC Sydney Motorsport Park Volvo safety car for tonight is weather conditions. It's clear, it's cool. The turbocharged engines that might have been struggling a little bit earlier in the day might just have that little bit of extra air density to improve their performance down to into turn one, down this long straight.
Calling the race alongside me tonight. We're going to finish it there, and we're going to start making tracks to the booth. Hopefully you can grab a word with Todd Herring, the pole sitter, because we didn't get a chance to catch up with him after qualifying. But calling his 24th 300 tonight is someone that we knew before he was famous, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you know him now as the 2001 champion of a reality television show, and he's brought some of his alumni on to Sydney Motorsport Park's main straight tonight, not just to have a chat to them, but for them to stick around and have a look at what we do in the booth and what these guys are going to do on the track, the stars of the show, the drivers over the course of 300 kilometres.
Thank you, Zach. And yeah, I've got some of my fellow geeks with me tonight. You might recognise them from reality TV over the last 12 months or so. We'll start with Anthony, who's worn his Harry Potter gear tonight. He's been sorted into the House of Gryffindor. What are you expecting? This is the first racing event that you've been to.
This is the first racing event I've been to. I'm expecting a lot of noise and a lot of fast cars.
Well, I hope you enjoy it. Do you have any tips or any advice for some magical powers that the drivers might be able to use on the track to get themselves out of trouble?
I mean, stay calm, and who knows, maybe you'll have a bit of a guardian angel helping you out there, making it go fast, fast, fast.
Love it. All right, we'll move on to Jaden. Now Jaden's geeky passion is martial arts. He is known for his combat manoeuvres, but we're hoping that we don't see too many aggressive combat manoeuvres on the racetrack tonight.
Well, let's just hope there's no ramming or anything. Just keep it safe, keep it simple, and just try your hardest, really. That's what you can do.
What are you most looking forward to about tonight, Jaden?
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing how close it is. As the guy said before, like this racetrack has some of the closest ever finishes, first to third of all time. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how hard these drivers work and how close they can make it to the end.
77 laps, you'll be amazed at how close it might be at the finish. And we've got Aaron here. Aaron, the winner of Beauty in the Geek Season 2022, known for his passion for trains, but also collects model cars. You've got a massive collection of model V8 supercars, so we know that you are a motorsport fan. What are you most looking forward to tonight?
I'm just looking forward to some, just close competitive racing tonight, and could we see a finish like Win Cup and Mostert, and hopefully one car doesn't run out of fuel on the last lap.
Interesting that you've mentioned that, because we've had a few of those types of finishes in 300-kilometre endurance races in the past, so I would not be at all surprised if we get another finish like that one. Gentlemen, it's the first live motorsport experience for all three of you, so I would encourage you to get a good vantage point here at Sydney Motorsport Park, maybe up on top of the pit complex, because that's a pretty good spot to watch all of the action from, and you'll get to see all of the pit lane activity as well, so I hope you enjoy it, gentlemen.
Thanks, Lockie.
Thanks, Lock.
Thanks, Lockie.
Dave, the stage is set. We're getting cars starting to make their way down onto the starting grid now. And that was an intense qualifying session, wasn't it? Q3, the final segment of qualifying. We saw the pole position battle that we were expecting between Todd Herring and Benny Tran. But we also saw one car, the Adrian Wilson, Lloyd Godfrey, Josh Buchan car, breaking out. They get their first strike. They cannot afford to go faster than a minute 38 any more times, or they're going to be at risk of disqualification from the entire race meeting.
Well, the good thing is for the number 82 BMW M4 team is they've got a lot of experience running the longer distance races, a number of 1 hours under their sleeves thanks to their time racing with New South Wales Prod Sports. So, you know, Adrian and Josh and the other members of that team will just focus on driving the car to a number. They've got all the data and telemetry on board. The team's done a good job. They know how to drive the car to the number to make it to the end. They're in Division A. They know they've got to make those 2 stops, so they don't need to worry about, you know, trying to, you know, smash the car to pieces. It's all about running at the front, not making any mistakes, not breaking out of that 1 minute 38, and it's hoping against hope that we get an appearance from the car that's at the front of the grid. This is the Sydney Motorsport Park, the ARDC safety car. It's a Volvo V60. It's being driven by one of Terry Denovan's longest-serving motorsport officials. So tell us, what's your name?
Alan Griggs.
So, Alan, how long have you been a volunteer motorsport official for?
Probably about 30 years.
30 years, that's longer than some of the people watching have been alive. Alan, thank you so much for the job that you do, and thanks once again to all of the volunteer motorsport officials here at Sydney Motorsport Park, around Australia and around the world. Without you, we can't go motor racing, and we'll be relying on your services tonight to keep us safe, keep us fair, and get us to the end of the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Let's go for a walk up the grid and see who's turned up. It looks like the car on pole is the number 82 BMW M4, so not sure what's going on here. We'll see what we can find out.
Yeah, so I'm slightly confused myself, because according to the regs, I would have thought they would have had their time disallowed, but maybe they've got away with it. The news is that... here we go. How are you going, Adrian? Adrian Wilson. You sat out the first stint last year and you put Lockie Manif in, but you're actually going to take the start of the race this year. How are you feeling?
Feels great. Love to be here. What a perfect night. Incredible atmosphere. Really appreciate everyone's input into this, all the officials, everyone that's here tonight to help support the race, and all the fans as well. Should be a great night. Looking forward to it.
You haven't had a lot of time in the car today. You left the practice duties to your 2 very capable co-drivers in Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan because you were busy with work commitments. And then you jumped in the car for qualifying. How did it perform?
Great. Look, the car's in exactly the kind of shape we want it to be in. We're just going to try and have a clean race and get there to the end, stick to our strategy, and hopefully it turns out all right.
The last couple of Sydney 300s, you've had the speed, but maybe not the strategy. So what's your plan tonight to make sure that you nail the strategy and find yourself on the lead lap and in with a fighting chance at the end?
Look, we'll have to see how it all unfolds. Like, it's a great question. I think probably the biggest thing for us is going to be watching those pit stops and making sure that we come in at the right time.
Well, we hope that you go well tonight. BMW, they've been victorious at the Wakefield 300. They've been victorious in 300k Enduros up in Queensland, but never here at Sydney Motorsport Park before. So all the best.
Thanks, everyone.
There we go. Adrian Wilson scheduled to start the race for pole position, and Dave Stilwell is back with the car starting on the second row of the grid, the Honda Civic, which is being shared by Miles Jones and Jimmy Tran.
So I'm here with the car in position 4, which qualified at the front of Division B for tonight's Picture Partners Sydney 300, getting within just under a tenth of breaking out of their class bracket and having to step up to Division A and take 2 5-minute pit stops, as opposed to what's going to be facing Miles and his driving partner tonight is a 5-minute compulsory stop and a 2.5-minute compulsory stop. So tell us, can you do it under green flag, or do you need that Volvo safety car to make an appearance to work for your strategy tonight?
We'll definitely need the safety car to help us out a lot. You know, these cars in front are really quick, so it'll close the gap a bit. So, yeah.
Definitely. We've seen safety cars work to some drivers' advantages and some drivers' disadvantages. For the K24 engine and the H-pattern gearbox in this thing, they might need a bit of safety car just to get a bit of a break and give the left hand a bit of time off, because you're going to be busy shifting with all that horsepower under the hood.
Yeah, we definitely will be. It's going to be a busy night.
Fantastic. We'll put your window net back up so you don't cause any problems with any mechanical black flags. There we go, latched into place. Safety first, folks. Always make sure that you're safe when you're on track.
So down here with Chris Sutton. Now, Chris was second out right here in the Sydney 300 last year, and it was a really close finish, a tight battle between you and Dylan Thomas in the very closing stages of last year's race. Swapped into a different car this year. You're in the Mitsubishi Evo rather than the Subaru WRX that you were in for last year's race. You were struggling with a few turbo boost issues, though, earlier in the weekend. How's the car been going so far in qualifying? Did you manage to get on top of those turbo issues?
Yeah, we did really well in qualifying. We actually built more time as we went, so it ended up putting us in P5, so I'm really happy about that. It's better to be up the pointy end at the start, that's for sure.
One of the challenges with these Evos is that they can be quite hard on their tyres, particularly the front right-hand tyre here at Sydney Motorsport Park with the long loaded corners, turn one coming around Corporate Hill in the final sequence of corners as well. How's the car looking after its tyres so far?
It's actually been really good on its tyres. We've got a really good setup in this car. We had a bit of help from a good friend of mine who put us in the right direction. So I think we're going to be pretty well off, which is nice.
You've been going well in New South Wales production touring this year as well. You're the first place, the highest place of the Evos on the grid tonight. So flying the flag for Mitsubishi, Chris Sutton, go well tonight. We'll move next door to the next grid position where we find the BMW M4, Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess, cruelly denied of a race victory in the Sydney 300 last year, but they've qualified well and they're going to be in the mix again tonight, Dave.
We did see them just make it through to that final segment of qualifying. A late push by Anthony Sewell aboard the number 4 PI Store BMW M4. We've seen great things from this car in all sorts of endurance racing around Australia. They're running the semi-slick Yokohamas tonight. Anthony, talk us through what's the plan for this evening?
Go really fast and win the race.
You heard it here first, folks. Anthony's plan is to drive the wheels off the thing and get it into victory lane. So we'll whack his window net back up, make sure we're nice and safe. One second, folks. Nice and safe, latched away. We'll move off the grid shortly.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell. We are standing by to witness a piece of grassroots motorsport history. The Picture Partners Sydney 300 of 2023. Let's go through some race facts and stats for you before we get going, ladies and gentlemen. We are standing by for the safety car to take this field off on the warm-up lap in just a few moments. And we'll have a grid on screen for you in just a few moments' time. But before that, let's remind everybody, 11 corners, 7 to the left, 4 to the right. It's a 3.905 kilometre circuit. It's 77 laps. 75% is 58 laps should we incur any sort of issue at the back end of proceedings here, and we need to end it prematurely. We've never had a red flag at a Picture Partner Sydney 300. I don't want to put the micro on it just by saying that, but yes, 75% race distance here for classification purposes, among other things, is, of course, 58 laps. Anti-clockwise the direction, the race distance 300.685 kilometres. One interesting thing, Lachlan Mansell, before we go into the grid and a few other talking points here and factors, the reality of the situation is we're a little bit surprised that Adrian Wilson was able to keep that pole position despite breaking out. And what it means is that, as we saw there a few moments ago, or as I discussed during qualifying, we said Tran went from second to first year on year, Herring went from second to first year on year, and now Godfrey and Buchan and Wilson have as well. So 2 pole positions for Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan in a Picture Partner Sydney 300. Here's the lay of the land for tonight.
So the Sydney Motorsport Park circuit, 3.9 kilometres the distance. A total of 11 corners on this configuration of the circuit that we're running on tonight, and this is some highlights that we've seen over the last couple of years. Turn number 6 can be an action zone. Turn number 8, a good passing overtaking opportunity. We saw some moves happening in last year's race on the damp track between Adrian Wilson and also Benny Tran. And apart from the fact that there are those key choke points at turns 2, 6 and 8, it is also a circuit that puts plenty of load through the tyres. You've got those long loaded corners through turns 1, which puts a lot of load through the right-hand side tyre, also around Corporate Hill, and the last sequence of corners through turns 9, 10 and 11 really load up the right-hand side tyres as well.
Now, we should stress at this point in time that we're going to learn a little bit about this race on the go here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of who's starting the cars, what divisions they're running. That should all pop up on our timing screen, thanks to Natsoft, which you can follow along at home with throughout the course of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. So there it is on your screen at the moment. Adrian Wilson with Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan from position number 1, Todd Herring from position number 2, Benny Tran flying solo from position number 3, and Jimmy Tran, of course, with Miles Jones from position number 4.
Chris Sutton flying solo out of position 5, Anthony Saul and Adam Burgess in 6th position, Jet Herring and Vern Johnson out of position number 7 on the grid, and then it's Christian Millen alongside Tim Brook starting out of grid position 8. Drew Hall teaming up with Matt McClellan in 9th position, Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson rounding out the top 10. Then it is the Renault with 3 drivers of Weir and Ferrero out of position number 11, Shane Tate with Nandy and Matthew Kiss, the Mitsubishi Evo 10 lining up out of grid position number 12. Back to Boyd, Dell, Giantini, Viola and Holtzel. And the cars are lined up in side-by-side grid formation, so we will be going for a race start this time around, 77 laps the distance. It's the 4th running of the Picture Partners Sydney 300, and the news is that we're not going to get a race start this time around because the lights are still on the safety car.
Field not entirely, a first for Sydney 300 history here, in that the field will have 2 formation laps. Normally there's a siding lap and then a formation lap. They're happening simultaneously this year. Let's go back to the grid. Stephen Head and Zach Raddatz from 17 alongside Corinne Virag, Tony Virag, and also Liam Evans from 18. Lee and Jerry Burgess from 19. Chris Stannard and John O'Neill from 20.
In the first and only Porsche entry, Jamie Milliman makes his return to motorsport for the first time in 20 years out of position number 21. Grant and Harry Inwood, the Bathurst boys in the Subaru WRX, out of 22nd position. Dennis Panner and Kiara Zavatakis out of position 23. And then it's Ian Joyce and Ben Sheedy lining up out of grid position number 24 in their VF Commodore SS.
Brad Harris and Will Harris from 25. Michael Ferns, of course, and Stephen Willer from 26. Glenn Wilson flying solo from 27. And Julian Burke and Matthias Herberstein in the BMW from 28. Keys to the race, Lockie, we'll talk about in just a moment.
Starting out of 29th position alongside Adam Thompson. Stephen Thompson, Liam and Oliver Loicono in the Toyota Rating 6 out of 30th. Then it's Daniel Flanagan and Chris Heiniger out of 31st position. And the Honda's Accord Euro, one of the more unique cars in the field. Andrew Trampas behind the wheel of that one for the start out of 32nd.
Jonathan Hovey flying solo from 33. Grant Bray and Glenn Gorick from 34. Jamie Martin and Mike Kelsey from 35. And Nick and Simon Agar from 36.
We roll on.
we should actually.
On the cars, isn't it?
37. Let's go back all the way down. We've got another 6 rows where that came from for you, ladies and gentlemen. The 139 entry from 37. Jonathan Hovey from 38. Grant Bray, Glenn Gorick from 39. Jamie Martin and Mike Kelsey from 40. Nick and Simon Agar 41. Rumler and Penwatten 42. 43. Ricketts and Haynes 44. Lyle and Grice. So Nissan and Mazda sharing the 22nd row. Bailey and Thewlis in the BMW from 45. The 2 Hayes, Daniel and James from 46. Mork, Foot and McLean. And Butt and Derwent, so the Holden Cruise and the Volkswagen Polo make up the field. 48 cars. It is a record for the Picture Partners Sydney 300. Strap yourself in, buckle up and enjoy this one, Australia. Have you changed your mind on your tip?
No, I'm going to stick with Todd Herring. I think that he's been fast. He's highly motivated to score another outright win in the Sydney 300 and become, as you described before, one of the 300 immortals. But he's got a long 77 laps ahead of him. It's going to be a test of reliability, of strategy, of speed, and of putting it all together over 300 kilometres here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
At this point in time, before we get going, I think it's appropriate that as a collective we tip our hat and say thank you to Terry Donovan. This event, his baby, now in its 4th year, continues to go from strength to strength year on year. And the reward for it being a week earlier than it was last year is spectacular weather for the occasion. It's fine, it's dry, it's cold. Heck, that's July in Sydney. But the stage is set with a great crowd in the house for an electrifying night at the office. This is, and always will be, the showpiece of grassroots endurance motorsport. This is the Picture Partners Sydney 300! Stands from left to right as they stretch out the front straight for the first time. Adrian Wilson, the pole man, will lead the field to turn 1. What a sight that is! As they sort themselves out on the opening lap, Todd Herring going punch for punch with Wilson. In the early stages, the first half dozen have sorted themselves out in a single file formation, Lockie, but the rest of the field still trying to find clear real estate.
This is the high-risk part of the race, isn't it? This is the stage where you just need to make sure that you do not have contact with other cars. But we've already got a lead challenge. Forget about not racing too hard too early. Todd Herring jams it down the inside of Adrian Wilson. He wants to lead this thing early.
He does.
And he goes through to position number 1 at turn number 4 with a nice textbook move down the inside. Wilson squeezed him up to the inside of the road, but Herring was having none of it, and the number 77 car was through to the lead on lap 1.
Shades of what we saw in 2021 with Benny Tran and Todd Herring going punch for punch on the opening lap. But there's a 3-way fight at the top end of town with Wilson in there as well. The 3 cars that we probably had at the top of the tree in terms of who we expected to fight for the outright win are 1, 2 and 3 on the opening lap. Now down the inside, we've got the Holzer BMW on Nandy Kiss. That's a move for outright position. And as we go here, ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye on the numbers on the left-hand side of your screen. That will decipher who's division A, B, C, D, and E. It's all colour-coded there for you, courtesy of Shane Rogers and the great work that he's doing in the Bloodline TV graphics department tonight. Round they come, main straight, 1 down, 77 to go, 76 to go. The Picture Partners Sydney 300 in 2023.
So these top 3 cars, they're all in Division A, so they've got 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops to make in this race. The next group of cars from positions 4 down to 9, they're in Division B. They'll be making a 5-minute and a 2.5-minute pit stop. Then you've got car number 80. We've been talking about them as a potential dark horse and a potential outright contender. Alex and Dieter Holzel, they're in Division C. They only have to make a single compulsory pit stop tonight. So as this race plays out and we see all different strategies emerging, you're going to see lots of chopping and changing of race positions. So we've got a battle on a little bit further back in the pack with the very well-driven number 13 Honda Civic making a move around the outside of the Renault Megane, which was pretty impressive in qualifying earlier on. That was Giantini getting around the outside of Adrian Weir, who's taken the start in that Renault as we see him move. That's Burgess down the inside of Jamie Miller. Miller under a bit of pressure as well from Parry Anastakis and also Andy Boydell in the number 791 Mazda MX5.
So, it's frantic early. We expected nothing less. Chiara Zabataka, Dennis Panna starting the tournament.
Wow, he had to drive across the curve there. Dennis Panna, he's had plenty of experience. The strategy was because of the fact that he is the more experienced driver that he would take the starter and handle the cut and thrust of the opening lap dices for position. And it was Panna down the inside of Boydell, but Boydell wants to come back. He looks to the outside of Dennis Panna as they head through turn number 8. And you've got the Brad and Will Harris Mazda RX-8 becoming engaged in that contest as well, as Parry Anastakis keeps the pressure on Jason Miller in a battle that's happening just outside the top 10. Fastest lap of the race that time around for Adrian Wilson in second position, and the top 3 cars are separated by just 1.2 seconds after the first 2 completed laps.
They're going to run like scalded cats throughout the course of the evening here. We expected nothing less. Now, the news from the lane. Oscar Bart Troy Bell at the VW Polo has not taken the start. We are down to 47 already.
That's a shame. They'd never really recovered from those suspension problems that they had earlier on. As we see, Glenn Wilson making a double slingshot move, gets down the inside of Boydell and gets down the inside of Panna, making use of the straight line speed advantage of that Commodore. And here comes Harris as well. Oh, big look up from Panna. Goodness gracious me, and he runs out into the concrete extension and right out into the grass.
I've lost count of the amount of lockups we've seen at turn 2 today. That was one of the hairier ones.
He was caught in an awkward position there, Dennis Panna, and he had both the front wheels locked up. Hopefully that hasn't put too much of a flat spot on the tyres of that car. But the top 3 cars all continuing to test each other in terms of their lap times at the moment. We're seeing purple sectors continuing to emerge. A bit further back in the pack, there's Michael Ferns in the VW Golf, putting the pressure on the Porsche 944 of Chris Stannard, one of the older drivers in the field and the sole Porsche runner in the motor race.
And now we get to a critical point because it won't be too long. It'll be another 3 laps or so, Lockie, before these guys, the top end of town, start hitting traffic, and they'll be in traffic for the balance of the night. Look at the pace early up front. It's not the record-setting pace we might have anticipated, but it's still hot. 140.54 for Herring, 140.47 for Wilson, 140.8 for Tran, 1.7 separates the top 3. The Honda just dropping off this fight a little bit ever so slightly. Doesn't matter in the grander scheme of things. This race is going to be won or dictated by safety cars and pit stops.
They're running hard, aren't they, these top 3 cars? And there are battles pretty much everywhere you look in the field. Changes of position. That's Fraser getting down on the inside.
Let's go 3 wide, ladies and gentlemen. Not as frantically as the XLs were going earlier today, but still a sight to behold.
And I just noticed as well, Daniel Kapitanovic is back down in 35th position now. He started in 10th, so clearly in the first couple of laps, something's happened to the 860 Pinnacle Automotive BMW 328 high, because he is a long way down the field, a lot further back than where he started from.
History awaits tonight. Wilson, Buchan, Godfrey could become the first 3-driver team to win a 300 ever. Todd Herring could become a 4-time winner. Adam Burgess could become a 4-time winner. It's important to note this is the first time that we've had a 300 in Sydney where the defending champions haven't been on the grid. I've reneged to make that point all day, and I do apologise for that. And it's Todd Herring leading. So we saw our first lead change on lap 1 in 2021. Shades of that tonight. It was just Mazda and BMW this year, Mazda and Honda 2 years ago. Remember, as we see Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson continue their recovery mission and looking to take Chris Stannard with them, looking to get by the Loya Kono Toyota 86.
It's interesting that the Evo's back there battling with the Toyota 86, because in terms of the comparative performance of those cars, you'd expect the Evo to be a long way up the road, but for whatever reason, the Thompson-Kramer car just has not had the pace tonight. They qualified way down outside the top 30, and here comes Daniel Kapitanovic. He's on a recovery mission after having some early race problems. He looks to round some of these cars up on the run-up into the final sequence of corners, and he gets 3 spots in the space of 2 corners.
Three of them between turn 8 and 9. How good's the bimmer going early on a Saturday night? Saturday night prime time. Does it get any better than this, ladies and gentlemen? Not at the grassroots level. A little bit of smoke blowing out of the back of the Kramer-Thompson Mitsubishi, I think. So just keep an eye on that as they come back down the start-finish straight to complete lap 4 and start lap 5 at 77 at Sydney Motorsport Park. Down to turn 1 once more, and side by side, that Loya Kono Toyota 86 has some poke through turn 1, no doubt about that.
These cars battling for positions 31 and 32, which just gives you a bit of a sense of how big the field spread is already. We've only completed 4.5 laps, and already the race leader's not too far away from catching up to the tail end runners in the field. So, like you said, traffic, it's going to be such a huge factor tonight.
We've got Dave Stillwell on pit lane. We'll get some updates from him throughout the course of the night. Lexa Tassani also on pit lane, sending relaying messages to the commentary box. Unfortunately, that Polo GTI, the intercooler pipe is gone. Car 78, Oscar Barton, Troy Derwin, of course. So that's why They did not take the start. They are working on that car as we speak, but the horse is bolted.
So we've had a lane change. Adrian Wilson gets the BMW, the number 82 car, back to the front of the motor race. He's been able to get back ahead of Todd Herring, so it's now Wilson back in the lead.
And with the fastest lap of the motor race thus far as well, Lockie. 1 minute 40.2793. 72 laps to go. The pace is hot early. So I was just having it explained to me by Shane Rogers. On your totem pole there, ladies and gentlemen, the orange colour is Division A, the blue is Division B in terms of the race numbers of the cars. C is, of course, green, and that's where we currently sit at the moment. We are green. We don't want to be yellow at any point. We want to go safety car free. Probability suggests otherwise, but still. Head and rudder for the leaders of D in red, and E is black and white numbers.
Here comes the laps traffic. We said it was going to be a factor. It's totally taken them 5.5 laps to catch it.
We said lap 6. We called that well. So, so thanks to Lisa for the update down there on pit lane. Very nicely done. Appreciate that. Our crew on the lane have done a superb job today. They'll keep those updates coming all night. Now, have a look at Todd Herring looking to respond. He tucks back in. He opts not to displace Adrian Wilson again. He opts to catch a toe, if you like, in the slipstream, in the draft. Full tilt to turn 1. This is as intense a start to a Sydney 300 as I've ever seen.
Gee, this pace has been hot at the front with these top 3. And Wilson got balked by a laps car coming out of turn 11, and that was what gave Herring the incentive to look down the inside. But I still reckon that in terms of straight line performance, that BMW M4 is a bit stronger. And we saw that he was able to build a bit of a margin over Todd Herring. Herring's going to have to push a bit harder through the corners, which is where that more nimble handling of the MX5 will come into play. But so many question marks throughout this race. Which of the cars is going to look after their tyres better? Todd Herring, we know he's going to drive solo. He's going to do the whole race all on his own. So will fatigue become an issue for him? With the BMW, they've got another challenge in the form of 3 drivers, and very tight there with some lap traffic at turn number 6. One of the BMW A30s getting routed up by Todd Herring. This is where the responsibility, it is up to the faster cars to make sure that they safely negotiate their way through the laps traffic. So you do have to exercise a little bit of patience in negotiating the back markers, but it's not always easy to do, particularly when you're involved in such an intense battle as what we're seeing at the moment.
Absolutely. So, just to update everybody at home, if you're not paying attention to the timing totem pole on the left-hand side of your screen, that might be because you're tuning in via radio, via West Bremer Sport up in Ipswich. We have got that audio-only option this year. Down the main straight we go. Todd Herring wants to have another crack on Adrian Wilson. This time, he doesn't wait for the 3rd invitation. He goes through on the inside to turn 1, and it's as tight as you ever wanted to be. Second lead change of the night. The 2-time champion in Sydney, the 3-time champion overall, leads the pack once more. So, just to go back, Sully and Burgess leading Division B. There's no reason why Division B can't win this race outright tonight, but we won't get a clearer picture of what their chances are until we see the pit stop cycles, the pit stop window play out. In Division C at the moment, the Holswell BMW leads the way there. As far as Division D is concerned, you have to go down to Stephen Head and Zach Ray, that's in 28th. And as far as Division E is concerned, Grant Bray and Glenn Gorick. In the raceway track time, Mazda MX5 is the leader there at the moment, already a lap down, which indicates the pace at the front of the field is red hot. They're in position number 40.
So Adrian Wilson, he got passed on the last lap by Todd Herring and is now coming under some pressure from Benny Tran in the contest for 2nd position. Tran to the outside as they run down towards turn number 8. Has to take a defensive line with Adrian Wilson, but Tran will look for the switchback, gets the superior exit from the corner, and he's going to move the BYP car up into 2nd. Is he? No. Adrian Wilson, again, the extra straight line performance of the BMW M4 allows him to stay ahead. You can see that the disc brakes are starting to glow red hot on some of these cars. It's one of the great elements of the spectacle. That is night racing, the fact that you get to see flames, you get to see brake discs glowing, you get to see other elements of these cars that you don't fully appreciate in the daytime.
There goes the Wilson car. Through on the inside of some lap traffic, and already Herring holds a 1.9 second advantage. That didn't take long. 3 wide around the outside of turn 2, and that's just trying to get through lap traffic. Adrian Wilson, no holds barred here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Have a look at this. Fantastic stuff. Benny Tran does the same thing, but on the inside, not the outside. You had no hope in hell of getting around in the outside last year here in the Sydney 300 because of the greasy conditions, Lockie. This year, totally different story. All bets are off.
And all of these cars are on slick tyres at the moment, so there's actually been a lead change in Division B as well. So Jet Herring has moved ahead of Anthony Saul.
What a story that would be. Division C, second place and outright podium for Jet Herring at the Winton 300 8 months ago. And what a story it would be for him to step up to Division B and wrestle with the likes of Sewell and Sutton and Tran there as well. And you selling that Volkswagen, don't rule him out either. Drew Hall was 9th, Holsworth's 10th. And at the moment, you got 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. You got BMW, Mitsubishi, and Volkswagen also in the top 10. So 6 different manufacturers, as was the case at the start, still remain in the top 10 in the Sydney 300 for Picture Partners in 2023. You're watching it live and rather loud, I might add, on the platforms of Blendline TV. There is the Cooper & Cooper Mitsubishi Evo, getting a little bit unstable on the run down to turn 6.
And just ahead of that car, in 10th position outright, is Dieter Holtzel. So he's your outright, your Division C leader. We have completed lap number 9. We've started lap number 10. The compulsory pit stop window is therefore now open.
And normally, you can hear the whistle signal from pit lane. It is that loud here at Sydney Motorsport Park tonight that we did not hear it. It crept up rather quickly on us. But yes, pit lane window open, and now those guys that were not necessarily getting their wish with praying for rain today are praying for a safety car.
Yeah, well, we've gone further than we went last year before the first appearance from the safety car. In fact, the driving standards have been good so far. There's been a few close calls, but no car-to-car contacts yet. The only real off-track excursion that we've seen was that incident when Dennis Penner went skating out through the grass at turn 2 a few laps ago.
That was skating at best, sketchy at best for Miles Jones and Jimmy Tran. Tran at the wheel of the car at the moment, trying to get by some lap traffic on the run to turn 2 there. There's the story of the race thus far. Jet Herring, 4th place in the motor race. He'll hand over to Vern Johnson a little bit later on, of course. And that was a late change as well. They were due to run 79. They've changed to 91. So we didn't get to the bottom of that either earlier. But we'll endeavour to find out exactly why. Sewell and Burgess 5th. Sutton in 6th. Remember, 48 cars, so we didn't get the 3 figures on the driver front tonight. We did lose a couple of cars in the lead up to this race, as we know, but we've still got a record as far as solo entries are concerned. Now, Benny Tran wasting no time, straight in for his first compulsory 5-minute stop. And Benny Tran flying solo tonight. So we'll find out in the next 5 minutes if that is scheduled or unscheduled.
Well, that's an interesting call to come in this early, because the problem with pitting so early is that if there is a safety car, as we head down to Dave for an update in pit lane.
I was wondering when this was going to happen. The BYP team has brought in the number 81 Honda into pit lane. They've got the jack under the car. They're working on the front of the car. I'll get my cameraman to pan and have a look at the front of the car. Smoke pouring off the brakes here on the front of this Honda. That is a tyre delamination if ever I've seen one. That Kumo Extra Slick has absolutely been torn to shreds on the inside shoulder. This is an unscheduled stop. Now remember, this car has to make 2 CPSs, 2 5-minute stops to make it to the end of the race. So they're working frantically at the moment. The pit window has opened. My cameraman and I were just looking at the starters box. They showed the pit window open indication. So I wonder whether this team's going to take the opportunity, slow things down, and use this as an opportunity to spend that 5 minutes in pit lane.
No, is the answer to that question. No sooner did Dave Stillwell finish speculating than Benny Tran has taken off once more. So that is an unscheduled pit stop. That is an invoice that he's had to pay already that he wouldn't have been banking on. And we've talked ad nauseum about the reliability of the Hondas in the past. There's a move for position. That's Jimmy Tran going up on the inside of Chris Sutton. So that's a battle for position unfolding here at the moment. Let's go back down to Dave. He's got another update for us.
Well, I'm having a look. There was that stop was not as calm as I was predicting. They didn't use the opportunity to turn that into one of their CPSs, although the window was open.
Oh, that's right.
We saw the fire blanket or the spill blanket get torn underneath the car, stuck to all the rubber that was underneath the car as it headed down the lane. Well, we'll have a look at this tyre. You've got the outside edge of the car, of the tyre, and the inside edge. Now, when the cars are, in order to generate lots of grip in these cars in the corners, they had lots of negative camber, so they tilt the inside edge of the tyre over and they run the car along the inside shoulder here. You can see it's torn away massively. You know, a huge failure for this Kumo slick, but the BYP team got another one on and got the car back out shortly.
That's not a good sign that they're having tyre failures like that so early in the race. And as Dave explained there, if you run a lot of negative camber, that can create an issue. Now, we've got the Holzel car, which was the leader in Division C, coming in as well. So a couple of early pit stops happening.
Okay, so two things. Let's tidy that up. Not a good sign with regards to the tyres. You are right on that. But that's one thing, tyre degradation that we did talk about. We did speculate in the lead up to this race, but we didn't spend a hell of a lot of time elaborating on. So it's interesting that that's already playing a part. Point number two, can that BMW go the remaining, what have we got, 64 laps without needing another top-up? My gut feeling is no. Let's find out more from Dave Stillwell, a Race Fuels Pit Update.
So I'm down here in Garage 33 with the number 80 Holzel BMW. Looks like another tyre issue. The team having a look under the back end of the car, drove straight into the garage. Once you're in the garage, you can have more people work on the car without having to worry about triggering any of the pit stop adjustments in terms of how many people you're allowed to work on the car. They've got the incompressible jack stands under the car. The technical crew looking underneath the control arms in the back of the suspension. Very intricate rear suspension in the back of these 1Ms, lifted out of one of the bigger BMW M models, the E92 M3. So it's a very complex system of steel and aluminium control arms, some spherical bearings, some polyurethane joints. Not quite sure what's going on under here. I'm going to let the team work on it for a bit. We'll find out what's going on. But this is a very new built car, not the kind of thing you look for at the start of the Sydney 300.
What a shame. That was a late entry into the Sydney 300 as well, Lockie. I'm not sure how much in the way of prep time they had when they took over the entry vacated or given up by Paul Loiacono in the Mitsubishi Evo. So it's really sad to see that already we've got a Honda in trouble and a BMW in trouble as well.
What a shame for the Holtzen brothers, because they were looking so strong in Division C. They were in the lead of the division. We were talking about them being a quiet achiever and a potential contender for an outright race victory based on the fact that they were only going to have to make one pit stop. All of that has now evaporated. Here's a battle between Chris Sutton and Miles Jones, or I think it might actually be Jimmy Tran in the car. We'll try and confirm that for you, who's in the yellow Honda Civic, the 777 machine. It is Jimmy Tran, so that's the battle for position 5 outright on the racetrack at the moment between those two cars.
And position 4 in division. Oh, we got a car stopped, drivers left at turn 9. Now, is that far enough? Oh, it's Ferns and Muller. It's the VW. Now, it's pulled off. Actually, can we get another shot of that? Because it looked like there might have been a little bit of loose bodywork on the front end of that car. There was something hanging up that didn't look quite right. So now the officials have got a tricky decision to make. Did they leave that car there? Did they deem that it's far enough off the road and safe enough? Or is this safety car number 1 of the night? And if that's the case, watch. Oh, no, they're going to be able to limp it back. They've got it going again. So forget what I was saying. Good decision. Good work. I mean, we haven't praised race control enough today, but well done to them for not being too trigger-friendly, trigger-happy on pulling the safety car there. They gave that car enough time to decide whether it was going to have to park up and get a tow job, or whether they could get it back to the lane under its own steam. Well done. We stay green. We're up 14 of 77. We've been racing for 23.5 minutes. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're tuning in around Australia. How red hot is this? And now, Jimmy True down on the inside of Chris Sutton. That is an intense fight that has been raging for many laps now, and Jimmy goes back in front of Sato. So Honda back in front of Mitsubishi. It's Mazda from BMW, from Honda, from Mitsubishi, from Volkswagen, the top 5 in Division 2, or B.
That's a diverse division. Good to say that the number 2 VW has come in. That smells, because that car drove past our commentary position. I could smell brakes, hot brakes on that car, so I wonder if they've had some sort of braking issue with it.
And another developing story from pit lane. Lisa's all over it. The Oscar Bart Troy Dewitt car has got out there. Well and truly out of any sort of contention, but at least they're going to get out there and participate in this Sydney 300. No repeat of defeats from last year, but it was a late decision due to some issues with the Holden Astra that they originally intended to run in this race to get the VW prepped and ready. It's nice to see that they'll still get out there and be part of the spectacle.
So we have completed, we're about to complete lap number 15. Let's run you through the top 10 outright. So Todd Herring is your race leader ahead of Adrian Wilson. Both those cars in Division 8. Jet Herring sitting in 3rd place outright, highest place of the Division B cars at the moment. He's followed by Anthony Sewell, Jimmy Trad, Chris Sutton, Chem Selm, Drew Hall, Harry Cooper and Lee Burgess rounding out the top 10 as we head back down to Dave for another Race Fuels pit lane update.
Well, it's a good news, bad news story here in Garage 32. We saw the number 78 Polo make its way back out on track. They've managed to fix that car. Unfortunately, its spot in the garage has been taken up by the number 2 Golf. Now, it sounded fairly mechanical in the left front suspension. Not getting a lot out of the crew at the moment, but anytime you see a car in the garage up on the jack stands, it's not going to be something that brings you joy at the end of the evening.
Thanks, Dave. It's a frustrating night at the office already, and it looks like it's going to continue to be that way. And already, Lachlan, if we have a look at the lap score, and you can see it on the left-hand side of your screen, folks, some of these cars already 2 laps down in the picture partner Sydney 300, which gives you a fair indication of the pace up front at the moment. We haven't checked in with that for a while. Todd Herring still the leader. That car there second outright, 1.5 the margin, but they have 47 seconds on Jet Herring, who is 3rd outright at the moment. Father and son on the podium together last year, in a position to potentially be on the outright podium in separate entries this year. What a night at the office that would be for the Herring Racing stable.
It's a great family operation. They're so enthusiastic about their Mazda MX5s down there. A great story it would be, but such has been the pace of Todd Herring. There's only 14 cars left on the lead lap at this stage. In fact, it's now less than that. It's now only 13 because he's just lapped that Renault. But the margin between him and Adrian Wilson is ebbing and flowing. It was out to around 3.5 seconds a couple of laps ago, but it's come back to 1.9. It just keeps seesawing backwards and forwards depending on where and when they catch the lapped traffic.
There's the story of the race as far as I'm concerned so far. Jet Herring. Such maturity beyond his years, Lachlan. And this will be the biggest race of his life thus far. Only above the Winston 300, of course, 8 months ago. But he's up a division. He's got a little bit more poke. And he's handing over to Billy Johnson, who is no slouch in his own right. These guys are a serious threat to everyone they're racing in Division B, not least the outright fight. And Todd actually admitted in the interview that I did with him in the lead up to this race that if he's to be beaten by one car tonight, he wants it to be his son. That would be an acceptable outcome for him. He would be as proud as punch, but nervous as all hell because he's in the car trying to run his own race and win Division 8 for the 4th year in a row and win his 4th 300 outright, but he's also mindful that his son's out there, so his mind's in 2 places. He's thinking about how they're faring and how he's got to attack the race as well.
Daniel Kapitanovic in the pits in the Pinnacle Automotive BMW. We've got a battle on screen at the moment between Julian Burke and Grant Inwood. Inwood down the inside into turn 2. This is a contest for position within Division C. Both those cars running just outside the top 20 outright.
And the only Division C car in the field as well, Subaru car in the field as well, Lockie, is that Division C car. Now we've got a little bit of debris on the circuit, and that is in a tricky position. That could deploy us. That is over the crest at turn 3 on the run to turn 4. race officials will keep an eye on that. If race cars continue to blow it towards the side of the racetrack, fair play, game on. Continue to go about your business as per usual. But if so much as one car collects it, I can see a yellow being waved. Now, inward and inward. Holding position at the moment over the 61 as they make their way up over Corporate Hill once more. Can you believe we're already 18 laps into this race? Let's go down to Dave Stillwell, more from pit lane.
So we're down here with the number 860 Pinnacle Automotive BMW E36. Driver body language when you get out of a car is normally an indicator of how the night's travelling. And whichever driver's just gotten out of the car, I don't have the results in front of me at the moment, guys, didn't look too happy or didn't look angry or disappointed, just didn't look overwhelmed with how their situation was going. But this is a good chance to show you just how slowly we take the pit stops here as we move around the car. So we've got because the car's turbocharged, we've got a fire attendant at the front who's got a 9 kilo dry powder extinguisher. The drivers have actually got out of the car to help with the pit stops because they're wearing all the flame retardant equipment. We've got the 60 litre drum on the hand rotary pump there, pumping it in, going through a normal nozzle into the fuel cell in the back. There in the background goes the whistles from our hard-working pit lane officials to let everyone know that there's people coming through. This is all part of what we do to make sure that the race fuel goes into the car nice and safely, with a minimum of fuss, with a minimum of chance that there's going to cause an incident pit lane, which is what gives us the confidence to stand so close here to the pit stop without there being an issue. So the crew's just taken the nozzle out of the car. We'll pan back and have a look at the back. So they can't do anything on the car other than do the fuel. Oh, nearly copped a whack to the head there. There goes the earthing strap. They've taken that off the car. Crew getting back across the red line. Now that the fueling's been completed, they can do any other mechanical operations they want to do on the car. So we've got the driver assistant helping the driver get in, the other driver making sure that that's all sorted out. They wanted to make sure that the boot lid was back on the car. That's where the fuel filler is. So this crew taking the pain early to make sure that if there is a safety car, they'll get that track position back. Unfortunately, while you can't predict when a safety car can happen, you can take the pain early, and from a conservative strategy point, that's the best way to take it.
So they have to do a 5-minute stop and a 2.5-minute stop now. This happened while we were with Dave. My goodness gracious me, that's...
And Christian Millett.
Christian Millett on debut this weekend, and he's had an almighty off-track excursion at turn number 1. Good job to get out of harm's way there.
Dust storm number 1 of the Sydney 300 thus far.
The dust still clearing there at turn number 1, and that incident happened a lap ago. Now, just to go back to that Kapitanovic pit stop, and it looks like Daniel was going to stay in the car. That will be their 5-minute compulsory pit stop because they're still down there in pit lane at the moment. But the danger of taking your pit stop under green flag conditions is if we were to get a safety car now, they would instantly be at a massive disadvantage because they've just done their 5 minutes while everybody else is out there circulating at race speed. If all of a sudden everybody else is able to do their 5-minute pit stops while the field is trundling around behind the safety car, they're going to be further back than fullback.
And you may have also noticed that piece of debris is slowly but surely working its way off the racing track. It is off the bitumen. It is off the racing line at this point in time, and there's some loose debris as a result of that incident. No surprise, really. Lachlan Mansell, given all the dust and grass and whatever else it kicked up for Christian Millett and Sidney Brook. So I'll probably have to rip that off when they're in pit lane as well, if the stewards don't throw a mechanical black flag at them beforehand. Now, back we go to Anthony Sewell, sitting comfortably second in class at the moment, but not for too much longer because look who's pouncing, look who's eager to find his way by and push his way forward. They've got Glenn Wilson in the way. That's lap traffic, so sort of the outside of Wilson. Takes him no trouble. But here comes Chris Sutton as well. Side by side they go. Sutton goes through without too much of a hassle. Now, Todd Herring. Todd Herring's on pit lane. The 2-time Sydney 300 winner is on pit lane for the first time tonight. Also on pit lane at the moment, Corinne Virag, Tony Virag, Liam Evans, the 3-driver entry, car number 42, the Holden HSV Club Sport. Jamie Miller's on pit lane, Jamie Martin's on pit lane. And of course those 2 cars that have already encountered mechanical drama, Ferns and Holzel.
So yeah, clearly some of these teams that have got two pit stops to make, they're deciding to get them done early and under great rain conditions. It is a bit of a risky strategy, but at the same time, there hasn't really been any signs so far that they're getting a safety car. The driving stance has been exemplary, and those few cars that have had mechanical problems have been able to get back to the pits.
Whilst we were in a previous race fields update from pit lane with Dave Stillwell, Benny Tran punched out the fastest number of the night thus far, a 1:39.1220, which, if I do my homework correctly, ladies and gentlemen, may well be, I'll double confirm this in just a moment for you, may well be a new fastest lap in the Picture Partners Sydney 300 in its short history. Todd Herring on pit road, we're already across that. He's been there now for a minute 42. There's Jamie Miller back out on the racetrack. Adrian Wilson trying to get around him without too much hassle. There's so much going on out there at the moment. You've got to love this.
So with Jamie Miller, that car did a pit stop of 4 minutes and 24 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's not long enough to be a compulsory pit stop.
Hang on. Which division's Jamie Miller running, Lockie? Is he running C?
Division C.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
So that's not going to count as a compulsory pit stop because it wasn't 5 minutes.
He's just given himself a 4.5 minute invoice.
I really think
that... asked, why the hell would you do that? You need to have mathematically intelligent people running and crunching the numbers for you. We've seen races won and lost that way in the past.
Also, the 1:79 entry of Jamie Martin and Mike Kelsey did a 3 minute and 59 second pit stop. So that's another car that's not been in pit lane for a minimum 5 minutes. If you've got a problem and you need to come in, you might as well get your compulsory pit stop out of the way.
Can confirm new race life record in the Picture Partners Sydney 300 ever for Benny Tran, passing his own mark of 1:39.1541, so only 300ths of a second really from here 791 days ago, 2021. So that's important to note. May we ran May 15, 2021, right? Then we ran July 23 last year, now we run July 15.
I'll tell you what, he is driving angry at the moment, Benny Tran. He's absolutely flying, and he's not that far away from catching up to Adrian Wilson and potentially unlapping himself.
Yep.
Obviously, it was an unscheduled pit stop with that tyre delamination issue that we saw earlier on, but I'll tell you what, if you can get back onto the lead lap and then there's a safety car, Benny Tran is not out of this race yet.
Through they go once more. But this race, I was saying to Lisa earlier today that it'll be frantic at the start, it'll be somewhat processional in the middle as we go through the motions of the CPS window, and then it'll be frantic at the end. But this race, the intensity of it doesn't look like relenting at the moment. We're already pushing towards third race distance. Again, we've got two Evos, nose to tail here. It's Miller and Burgess going through Brocco 5 on the run up to turn 6 now. Adrian Wilson's lead is 51 seconds. Let's get down to Dave Stillwell, another race fuels update.
Thanks, guys. As the action heats up out the front of the Picture Partners Sydney 300, the crews are absolutely working their hardest to try and get cars back in the race. So we've got the number 80 BMW 1M in here. We talked about that intricate rear suspension design. The team hard at work wanting to get that car back in the race. They've actually broken one of the bolts in the upper control arm of the left rear suspension, so not a corner of the car that cops a huge degree of pounding here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So perhaps over an errant bump, or maybe just a freak failure as part of the car's preparation. If we go down to the next garage, we talked about that good story of the 78 car getting back in the race. The number 2 Golf that's in the back of the garage at the moment, that's out after a failure of third gear in the gearbox of that Volkswagen Golf. So some cars having rear suspension issues, some cars having transmission issues, and now we've got another car coming down the lane at the moment, so we'll go back to you in commentary.
And some cars having tyre issues as well. It's really bizarre. You can never plan for what's about to unfold. And Dave made the point earlier that you can never predict whether safety cars are going to fall in this race. If you could, I'd be asking you for the lotto numbers, Lachlan.
The average number of safety cars in this race is 3.7.
Right.
We had 7 last year. In 2019 and 2021, we had 2 on both occasions. So you're right, safety cars are notoriously unpredictable. Let's have a look at your current divisional leaders. So Adrian Wilson First outright is your leader in Division A, Jet Herring, sitting second outright, your leader in Division B. Lee Burgess in 10th position outright at the moment is your leader in Division C. Him and his father, Jerry Burgess, have had a very solid start to the race so far. Stephen Head and Zach Radatz leading the way in Division D. They're sitting in position 20 outright. And we go back to the Grant Bray Raceway track time. Mazda MX5, which continues to lead the way in Division E. They're sitting in 32nd position overall.
Now, one thing I didn't keep an eye on, and I do apologise, was Todd Herring's pit lane transit time. The 77 is back out on the racetrack, but it's well down the order, 38th, but it was a 6 minute 19 stop. That's the 6 minutes 19 to the last sector, so he's 3.1 laps down. He's been in the pit lane about a minute 19 longer, I'm guessing. Or is that the time from... Well, actually, no, sorry. That would have been transit time plus then the track time to Sector 1. So they look like they've hit their markers there relatively well. And we've got pit lane times actually available to us on Lockie's timing setup, not mine. So well done, 5 minutes 12. That is perfect for Todd Herring.
Also, the Virag team did a 5-minute and 7-second pit stop, so that's even more perfect.
Well, and Daniel Kavatanovich and Adam Thompson being reversed into the garage.
That's not good.
Dave Stillwell and Lisa Tatani on scene there to pick apart what's happened. Let's get to Dave now.
Well, this is the number 860 Pinnacle Automotive BMW we saw come in for what we thought was a fairly early on compulsory pit stop. I had a chat with the team and they were a little bit cagey about the reasoning for bringing that car in early. But as we see, anytime you wheel a car into the garage, it's usually not a good sign. I'm going to let the team sort out what's going on first, and when I can get you an accurate idea of just what issues befallen the number 860 BMW, I'll be back to you with an update.
And we've got another big important update. You saw it on your screen there, but for the benefit of those watching trackside that don't have access to a monitor, for those listening on radio that don't have access to a monitor, as I somewhat speculated, Lachlan Mansell, the Millbrook HSV is coming to pit lane with a mechanical black flag being thrown its way for that loose debris at the rear end of the car.
Yeah, so the officials have looked at that and they've decided that it's a risk of coming looser or coming off altogether and potentially posing dangers to other drivers, to officials or to spectators around the circuit, so they'll bring them into the pits and they'll probably just yank it off and send it back out there, I would imagine.
And Benny Tran has unlocked himself as well. That's happened while we've been checking in with Dave. Stillwell down there on pit lane. Still this battle between Sutton and Tran rages.
And Saul coming into the picture now as well. So this is the battle for positions 3, 4 and 5. So Jimmy Tran and Chris Sutton have both caught up to Anthony Saul. They are now almost 20 seconds behind Jet Herring. So in terms of the contest for Division B honours, Herring has cleared out as Tran goes down the inside of Saul, heading into turn number 8. And that is a move for third position outright. So Jimmy Tran up into position 3, but Saul responds using the power of the BMW M4 to fight back on the inside into turn number 9. So this contest heating up between a rear-wheel drive BMW, a front-wheel drive Honda Civic, and then the all-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo of Chris Sutton just behind.
I cannot recall battles raging this far into the first half of the Picture Partner Sydney 300 as they are tonight. It is incredibly intense out there. You can cut the tension with a knife. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're tuning in around Australia or indeed the world, as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you. Sutton holding off Tran to turn 1, but now they're chasing Anthony Sewell. Tran back down the inside. Lock up from the 78. Good to see Delrin Budd out there, but not grass clipping.
And Tran got back down the inside of Sutton, so the Evo had a straight line speed advantage, but the Honda Civic was much better under brakes heading into turn 2, and Jimmy Tran was able to recapture position 4.
Down they come once more, past the Volkswagen. Lap 26, so we are 1/3 race distance in the Picture Partner Sydney 300. We are 43 minutes into the race.
And he's going to get another spot here once again, challenging Anthony Saul. They're going to be almost 3 wide, but the extra horsepower of that twin turbocharged inline six-cylinder in the BMW M4 allows Anthony Saul to punch hard out of turn number 5, and he manages to keep Jimmy Tran at bay. What a belter of a contest this is. The battle within Division B, all these cars yet to take any pit stops at this stage.
3rd, 4th and 5th outright on racetrack at the moment. 2nd, 3rd and 4th in division. If you're just joining us, Adrian Wilson, Josh Buck and Lloyd Godfrey continue to lead the way. We're not aware who's jumping into the car next. That was a discussion that we're going to have after qualifying. We have not got that information, but if I was a gambling man, Lockie, I'd say Josh Buchan's bringing that thing home tonight.
I tend to agree. I think that's probably the strategy they're working towards. This is starting to get a bit frustrating for Jimmy Tran because in terms of lap speed, that Honda Civic's quicker than both Sewell and Sutton, but it's lacking a bit of straight line performance, and that's making it difficult for him to actually get the moves done. So Sewell continues to hold on. Sutton once again recaptures position number 4, and Tran finds himself back to 5th position. It's a carbon copy of what happened on the previous lap.
Not only this, with Tran getting frustrated by having more pace than Sutton and Sewell, but they're also, at the same time as they're engaged in an epic scrap, they're trying to weave their way in and out of slower car and slower cars around them, the laps traffic. So, as I said earlier,
and our race leaders
in the pit lane. They've just zoomed on by our commentary position into pit lane. Adrian Wilson about to hand the car over to either Josh Buchan or Lloyd Godfrey at this point in time. And I just saw as well, we saw the Glenn Wilson Commodore back on pit road as well. That's surely an unscheduled pit stop, but being a Division C car. So we'll follow that one up as well. Our team are in position as soon as Timmy Brook and Christian Millett hit pit lane as well. We can go down to Dave now.
Well, thanks very much. Welcome to the Race Fuels pit lane reporting. And of course, we do have one of our front-running cars in the pits at the moment. This will be one of the 2 5-minute CPSs that the BMW M4 of Adrian Wilson, Josh Buchan will have to do. Look at the smoke pouring off the front brakes. You can tell that's a car that's being driven very hard at the moment.
Oh boy.
We've got the fuel rig in the background. So that's the crew member you can see with the motorcycle helmet on in the back there. So they're using the rig that they normally use for a long distance endurance race. So it's the overhead fuel rig. They're relying on gravity to feed the Race Fuels 98 RON control fuel into the car. Gee, I'm staggered by how much smoke's come off those brakes. They've actually just gone and used this fire extinguisher on it just to make sure it doesn't set fire to anything. Maybe some car controller at the front, making sure that everything's taken care of nice and slowly and calmly. They've finished with the refueling, so the technicians can come back behind the line. Now they can look at doing mechanical work. So they've got the rattle guns ready. They'll close the boot lid, move the fire attendant back behind the line. Actually, they've got Josh Buchan on the fire extinguisher at the moment, guys.
Yes.
So they've got the trolley jack out now. So they're actually doing left-hand side tyres first. This is unusual. I would have thought if you were stressed for time, you'd certainly want to do the right-hand side tyres, the working side, first here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
That's a fair point, Dave. Now, Miles Jones and Jimmy Tran's Honda is limping through turn 4. That's one of 3 stories developing here at the moment. The other is Tim Brook and Christian Millett's cars on pit lane to get rid of that loose bodywork, the mechanical black flag. Will they sit there and also run the risk of completing a 5-minute compulsory pit stop while they're in and kill 2 birds with 1 stone? I'm not sure. But Miles Jones and Jimmy Tran, this was the concern. The Hondas, for everything they bring to the table in terms of outright pace and a good fight in qualifying, could they go the distance mechanically? The durability, the reliability was always going to be a talking point tonight. One of them's now bit the dust.
Yeah, well, he was involved in a pretty fierce battle with Chris Sutton and with Anthony Sewell as well, and I'm just wondering if they've pushed that car a little bit too hard and maybe it's exposed to mechanical vulnerability. So the number 82 car, which led a fair number of laps of this race, Adrian Wilson, still in the pits and will still need to be there for another 90-odd seconds before it's completed its minimum 5-minute compulsory pit stop time. But this problem for Jimmy Tran is going to let Chris Sutton and Anthony Sewell off the hook in what was developing into a very nice battle for positions 2 and 3. And the other story here, Zach, is that Jed Herring, as a result of this pit stop for Adrian Wilson, now leads this race outright.
The third different race leader of the night thus far, if I've done the maths right. You've had Todd Herring lead it. You've had Adrian Wilson lead it. Now you've got Jed Herring leading it. Safety car boards and flags coming up, I would suspect. There it is. We've got... we're going to Dave Stillwell, but we've got Parry and Astakis pulled up at the final corner. The Peugeot bites the dust. Let's go to Dave, because pit lane is about to become monumentally hectic.
It's about to become very hectic down here at the pit lane, but not for the number 82 crew.
Oh, no.
That car's just completed a full 4 tyre swap, 4 brand new Pirelli slicks going onto the number 82 M4. Nicely controlled. We've got Andre from DNA Autosport controlling the pit stop at the front. He's watching the live timing like a hawk. He knows how long it'll take to get the car down to pit exit. We're going to get out of the way because pit lane is going to explode right now.
Oh, yes. So the Stephen Hedon, Force of Habit, Zach Raddat's entry also blowing a little bit of smoke. Attrition, and it was bound to happen eventually, Lockie. The pace of this race was too frantic. The attrition is now creeping in. The safety car was deployed on lap 28, and there's going to be 2 cars being recovered during this safety car period if they can't limp that Mazda MX5 for MX Mania back to pit lane. So we've had 3 different leaders. We've got 2 cars in trouble on the track. We've got our first safety car of the night, and the 25th start for Parry and Astakis finishes abruptly and rather prematurely.
So an interesting thing here is, can anybody make it home on fuel from this point? Because Todd Herring has not come in, and there it is, the number 1, 2, 3 car has not made it back to the pits, but
that's going to now probably double the length of this safety car period. We've got 2 recoveries, not 1. Go.
Just to complete the point here, so Todd Herring's not come in. Benny Tran is in, and we're hearing that the 1, 2, 3 car has dropped some fluid on the circuit, which could extend the safety car, but there's no rule. If the hypothetical question that I'm raising here is, if you've got the fuel range to get home from this point, would you consider, if you've got to do 2 compulsory pit stops, would you consider the option of doing back-to-back pit stops? There's nothing in the rules that prevents you from coming in, doing 1 of your compulsory pit stops, going out, doing 1 lap, coming straight back in and doing another compulsory pit stop. It's an absolute hive of activity down there in pit lane at the moment. The cars that have chosen not to come in, so car number 818 of Drew Hall has not come in. So that car now takes the lead of the race ahead of Chem Ucell and Lee Burgess. So Herring, Sewell, Sutton, Tran, that's Benny Tran, all in the pits. For Benny Tran, let's not forget that this is that car's first compulsory pit stop, because the first stop that they did was not 5 minutes, as we head back down today for another Race Fuels pit lane update.
Well, we checked in with the team of the number 82, fully scheduled stop. Adrian Wilson out of the car, looking absolutely spent. He's made his contribution to the night's activities. Of course, Josh Buchan will be in for the final stint of that car after they complete the second of their 2 compulsory pit stops to put on more Race Fuels controlled 98 RON fuel. The number 86 fifth gear motoring Toyota 86 has just come in. The bonnet's come up, the bonnet's gone back down. That's a car that's made a change to the tyres that they're running. Originally, they were running the semi-slick tyres that they've normally run in some production car racing. They switched over to Kumo slicks for the race, enjoying the warm conditions. It's getting massively busy down here in the lane as much choose to take this opportunity to get their compulsory pit stop out of the way, because there might not be another safety car that helps you cover that 5 minutes.
Okay, there's a fair bit happening down there. Let's try and pick it apart. First things first, if there's too much in the way of time that's going to be required to clean this... okay, first things first, car 4, the BMW M4 of Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess. There's been a fuel spill with that BMW M4. There are marshals on the scene to clean that up at the moment. All hell has broken loose here at the drop of the first safety car of the picture partner Sydney 300. In the words of Bill Laurie, I dropped the bomb earlier. It's all happening, folks. So that brings me to the point that there are mass ramifications. You get a fair whack across the knuckles for spilling fuel on pit lane.
Yeah, it's a 5-lap penalty, so the officials are down there. Obviously, the fire crews have come in to help them clean up that fuel spill, but that's not obviously a safe situation with the number of cars that we've got in pit lane at the moment. And that's amazing that that's happened, though, because they've got a dry brake fuel system. It's not often that you'll see fuel spills when they've got that sort of equipment. They have it for the Bathurst 6 Hour, and with the experience in that team, it surprises me that they've had sort of incident down there. But you're right, it's going to be a big penalty from race control.
Penalty.
Which is going to put that car right out of contention. Back down to Dave.
Dave Stillwell. Plenty happening, mate.
Well, I'm down here in the lane. The number 4's had a massive fuel spill out the back. The Clark Motorsport safety crews on the scene. We'll pan the camera to the left. There's heaps of soaker going down. The amazing volunteer motorsport officials are on the scene at the moment. They were here at a moment's notice. We've got the ARDC safety car, or one of the course cars, making its way down the lane as well, just to make sure that everything's okay. It's actually the medical car that's had to come out here, so they're making sure that everyone's under control. It's interesting you mentioned the fact that it's a Siamese dry brake coupling. While they are in theory safer, they can be a little bit fiddly. Sometimes the O-rings that are on the couplings don't quite seat appropriately, and then the collar that pushes back that allows the fuel to come out sideways into those two cylindrical ports. Admittedly, it's meant to be safer, but if it's not properly prepared or it doesn't line up exactly straight into that coupling, you're in for a world of pain. And we know with a fuel spill like that, the officials aren't going to be able to let that one go.
No, not at all. The 143 hard at work down there in pit lane as well. So much smoke billowing off brake systems at the moment, just brakes in general. There is so much to pick apart in all of this, and I think we've probably skipped over a couple of things along the way here. Lee and Jerry Burgess hold the lead of the picture partner Sydney 300 at the moment in the Division C Mitsubishi Evo. Holswell and Ferns remain on pit lane. Thompson and Kapitanovic, the Wakefield 300 winners of last year. The incumbent Wakefield 300 winners until we can get back to the Goulburn venue, the Bull Ring over 2.2 kilometres. They sit there at the moment in pit lane. Glenn Wilson still in pit lane after his issues earlier. We've got Matty Fulis and David Bailey on pit lane. The Maynard and Smith Nissan Pulsar also on pit lane. Todd Herring now back in pit lane as well. So now that comes straight back to your point, Lockie. Herring had already completed one 5-minute pit stop. Is he getting a free kick here? Has he got the tank, the capacity, the fuel burn ratio required to go the remaining distance here? But let's not forget, the longer this safety car period runs, the better everyone's going to be, because they can all save some juice whilst we're under caution.
And they're going to change tyres on the Todd Herring car as well, so they're clearly thinking towards setting that car up for a long run
absolutely.
home.
The Cooper Mitsubishi Evo has completed its stop in 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Well done to the boys there. You always pay less of an invoice for coming into pit lane during a safety car intervention, and this is going to be a fairly lengthy one too, ladies and gentlemen. We wait to see how long, because that's going to be a fairly hefty fuel and oil cleanup. Fuel on pit lane, oil on track, and it was interesting. My only concern with where the service vehicles were on pit lane was if any competitors were going to be boxed in and not be able to get out, but they've been able to get in, get the job done, get it cleaned up, and get out of the way of those competitors trying to get onto pit lane. You can see there, perfect branding, not the right time for it. The picture partner Sydney 300, naming rights sponsor Honda Integra, number 7 Charlie Viola, bonnet up on that car, and definitely not parked where you'd want it to be on pit lane. That's parked incorrectly, I would say.
Well, I don't think they had a lot of choice, Zach. I think with the chaos in pit lane and the fact that, you know, pretty much the close to, I reckon, 3/4 of the field, if not more, came into the pit lane there. It became pretty much a case of park wherever there's a spare spot.
Okay, so let's pick that apart. Will race control look unfavourably upon that because they've got to follow the rule book, the letter of the law, or will they, because of the situation that was playing out, just waive that one? We don't know. We've seen some pretty interesting 300s in our time. This is right up there, and we're only 31 laps into it. Right. 33 laps gets us to 3/7 race distance. Parietta, Starkus, Engels, Lithgow's Peugeot. Done and dusted. Second year in a row they've failed to finish in a different car this time around, as we detailed earlier. That is sad to see for the 300 veteran. Back down to Dave Stillwell.
Well, it's back down here in the pit lane for the Race Fuels pit reporting. If we pan the camera to the left, we can see all the soaker that's been left behind after the amazing motorsport officials have been on the grounds, working alongside the teams to clean up those fuel spills. Whistles at the ready as there goes our patron, the Viola Honda heads back out into the lane. You may have noticed that behind the number 4 BMW M4 of Sewell and Burgess, we had the Subaru WRX here, the number 143 car, parked in the lane, right front corner up in the air. A combined suspension and brake issue on the front of that car. They've changed a tyre as well, flat spotted. That tyre was not getting back on track, but the team managed to slow it down, focus on getting the fuel in the car first, take care of the mechanical issues after the fuel was done, and we've got another pit stop happening just behind us, so we'll get out of the way and go back to you guys.
Thanks, Dave, for all of those updates from down in pit lane. It has been very much a hive of activity, and the news is that Benny Tran is coming back into the pit, so he's going for that back-to-back pit strategy that I talked about before, where he's going to get both of his compulsory pit stops done under safety car conditions. So because it's an extended safety car period, while they clean up that oil, this is potentially going to get Benny Tran back into the game. Be interesting to see where he rejoins relative to Todd Herring once this compulsory pit stop's complete. But let's just take stock of where we're at, Zach, and give you a bit of an update on the race order. So Lee Burgess leads the way at the moment, yet to take a pit stop. They're first in Division C as well. Adrian Weir sitting in position number 2 in the Renault, also yet to pit. Division B, that car. Position number 3, Julian Burke, Matthias Herberstein yet to pit, and those top 3 cars all yet to pit. The first car that's done one pit stop is Chet Herring. He leads the way in Division B, but he's lapped out at the moment, and we're going to get a race restart this time around. Now, this is a high-risk stage of the race, Zach, because
absolutely.
There was cars mixed up in all different positions relative to their pace. There's potentially some fluid or some, let's say, a deterioration of grip in some sections of the racetrack. And in some cases, there are drivers who are fresh behind the wheel of their race cars who have not turned any laps yet tonight. So it's almost like starting a completely new race.
Well, that's exactly right. So, safety car in this time by. Race restart will be at the commencement of lap 33. We've had our first safety car period of the night, and it was a fairly lengthy one. One more update from Dave before all hell breaks loose once more.
Well, great news down here in Garage 33. The number 80 Holtzel car being pushed back out onto the circuit. Now the team's going to start taking care of the compulsory pit stop, which they have to take care of. This is the best time to take care of it, so we're going to leave them to it. We've got the Tran number 81 Honda in, and the number 17 BMW as well in for its compulsory pit stop. So a number of teams still utilising this safety car period to complete their compulsory pit stops. The number 80 might be well down the order, but they haven't given up. They're going to make sure they deliver maximum value for their drivers. The safety car peels into pit lane.
Green, green, green. Let's get back to work at the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. Restart number 1 of the night. Let's go. Burgess leads the field down towards turn 1 in terms of what we're seeing on our timing screen, but it's actually the Millen and Brook entry that leads the field across the line. So I'm not sure we had the leader there, Lachlan Mehta, to be perfectly honest, and that's not really surprising given all hell that was breaking loose there.
Yeah, I think so. The Burgess car is almost a lap ahead, in fact, as it turns out, of the Julian Burke, Matthias Herberstein car, the way that that's all unfolded. So car number 33 leads, but in terms of track position, it's a bit further back in the queue. And this is what I was talking about before, with it being quite a high-risk phase of the race where you've got cars mixed up in all different positions relative to their speed. And at the moment, the absolute priority for all of these drivers has to be risk minimisation. Also an update from down in pit lane, the number 777 car, Jimmy Tran and Miles Jones, a burst radiator for that car. They're back in the garage, and I'll venture to suggest that that might have come about as a result and some contacts. We saw that they were in a pretty physical battle with Chris Sutton and Anthony Sewell. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe just a bit of it only takes very light nose to tail contacts to damage the radiator, but that is a shame for the crew in car number 777.
It's fairly sketchy out there at the moment. It's a good thing the track's well lit. My goodness. Look at the logjam, the congestion. Everything that's unfolding right here, right now. We'll pick it apart as it unfolds as best we can, folks, because as you saw, drive-through penalty for car 8, safety car restart infringement. That's the Harrison Wayne Cooper entry overlapping on the restart. That's a big no-no in this game, not like IndyCar per se at the Indy 500. But Mitsubishi is going to come to pit lane and pay an invoice.
Yeah, it's a fairly easy trap to fall into as well. Again, when you've got cars travelling at all different speeds, it can be very tempting to pull out and pass the back marker before you get to the start-finish line off the safety car restart. But unfortunately, Wayne Cooper just a little bit exuberant there in the Mitsubishi Evo 10, and he's going to cop a drive-through penalty. The second of the compulsory pit stops is now done for Benny Tran, so he's going to be right to go to the end of the race. Now, the interesting thing for mine is going to be where does he rejoin relative to Todd Herring, because both those Division A cars have now completed both their 5-minute compulsory pit stops. Conversely, the third of the Division A cars, the BMW of Adrian Wilson, Josh Buchan and Lloyd Godfrey, it still has another 5-minute stop to go, so it's not on the same footing as the other Division A cars at the moment, but still so much to play out. And it's shaping up, isn't it, Zach, as one of these 300s where we don't quite know how it's going to finish until we get a lot closer to the end.
3 Mitsubishis and a Commodore in the picture there. That's Jerry and Lee Burgess, the race leader. Is that a car parked driver's left coming out of turn 6? That might be a little bit off-putting. I'm not sure. It just looked like a car parked driver's left coming out of turn 6. Okay, copy that. There's a Mazda. Oh, that's still the Stephen Head and Zach Raddat's Mazda. Thank you, Shane Rogers, in my ear. They've decided that that one is out of harm's way, safely parked. They've left it there. They didn't tow it back.
So just doing
for those guys.
Just doing a bit of mental arithmetic here. So Lee Burgess leads the race. That is a Division C car. They've still got one pit stop to do, which is going to be a 5-minute pit stop. The car in second position of Jet Herring is in Division B. It also has one pit stop to do, but it's only a 2.5-minute pit stop. Chemu Sell and Ian Saltieri in position 3 have also got a 2.5-minute pit stop to do. Dave Stillwell has got another Race Fuels pit lane update for us.
Well, I'm down here in Garage 37 where he's being looked after by the handy team of Nigel and his team from Canoblis Motorsport Services. Now, I first met Nigel, I think it was almost 10 years ago, when he had a few students helping out with the improved production competitors at the Bathurst support races at the 12-hour. He's now parlayed that into providing a professional motorsport service. He's got some ex-students. He's even got some family members. I've heard their rates are quite cheap on a Saturday night. Nigel, tell us, how's the weekend working out so far for you?
Look, like any motorsport event, we've had good days, we've had bad days. One of our cars has had to pull out for the weekend, unfortunately. The second car we're working on is running well. Our fuel strategy is working exactly how we planned. We're hoping to do one stop if things keep going as well as they are. We'll get a result. At the end of the day, we'll see what the result is.
But of course, the main thing is to do it safely, calmly and professionally to make sure you get every drop of Race Fuels 98 RON or E85 into the car without spilling any. You've got a very well-trained team here. How did your pit stop work out?
Our first pit stop today has worked out very well. No fuel spills, no penalties, which is very important because if we make a mess in pit lane, obviously it's quite an extensive penalty and could really ruin our race. But with Race Fuels, what better could we have? I think, picture partners for putting such a wonderful event on.
Well, you didn't have to hear it from me, folks. You've heard it from Nigel. We'll go back to central commentary and we'll go for a wander up the lane and find some more stories from some drivers who've pulled themselves out of some hot, sweaty race cars.
And I think, thank you, Dave Stillwell, I think we should also acknowledge not just picture partners, but Live and Learn Group, the team from Track Day Club, and of course the great people at Club Racer Engineering and Liquid Race Apparel who support Motor Racing Australia events all year round. This is the marquee event, the showpiece, the signature event, and that is a two-time champion on your screen right there, Todd Herring and Lachlan Mansell. He's well placed at the moment.
He is, but interestingly enough, after taking his second compulsory pit stop, Benny Tran came out only about 20-odd seconds behind Todd Herring. Now, when you think that he was more than a lap down after that unscheduled pit stop with the delaminated tyre, that sequence of safety cars and pit stops has worked extremely well for Benny Tran, and he is right back in the game as far as Division A goes. Wayne Cooper now in the pit serving the drive-through penalty. The other interesting thing that's happened is that Adam Burgess has now moved up to take the lead in Division B, ahead of Ian Salteri and Jet Herring. So Herring's lost a couple of spots. However, we say that with a big asterisk because there is an enormous cloud hanging over car number 4, Adam Burgess and Anthony Sewell, after that pit lane fuel spill.
For the second year in a row, they're going to be at the centre of controversy in the picture partner Sydney 300, or controversy depending upon which school you went to. There's Matthias Overstein and Julian Burke, and following them through is Andy Kiss and Shane Tate and Benny Tran. Incredibly lucky, gifted free kick for Benny Tran in this race. He was able to get himself back on the lead lap before the safety car. So it cancelled out the earlier unscheduled pit stop, and then the safety car fell where it did clearly in his fuel window to get home to the checkered flag. The Honda is all of a sudden back in the contest here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Now, Leon and Jerry Burgess have a lap on this field. Currently, Burgess and Sewell are sitting second. But for how much longer? And beyond that, we've got Ian Salteri, Jet Herring, Chris Sutton, Julian Burke, and Matthias Herberstein. We've got Division C leading the way outright, 6th outright. Division B cars, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th. The first Division A car, Lloyd Godfrey, Josh Puckett, and Adrian Wilson in 8th place. Let's get to Dave Stillwell once more.
So it's a tale of the haves and have-nots. The haves, Garage 24, the number 82 M4, streaking away, doing a great job. Unfortunately, next door in Garage 23, the number 27 Club Racer Engineering Honda. Unfortunately, we heard it all the way coming down the lane. Sounds like it's got a cracked header, or maybe a early part of the exhaust system's cracked off at the front part of the car. The crew down here in Garage 23 working feverishly to get this car back in the race. Not the kind of thing we normally see from the very reliable Hondas.
Just hearing as well, thank you Dave Stillwell, that the Holden Cruise diesel of Richard Mork, it didn't go the distance last year. It's got a puncture on pit lane right now. You can just see it beneath the scaffolding there, right of screen. Now down the main straight, we pick up Millett and Brooks Holden HSV, and behind them, I believe that's the Wilson and Godfrey and Buchan entry. Let's have a look. There's plenty happening here at the picture part of the Sydney 300. A one-lap lead for Lee and Jerry Burgess at the moment. They've only got one stop. They haven't completed it yet. They'll be running to a number, and they'll be hoping for another safety car at the right time, because one lap is not enough. It's not enough to get them out in front of the competition. They would lose their lead and probably a lap in pit lane if they were to pit now.
Yeah, they really need one more safety car. I reckon if there was a safety car now, they would take it. But they would get that compulsory pit stop out of the way, and they're still going to be on the lead lap and in the game. If they have to take it under green flag conditions, it's going to be a lot more expensive. Let's have a look at the cars that are out of the race so far, Zach. And there's a fair few of them, that's for sure, including some quite big names. Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson, their day is done. Michael Ferns, he's out of the race. Glenn Wilson out of the race in the Commodore. Finished in the top 10 last year, but has not gone the distance in this year's race. Nicholas Agar out of the race. Stephen Head and Zach Radat's gone. Perry Anastakis and Angus Lithgow are out of the race. And so too Miles Jones and Jimmy Tran. So there are some big names on the list of retirements as we head back down to Dave Stillwell in pit lane.
Well, it's not a very cruisy evening right now for the number 49 Holden Cruise. Richard Mork already having to pull out of the event due to illness, and unfortunately there's also been an illness on the right front tyre, so a new hand hook going on the front of that car at the moment. This is the car that could be best be described as tail end Charlie. Unfortunately, their race incident free has come to an end. They're in the garage putting a new tyre on it. No need to bother with a pit stop in the lane under the CPS requirements. They're just making sure that the car's going to be safe and get it back out on track as soon as they can.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell. There's the 57 of Ed Kramer and Stephen Thompson running 12th outright at the moment in Division C. That's race in Division C at the moment, just ahead of Liam and Oliver Loyakono and Charlie Viola as well. Great to see Charlie having a far better run than what he did this time last year, or as I said earlier, 51 weeks ago. 357 days between drinks here. Michael Ricketts on pit lane in the Class E Nissan Pulsar that he will hand over to Josh Haynes, I would suspect. Wayne Cooper, Harrison Cooper back out on the circuit after serving the invoice for the drive-through penalty. And it is still a fairly hectic night at the office, despite the fact that we had a chance to stop to catch our breath. And you know why? Because all hell broke loose during that pit window. All the drama that led to the safety car was matched by all the drama that unfolded during the safety car. We've never seen a picture partner Sydney 300 as frantic as this at this point of the motor race. 3/7 of the way, just a little bit over. 3/7 of the way through. 15 seconds stop and hold for car 8, Harrison and Wayne Cooper. The Mitsubishi Evo. The night goes from bad to worse for them. So that's their second penalty of the night, Lachlan.
And we're hearing that that is for failing to follow the directions of the officials for their first penalty. So they haven't served that first penalty correctly. So the officials have said, well, no, you're going to have to come in and do it again. So it's a bit of a shame for Wayne Cooper and Harrison Cooper, because they had been running inside the top 10 and they've got their compulsory pit stop out of the way, but these penalties are going to drop them back down the order. So just doing a bit of number crunching here to see if there's any cars that can make it home without having to stop again. And in fact, the highest placed car at the moment, which has got no more spots to go, is the Brad and Will Harris car. I'll come back to that point because we've got another update from Dave down in the pits.
Thanks, Lachlan. So I thought once the situation had settled down here in Garage 11, where we saw that fuel spill earlier and the volunteer motorsport officials on site, I thought I'd get the word from the horse's mouth. You know, team owner and driver who extricated themselves from the vehicle during that pit stop, Anthony Sewell. Anthony, we saw the number 4 PI store car come into the lane. Everything seemed to be going well, and then a little mishap with the refueling. Can you talk us through that a little bit? What happened with the Race Fuels 98 ROM that got spilt on the ground?
Yeah, look, not sure. We did the refueling and it worked out well. We jacked the car up to fit the wheels on the driver's side, and it just seemed to be a bit of fuel leaking out of the breather. So not sure why it's doing it. Never done it before. Didn't do it in 6 hour. Didn't do it anywhere else we've done it. Yeah, so very weird situation. And technically we didn't spill fuel while we're fueling, so I don't know. We'll see how that goes, but anyway.
Well, if anyone knows how to read the rule book to the nth degree, it's Anthony, a team down here with the number 4 PI store BMW. An unfortunate turn of events that has led to them incurring that penalty from race control. But we'll see what happens throughout the course of the race. Anything can happen in the picture partner Sydney 300.
Just while we're with Dave Stillwell down in pit lane, thank you, mates. And there's the car in question at the moment, the Saul Burgess BMW M4. And in behind that, one of the great stories of the night, the Sam Cell. Ian Saltieri, Volkswagen Golf, car number 222. Just pop my head outside the broadcast position here on the main straight a few moments ago whilst we were down in pit lane with Dave to catch up with Perry Anastakis and Angus Lithgow. And all they said to him was, she's done, it's by the hole in the block.
Oh,
that's
what a shame.
Pulled up stumps very early in the piece.
Yep, that's a great shame for Perry Anastakis, who has not only started more of these 300s than anybody else, he's also finished more of them than anybody else. But his recent finishing record unfortunately hasn't been that great. He was a non-finisher at Winton last year, and also a non-finisher at Wakefield Park. As we say, that Julian Burke comes in for what will be that car's first and only pit stop, and he'll be handing that car over to Matthias Herberstein for the run home. So just coming back to the point that I was making before, so the highest placed car that does not have any more pit stops to do is the Brad and Will Harris Mazda RX-8. It currently sits in position 10 outright. It's a Division C car. It only has to stop once, and it's done that pit stop.
Yeah. So as long as, oh geez, a bit of a skirmish going through turn 2. And that was a big moment for the Holsall BMW 1M. But it got away with it. The 818 of Drew Hall and Matty McClellan got on by, and the 818 is sitting down up in 5th place outright at the moment, so they're well placed too. Division C leads the race. Division B holds the next 4 spots. Then Division A's Lloyd Godfrey is sitting there 7th outright. Division E at the moment in the hands of Bray and Gorick in the Mazda MX5. They sit there in position number 14. Wayne and Harrison Cooper have come to pit lane, served that penalty. They're back out there. Todd Herring sitting 15th outright, 2nd in Div A at this point. And just having a look here, Herring, the 2.7 laps down, Godfrey 1.7 laps down. So Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Bucken and Adrian Wilson only have 1 lap on the 82, on the 77 I should say, but the 77 has served both 5-minute compulsory pit stops as far as we can tell. So that could well be the determining factor. It was always going to be a gamble, running 3 drivers.
Yep, and there's going to be a whole smorgasbord of teams that are going to be praying for another safety car intervention to get their second stops out of the way. There are 100%. There are teams that are hanging out there at the moment, hoping, praying that there's going to be another safety car, because if there's not, they're going to be out of contention, because they're going to lose too much time to the people who've already got pit stops out of the way under safety car.
Looking at some other talking points here as well. I mentioned Division E, Division D at the moment. As best I can tell, the leader is the Fraser entry, 888. The 2 Fraser boys in the Mazda. 21st place now. Daniel Flanagan, 2nd place in Division D. In the Toyota 86. Plenty happening here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It was always going to be the case with a record field. 4 more, and actually 5 more than what took the green flag last year. Now that Oscar Butt and Troy Dillon did actually get out on track, albeit only for the smallest amount of time.
So Lee Burgess continues to lead, but that car must be coming in for a stop soon. That's now been out there for 42 laps. That's over 160 kilometres, and that'll be pretty close to the absolute maximum fuel range for a Mitsubishi Evo. So I'd expect that car to be in pretty soon, safety car or not. You've only got so far that you can go on a tank of fuel, and they'll be running it pretty dry now, you would imagine.
I think now, but we're this far into the race, and everybody's played their hand. Okay. Point number 1, Burgess and Saltieri, closest battle on the track at the moment. And that's actually nice to know, because it would give us a sense that in terms of positional battles, things have calmed the hell down a little bit. But I want to make a point about number 91, Jed Herring. Before they switched to the 91, the general consensus was 79 would have been able to go the distance without topping up. I'm not sure if the same can be said for the 91. Whatever the case, we know that that car has still got another stop ahead of it in the pitch partner Sydney 300, but it is well placed. McClellan is there in 818. Godfrey is the first of Division A, but it's Division C leading, as it did for the longest time in 2019, through the hands of, through the BMW, the Pinnacle Automotive entry of David Kruger and Daniel Kapitanovich. Can Mitsubishi go back-to-back? Can they get their 6th win in a 300, their 6th in New South Wales? Can Lee and Jerry Burgess join the honour roll? All these questions soon to be answered in the picture partner Sydney 300.
Todd Herring and Benny Tran continuing to work their way forward as well. They're now not that far outside the top 10. What it's going to come down to here, Zach, is if these Division C and Division B cars can get their pit stops out of the way and still have enough of a margin over the Division A cars that they can hold them out through to the end. And I reckon it's all going to come down to if there's any more safety cars. If there are no more safety cars, I'd say it's going to come down to a battle between Herring and Tran for the win.
Which is exactly what we like to see. I mean, 2 stalwarts of the caper, two fierce opponents going toe-to-toe right at the checkered flag. Dave Stillwell, what have you got for me in the race fuels pit lane?
So we've got our class-leading Car 35 Mazda MX5. Interesting that they didn't take the opportunity to get a CPS out of the way. They only have to do a single 5-minute CPS. They're choosing the opportunity to do it now under green flag conditions. one of the interesting things that I've noticed, if you zoom in, have a look underneath the feet of the refueler, so in front of the fire attendant who's standing behind with that 9 kilo, actually 4.5 kilo in this instance, dry powder fire extinguisher, they've actually put a commercial spill mat under the left-hand rear wheel. So they've got a fire blanket over the left-hand rear wheel, which is just out of shot, which is helping to prevent any spilt fuel from catching fire on the very hot brakes that'll be under the behind the left-hand rear wheel. But also we've got the ELF drum with the hand rotary pump with the 98 RON race fuel going into the back of the MX5. With that commercial spill mat under where they're filling the car, even if they do spill any fuel, it doesn't make it down to the concrete, which is one of the things that some of the teams have decided to do to ensure they don't fall foul of any of the race officials, as the number 77's made his way to the lane, guys.
This is not a good news story either. So car number 77 is back in the pits. That is Todd Herring. That is that car's third pit stop of the race. Now,
that's a game-changing.
Yeah, so this is not a scheduled pit stop, because obviously that car's compulsory stops are out of the way. So they've clearly got some other problem, and that's going to take that car out of what was shaping up as a very good battle between himself and Benny Tran. But we have said that these Division A cars, they do have to push pretty hard for the whole race, as Dave has got another update for us from down in pit lane. He's on site there with car number 77.
So we've got the crew of car 77 frantically jacking the car up with a trolley jack. They've actually brought out the incompressible jack stands to make sure that if they do go, no chance of it falling under. Noticing a lot of manipulation of the throttle pedal to try to keep the revs up. So they've jacked it back up. They pulled some tyres out. They may have considered there was an issue with the tyre. Unscheduled pit stop. The 77 is away and back in the race.
That's weird, because there wasn't really any work that they visibly did to the car. So whatever, it's an unscheduled pit stop, and that has cost Todd Herring an enormous amount of time compared to the cars that he was battling against. He has rejoined the motor race in position 18, but that was 98 seconds that he spent in the pits, and he goes from battling with Benny Tran. It's now being a lap down on Benny Tran. So how the pendulum swings. Earlier in the race, it was Benny Tran with a tyre failure and an unscheduled pit stop. Now it's Todd Herring. The shoe has swapped feet, as it were. And it's now Tran who has the advantage, and Herring is going to need some serious luck to fight his way back into this one.
Never try to write a form guide for how these are going to play out. Never try to predict the level of drama you're going to see. Wanted to pick up that car there, car number 88, Division D. The leaders of Division D, the two Fraser boys, doing a great job at this point in time. Back down on pit road, it looks fairly busy there still. At this point, Yandy Kiss, Shane Tate, Matthew Kiss, just leaving pit road. So too the number 27.
They've managed to fix up the
Club Racer engineering car.
Yeah, the Honda Accord Euro, so good to see that back out there. Liam and Ollie Loicono in the pits, but like you said, they're our race leader. Lee Burgess is in the pits as well, so we're going to see another lead change here, and it will be the Adam Burgess, Anthony Sewell that entry that ultimately floats back to the top of the timesheets, but we know that they have got a quite severe penalty hanging over their head for the fuel spill that we saw earlier. I do think that penalty is something they need to try and address during the race, so that we do have a cleansed field, as it were. So hopefully race control make a decision on that one while we are still under race conditions. Still a lot of racing to go. 32 laps remaining here in the Sydney 300. We have been going for an hour and 26 minutes so far.
That's gone quick. Oh my goodness. I'm not sure if we are in race record territory at this point or not. We've got the 818 with Jimmy Tran, Drew Hall, and of course Matty McClellan limping its way through turn 4 and 5.
Just noticed as well that the number 91 car of Jet Herring has done a very slow first sector time as well. We'll get back down to Dave in the pits.
Well, back down here for the Race Fuels pit reporting, we've got car 33, the Burgess Evo. They've done their fuel. They're putting on a new set of tyres on the working side, the right-hand side of the car. The driver's jumped out, knocked his helmet off, helping to help the new driver put all his safety gear on, clip the radio, maybe the drink tube. Nice controlled pit stop here. 2 team members working on the right front of the car, making sure that that tyre change is conducted safely. They'll need to torque the wheel nuts up to make sure it's fully safe, but only trolley jacks used for the pit stops here. No air spikes like we see in other forms of higher level motorsport. So the teams are happy with using that rattle gun there. We've got the car controller indicating that we need to hold back because, of course, got to make sure we do the 5-minute CPS. So we've got the torque wrench going on, the 5 studs. No centre lock hubs like you'd see in other forms of motorsport where it's very expensive. All the cars running the production front hubs, maybe with some updated studs. Car controller having a chat to the driver, letting them know how long they've got to go. It's nice and calm and controlled. None of the panic and chaos we see when people have exploded tyres or the fuel spilling everywhere or the car comes in with mechanical drama. Good to see the number 27 Club Racer engineering car get back on the track too.
Safety car deployed, Dave Stillwell. That is unfortunate. Jet Herring, one of the youngest drivers in the race, having such a tremendous run. Drama striking left and right for Herring Racing. Their night is done. The safety car's out for the second time tonight. And this changes everything.
Yeah, it sure does. So what a shame. So I hadn't noticed that number 91 car had done a couple of very slow sectors. So obviously it had a problem, and ultimately it's ground to a halt with the mechanical problem. So that'll be a job for our recovery crews. Should be a fairly quick safety car intervention because they should be able to flat tow it out of the way. But what this does is it gives a lot of those cars that hadn't done their final pit stop yet the opportunity to come in and complete their final pit stop under safety car conditions.
And more to the point, we've been racing for an hour and 29. Who was in pit lane just before the safety car was deployed? The race leader before it was before they pitted, and that was, of course, number 33, the Division C entry, Lee and Jerry Burgess. They get a little bit of a free kick here. Not as much of a free kick as those that pitted under the original safety car that went for a long, long period of time. But anytime you neutralise the race and it takes longer for everyone to get around the circuit, those on pit lane going a little bit back.
The ones who are really going to benefit big time from this is Ian Salteri and Chem Ucell in that 222 VW Golf, because they'd already done their 5-minute pit stop under safety car conditions earlier. They now get to do their 2.5-minute pit stop under safety car conditions as well. And this, by the time they do that, they should get out still well ahead of Benny Tran in the BYP Honda Integra, the highest placed of our Division A cars. So this safety car has worked very, very well for car 222. And to a lesser extent, car number 82, it is a 5-minute pit stop that car number 82 has to serve being a Division A car, but definitely for those front-running Division B cars, this safety car period is going to put them right in the game for an outright race victory.
And can I make the point that there's 2 points, really. Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan get a free kick. I reckon they'll make their pit stop now. And there's, okay, so I was going to make 2 points about Lloyd Godfrey, Josh Buchan. They are on pit lane, so they're completing their second compulsory pit stop. Josh Buchan's in the car for the final 30 laps to the checkered flag. The second point I wanted to make was about the number 4. You might have just seen a little puff of smoke out of the back of that BMW. Is there something to be concerned about? We'll wait and see. But more to the point, with everything going on with that car at the forefront of some controversy in this race, it's currently the leader until the stewards have their say upstairs in race control about the fuel spill earlier. Oh, wow. I've never seen a 300 quite like this, Lachlan Mansell. And point number 2, Volkswagen has never won a 300. Ian Salteri and Sam Ucell on pit road completing their final pit stop of the night. They've come back out into the racetrack 2 minutes 48 seconds. They're second outright at the moment. So they could be outright race leaders very shortly.
So they're taking the opportunity to do a tyre change on the Godfrey, Wilson and Buchan car, but that's going to be a 5-minute pit stop for that car, so it's going to put them back a bit further. But they do have the very talented Josh Buchan to jump on on board that car to bring it home. We know that he's going to be quick.
Currently sitting second And the point standings in TCR Australia, back on track in 4 weeks' time at Queensland Raceway. Burgess, Saltieri, Godfrey the order at the moment. That's ever changing because of the pit stops playing out under safety car here. We don't anticipate this being a terribly long safety car period, but it's just enough to spice things up once more, as if this race needed any more spice already. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're tuning in. Around Australia or indeed the world, it's already been towed out of the way, has the Jet Heron car with Vern Johnson. Oh, wretched luck for those guys, and especially with what's been going on for Todd as well. They've also, race control have also taken the liberty of getting the Stephen Head, Zach Radat's car that pulled up Wayne in the first safety car interval out of harm's way as well, off the racetrack. Oscar Butt, Troy Dillon, my apologies, they are still out there. I did say that they were out there for the shortest period of time. Well, that actual shortest period of time is no longer as such because they've been out there for 32 laps. And with all this rate of attrition, can you believe this? They're now 40th. So, well done. Burgess, Saltieri, Harris. Safety car in this lap. We go green once more, and the picture partner Sydney 300, this time by the line. And be very mindful of the drama that unfolded last year when this car was following the safety car. They've learnt their lesson. They will let that safety car disappear. They will control this field at a moderate tempo. They will come back to the green flag and then hit the gas and get going. Saltieri and Ucell a second. 2 minutes and 3 seconds off the leader. That gap will diminish and shrink a little bit, obviously, because 2 minutes and 3 seconds is more than a lap at the moment. Here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Bill and Will Harris, and Charlie Viola, 3-4. Jason Walsh is there in 5th place. Benny Tran now the best of the A cars in 6th. Tim Rook is 7th. Wayne Cooper, Lee Burgess, Matty McClellan make up the top 10. Green flag flies at SMP.
And again, this is where it's important to resist the temptation of pulling out and overlapping before the start-finish line. You need to be patient. You need to just stay line astern until you get across that start-finish line. So Adam Burgess, your race leader now. Ian Saltieri got back out of the pits, but he didn't quite have time to get back around to catch up to the train behind the safety car. So he is still going to be about half a lap behind the Anthony Saul Adam Burgess car. However, A, the Saul Burgess car still has to do its second pit stop, and B, we think they're also probably going to get a penalty for that fuel spill, so that you can discount car number 4, even despite the fact that it is the leader of the race at the moment. Here comes car number 82 back out onto the racetrack. Josh Buchan now behind the wheel of that car for the sprint home. He's got 29 laps to try and make up as much time in as many positions as he can.
And another safety car wouldn't do them any sort of disservice at all.
Yeah, the problem for them, though, is that they've now fallen a lap behind Benny Tran, the other Division A car.
Division B cars run 1 and 2. Division C cars run 3 and 4. Charlie Viola having his best run in a 300 for a while. But there are only 2 cars on the lead lap. 4 finished on the lead lap in 2019, 2 in 2021, 6 last year. It's already looking like it's going to be a smaller number in 2022. 2023. Remembering, of course, have a look at the congestion here. 4 wide as the faster cars try and find a clear way through, and they do it without too much harm whatsoever.
Well, this is Benny Tran working his way up through the traffic, so he's being pretty aggressive here because he has to try and hunt down Ian Saltieri. That's his mission at the moment. He's going to have 28 laps to try and make up what will be about 50-odd seconds.
He will run like a scalded cat. He's already flashed Brad and Will Harris as they come to turn 1. He's given them the high beam treatment to say, look out, I'm on my way through. He won't get it to turn 2. Chris Sutton's right there as well. How's Sutto running at the moment? We haven't checked in with Sutto for a while. He's 11th outright. He's 2 laps down. He is the first of the cars, 2 laps down to the picture partner, Sydney 300. Oh,
this is for position. This is for position.
It is for outright position, but it's hairy. Tran gets through on Harris. Tran goes to 3rd. Outright. We've got a Division A car back on the outright podium.
What a comeback this has been from Benny Tran.
Incredible.
He was down and out after that unscheduled pit stop with the delaminated tyre early in the race, but smart strategy with safety cars got him back into the game. And now it's a question of Does he have enough pace to hunt down the number 222 car of Ian Salteri?
That looked like a little bit of a moment for the BMW M4 of Josh Buchan. And look who was just ahead of him on the right in Todd Herring as well. Those two are about to duke it out for track position. There is nothing in that fight, about 3 seconds if that, between Todd Herring and Josh Buchan. I need to keep an eye on Todd Herring's lap speed here. Is he back on pace? Would another safety car help them close the gap to Benny Tran? Would that bring them back into the fight?
The problem, I think they're a lap behind though.
They are.
Yeah,
so
they are.
Need to find a way. But where's Benny on the circuit? That's what we need to confirm. If Benny's ahead of them by any great distance, it's going to be difficult. There's Benny Tran coming into turn 1. So yes, you're right. It's a lap and a quarter. So the horse may have well bolted on this one, unless something falls foul of the Honda in the final 27 laps. Not that we would wish that upon him, of course. This would be one of the great stories if Honda, after so many attempts, won consecutive 300s. Different cars, and Benny in his first tilt flying solo would join Todd Herring and Terry Donovan as the only drivers to win an outright 300 flying solo. So history beckons there as well. History beckons everywhere tonight. It's just a superb night at the office.
He's got time on his side here, Benny Tran. There's still a long way to go. 27 laps to go, and with the pace supremacy of that BYP Honda Integra, it should be well and truly enough time to close down the margin to Ian Salteri. So what Benny Tran has to do here is actually exercise a bit of self-discipline. He doesn't have to drive the wheels off that car to get up to Salteri.
I tell you what, this is the battle for 6 on screen at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Not just an outright battle, but that is for second in Division C. The Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 as Charlie Viola comes under all sorts of pressure from Jason Walsh. Action aplenty. Don't leave your lounge room. Don't leave your sports bar. Stay glued to your seat. You don't want to miss how the last third of this race is going to play out.
And coming up behind them very quickly is Timmy Brook in that HSV. So just behind Jason Walsh, there he is, Timmy Brook. So it's actually a three-way contest for position here. Brook's going to have a big straight line speed advantage.
And the other difference is, not only that, but Brook is a Division B car. And he is the 4th place Division B car at the moment. We've got 3 Division B cars in the top 4. Harrison and Wayne Cooper, the Mitsubishi Evo, still very much in contention for a Division B podium. But the problem everyone has is only the 2 lead cars, Salteri and Burgess, sit on the lead lap here. But for how long? Does this fall into the lap of Burgess, of Sam Musel and Ian Salteri? Or is the number 4 still fair to play? Clear to play to the checkered flag? We will see.
So if we were to get a safety car at the moment, it would massively help car 222.
100%.
Because they would stay on the lead lap, but Benny Tran's still a lap down. So the Salteri car would gain almost an entire lap on Benny Tran. So Tran's mission at the moment has to be to get ahead of Adam Burgess and get back onto the lead lap as quickly as he can. Because a safety car right now would severely compromise car number 81's chances of winning this race.
And Volkswagen has never won a 300 outright. Have we seen a Volkswagen on an outright podium in the past? I know I've got that in my notes somewhere. We will see. I'll get to the bottom of that in about 30 seconds for you, Lockie. Extraordinary drama here. Picture partner Sydney 300, 2023. There is Charlie Viola having a demon run. Second in Group C at the moment. Chasing the 74. But a couple of cars in his way at the moment. There's 74 bottom of shot. There's Charlie Topper shot. The 74 down on the inside, holding sway in 5th place at the moment, leader of Division C. But watch this guy. Timmy Brook behind the wheel. Holden has only ever won 3 300s outright. I don't think tonight's their night, given that there are only 2 cars on the lead lap. He's not one of them. But if anyone could rattle the cage and throw the cat amongst the pigeons in the latter stages, it is somewhat of Tim Brooks' versatility and experience. 25 to go at Sydney Motorsport Park. I'm not sure we're in race record territory either, Lockie. I think that goes begging for another year. I think Todd Herring's 225 flat is safe at this stage. These are the sorts of nights you love to come to work, Australia. Extraordinary scenes here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and there's still drama plenty to come. Nandy Kiss and Shane Tate, the number 24. They are down the order at the moment, out of any sort of contention in the 24. 31st, 5 laps down, but giving Ian Joyce a run for his money here. And Joyce in the number 3 is 20, with Ben Sheedy now at the wheel, is 23rd, so he's on a completely different lap. So these 3 cars here aren't even racing at the moment, they're just following each other around.
It is still going to be a fairly close fight in Division C though, so Charlie Viola's only 4.3 seconds behind Brad Harris in the Mazda RX-8, which continues to punch well above its weight. That car is still running in 5th position outright. If they can stay in that position, that would be an exceptional result for that car.
Rightio, so we've had 10 different manufacturers, 10 different marques win a 300 over the time since the format, since the concept debuted at Wakefield Park in 2008. We've had another 5 manufacturers feature on an outright podium without success as an outright win, or with an outright win. Ford, Peugeot, Mini, PRV, Subaru, PRV Clubman that is. So Volkswagen has never finished on an outright podium. Ian Salteri and Samuel Sell are on the cusp of history tonight, whether it's first, second, or third. Wow. Does anyone else need to take time to catch their breath?
So just thinking about, so we know that the Burgess Saul car still has to stop again for another 2.5 minutes.
Yep.
The Wayne and Harrison Cooper's car has another stop to go as well, because 2 out of their 3 visits to pit lane have been for penalties. So they'll have to come in for another 2.5 minute stop, as well as Todd Herring is back in. So more dramas for car number 77, and it's not been the line for Todd Herring.
I would hazard a guess. I would hazard a guess that that's not done, and Todd Herring robbed out of contention. Mazda's drought continues. The way this is playing out, we just have no idea what to expect over the course of the next 23 laps. Maybe Dave Stillwell can shine a light on what we can expect on the front of the checkered flag. Go for it, mate. No, we can't go there. We've just had Dave drop out at this point in time. We will get back to him at the moment. Now, Todd Herring's at the end of pit road. That's point number 1. But behind him is the great man, Motor Racing Australia's Terry Denovan, the man that puts this together with his marvellous team of people. They're having a big chat on pit lane, and I would assume they're having a chat with some officials with regards to that Anthony Saul, Adam Burgess moment there earlier in the piece. And if not, he's just going through with his wife Danielle on the other side to meet and greet the people. Let's go to Dave Stillwell.
Thanks, guys. So we saw the number 77 come in for an unplanned pit stop before. We saw the car go up in the air, and the my words escape me. The precision knockometer, some of the teams call it. It's another word for a big effing hammer, was applied to the underside of the car. Sounds like the in-tank fuel pump or the lift pump inside the tank isn't bringing that race fuel's fuel up into the fuel pump and sending it to that turbocharged engine up front. So we heard the driver manipulating the throttle with quite a degree of severity, trying to get the thing to fire up and run. It seems to be running okay in pit lane, but not a huge demand to pump race fuel into your engine at that point in time. When the car's under full throttle and heavy load, high boost, doesn't appear to be delivering the full load of fuel into the engine. So The team's back under the car. They might be doing a little bit more work. We're going to leave them to it so that we can get a better understanding of what the issue is they're dealing with that formerly front-running car.
Thanks, Dave. Nicely done from you. Mike Kelsey, Jamie Martin on screen there at the moment. The holes will eventually get on there inside the BMW 1M. Another one of the Master Brigade there as well, wanting a piece of the action. Burgess leads this up. Now, important update. See it on your screen when the totem pole changes back to give you the differentials. We've now got 3 cars on the lead lap. Benny Tran has got back on the lead lap of the picture partner Sydney 300. That is a game changer, because if we get that safety car, Lachlan Mansell, that guy could well make history tonight.
Well, he's already in the box seat because he's gathering or railing in Ian Salteri by almost 2 seconds a lap. He's now only 14.6 seconds behind. So Salteri will be the driver that he is battling for the effective race lead, given the situation with car number 4 with the extra pit stop and also the probable penalty that they're going to cop.
And can we just let our audience know that we are still none the wiser as to if there's going to be any further action on the number 4. So at the moment, as we see it on our screens, there are 3 genuine contenders. If Burgess and Sewell don't get thrown out for what happened on pit lane, well, Adam Burgess joins the 4-time club. That's point number 1. Benny Tran, that would be a bridge too far to overturn that deficit in the 21 laps remaining.
Yeah, but keep in mind that car number 4 still has to do another 2.5-minute pit stop. They've only done one of their 2 compulsory pit stops.
Copy that. All right. So Benny Tran all of a sudden in the box seat, and the picture partner Sydney 300. Now, good news down on pit lane. It looks like they're trying to get young Jed Herring's car back out there so that he can see the checkered flag. Car 791, Jason Walsh comes to pit lane, running 7th outright at the moment. Now is that a scheduled pit stop? Jason Walsh, yes it is. No, it's not. It's his 2nd stop. He's a Division C car. It's stop number 2. Boyd Ellen Walsh on pit lane, unscheduled stop. 21 laps to go. That car there on the verge of history. That's the 222, the Volkswagen of Sam Ussell and Ian Salteri. What a story that would be. But this would be an even more impressive story. Benny Tran, first time flying solo in a 300, reeling it in as though it's standing still. Can the Honda last the distance despite being absolutely flogged to death from the outset?
And keep in mind as well that it would be back-to-back 300 endurance wins for Benny Tran because he was victorious at Windsor last year.
And he would become a 2-time winner. There are several of those in the record books in 300 history. I mean, some of the names that have won the 300 over the years at any of the venues that have held the concept. I mean, the record books are magnificent. The history and the honour roll is something to behold. Nathan Jess, Jake Shelley as 4-time winners. Adam Burgess, Craig Burgess, Todd Herring, 3-time winners. Jeff Davey, back in the original early days of the concept. Trent Lavis, Shane Norton, David Reynolds. Shane Norton here at the track tonight. He popped his head out for a visit. Michael Shaw, Steve Shelley, Matthew Thompson and Glenn Trigger. More on that later. Let's go to Dave. Dave Stillwell, go for it.
Thank you, guys. So it's a little bit of heartbreak down here at the far end of pit lane. The number 77 back in the lane with more fuel pump issues. But there is a little bit of good news, a little ray of sunshine. Car 91's been recovered back off the track. They don't need to fill it up with race fuel. They needed to fill it up with electricity. Sounds like they've got an alternator issue or the battery's died in that car. So Terry Denovan, the event director, said, yes, you can put that car back out on the track. It was recovered to pit lane. So the team just fueling the car up now so they can make it to the end and get their money's worth out of what has been a torrid campaign for the Sydney 300 this time round.
The attrition rate tonight has been extreme, to say the least. Touch wood, we haven't seen any structural damage to any of these cars. It's all been mechanical. but there are still 19 laps to go. We continue to keep our eyes on Benny Tran, and he's charged through the field. He's close to within 5 seconds of Ian Saltieri. This is extraordinary. Other names that have won it that are prominent figures in Australian motorsport: GT4 and Australian production cars, Carl Begg, a one-time winner, Cody Brzezinski last year. You look at the likes of Dylan Codell from Skid Control up there in Queensland, Terry Denovan, of course, Mr. MRA, Tristan and Dalton Ellery, Chris Goff, Targa Racing. We mentioned, of course, Andrew McPherson, way back when, doing good stuff overseas at the moment. Ryan McLeod, Steve Owen. Now, keep an eye on Benny Tran. We've mentioned this a moment ago, that there's only a couple of seconds between them. He's doubling up that deficit at the moment. He's reeling in the Volkswagen. We are going to have a change for second position outright in the motor race. But it's not a change for position in class, because Tran, of course, is Division A, so he would still be the Saltieri Ucell entry would still be second in Division B, but they would be third outright as soon as Tran reels him in and finds a way by cleanly. And then some other names: Jimmy Policina's a winner, Ryan Reynolds is a winner of 300s going back all the years as well.
Here he comes.
So
He's gained so much time. So, turn number 2, Benny Tran, and that Honda is just stronger everywhere compared to the VW Golf. It's on slick tyres, so it can carry so much more mid-quarter speed. It's got a straight line performance advantage as well. Here he comes, he's right on the tail now, dives to the inside of turn number 4. It's a change in second outright, and it's a change in the effective race lead for the picture partner Sydney 300.
In the blink of an eye. It didn't take long at all, and there are still 18 laps to go. Have a look at this. Charlie Viola on screen here. The leader now in Division C. The leader now in Division C is Charlie Viola. He got by Brad Harris. He got by the Mazda that's been leading Group C for the latest portion of this motor race. Corinne Virag, Tony Virag and Liam Evans. Their Commodore's just gone past our commentary position into pit lane as well. The Gantini entry all over the back of Viola like a cheap suit at the moment, but they are a couple of laps down. They're not in that fight. There is car 8. Harrison Cooper and Wayne Cooper limping through.
And that car's currently running in 4th position, so this is going to be a change of position here with this car limping, and it's going to, it's got a flat front right-hand tyre. Front right-hand tyre, it's always been a vulnerability for these Mitsubishi Evos here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But you know what? Charlie Viola could end up on the outright podium here, Zach.
Absolutely. And for the second year in a row, we would have a Division C car on the outright podium. And the picture partner, Sydney 300. Wayne and Harrison Cooper. 2 pit lane penalties tonight, and they were still in contention. Until then, that's the straw that broke the camel's back for the number 8. Corinne and Tony Virag with Liam Evans on pit lane at the moment. It looks like a scheduled pit stop. There's a driver change going on there. Tony's getting in to bring the car home. 17 laps to go, Australia. Don't leave just yet, because the best is yet to come. And just having a look at it, actually, that race record is starting to look a little bit more favourable. That race record is starting to look as though it's under some sort of threat here. I mean, a minute 43 to the pace at the moment. 17 laps, a minute 43, a minute 3/4. So that gets you 7 minutes for 4 laps. There are 17 to go. 21. Yeah, we're very much in record territory at the moment, but we'd have to go green all the way. We would have to go green all the way. And is this car still in the fight? We will see. Time will tell. Or will they be keep an eye for a second year in a row? But if Adam Burgess can win it, and it stays in their grasp, it's not ripped away from them post-race, we will see if we will see a piece of history there as well, because Adam Burgess would join the 4-time club. And how bloody sweet would redemption be for the BMW M4?
I just don't think it's realistic though, Zach. Not with the extra 2.5 minute pit stop that they still have to make, and they'll have to make that pit stop sometime in the next 9 laps because the pit window closes on lap 70.
And it's a shame for them that they weren't able to jump sooner and come into pit lane. They had ample opportunity, but the way in which the race has played out, they haven't had a safety car in the last 15 laps to help them. Last year we had plenty of them. We had them like they were going out of fashion. Let's go down to Dave Stillwell. What have you got for us on pit road, mate?
So I thought it was a bit curious to see a Division C car making an additional stop for fuel. It wasn't because of any problem with the car. It's just that the Virag and Evans Commodore is so thirsty they needed a little bit more fuel to make it to the end. But we talked in the lead up to the race about tyres and how they were going to find the race. This is what a near new hand-cooked semi-slick looks like. And this is what's left of the right front that they took off of that car. We're just past 2/3 race distance, and you can see the tread is nearly completely gone. The inside shoulder is all the way down to the bottom of the tread, and we're starting to pick up some of these blisters and peel the tread away from the carcass. So good decision to make that choice then, because they would not have made it to the end with the tyres they had left.
And the other point that we should make there is that, well, they've made a rod for their own back as a three-driver entry anyway. As a Division C entry, with 3 drivers, you were always making 2 pit stops. One of them was always going to be non-compulsory, but as Dave said, probably not a bad idea that they came in anyway.
How's that tyre wear though? They looked almost like slick tyres that had come off that car. The tread had worn down so much.
Look at this, the 2 teammates following each other through. The 818, we haven't spent a lot of time talking about that tonight, because it's not factored into the outright fight. It is sitting 6th. Drew Hall and Matty McClellan, they are 2 laps down. They are currently 3rd in Division B. They are currently 3rd in Division B.
And they've got good pace at the moment as well. I talked before about the possibility of Charlie Viola getting an outright podium, but he could potentially be denied by this Honda because he's lapping a bit more quickly than both Viola and Harris at the moment. So car number 818 on target potentially for its second outright 300 podium in 2 races.
And what a success story that would be for Honda. They knew that they had to work on their longevity, on their durability. They've done that. They're going the distance tonight. It is tremendous to see, because now you've got 4 genuine manufacturer contenders at the top end of town. When you roll into the circuit at any given 300 weekend, BMW, Mitsubishi, Mazda and Honda. With no disrespect to anybody else, they're the 4 at the moment. And Mazda, the drought continues. It'll be more than 791 days. There is the Lee and Jerry Burgess entry. Unfortunately, those guys have a run down on their Class C competition. They are sitting 8th outright, so it's still a great result for them, but they're well off Brad Harris and Charlie Viola. So yet again, Charlie Viola, the old experienced hand. He wasn't sure how the car was going to go this week, because Jordan Cox has been running around like a headless chook, just trying to get the car repaired after the engine let go after the state round here last week in improved production. They got it done, and it hasn't missed a beat tonight. So that is a great story in every sense of the word. And Charlie was desperate for redemption because he couldn't take a trick last year. 64 of 77 here, the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300.
So let's have a look at the class leaders. So at the moment, the leader in Class A sitting in 2nd position outright, Benny Tran. Leader in Class B, the Adam and Craig Burgess. Sorry, not Craig Burgess, it's Adam Burgess and Anthony Sewell, of course, in the BMW M4.
Whoa! Car lets go on the main straight, limping towards the lane. We'll find out who that was in a moment.
I think, is that the Oliver and Liam Malloy Kono Toyota 86, I think you'll find?
I think you're right. And if it's dropped any sort of liquid on the racetrack, or it's off the racing line, we'll wait and see. That's unlucky for those guys. The Toyota 86 falls short of the mark in the closing stages. And also Timmy Brooker in the lane for an unscheduled stop as well, and he drove it straight into the garage. Great drama in the picture partner Sydney 300. Can they limp that Loyacano entry, that Toyota 86, into pit lane? Yes, they can. The 173 is going in behind that as well. Sorry, 179. Jamie Martin, Mike Kelsey, my apologies. So there's Benny Tran. 14 laps to go. Attrition creeping in ever so increasingly here. But Benny Tran running qualifying laps in his quest for back-to-back 300 triumphs. Different venues, but and different divisions as well. He ran Division C at Winton. He ran the 818. Now he's back in his outright fighter. And despite early drama, this car, with all the attrition, all the drama happening around it, is back at the pointy end of town. Division A success is just about guaranteed if they limp it to the line. But is it an outright win as well? We still like to see what's going to happen with number 4, the BMW M4. Now we've got some updates from Lisa Tassani on pit lane. The Simon and Nikos Agar 288 entry ended up in pit lane with a drive shaft explosion on the driver's side. They're done. We're still waiting to pick apart a couple of the other stories unfolding there. Maybe Dave Stillwell can help us. Let's go to him now.
So we're just down here in garage 16 with the number 18 GTS LSA, one of the supercharged, the last of the VF Commodores, one of the last of the cars ever produced in Australia by a volume manufacturer. The Voltec Motorsport crew is beavering away. They've got the quick lift jacks, this really interesting system. They've actually installed in the sill of the vehicle these, rather than having to put an incompressible jack stand under the car, they actually feed these ones into the sill and the side to make it really safe to keep the car up in the air. A lot of work going on around the rear axle, the drive shaft. Haven't been able to get anything out of the crew so far. They are hard at work. I didn't want to interrupt them, but looks like something that could be terminal for the number 18. We did see it having to pit earlier with that mechanical back flag for the loose rear bodywork. We actually pan the camera over now. We can see just how much of a shark bite's been taken out of the rear of this car here. And if you have a look at the back, you'll notice there's a little bit of oil spray coming up the back. So potentially an issue with a diff or a gearbox that's leading to a little bit of oil coming up the back. We'll find out more and we'll get back to you when we can.
All right. So, 2 points here, Lockie. We're at the start of lap 66. And Adam Burgess is still yet to transit the lane for that second compulsory stop. At 2.5 minutes. So we're looking at Benny Tran as the effective race leader. He's only 1:10 down the road. Now, car 321, Chris Sutton, the Mitsubishi Evo, has passed the other Mitsubishi Evo, the Division C entry of Ian Jerry Burgess, for 8th outright in the car race. Next target for Sutton, Josh Buchan, up there in 7th, second in Division A at the moment. And it's important to note that, whoa, Nandy Kiss, Shane Tate, Matthew Kiss, the Evos off driver's right, turn 1.
And that'll be another front right-hand tyre failure. We've seen a couple of them on the Evos. So once again, the front right tyre proving to be the weak link for a Mitsubishi Evo. But just thinking about who's going to occupy the final spot on the podium here, Zach. And it is shaping up as an absolute battle royale between Charlie Viola, Brad Harris, Drew Hall, and don't count Josh Buchan out either, because he is closing in on the cars ahead of him. He's a Division A car and he's got significantly more pace than those cars at the moment.
Todd Herring's stranglehold of Division A in the picture partner Sydney 300 ends tonight. He's back in pit lane. 8 laps down at the moment for Todd Herring. Here's a replay top of screen. That was what happened to the Mitsubishi.
The front right-hand tyre had already gone at that point, and the car just didn't turn.
And whenever you're out in the weeds anyway, that's why there was a fair bit of damage on the Brook and Millett car that Dave Stillwell was showing you a minute ago, because he ended up out there much earlier in the night. Just to finish the point on Todd Herring, 8 laps down, not his night. He's stranglehold on Division A. Ends here. He also won't appear on an outright podium in the Sydney 300 for the first time. Not the sort of history you want to be seeing in these races, but a great run was bound to end eventually. It's unfortunate for Todd that it had to be tonight. Jonathan Hovey, let's have a look at him. Car number 11. Just plodding along nicely, minding his own business. 17th outright. It is 3rd place in Division D at the moment. It could be second very shortly, because Daniel Flanagan's on pit lane. Whether that's a scheduled pit stop, Daniel Flanagan, second place with Christoph Heinger as the Toyota 86 in Division D on pit road. Now, what's the deficit between those cars? It's not a full lap. Jonathan Hovey, the Nissan Pulsar, could be about to go to second in Division D. Late drama in Sydney. We knew it was coming. There's been drama from the outset tonight. There's Drew Hall and Matty McClellan, the second of the BYP racing entries, still running in the car race, of course.
And that car is flying at the moment.
3rd in Division B still, 6th outright.
Yeah, but it's
rapidly only a lap and a half down on Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess.
But more significantly, it's rapidly railing in both Charlie Viola and Brad Harris. And when you consider the pit stop that Adam Burgess has to make, that car is right in contention for an outright podium.
We're on lap 68. The pit window finishes at the end of lap 70 as the leading car crosses the start-finish line. So it's not going to be this time by, but it will be next time by that we see Adam Burgess on pit lane. They would have been praying, keeping their fingers crossed for a late race safety car. They're not going to get their wish. So Honda, 2 Hondas on an outright podium, potentially here. That's never happened before in a picture part of the Sydney 300. Volkswagen on an outright podium has never happened in a 300. Benny Tran staring down the barrel of becoming the 3rd solo driver to score an outright win. The 2nd in Division A. Of course, Terry Denovan's famous win at Wakefield 3 years ago was in Division B. And the Holden Commodore, just before the world went belly up. Here comes Adam Burgess on pit road. Their run is done, irrespective of what happens when the stewards make their call. Whoa! Sparks and debris coming out of the 27 and collected by the 22 of Jamie Miller. There's debris on the race circuit on the driver's line. There might be a little bit of liquid as well. Are we about to have a late run? Oh, geez, that debris being cleaned up by the Inwood Subaru. Zabatakis takes evasive action. Sewell and Burgess on pit lane. We are 2 hours and 10 minutes into the picture part in the Sydney 300. I've got my eye on Benny Tran. When he comes down past the start-finish line, we will have 9 laps to go. He's flying down the main straight at the moment. New race leader. The 81 is in front for the first time tonight.
Yeah, you're right. It's the first time all night that car's led the race. He's always been in comeback mode, Benny Tran, particularly after that early unscheduled pit stop for the delaminated tyre. And if he goes on to win this race, he will have earned it tonight. He has had to work exceptionally hard to fight his way back from adversity. But if there's one thing that the BYP team know all too well, it's that it's never over until you actually see the checkered flag. You'll remember last year that Benny's brother Jimmy Tran was cruelly denied a Winton 300 victory when the Honda Civic that he was sharing with Tom Vujecevic developed a mechanical problem just 2 laps from home.
Uh-oh. Car up on the jacks for Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess. Is there a late drama for the BMW? Just going back to my notes from last year's picture part in the Sydney 300, we had 5 leaders, we had 6 lead changes. My count already, and This is just roughly 7 different leaders tonight. So there's a new Sydney 300 record for you as well. Let's go to Dave Stillwell. Geez, we're getting to the business end of this, mate.
Well, it's the second of their 2 compulsory pit stops. It's the 2.5 minute stop they've got to complete. It was nicely controlled with the fuel, no spills this time. But the story of this stop was that Adam Burgess is pushing the car so hard, he set some of the brake material on fire.
Oh, no.
If we have a look down to see when they've done a precautionary tyre change, they've done right side tyres. As the car heads off, look at all this debris that's been left behind as they've taken one of the right front tyres off the car. Huge amounts of rubber debris, huge amounts of brake dust material. He is pushing that car as hard as he can to get to the end of the Sydney 300 with a car that's quick and a car that's in front, because they know they've got...
Not to rub it in, but that's the second time tonight they've made a mess of their pit box.
Yeah, I'd still be very surprised if there's not some sort of penalty coming their way at the end of the race. We'll wait and see what happens. They have actually still emerged from their pit stop inside the top 3.
Yep, and they are going to be the first car a lap down. Benny Tran's going to lead this race. Ian Saltieri second. And third place is Adam Burgess and Anthony Searle. Oh, actually, no. They are still on the lead lap by about 4 car lengths. By about 4 car lengths. My apologies. I didn't quite see where they rejoined in the grand scheme of things. They are not going to be on the lead lap for a hell of a lot longer, because Benny Tran is still punching out qualifying numbers, even though he can afford now, with a 49-second lead, to ease off the throttle a little bit. Just nurse the car home. But there could still be a race record there for the taking, so let's not speak too soon. He's going to come across the line with 7 laps to go, 11.5 minutes. 11.5 minutes to beat Todd Herring's 2 hours 25 flat record of a couple of years ago. I'm racking through the numbers at the moment in my head, Lockie, and I'm not sure he's going to make it, but it's going to be by the skin of his teeth. Pit window closed now that car has completed lap 70. So the pit window is closed, but I believe that everybody's ticked the boxes they needed to.
Yeah, I think in terms of compulsory pit stops, everybody's fulfilled their obligations.
Okay, that's interesting. Let's go to Dave Stillwell. More news on tyres, and that's been a huge talking point tonight.
Talked about handcooks on the Commodore. We're dealing with Yokohamas on the number 4 of Burgess. Now, we saw them make that early stop where they had the issue with the fuel. I noticed some blistering on some of the tyres and thought maybe they're running a little bit hotter than they need to. Now, normally with the AO 50s, you aim for a hot pressure, so that's straight off the track, of around about 30 to 32 PSI. Only slightly lower than you'd run in your road car cold. Okay. Now, the team have done a quick pressure check. The tyres were coming in at 38 PSI. So they pressured the tyres for a colder temperature than they were dealing with. It's still warmer, but one thing they couldn't calculate on was just how hard Adam Burgess was going to be pushing that car. If we have a look at the tread here, this is the right rear car tyre off of car 4. The centre of this tread is completely worn away, indicating that it's run at too high a pressure. The tread itself is in reasonable condition, a little bit of blistering over here. But if we have a look at the right front tyre, again, rear-wheel drive car, so the front wheels only do the steering and the braking. Look at all this chunking. It's overheated the surface of the tyre, the tread, and it's peeled out all these chunks out of the AO50 tread pattern. The tread pattern's still visible, so in theory this tyre is still safe, but it's definitely not delivering the grip that they need in the number 4, so good thing that they put 2 new tyres on it to finish the Sydney 300.
Indeed. Thank you, Dave Stillwell. 2 important updates as we come back to Central Commentary. Maybe Benny Tran has been listening to the commentary whilst he's driving around in the closing stage of the pitch part of the Sydney 300, because last time round was only a 1 minute 46 for him. Now, that rules out the race record this year. We're going to be about a minute slower on that. There is a move down on the inside. That is the Drew Hall and Matty McClellan entry. It's already got by Brad Harris. It's now out in pursuit of Charlie Viola. And that could still be for fourth outright because Adam Burgess is still on the lead lap as a result of the slowing pace of Benny Tran at the top end of town. I will keep my eye on that, the outright pace of Benny. Whether he's just easing it off to nurse the car home now that he knows that he's in a winning position. But let's keep an eye on it. Because if there's late drama, it would be so cruel for him to lose the race in the closing stages. But it would mean another piece of history of beckons for Volkswagen. 52 seconds, the margin at the moment between first and second. That would be the biggest winning margin in Sydney 300 history. But it's not over yet. There's still 5 laps to go. It's been intense.
It's been the mechanical attrition has been the thing for me, particularly earlier on in the race. So many cars falling over with mechanical problems, 2 of which led to safety car interruptions, and some big players as well. The likes of Todd Herring, obviously Daniel Kavitanovich and Adam Thompson, a couple of other high-profile contenders that dropped out.
And I didn't say, I think intense is the right word, and I didn't just say that to attempt a Stillwell dad joke. Of course, we are broadcasting inside a tent tonight, but that's another story. 5 laps to go. Tran, Saltieri, Burgess, 3 cars on the lead lap. Last time round, yeah, Benny Tran has backed out of it a little bit. There's no doubt about that. He has eased off the throttle.
The thing is, though, that
the job is done.
He's still doing faster lap times than Esos Herring, so he's not driving the car any harder than he needs to. He's got a massive margin, 55 seconds. So there's absolutely no need for him to put any more stress on that car than is absolutely necessary.
So the practice lap record, gone, but still in the hands of those that held it previously. Benny Tran. The qualifying lap record, gone, in favour of the BMW because they got away with it. Adrian Wilson, Josh Buchan, and Lloyd Godfrey, they take that away from Todd Herrick. Race lap record, gone. Benny Tran shattered the old mark by about a couple of hundredths of a second. And then, because we didn't get into the 38s tonight, let that be known that we did not get into the 38s tonight. 139.12 is the best number we've seen in green flag running during the bitch part of the Sydney 377 lapper tonight. 4 laps to go for Benny Tran. He's on the run home. 74 or 77 here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and now here's the move that we've been waiting for. Drew Hall and Matty McClellan down the inside of Charlie Viola. He stays 3rd in Division B and moves to 4th outright. And Charlie Viola, while still the leader of Group C, goes back to 5th.
The other one who's rapidly approaching is Josh Buchan. There he is. He's not far back. So I reckon that Josh Buchan is going to gobble up Charlie Viola within the next lap or so, and then he'll be off after Drew Hall. And when you consider the cloud that I still reckon is going to be surrounding car number 4, it could turn out to be for an outright podium position.
100%. And what we should point out here as well is that Lloyd Godfrey and Josh Buchan would finally undo the wrongs of the last couple of years and turn a qualifying result into a race result.
Yeah, they got
with Adrian Wilson.
They did get 2nd in the Wakefield 300 last year behind Daniel Kavitanovich and Adam Thompson, but certainly here at Sydney, that would be their best result.
That was specifically what I was referring to, and I should have elaborated on that a little bit clearer. Sorry about that.
Here we go, coming out of turn number 8.
Charlie's wide.
And
so that'll help.
The extra horsepower of the M4 should see him cruise on past, which indeed he does.
Just momentarily lost my live timing feed, so I'm going to look over your shoulder for a minute here, Lockie. Benny Tran, the leader. The margin still 56 seconds. There's a real chance that he'll win this by a minute. 3 laps to go. 3 cars on the lead lap. Still a huge cloud surrounding car number 4, the BMW of Burgess and Sewell. And to have it ripped away from them this close to the end, the second year of the run. Whoa, trouble! That's car 61, that's Lyle and Grice, and it's been it's embroiled in a tangle with the Virag and Evans Commodore. Great drama in the picture part, the Sydney 300. On a night where we have to, oh no, that Commodore's not going to go too much further. That tyre's gone as well, and I'd say it's as a result of the contact, and that's really unfortunate, but can he get it off the racetrack? And can we get to the green, to the checkered flag under green flag conditions, or will this neutralise it and confirm Benny Tran's triumph?
Here we go. This could be the battle for the outright podium. So Josh Buchan has caught Drew Hall with 2 and a bit laps remaining. And the BMW M4 should have a straight line speed advantage over the Honda Integra as well, so it should be a fairly straightforward case for Josh Buchan. We're just waiting for the racetrack to open up and then to drive on past.
Amazing that it took Honda all this time to grab an outright win, Lockie, and they're going to grab 2 in 8 months, and just under 8 months, because it was November 20, the Winton 300 down there. The regional Victorian venue, Northeast Victoria, Benalla. It hosts the Winton 300 of 2023. Wilson and Buchan and Godfrey displace the Hall and McClellan, Honda, and put BMW 3rd and 4th in the picture partner Sydney 300.
Oh, and a look up for Buchan.
Gone!
Oh no, the front right tyre's gone.
He's going to have to try and run that to the line. And that's going to bring Charlie Viola right back into it. Viola could still nab a top 5 finish here.
Oh no, it hasn't. I thought the front right tyre on that car had gone as well, but it actually looks like it's still inflated.
Okay, they've got a braking issue is what we're hearing in our earpiece at the moment. 76 to 77, Tran on the run home. We should point out Virag Evans managed to limp that car to the lane. That's why we've been able to go green to the checkered flag. There's going to be a bit of a clean-up job. There's a fair bit of debris around the track tonight of the picture partner Sydney 300.
It's not going to be a race record, I don't think. We're just going to fall short.
Yep, not going to get the race record. I was on the calculator on that one a few laps ago, Lockie. Next time by, last lap board for Benny Tran. 3.905 kilometres to go. Wilson under immense pressure here. Sorry, my apologies. It's Buchan, of course, in Wilson's car. Hall and McClellan right there. So Division B is going 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Division A, 1st and 5th at the moment. Still a cloud over 3rd outright as far as we're aware. The Honda Integra of Charlie Viola. Honda are going to win 2 divisions again at a picture partner Sydney 300. Division D, the 88, the Fraser boys. They're looking like they're going to go a couple better than they did last year. And Division E, Haynes and Ricketts have done it again. Should we be surprised? But this guy, what a story this is for Benny Tran. Opted to run solo this year. Thought if Todd Herring can do it, I may as well have a crack. And despite early drama, the safety car fell in the right place for him to claw back any deficit he may have lost early on. Smart strategic play from his team. And misfortune for Todd Herring, not least unfortunate strategy for the 82 BMW, results in BYP Racing winning its 2nd 300. And Benny Tran joins Terry Donovan and Todd Herring as the only other drivers to win a 300 outright, flying solo. Benny Benny Tran wins the Picture Partners Sydney 300 in 2023. Great drama for Charlie Viola as well. He's struggling to knock that Honda to the line. He's lost the lead in Group B. Brad and Will Harris have got on by. Brad and Will Harris are going to steal Division C from Charlie Viola on the final one. That tyre is gone.
Not just the tyre, but the front wheel.
No.
It's out of control.
It's gone.
My goodness me, it's going to be a massive task just to try and get that car to drive in a straight line down the main straight to the checkered flag. So late drama in Division C here at the Sydney 300. My goodness me.
Wow. Benny Tran makes history. Honda get their second outright win in a 300. Their first in Sydney. Ian Salteri and Samu Sal create history as the first Volkswagen team or Volkswagen car to score a podium in a 300 ever. And I'm talking outright. What a result for them in the 222. Burgess and Sewell. We'll find out after the fact, I'm sure. But they're crossing the line third as it stands. Lloyd Godfrey, Josh Buchan and Adrian Wilson battle late race brake issues to get second in Division A and fourth outright. Drew Hall and Matty McClellan fifth. Brad and Will Harris steal Division C from Charlie Viola on the run to the checkered flag. Chris Sutton fourth in Division B. Lee and Jerry Burgess get a podium in Division C. In ninth outright, third in Division C despite leading for much of the middle phase of the race. And Wayne and Harrison Cooper get a top 10 finish, fifth in Division B. 5 Division B cars in the top 10, 3 Division C, 2 Division A. We've got Honda, we've got Volkswagen, we've got BMW, we've got Mazda, we've got Mitsubishi. 5 manufacturers in the top 10. That's not a record, but Benny Tran makes history as the third solo driver to win a 300 and the second one to do it here in Sydney. What a night. Have you ever seen a 300 as exhilarating as that? We didn't get a grandstand finish in terms of the outright race to the checkered flag, Lachlan Mansell, but a hell of a lot of drama in 2 hours and 28 minutes and 14 seconds. That's the official race time. Let's go to Dave Stillwell right now.
And with a jubilant BYP Racing driver, Benny Tran has done the double. You've gone back-to-back. We'll let you take your gear off. It looks like it was a full-on sprint out there for most of the race. The Honda looks like it ran pretty much faultlessly. Give us an idea of what this means for you and the team at BYP.
I wouldn't have been faultlessly. We had a blowout at the start of the race, but we clawed our way back, and thanks to our crew and our strategy, we did 2 5-minute stop back-to-back, and yeah, we clawed our way back, and yeah, couldn't thank our team and yeah, everyone at BYP for putting the car together, yeah.
So we'll have a little walk around the car. It was a right front failure you had earlier on in the day?
Yeah, lap 10, we had a front tyre failure, and we were down a lap, and yeah, we just clawed our way back, chipped away, and we had 67 laps to do it.
Absolutely. Other than that, I don't think there's a mark on it. I don't think you had a run-in with any competitors. It was all clean out there?
Yeah, it was pretty clean. I mean, we stayed out of trouble, and we just did our laps. Yeah, it's amazing, yeah.
Well, great job for you and everyone else at BYP for putting it together. We know there was a bit of heartache for a couple of the other cars in the stable, but great to see you bring this result home, especially after last year again as well. To put 2 back-to-back is excellent.
Oh, it's an amazing result. We always wanted. This car has never won. We've always tried, and yeah, it's done so well today. Yeah.
Fantastic. We'll let you celebrate with the crew. We'll go to Class B, which is the 222 Volkswagen. We've got a very happy Class B winner. This is a car that's done a lot of miles aboard a lot of endurance racing so far. The drivers embrace each other. We'll let you take your helmet off. Again, talk us through that race. How was your first half?
That was fantastic. The car was so much faster than what we expected. Racing Line have given us a new tune on this car, and it's just been fantastic. We're just blown away by it.
I did see the performance of the car in class at the Bathurst 6 Hour and reflected that in order for this car to be competitive in where it normally sits in production car racing, there was going to need to be a bit of research done, a bit of development, and find the extra speed in the car. Do you reckon that was part of what spurred you forward today?
Correct. We've been working on this car non-stop since we got it. We've been working together with Harding Performance and all of our suppliers, from the brakes to the engine to the cooling, everything, and it's all just coming together at the moment.
Well, talk about coming together. He's the man who brought it to the line. Tell us, what was it like out there to finish the Sydney 300 this year?
I mean, firstly, what a great event, right? Like, how cool is this? The car was great. The tyres were starting to go off towards the end, so it wasn't the best car. And I knew that we had the M4 chasing us, who traditionally in the 6 hour is a much quicker car. So just trying to put consistent laps in. And yeah, the Harding performance has been great helping us, and it's just a pleasure to drive.
Congratulations, guys. This is the only way I'm ever taking up golf as a hobby. So in third position, in Division C, changed on the last lap. It's the brothers Harris. Some of them have had a go in TCR recently. They were here, of course, for the Improved Production Nationals a few weeks ago. But nothing like a Rotary bringing it home in Division C. Now, you guys are nearly identical. Which one's which?
Brad and Will. Will.
Okay, so who went first?
No, so Will was in the car first. He had back surgery about 3 months ago, so this is his first outing out, so yeah, wrapped.
Okay, well, we'll move on from you. We'll go to the man who probably should still be in recuperation and rehabilitation. Now, how's the back first? We need to check. Do we need to call the Ambulance Service Australia medics? You're all good?
She done well, she done well.
Now, were you in first or were you in second?
I was in first. Done the first 28 laps or whatever it was till the safety car, and Brad jumped in and worked well.
So just a single pit stop for you guys? No mechanical troubles?
No, just the one pit stop. The first time we done it, we had to do the 2 pit stops, and it just kills you. So put the extra tank in and get the 1.
Another great story for Rick Shaw and the RX8 Cup cars. We'll go back to you now. When's the next outing for you in this other car series we see on here? When are you going to take this winning feeling back into TCR?
Yeah, the fast one. I got a test in about 2 weeks at QR, and then straight into QR, and I think it's 2 weeks after that. So yeah, bring on.
I've heard if you drink some Powerade or Gatorade out of the trophy, it helps you bring extra speed to the team. So let's go down to Division D. It's the number 88 car of Fraser and Fraser. Now again, I'm going to need you to tell me which one you are.
Jackson.
You're Jackson. So where's Matthew hiding? He's in the garage. Okay, so we'll get your ID quickly. How was the end of the race for you, and who have you got to thank?
I've got to thank everyone for coming, for just coming and being a great event. Like, the weather's been brilliant, all the officials for helping out. My family, of course, are coming, and my dad for driving with me and, you know, giving us a car which is able to do the race, let alone win it. So I've had an awesome night, and I hope everyone else has.
And the only failure all night is for the other Fraser to be here to pick up some glory. Excellent work. Now, in Division E, one of the biggest and most well-subscribed divisions, the number 41's a little bit worse for wear. I'd start counting the witness marks on the car, but I'd run out of fingers. Josh, you brought the car home?
Correct, I did. Thanks to Michael, he put in a mega stint at the start of the race, and yeah, all I had to do was bring it home. So.
Now, who's going to own up to who's got to get pay the bill from the panel beat? Are you splitting it even, or are we counting the knocks on the in-car video?
Oh, no, that come from the previous. We did that in Pulsars earlier on today. Got caught up in an incident. We didn't think we were going to get to the start of the 300 after that, but great work by the boys at track school. They've got a new drive shaft in it and another couple of wheels on it, and a wheel alignment done in about half an hour, so it was fantastic.
Excellent. Well, I can give you some recommendations for some good panel beaters, but they're down in Melbourne. So we'll wrap things up here with our division winners. What an amazing set of stories from our division winners, and we'll be sure to get you more of them as the coverage unfolds.
Presentation, of course, coming up very shortly. Thank you, Dave Stilwell, Lachlan Mansell. Let's just pick that apart for a moment. Josh Haynes, what a 7 days for him. Round win in TA2 last week at Morgan Park. Division win again with Michael Ricketts here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yeah, and like Michael Ricketts said, pretty lucky to make it to the start of the race after the biffing and barging that they were doing in the Pulsar Series races in that car earlier today.
Exactly. Now, it's important to note, Benny Tran. So Benny Tran winning, of course. We've run through a few of these results already, but it's the Ian Saltieri second with Samuel Sell. Burgess and Sewell third. There's an asterisk next to that one, though. I still haven't heard anything from race control, but fuel spills are frowned upon in this caper. Hall and McClellan fourth. Harrison Harris fifth, Viola sixth, Sutton seventh. So there's another one for you. 3 solo drivers out right in the top 10 there. Now, there's been a late change here, and I'm not terribly sure why.
Why is Josh Buchan, Lloyd Godfrey, and Adrian Wilson suddenly down in 23rd?
That's a developing story.
Yeah.
Is there a late penalty that's being handed out to the 82? We will find out. So the drama continues even after the fact here at Sydney Motorsport Park in more ways than one. Quickly, before Okay, it does look like a 5-lap penalty from what Shane Rogers is telling me. And if we have a look at the leaderboard here, yeah, it does look like a 5-lap penalty. And that would be the second time they've copped a 5-lap penalty in the Sydney 300. Shades of 2020, well, in Bucket and Godfrey's case at least. And it'll be the first time for Adrian Wilson. And that, well, to be honest with you, I don't think that changes their finishing position in Division A because of the drama for Todd Herring. But it does finish their affect their outright position. It promotes the Organtini Racing entry up into 10th place. So
I'm just shocked though that and there's a few questions that I think have to be answered here about post-race penalties. But anyway,
I think you'll be asking them while I'm hosting the presentation very shortly. Important to note, first Division A outright win in a 300 since Todd Herring here, 791 days ago, 2 years and 2 months. So Benny Tran's got Division A, another outright win. It's the pole curse continues again. And the last time it was one from pole, Todd Herring right here. So there's a lot of history attached to Todd Herring's name on it. What a result for Sam Ussel and Ian Saltieri though. Volkswagen on an outright podium, first time in 300 history.
And that car was properly fast tonight as well, and had strategic. I suppose if strategy had worked slightly differently, they might have been in with a shout for the outright win, but ultimately the Tran car just had too much pace there in that last in, was able to hunt them down at the end.
Exhilarating stuff here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I can't recall a 300 as frantic as that in the time that we've been covering, and we've covered a lot between us. No two commentators have called more than us. But I can't recall anything as frantic as that. There was just action aplenty from the outset. We didn't really get a chance to take a breath for 2 hours, 28 minutes and 14 seconds. It's the second fastest Sydney 300 in history. Of course, 3 minutes and 14 seconds shy of Todd Herring's record a couple of years ago. Great story for Wayne Cooper and Harrison Cooper. Despite 2 penalties and a puncture, they still brought it home in the top 10. Oh, you've got to love how these races play out.
Well, there's been a few stories of recovery, haven't there? I mean, obviously the Cooper car, which had punctures, recovering well, but you know, I mean, there's been some quiet achievers as well who've sort of been able to sneak their way through and pick up decent results as well. I thought that, you know, Chris Sutton, he flew under the radar, not the outright podium that we saw from him last year, but after having the turbo problems earlier in the weekend, a good job for him to recover for 7th outright.
And Mazda win 2 divisions this season. And Nissan wins 1, Volkswagen and Honda the other 2. But Mazda double up on the back of that late race drama for Charlie Viola. Rightio, at this point in time, enjoy the debrief, the festivities, the fanfare and the grandeur down in pit lane, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us though, we're not going anywhere just yet. There will be a presentation happening on the podium here at Sydney Motorsport Park very shortly. It is Picture Partners Sydney 300 glory for Benny Tran. At the 4th time of asking, he becomes the 3rd driver to win a 300 outright. He doubles up for Honda 8 months after their triumph at Winton. What a night it's been here in Western Sydney. An historic 300, one for the ages. We'll wrap it up with the presentation very shortly. Stay with us on Blendline TV.
be, yeah.
Well, test 1 2, 1 2 test. There we go. We are live here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the place for pace in the west of Sydney, but funnily enough called Eastern Creek. I've never been able to figure that one out myself. As part of our celebrations of the 2023 edition of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300, we're going to recognise the podiums in all three of our divisions, followed by the outright podium. We've got plenty of silverware to hand out. We've got Terry Denovan and Lachlan Mansell up on the rostrum. We'll call our Division 3, Position 3, Car 141, Daniel Hay and James Hay. If they can please make their way to the podium. They'll be followed by Position 2 in Division E, David Bailey and Matt Thulis in the number 39 BMW, followed by the number 41 Ricketts and Haynes, the young car wash Nissan Pulsar N14. Please make your way to the winners rostrum as the podium for Division E in the Sydney 300.
We need someone down there. Where's Taro? All right, I'm just going to hand them trophies.
Oh, yeah?
All right, yeah, I'll go and hand them trophies. Well done, guys. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thanks. Cheers. That's it. Where's our Division E winners? Come on up, guys. Come on up. Get on the podium.
Come on, guys. It's just like a race.
Thank you. Good on you, mate. Well done. Well done, boys. Good to see you. Two men up there. All right, you want to just do a quick interview?
So congratulations to
Start with
our
the Hay
Division
boys.
E winners.
Congratulations,
Lockie on the
gentlemen.
podium.
Third place tonight in Division E. You stayed out of trouble and flew under the radar.
Yeah, we did. It was a good race. Got there in the end, and that's all that matters, I guess. So it was great.
People that you'd like to thank for the evening?
Oh, just my family. It's a family affair, as is most of the categories here. Myself and my brother and my father and a couple other crew members. So, yeah, great time.
Well done. Good job, guys. We'll move on to second place in Division E. These guys always seem to find their way onto the podium in these endurance races. David Bailey, Matt Thulis, well done. Another podium finish in the mighty BMW E36.
Yeah, thanks very much, Lockie. Thanks to everyone who competed this event. It was fantastic fun, but yeah, one of those things for us. A little E36 just keeps punching along, and yeah, we're pretty happy with P2.
You did really well tonight. People that you'd like to thank?
I'd love to thank all our crew who helped us a lot throughout the weekend. Obviously Dave, who preps the car and builds the cars, so he's done a great job with it over so many years that we've been running it, so massive thank you to him.
Well done. Good job, gentlemen. And I'm going to jump up here so I can actually reach them with the microphone. Congratulations to the Division E winners tonight. Josh Haynes, Michael Ricketts, back-to-back division wins for you guys here at the Sydney 300.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a cracking night. Michael put in a mega stint, so all I had to do was hop it in, keep it on the black stuff and take it to the end. So, yeah, thank you to track school and everyone else, for an awesome night. They've put on an awesome event, and, yeah, Michael did a great job.
Well done, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating your Sydney 300 Division E podium.
So plenty of camaraderie amongst our Division E runners there. Congratulations to the 41, the 39 and the 141. Moving on to Division D. These are the cars going no faster than a 1 minute 50 lap time. In third place, Heiniger and Flanagan aboard the number 86 fifth gear motoring Toyota 86. In position 2, the number 11, Jonathan Hovey aboard a Austrac Nissan Pulsar. And taking out Division D, it's the family Fraser aboard the number 88 MX5.
Come on, guys. Up you come. Come on, guys. Come on. Up. Like up. Far out, man. Oh, you're by yourself. You can have two. Thanks. Right, to you. Up you go.
Well, Daniel Flanagan, Chris Heininger, third place in Division D. Daniel, you've had so much experience in these 300k endurance races. How was your night?
It was another one of those that, the one that got away, we were running really well, and Chris did a mega job in the first stint, but unfortunately we had some issues in the pit stop, didn't get enough fuel in, and ran out of fuel with about 8 laps to go. So pretty devastated. Dragged the little 86 up to 13th, but yeah, awesome car. Chris has done a great job with it, and really happy to be driving it.
Well, you've still finished on the podium in your division, so well done. Jonathan Hovey driving solo tonight. Unfortunately, some problems for your co-driver, Richard Baskus, which meant that he had to pull out of the event, but a great solo effort to get onto the podium.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to thank my sponsors, Oztrack and Bell Property Bondi Junction. Thank you to the family that are here and friends, Andrew, Mason, everyone watching at home, and Richard at home. Hope you get better soon.
Good job, well done, Jonathan. And finally, our winners for Division D this weekend, the Fraser boys. Jackson, good job tonight. The Mazda MX5 didn't miss a beat.
It did not miss a beat at all. That car is solid as a rock. We had a great race with a well-timed pit stop, and I guess we just managed to keep the car stable and didn't have any issues. So it was a very tidy, clean race from us.
Well done, guys. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, your Sydney 300 Division D podium.
Great job there by all our Division D finishers. Moving on to Division C, these are the last cars to only require one compulsory pit stop and cars travelling no faster than a minute 46 out on track. In position 3, it's the 33, the family Burgess. We've got Jerry and Lee aboard a white Mitsubishi Evo 9 in position 3. In position 2, he nearly had it sewn up until a mechanical issue late in the race. He's the gentleman who brings the Picture Partners partnership to MRA, Charlie Viola aboard the Honda Integra, and taking out Division C, the RX-8 of the brothers Harris for exclusive switchboards.
Here we go, father and son team on the podium, Lee and Jerry Burgess, the Mitsubishi Evo. Good strategy for you guys tonight. You were able to lead the race outright for a while and ended up coming home not just on the podium in Division C, but in the top 10 outright. Well done.
Yep, very pleased with the result. Another lap, we might have just snuck a lucky safety car, but pit stop was good, didn't spill any fuel, so more than happy with the result.
Quietly get
Yeah, great night's racing. Big thank you to the Sydney 300 team. It's been a fantastic event and great to see a full field.
Good job, guys. Well done. Charlie Viola, so close yet so far. What happened on that final lap?
The steering arm went on us, unfortunately. So it started to go with 5 or 6 laps to go. We were just trying to nurse it home and hold off these boys. But yeah, literally three corners to go. It completely let go. To be honest, I'm actually surprised I'm here. I'm surprised I didn't put it in the wall. We had the steering wheel upside down and all sorts of things. So, yeah, good. But, oh well, fantastic event. Thanks to all the, thanks to Terry and like all the stewards and the marshals and stuff. Thanks to the Blendline team and all the coverage that we as Picture Partners have got. So, and massive well done to the Harris boys. It was a mad race as well. So, yeah, thank you.
It sure was, and massive thanks to you as well, Charlie, for your continued support of the event. And the mighty Mazda RX-8 punches above its weight. Not only a win in Division C, but a fantastic outright result for you guys tonight as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's a third time back to get up the top. There's nothing better. It's a shame with Charlie. It was a good race the whole way, but yeah, it's great.
Well done, boys. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our Sydney 300 Division C podium.
Thank you very much to our Division C winners. Moving on to Division B. This is the first of the cars that had to take 2 compulsory pit stops, a 5-minute and a 2.5, and cars travelling no faster than a minute 42. In third place, the 818 of Drew Hall and Matt McMillan, the Honda Integra. In position 2 in Division B, the number 4, Sewell and Burgess, PI Investment Store BMW M4. And in position 1, the 222 of Jem Usel and and Ian Solteri. And a very special happy birthday to Jem. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, mate, I'm with you. Jem.
I think it might be somebody's birthday.
Over to you, Lockie.
We'll start with our third place in Division B. Drew Hall, Matt McClellan. Drew, a bit of a difference between a rear-wheel drive 992 Porsche GT3 and a front-wheel drive Honda Integra, but you seem to go pretty well in both of them.
Yep, just got to hold it flat in these front-wheel drive cars. They're awesome.
Talk us through your race tonight, because you fought that pretty well there and you were in contention, you were battling it out in that final 10 laps, working your way forward.
Yeah, we just got a little bit caught up on our pit stop and, just got the car in a really good groove. The boys had it really well set up for us from BYP and, just kept chipping away.
Good job, Drew. Looking forward to seeing you back on track soon. We'll move on to our second place finishers in Division B. A bit of redemption for these guys after they narrowly missed out on an outright podium last year, but Anthony Sewell, Adam Burgess, good job tonight, solid effort.
Yeah, thanks. It wasn't without its challenges, but we had a good night, so happy. Thanks.
Adam, I'm sure there's some people that you'd like to thank as well.
Oh, well, firstly, Sully for bringing us on board and allowing us to look after his pride and joy. Mitchie and the whole crew, for keeping the car running the whole time. And just, MRA and AASA for putting this event on. It's a damn good race.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. And our Division B winners tonight, Chem Ucell, Ian Solteri. That VW Golf was quick tonight.
It was fantastic. Today's gone like a blur. That was so much fun out there. That's the fastest and the strongest that car's been.
Second place outright, first in Division B. Pretty good birthday present.
It is. It's the best birthday present ever, I think.
Well done, guys. Looking forward to seeing you back at more of these events. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please congratulate your Division B podium for the Sydney 300.
Thanks very much, guys. Head down now.
Thank you very much to all of our Division B winners. Now, going to Division A, the fastest cars, and surprisingly, the podium made up of all three cars in the class. Position 3, car 77, Todd Herring for Herring Racing, got the car back out there in the end. The Mazda MX5 in position 3. In position 2, Wilson, Buchan and Godfrey aboard the number 82 DNA Autosport Air Real Estate BMW M4. And in position 1 in Division A, Benny Tran for BYP Racing aboard the Honda Integra, the 2.4 litre turbo car, bringing him to victory in Division A and outright.
Jump up on number 2, mate. Over the other side. Didn't you come number 2 in the class? You came third, did you? Yeah. Oh, okay, well done. Where did the other guys go? Yeah. Who came first? Do you know?
My apologies, the BYP Honda is actually supercharged rather than turbocharged.
And then
My apologies to the BYP team.
Where did he come? Where did Benny come?
First outright and in Division A.
First, mate. Come on.
Let's have a chat to our two solo runners in Division A. And Todd Herring, obviously not the ideal race for you tonight, but you still got classified as a finish. You still got third in Division A. Talk us through your evening.
Hard day at the office, mate. We got everything thrown at us today. Broken gearboxes, blown head gaskets, cracked VVT lines, and stuff in the fuel that brought both cars to an end.
But you still got to the end, so well done.
Thank you, mate. And good on this bloke for getting up on the top step.
He's done well. Back-to-back outright 300 wins for Benny Tran, this time driving solo in the supercharged BYP Honda Integra. Good job, Benny.
Yeah, thanks, Lachlan. It was a bit of a struggle today. We had a tyre blow up, but we came back with a good strategy with the team, and I couldn't. Yeah, I'm just lost for words. I mean, it was a killer race.
That it was. All right, so we'll congratulate our Division A place getters, and I'll hand over to Zach for a chat with your outright top 3 for the Sydney 300.
Congratulations to our Division A winners. We'll ask Benny to stay on the podium while we call up the 222 of Jem Ucell and Ian Solteri and the number 4 of Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess. for our outright podium of the 2023 edition of the Sydney 300. So if we could ask Usul and Solteri to make their way back to the podium, and Sewell and Burgess to make their way back to the podium.
Oh. Yeah, you got to walk down and come back up again. Oh, that's right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take over from this point. And for the benefit of everybody listening below that have had a job to hear the presentation at this point, I'll try and talk a little bit louder so you can hear what's going on. Cracking edition of the Sydney 300. They never disappoint. This one for reasons that we couldn't have seen coming, including one of the more spectacular finishes I've ever seen from. And this guy deserves a round of applause, as always, ladies and gentlemen, for the third year in a row, our naming rights partner of the picture of the Sydney 300, Charlie Viola. 6th outright, and a division win snatched at the death as the Integra just gave out.
Yeah, just gave up. I think I've probably got a habit of hitting that curve a bit hard, and I think if you hit it 77 times that hard, maybe she doesn't want it anymore. So, but look, it was good fun. It was a great challenge doing it alone. I still feel fine. Actually, I'm happy to go do another 77 if anyone wants to go race again.
I'm not sure my voice box would hold out for that long, Charlie.
But yeah, super disappointing for it to break with 3 corners to go. But well done to the Harris boys who brought the class win home. What a fantastic event though! Like it was the colour down the pit lane, and everyone putting all the effort in. Yeah, what a fantastic event.
All right, we're going to get you to stand there and hand out some trophies, and we might even get. Have we had him on the podium yet? Can we get Terry Donovan back up here to hand out some bubbly as well, please, Mr. MRA, Terry Donovan? Yes, I want you to hand out some bubbly, mate. Come on. Okay, righto. All right. Okay, outright results, and then we'll get to the bubbly. Although there will be outright champagne as well as division winners coming up. Rightio. Let's rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. For the second year in a row, we have 3 different manufacturers on the podium, and an historic moment in position number 2, which we'll get to in just a moment. I think we all collectively breathed a sigh of relief when we realised that the fuel spill wasn't going to be penalised because they'd actually finished the refuelling process. Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess, third outright of the BMW M4, second in Division B. What a moment for these guys. Brilliant stuff. We'll get to you guys in just a moment. Second outright today, the 16th different manufacturer on the podium in 300 history, the outright podium that is. Chamu Selene and Salteri in the Volkswagen. And just the third solo driver to win a 300 outright behind the great man Terry Donovan and the 3-time winner Todd Herring, Benny Tran and BYP Racing. A 300 victory for the ages. They did it in Div C at Winton. Benny won it solo in his outright contender and brought a stroke of luck with an early safety car to get him back in contention and wins the Sydney 300 for the first time. Right, let's get a word here with Anthony Sewell and Adam Burgess. I thought for a second there that it was going to be heartbreak for the second year in a row for you guys, but thankfully not the case. Great to see you on the outright podium, continuing a good run because you also had a podium at Bathurst earlier in the year in the 6 hour. Well done.
Thank you. Good to see that the rules were well looked into and are well enforced tonight, so that's great.
You'd want to say some thank yous?
Oh, yeah, of course. I'd like to thank my beautiful fiancée, Tammy, and all the work she puts in for the team, Adam and the team and the boys who at Advan who help us with amazing work looking after the car. Just, yeah, thanks heaps, guys.
And of course, you guys had a little warm-up last week with a 60-minute New South Wales production car enduro as well here. Adam, still waiting for that elusive 4th win, mate, but 3rd's got to be pretty good after the despair of last year.
Oh, yeah. Last year was very much not what we wanted. And I tell you what, that's the most relaxed I've ever been behind a safety car on that restart in that race. But no, look, we'll keep coming back as long as Sully wants to have us, part of the team, because these races are awesome. Lots of laps, lots of passing. It's good fun.
Yeah. And it was a 20-second start at the 300. Did you want eventually? Let's go on to second here. much, Hemini, and well done. Hey, well done, boys. Fantastic result. Volkswagen on the podium for the first time ever, not just in Sydney, but in a 300 at large. A piece of history that you'll never have taken away from you.
Yeah, no, the car's just been fantastic this weekend. Guy Harding from Harding Performance has done a great job getting the car set up. This is the best it's been in ever, really, and yeah, we're just really, really excited.
And it ran faultlessly.
Yep, absolutely faultlessly. I want to give a big thank you to our crew who come to every single race and support us, and to all of our suppliers who come together to help us build this car and prep it and get it running.
Absolutely. I'm getting the wrap up here, although we're about 10 minutes out from the wrap up, but that's okay. Benny Tran, well done. Another 300 at long last. Honda are finally starting to rack up the wins. Well done.
I know we've tried for since 2015, but really ramped that up the last couple of years, and in the last 300 we really showed the potential of this platform and its true pace and speed.
And nice to get one up on Adrian and Lloyd and Josh and Todd after them having your measure for so long.
That's all right. They'll come back with fighting spirits, and we'll see them at the next one.
And quickly, a great run for Drew and Matthew, but unfortunate run for Miles and Jimmy.
Unlucky they got a stone in the radiator, but yeah, Drew and Matt had an awesome run in there in the Honda that we prepped. Yeah, so couldn't be happier for the team.
The stage is yours. Thank you, whoever you like.
Just big shout out to our team and obviously my brother. It was a big effort for getting the cars ready, and all our customers and supporters all over the world. So yeah, thank you.
BYP Racing winner 300 for the second time in 8 months. The outright podium of the picture partner Sydney 300 for 2023, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Terry Donovan from Motor Racing Australia, ladies and gentlemen, deserves an enormous round of applause. He'll present the outright trophy, the Victor's Trophy, to Benny Tran. All right. Stay there, guys. Can we have the division winners rejoin us on the podium to spray some bubbling? No, A and B, 1 and 2, second in B. Rightio. Class winners to the podium, please, guys. Well done. Congratulations. And I'm getting the hell out of here before I get absolutely drenched. There'll be a wrap-up from the commentary team as soon as the champagne has sprayed. Ladies and gentlemen, division winners A through E in the picture partner Sydney 300 for 2023.
And on that note, gentlemen, let's start our celebrations.
All right, there we go.
And what a fitting way to wind down what has been an awesome day here on Blendline TV. A huge shout out to all of the production crew who worked tirelessly to bring you this event, to Terry Donovan and his team from Motor Racing Australia that made it possible, and to you, the fans that tuned in from around the world in whatever time zone you are. We know you're race fans. We know you like racing that's designed for racers. This event is for you, and if you fancy having a crack yourself, tune in for more Motor Racing Australia on Blendline TV. Signing off in the lane on behalf of the entire commentary team here, I'm Dave Stillwell. My thanks go to Zach Caban, Lachlan Mansell, Lisa Totani, and the entire Blendline TV crew for bringing you the 2023 edition of the Picture Partners Sydney 300.
I think they're going to these guys, are they?
No.
Is it already cut? I don't know.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell.
They're over time.
They started 25.
Hang on, Zach.
They
Zach.
started 25.
I know, but they were still scheduled to start.
feel as though I haven't finished. Okay, we're back here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Lockie Mansell and Dave Stillwell and Lisa Tatani here. Actually, the other two have gone, but Lockie, I don't think I've ever seen a 300 as frantic as that. It really was one for the ages.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit different to last year's one where obviously we had changing weather conditions and challenging weather conditions. Not as many safety car interventions tonight, but just the ferocious pace at the start of the race caught a lot of people out, I think, and it was just relentless, the speed of the race. Obviously, we only had 2 safety car interventions, but the times that they fell really mixed up the strategy, so that definitely shuffled up the results as well.
Indeed it did. Highlight of the day from you, if it's not the 300, from me, I have to say the third XL race was pretty damn good. But what was your highlight of the day?
I think, obviously, I mean the 300, but I thought the Pulsars put on a good show this weekend as well.
Yeah. And of course, the Mazda MX5s and the Alfas delivered the goods as well, and also the Clubmans. I don't think the Clubmans can be denied their place in the event today, because even with a small field, they turned it on.
They sure did. In fact, I think across the board, across all of the categories, it was just a really, really well-run race meeting. That's full credit to Terry Denovan and the entire team at MRA for the job that they continue to do. Terry's an absolute pro when it comes to engaging with the competitors and generating strong entries for all of these events.
Absolutely. And now Winton's only 9 weeks away. It's a tight turnaround, tighter than last year.
Yeah, it is a tight turnaround, and after tonight there'll be quite a few people that'll have a fair bit of work to do to repair their cars for Winton, because tonight was a pretty bruising race on a lot of machinery.
Yeah, and we'll keep coming back as long as Terry Denovan will have us. Will we see another record field next year? After tonight, there'll be a few people at home disappointed that they weren't on the grid, disappointed that they didn't enter. High drama from first until last, and I think Charlie Viola's finish, or run to the finish, will go down as one of the more spectacular we've seen.
Yeah, 100%. But full credit to Benny Tran. Back-to-back 300 wins. I mean, getting 1 is hard enough, getting 2 even harder. But that's all we've got time for. Thanks for your company today, right throughout the day on Blendline TV. It's been a fantastic day of racing. Big thank you to Daniel Beckinsale, Shane Rogers, everybody else behind the scenes at Blendline TV for producing the coverage. And thanks to all of you for tuning in right throughout the day. On behalf of my co-commentator, Zach Caven, this is Lockie Mansell signing off from the Picture Partners Sydney 300. See you next time. Bye for now.
This is the pinnacle of endurance grassroots motorsport in this country. This is the Picture Partners Sydney 300, live and loud on the platforms of Blendline TV.